Volume 11. Chapter 1001, I Like Him. Chapter 1001, I Like Him. Yang Zilan moved back, obstructing their way while saying, Miss Chiu, he can't go. Why? Asked Chiu Xin coldly. That guy and I need to settle some issues. He can't go, I hope you understand. Said Yang Zilan in a seemingly polite way. What if I refuse and want him to stay with me? Said Chiu Xin even more coldly. Yang Zilan's smile became rigid. Why was Chiu Xin protecting Lin Feng? As far as I know, you two are not friends. Said Yang Zilan coldly. No, we're more than that, I like him, you have a problem with that? Said Chiu Xin coldly. Yang Zilan and his group were dumbstruck. The cold-hearted beauty, Chiu Xin, liked Lin Feng? They couldn't believe it. Impossible. Why would Chiu Xin like someone like Lin Feng? An ordinary cultivator at the bottom of the Tianqi layer. Chiu Xin's social status was very high, many people courted her. Many outstanding men liked her, but she had never shown interest for anyone. She had always enjoyed being alone and solitary. Chiu Xin being with a man was already abnormal, but going up the stairs with him and saying she liked him was even worse. Yang Zilan and Chou Junluo couldn't stand hearing such things. Chiu Xin said she liked Lin Feng. Lin Feng himself was dumbstruck. She said she liked him in such a normal way. A beautiful girl who looked like Xin was saying that she liked him. Chiu Xin, no need to joke to protect him. We know perfectly well that you couldn't possibly like someone like him. Said Yang Zi coldly. Lin Feng, come here. Said Chiu Xin. Lin Feng walked closer to her. Suddenly, Chiu Xin stretched her hand, grabbed Lin Feng's neck, pulled him towards her and smiled in a resplendent way. Yang Zilan and the others were dumbstruck. Their hearts were pounding violently. Who do you think you are? Yang Zi, don't think that you're better than others. Apart from your powerful blood strength, what makes you think you're different from ordinary people? Said Chiu Xin angrily. Yang Zi was dumbstruck. Move away now. Otherwise, we'll have to fight. Said Chiu Xin while releasing ice-cold energies. Yang Zilan pulled a long face and glanced at Lin Feng, now smiling, Miss Chiu, I don't want to offend you. I'll forgive him this time. Yang Zilan then slowly moved away. Forgive? Lin Feng glanced at him sharply. Those people were incredibly shameless. Lin Feng, I'm not in a good mood anymore. Let's go back. Said Chiu Xin coldly dragging Lin Feng back. Yang Zilan and the others looked at Lin Feng and Chiu Xin leave. They were furious, but they didn't understand, why did Chiu Xin like Lin Feng? Lin Feng and Chiu Xin ran down the steps very quickly. The oppressive forces were less significant than before. Chiu Xin wasn't holding Lin Feng's arm anymore. She was going in one direction and didn't even look back at Lin Feng who was behind her. Lin Feng stopped and looked at her from behind. He felt like he was melting. Little boy, you should go with her. Or don't you dare? Mocked Chung Chi. Mind your own business. Said Lin Feng. Then, his silhouette flickered and he followed Chiu Xin. There's no need to follow me. Said Chiu Xin coldly. Lin Feng didn't know how to react, so he decided to continue following her. After that, she didn't tell him not to follow her again. They arrived in a hotel restaurant and ordered some food together. Chiu Xin remained silent. Lin Feng remained silent too. He just sat opposite her and said nothing. After a long time, Chiu Xin suddenly asked, You said your wife and me look exactly the same? Indeed. Nodded Lin Feng. Well then, don't you think that we've known each for a very long time? Asked Chiu Xin. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled and asked, Have you always been in Bahuang province? Indeed, I've never left Bahuang province, but then again, why do I have the feeling I've known you for a very long time? Asked Chiu Xin. Lin Feng was surprised. Know him for a very long time? Chiu Xin had that feeling and she looked exactly the same as Xin Yi. I've never been to Bahuang province before. Said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile while shaking his head. It's so strange, maybe that your wife and I have common ancestors. Said Chiu Xin smiling wryly. She felt confused. The first time she had seen Lin Feng, she had that feeling as well. That's why she asked Lin Feng to take her on his boat. After that, Lin Feng touched her cheek. Before meeting Lin Feng, if anyone had done that to her, she would have killed them instantly. She was very choleric. But with Lin Feng, she hadn't gotten that angry. On the contrary, she had the feeling she knew him. That feeling was also intensifying. She even started to have feelings for him now. Things were moving so sudden that it scared her. She didn't understand what was happening in her heart. Stay with me. Yang Zilan is evil, but if you stay with me, he won't dare touch you, said Xiao Yuxin standing up. Then, they left. In Tianjing City, not far from Tiantai, they found a hotel room in a beautiful courtyard. They had to rest. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process was going to start shortly. At night, Xiao Yuxin was sitting on a stone bench. She raised her head and looked at the moon. She was pensive. Why? Why was her heart pounding when she thought about him or just looked at him? At that moment, she heard some steps as someone sat down next to her. She didn't need to turn around though, she knew who it was. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process will start in about 2 weeks. You need to practice cultivation. There will be many geniuses and princes. It won't be easy to succeed and become an imperial cultivation disciple, Xiao Yuxin said in a low voice. She was still looking at the sky. She didn't look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng put his arm on Xiao Yuxin's shoulder, which made her shiver. She looked at him and smiled. You're not interested in me, right? You don't want me to become your wife? Lin Feng shook his head. You're not her, you are two completely different people. Who's more attractive, me or her? Asked Xiao Yuxin. You're completely different, two different sorts of attractiveness that is, replied Lin Feng. Is that so? Said Xiao Yuxin with a resplendent smile. In the moonlight, she garnished a different level of beauty. What if I said I wanted you to marry me, would you? Suddenly asked Xiao Yuxin. Lin Feng smiled and said, of course, if you wanted to, I would, but with your social status, how could you be interested in a nobody like me? That's not true. Maybe I really do like you, like I said last time, said Xiao Yuxin. She was so cute and beautiful. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Well, even better for me then, said Lin Feng shrugging. Hug me, said Xiao Yuxin with a captivating smile. Lin Feng shivered. Hug her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1002, come up. Chapter 1002, come up. After a few seconds, Lin Feng opened his arms and hugged her. How dare you? Shouted Xiao Yuxin furiously and slapped Lin Feng with all her strength. Lin Feng was speechless as he released demon sealing strength to block her arms before she could slap him. You asked me to hug you, said Lin Feng annoyed. Because I said that, you believe me? You're so perverted, said Xiao Yuxin. Lin Feng was speechless. Women are complicated. Fwop. 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 She released shadow-like fists filled with strong energies. A strong wind blew behind them. After a while, the atmosphere calmed down. 2 people walked into a room. One of them had their clothes torn apart and their hair looked chaotic. That was, of course, Lin Feng. He had fought against Xiao Yuxin for a long time, but she was much stronger than him. She had broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng had had no chance against her. How shameful, said Xiongqi mockingly. A girl had won against him. What a humiliation. Piss off, said Lin Feng, pushing Xiongqi away. Roar. Lin Feng punched Xiongqi a few times. Bastard, you actually punched me, said Xiongqi furiously. He released flames and lit Lin Feng's clothes on fire. Poor Lin Feng. A girl had bullied him and now his pet was bullying him. On the 3rd day in Tianjing City, in the district of Tiantai, many people were talking about Xiao Yuxin. She had fallen in love with a boy who had only broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer and who was a piece of trash without social status. They even held hands when walking outside. Everybody was talking about it. Xiao Yuxin was famous and her clan was prestigious. She had a high cultivation level, natural abilities, and she was quite strong. Many people tried to flirt with her, but no one had managed to make her smile. However, she had fallen in love with a guy who had just arrived in the province, who was at the bottom of the Tianqi layer, and who had stolen a boat plus 1,000 abstruse crystals from the Yang clan for saving Yang Zi. In other words, he was shameless. What people said, to sum up, was that the great Xiao Yuxin had fallen in love with a piece of trash. Those who were in love with Xiao Yuxin wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. Maybe she would forget about him then. Of course, those who were the most shocked by the news weren't random people, but Xiao Yuxian's clan. Yang Ziyi wanted someone like Xian Yuan. He was strong and powerful, he possessed a powerful blood too. Xiao Yuxian was better than Yang Ziyi, so she should have chosen someone better than Xian Yuan, but no, she hadn't. Xiao Yuxian had never liked anyone before, so her clan had always thought that she would find someone outstanding, such as Xian Yuan. Unfortunately, she had fallen in love with some weaker than him. She wasn't as intelligent as Yang Ziyi, it seemed. The Chou clan was concerned, so they had to find Xiao Yuxian. Very quickly, people found out where she was staying in the Tiantai district. Many strong cultivators gathered around the simple hotel and many others followed them to see what would happen. Xiao Yuxian knew that those people were there, so she came out. She looked indifferent and cold when she said, "What are you doing here, Dot?" "We came for you and the one you say you like," said the leader of the group. It was a young man in white clothes. He had come to become an imperial cultivation disciple. Most were young men, but there were a few older men. "Mind your own business, will you?" said Xiao Yuxian coldly. "Yuxian, when the elders are not here, I'm basically your big brother. I need to take care of you. Our clan has existed for such a long time. If people of our clan want to get married, everybody in the clan must agree. At that, people of our clan can only marry outstanding people. You're very gifted, you're very strong, you can't make the wrong decision now. Indeed, sister, we need to see the one you say you like to tell you if he's acceptable," said a young woman smiling. She sounded terribly hypocritical though. The crowd remained silent. Those people were rich and powerful. Xiao Yuxian enjoyed being alone because those people weren't honest with her. They didn't really care, they were just hypocritical. "Mind your own business. My heart tells me who to like and it has nothing to do with you. Leave now," said Xiao Yuxian. "Sister, we all came to see him, come on," said the girl mockingly. She had always been hostile to Xiao Yuxian in the clan. "Shut the hell up," shouted Xiao Yuxian furiously to the girl. "Xiao Mei, if you came here to make fun of me, you can leave." "How noisy," said someone at that moment. A young man came out of the small house. Just like the rumors said, it was an ordinary and simple cultivator at the bottom of the Tianqi layer. He had only broken through to the third Tianqi layer. Lin Feng had just changed his clothes. He glanced at the crowd inside. Xiao Yuxian had such a high social status. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and as accepted, everybody was there, Yang Zilan, Yang Ziyi, Zhou Jinluo. They were trying to tarnish Xiao Yuxian's reputation. "Sister, don't tell me you fell in love with this piece of trash," said Xiao Mei mockingly. "Shut the hell up." Xiao Yuxian suddenly released energies, but Xiao Mei still looked at Xiao Yuxian with a cold smile. "Indeed, he's the one I love, are you satisfied now?" "Fuck off now, all of you," said Xiao Yuxian coldly. She admitted that she liked Lin Feng, a cultivator at the bottom Tianqi layer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1003, Kiss Kiss. Chapter 1003, Kiss Kiss. "Yuxian, that's fine, but shouldn't you think about our clan? Do you think they will like him?" asked Xiao Mei smiling. "I don't care. I can live the life I want," said Xiao Yuxian coldly. "Since that's what you want." "I can't say anything," said Xiao Mei with a smile. She turned to Lin Feng and said smiling, "Do you actually think you deserve to be loved by my sister, Dot?" "Your name is Lin Feng?" said Xiao Mei smiling at Lin Feng, but that smile was evil, despising, arrogant. "Indeed," replied Lin Feng indifferently and expressionlessly. "Do you know who my sister is?" said Xiao Mei smiling. "I know. You said it a few times already, the Chou clan," said Lin Feng. "Since you know, I'll tell you something. Yuxian is a young woman of my clan and is quite outstanding. She's famous, many men want to marry her, of them, many are way stronger than you. So let me ask you, even though she likes you, do you deserve that love? Do you think you are a good match?" said Xiao Mei. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng. It didn't matter if Xiao Yuxian liked Lin Feng, he was a cultivator at the bottom of the Tianqi layer, could he be with her? What does that have to do with you? Do I need you to tell me how to live my life? Just who do you think you are? Said Lin Feng coldly. Xiao Mei was surprised and smiled coldly. You have to be somewhat aware of the situation. You're just a nobody. Do you think an ant can follow dragons to become a dragon? Let me tell you something now, You should be careful with that stinky mouth of yours, nobody will ever want you if you keep talking like that," said Lin Feng mockingly. Xiao Mei was furious. "You want to die," said Xiao Mei. Nobody had ever humiliated her. She hadn't thought Lin Feng would lose his temper too. "Lin Feng, come here," said Xiao Yuxin. Lin Feng walked towards Xiao Yuxin. "Hug me," said Xiao Yuxin with an infatuating smile. The crowd was astonished. The ice-hearted girl suddenly looked so warm in front of Lin Feng, he made her melt. The guys who were there couldn't stand seeing her act like that with another man. Lin Feng was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Was she serious? "You don't dare?" said Xiao Yuxin using telepathy. She was still smiling at Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. "Why wouldn't I?" said Lin Feng. He then stretched his hands and put them around her waist. Xiao Yuxin shivered and became rigid. She looked nervous. The crowd was astonished. The members of the Qiu clan looked furious. Those who liked Xiao Yuxin were furious. They all wanted to kill Lin Feng. His hands were now on her waist. Xiao Yuxin smiled shyly. She looked so sweet. The crowd was getting even more furious. Xiao Yuxin turned around and wrapped herself up in Lin Feng's arms. She looked at the crowd coldly and said, "Nobody can tell me who I can like. If someone dares touch him, I will kill them. Now, fuck off." Xiao Yuxin then released ice energies and a cold moon appeared above her. A cold autumn moon, just like her name suggested. Translator's note: Xiao means autumn and Yu means moon. The moon looked solitary and cold. Xiao Mei frowned and turned deathly pale. She didn't want to fight Xiao Yuxin. "Piss off," said Xiao Yuxin coldly. Xiao Mei frowned and said, "All right, sister. Let's hope the clan will not be furious. I hope that you two will always be happy." Xiao Mei was furious. By saying, "Let's hope the clan will not be furious," she was threatening Xiao Yuxin. Xiao Mei coldly glanced at Lin Feng and then everybody left. One of the most beautiful girls in Ba Huang had fallen in love with a nobody. What a tragedy. Remembering Xiao Yuxin's beautiful smile when she looked at Lin Feng made them even more furious. Xiao Yuxin looked at those people leave. Lin Feng was shivering. Her spirit was incredible. Xiao Yuxin turned around and left. She went back into the room, without saying anything. Lin Feng followed her. Xiao Yuxin turned around and smiled at Lin Feng. "What? You want to hug me again?" "If you'd allow me," said Lin Feng shrugging. "You're audacious. You actually dared to hug me in front of so many people. Are you not scared of the Qiu clan? Are you not afraid for your future?" Xiao Yuxin was smiling in a resplendent way. She was staring at Lin Feng and looked impatient to hear his reply. "I've always been audacious," said Lin Feng smiling. "Besides, how could I refuse when you asked me so sweetly? You're too beautiful. You're glib-tongued, but have you never thought of the consequences?" "No, I haven't," said Lin Feng shaking his head. He was still smiling. She walked towards Lin Feng, slowly and gracefully. She got very close to him. It seemed like she was trying to arouse him. "By acting like that, it means that you will marry me, would you dare?" asked Xiao Yuxin in a gentle way. Her breath was brushing against Lin Feng's face. It was difficult for Lin Feng to control himself. He stretched his hands and put his arms around her waist. Xiao Yuxin shivered and looked at him. "You've got balls. I told you. Since what I did means we're going to get married, why wouldn't I dare? Is that so? Kiss me, then," said Xiao Yuxin, approaching her lips towards Lin Feng's face and slowly closing her eyes. She was so beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't resist. His mouth approached hers. Boom! A terrifying cold energy surrounded Lin Feng. It was piercingly cold. "Seal!" shouted Lin Feng and released sealing strength. He was firmly holding her in his arms and sealed her pure qi. Xiao Yuxin opened her eyes. Lin Feng had anticipated her move. "You dare," said Xiao Yuxin coldly. "I told you, why wouldn't I?" said Lin Feng, and then he kissed her. It was as if a lightning had pierced through her body. Lin Feng then abruptly turned around and left as fast as he could. Xiongqi looked furious as Lin Feng left. "I didn't see anything," said Xiongqi. Lin Feng grinded his teeth. Xiongqi was shameless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1004, Terrifying Flight of Stairs. Chapter 1004, Terrifying Flight of Stairs. That night, Feng was in his room, practicing cultivation. Boom boom. A sound interrupted his focus. Someone opened the room abruptly. Feng opened his eyes and smiled wryly. What? Am I not welcome here? Said Xiao Yuxin, smiling gently. Of course you are. Xiao Yuxin entered the room. Feng's heart started pounding as he smiled. I just wouldn't have thought you'd come in the middle of the night. Did you miss me that much? I was alone in my room. Since you didn't come, I came. Said Xiao Yuxin, smiling while getting closer to Feng. Feng felt like he was melting when he looked at her smile. Was she joking again? If you had told me to earlier, I would have come. Said Feng, touching her face. Xiao Yuxin didn't reject him. She smiled at him and whispered, Do you enjoy it? Yes, very much so. Said Feng, nodding. I want to please you. Said Xiao Yuxin. Suddenly, her smile disappeared and the room became ice cold. Feng seemed surprised. However, he had anticipated her attack again. He immediately released blood strength, otherwise, she could injure him with that strength. Boom boom boom. It seemed like there was a war in that room. It started shaking and it completely collapsed. When they stopped, Feng was out of breath. His clothes were torn and Xiao Yuxin's punches had left bruises on his skin. He lost again. If you can't even defeat me, how could you confront my clan? Said Xiao Yuxin coldly. Then, she turned around and said, Follow me. Where are we going? Shouted Feng. Tiantai, we need to become Imperial Cultivation disciples. Said Xiao Yuxin without turning around. Feng just followed with a wry smile. Xiongqi was still lying outside of the cabin. Feng was pissed off that Xiongqi was peeking on them. You bastard! Said Feng coldly. Then, he followed Xiao Yuxin. After the two left, Xiao Yuxin looked at Xiao Yuxin from behind, looking rather pensive. That girl fell in love with Feng so fast, could it be? Whispered Xiongqi. Xiongqi didn't think about it much longer. He couldn't be sure. He was wondering if it was a very good or a very bad thing for Feng. Xiao Yuxin and Feng arrived at the bottom of the flight of stairs. It was the middle of the night and the moon was shining on the flight of stairs. We still have a dozen days to go to get up those 18,000 steps. We need to train. If we're trained, we won't have to worry about my clan. We have to become Imperial Cultivation disciples, we must. Said Xiao Yuxin, looking at the moon. Feng looked at her but said nothing. Xiao Yuxin didn't like that. She looked at him and said, Did you hear what I said? But I have to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple so that I can marry you without your clan opposing our union, right? Said Feng, smiling before adding, It seems like you really decided to marry me. Xiao Yuxin looked at him and smiled in a mischievous way. We hugged and kissed already, don't you want to push things further? Of course I do. I am a responsible person. Said Feng when he saw that Xiao Yuxin looked scared. Well, let's go up then. Said Xiao Yuxin, still smiling. Feng didn't say much. He immediately started going up the stairs. Even though it was the middle of the night, Feng and Xiao Yuxin weren't the only ones running up. Xiao Yuxin and Feng were very fast as the wind. They soon climbed 3,000 steps and the pressure was already monstrous. You're too slow. Keep up with me. Said Xiao Yuxin while turning around and smiling at Feng. Feng nodded and calmly followed. Despite the oppressive energies, Feng's speed didn't change. After a while, Feng and Xiao Yuxin arrived on the 10,000th step. The energy was incredibly oppressive, they could barely breathe. It was as if they were carrying mountains on their backs. You alright? Asked Xiao Yuxin to Feng. 10,000 steps, that's nothing. Of course I'm alright. Said Feng, smiling. He had wrapped himself up in wind and tent, of course he was alright. He just paused for a few seconds to take a breath. Then, he started flying up the stairs again. Xiao Yuxin followed him. Very quickly, they reached the 13,000th step. Feng didn't stop this time and directly climbed up to the 15,000th step. Xiao Yuxin's eyes were twinkling. She kept looking at Feng's back. She was already getting out of breath and was sweating profusely. She needed to stop for a few seconds to breathe, but Lin Feng didn't stop. How can he stand the pressure? Is his blood made of iron or what? Whispered Xiao Yuxin. Lin Feng hadn't stopped at all. Not only did he rely on his strength, but also on his blood strength. If a cultivator had a weak blood, they could explode under this pressure. When Xiao Yuxin reached the 16,000th step, she couldn't stand it anymore and finally stopped. She looked at Lin Feng, who hadn't stopped, and shouted, out of breath, "Lin Feng, wait for me." She sounded fragile and innocent. Lin Feng turned around and looked at her, smiling. The cold-hearted and solitary girl looked completely exhausted. "Who told you to go up so fast?" said Xiao Yuxin. Lin Feng remained speechless. She had told him to hurry up a few times. "Let's breathe deeply. We have 2,000 more steps to climb after all," said Xiao Yuxin. After a few minutes, her eyes started twinkling again and she said, "Let's continue." "All right." Lin Feng nodded and they continued climbing the stairs. The oppressive force was becoming unbearable. The strength everyone differently. The stronger a cultivator was, the more oppressive the force was. Therefore, the force oppressing Xiao Yuxin was more intense than the force oppressing Lin Feng. After an hour, they reached the 17,000th step. A terrifying force was oppressing them. Xiao Yuxin stopped again and looked at Lin Feng. "You bastard, how come your blood is so strong?" "I never said my blood was weak," said Lin Feng. Xiao Yuxin smiled again and said, "We reached the 17,000th step. I overestimated the difficulty of the stairs. We will soon reach Tiantai." The two of them continued climbing the stairs. The oppressive forces were incredibly intense by this point. It felt like their blood was going to explode under that pressure. "We're almost there," said Lin Feng, raising his head. 17,900 steps. 100 more to go. Phew, Xiao Yuxin could barely breathe. She smiled and said, "Right, almost. 100 more. We can do it." Then, she condensed pure qi and walked up 18 more steps, 82 more. Boom! She made another step and turned all red. But she smiled and said, "Lin Feng, 81 more steps." She looked excited, "Only 81 more steps." Boom boom! The oppressive force felt like a mountain had suddenly fallen onto her. Her body was propelled backwards and blood splashed out of her mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1005, As Hard as Reaching the Clouds. Chapter 1005, As Hard as Reaching the Clouds. Lin Feng looked at her. He was startled. He quickly jumped and tried to grab her. Boom boom boom. He caught her in his arms and boom. The oppressive force was suddenly so much more powerful. "Let me go, you can't stand two levels of oppressive force at the same time," said Xiao Yuxin. Lin Feng firmly held her in his arms while his blood boiled. He managed to reduce the shaking and lay her on a step. They had fallen down of a few dozen steps. "Are you all right?" asked Lin Feng, wiping the blood off the corner of her mouth. It was unbearable for Lin Feng to see Xiao Yuxin injured. "I'm all right." Xiao Yuxin jumped out of Lin Feng's arms and sat down on a step. She looked at him perplexed. She hadn't thought Lin Feng's blood was so strong. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had managed to catch her in his arms and stand her oppressive force along with his. How could he manage that? Especially seeing how she couldn't. "What happened?" asked Lin Feng. She had only 81 steps to go and was propelled away. "The strength of those stairs is terrifying," said Xiao Yuxin. "I'll try," said Lin Feng. Very quickly, he arrived where Xiao Yuxin was. "Be careful, Lin Feng, it's really scary," warned Xiao Yuxin. They were alone at that height. Many people couldn't stand the force and had to train to get higher. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxin had used lots of blood strength and pure qi to get there. 18,000 steps, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng Xiao Yuxin looked over and saw someone standing there. Someone from Tiantai. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxin looked at that person. Someone was already at the top. They had to be from Tiantai. That person wore normal clothes and looked both calm and simple. That person was wearing a necklace and had no hair at all. "Is that a Buddhist monk?" whispered Lin Feng to himself. That person looked like a Buddhist monk. But Xiao Yuxin said something else. "Sadhu. The last 81 steps are the most difficult. Reaching the clouds is as hard as climbing those last steps. You should come back for the exam," said the sadhu in a low voice, but was distinct. As hard as reaching the clouds, whispered Lin Feng. Those last steps were the real exam. The first step to becoming an imperial cultivation disciple was to climb up the whole flight of stairs. Master, how many do we have to climb to pass the exam? Asked Xiao Yuxin to the young sadhu. Even though he was young, they understood that he was also probably a very strong cultivator. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in Tiantai and wouldn't be there to protect the flight of stairs. Those 81 steps are divided into 9 different sorts of steps. Each group of 9 steps contains different sorts of oppressive strength. Going up 2 groups is enough to qualify, replied the sadhu. Xiao Yuxin looked at Lin Feng. 2 groups is like 10 floors, 9 groups must be very difficult then. Master, can I try? Asked Lin Feng to the sadhu. The sadhu smiled and said, Today you can't, but since we're old friends, try taking a step. Old friends? Lin Feng was confused. He looked at the sadhu, but he didn't know him. Why was he saying that they were old friends? Master, do you know me? Asked Lin Feng. He was too curious. Lin Feng, said the sadhu. Lin Feng was astonished. He knew him. Xiao Yuxin was also astonished. The sadhu knew Lin Feng. What was going on? Someone from Tiantai, an emperor's personal disciple, knew Lin Feng. Xiao Yuxin smiled at Lin Feng in a resplendent way and said, You still have many things to tell me. Lin Feng was speechless. He looked at Xiao Yuxin and said, You never asked either, but... Then, Lin Feng looked at the sadhu again and said, But, I've never seen you. Where do you know me from? From my second fellow disciple, said the sadhu smiling. Then, he said, All right, Lin Feng, do your best to become an imperial cultivation disciple, you'll understand then. Second fellow disciple. Lin Feng was astonished. He suddenly remembered the one Xiong Qi always called a real genius, the second personal disciple of Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu, Ho Changlin. Indeed, that had to be him. Ho Changlin had come to Ganyu and helped Lin Feng a few times. But Lin Feng still didn't understand why. Ho Changlin was so powerful he even humiliated people like Xian Yuan. In front of Ho Changlin, Lin Feng was a speck of dust. Why did he attach so much importance to Lin Feng? Besides, he had helped him a few times. Lin Feng was astonished. Xiao Yuxin's smile was even brighter. That guy surprisingly knew people from Tiantai and on top of that, sadhus. His social status was directly much higher. Xiao Mei and the others wouldn't be disrespectful to him if they knew that. The Yang clan either. He wouldn't have been humiliated when he accompanied Yang Ziyi back to her clan. Xiao Yuxin was impatient to see Lin Feng become an imperial cultivation disciple. Those people would be surprised to see that Lin Feng knew Tiantai's people. Lin Feng started going up again, his blood was boiling. The strength contained in the steps depended on the cultivator's strength. However, Lin Feng's strength was a lot higher compared to his cultivation level. Therefore, the steps in front of him weren't difficult to climb. It was extremely difficult for Xiao Yuxin because her strength was the same as her cultivation level, if not lower. Xiao Yuxin was wondering if Lin Feng could climb the first 9 steps. Lin Feng slowly started going up. Boom boom boom. A powerful oppressive force crashed onto Lin Feng's back. The oppressive force there was even more intense than the previous steps. Lin Feng's clothes and hair were fluttering in the whistling wind. Xiao Yuxin was nervous, she was staring at Lin Feng, motionless. Lin Feng was incredibly persistent. He used his demon strength as well as his strength of the Buddha. Right now, he was strong enough to kill a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer and even ordinary cultivators of the 6th Tianqi layer. He slowly walked up, explosions sounded as Lin Feng persevered. The force was rolling in the sky. 80 more steps to go. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling with sharp lights. His blood seemed like it was going to explode. Xiao Yuxin's nervousness slowly faded and she smiled. Lin Feng was incredible. Lin Feng had just succeeded where she had failed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1006, Calmly Understanding the Flight of Stairs. Chapter 1006, Calmly Understanding the Flight of Stairs. The sadhu smiled and nodded at Lin Feng. The first part of the exam shouldn't be too difficult for you. On the day of the exam, we'll see if you can finish. Thank you, master, said Lin Feng politely. He then turned around and went down the stairs. The sadhu had given him the opportunity to try. Lin Feng wanted to continue going up, but he already had the opportunity to do more than was allowed for others. He had to be content. The sadhu turned around and left. Lin Feng couldn't sense the energies coming from upstairs anymore. Each step had a hidden force. Nobody know how it would be. Not bad, even the master said you would have no problem during the first part of the exam. Said Xiao Yuxin smiling. I wonder if there are several rounds. The master made it sound like there were. Said Lin Feng. The first part was already difficult. Even some talented cultivators would find it difficult. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process can't be easy. There are many other emperors in Bahuang province. They also recruit imperial cultivation disciples, but too many people try to become their imperial cultivation disciples. They already have so many disciples. It's not that interesting to be part of gigantic groups as an imperial cultivation disciple. This time, it's different. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu are organizing their first recruitment process. The ones who succeed will become the emperor's direct disciples. Many geniuses came from many other parts of Bahuang province as well, not only from the northern part. We just haven't seen them. Wait until the exam, you'll see. Said Xiao Yuxin to Lin Feng slowly before adding, in the future, out of those who will have succeeded, they will maybe pick a more restricted selection of disciples to become their direct disciples. That's most rich and young cultivator's goal. Lin Feng nodded. He understood. Rich and young cultivators were arrogant and didn't want to be considered ordinary imperial cultivation disciples, especially people like Xian Yuan who had imperial blood. He wanted to receive an emperor's direct instructions and become an emperor too. Lin Feng, if you become a direct imperial disciple, everybody will respect you. It is a symbolic social status. The Qiu clan will have to respect you too. Whispered Xiao Yuxin. She sounded impatient. You're so impatient to marry me. Said Lin Feng smiling. Xiao Yuxin looked at him. The moon is beautiful tonight, let's sleep here. Said Lin Feng looking at the sky. He was smiling in a resplendent way. It felt like they had a mountain weighing on their back. Surprisingly, he wanted to sleep there? If we stay here for a few days, we will get used to the force. Then, when we go down, we won't feel any weight. Explained Lin Feng. As you wish. Said Xiao Yuxin indifferently. She then sat down. This meant that she agreed. Lin Feng sat down too and closed his eyes. He calmly sensed those energies. He was trying to understand that force. It was oppressing his skin, his flesh, his blood, and his bones. Undergoing such challenges made cultivators become stronger. Lin Feng took out his Tian Shan stone and the force of the earth and the sky instantly became much more intense. Lin Feng could sense the pulsations of the earth and sky even. He entered in a meditative state and started using his corporeal strength to resist the energies. It was difficult at first, but over time, it became easier. Lin Feng fell into a trance, he was gone. Nothing existed around him anymore, at least, he wasn't aware of anything. The moonlight slowly disappeared and it was the morning. Xiao Yuxin opened her eyes. Her body felt sore. She looked at Lin Feng. He was calm, he was even smiling. She was more and more surprised every day. Xiao Yuxin went down a few steps and suddenly felt much better. Just like Lin Feng had said, if they stayed on the higher steps, going down would be easy. However, staying up there a whole night had wore her out. She went to the bottom of the stairs, sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes again. Lin Feng was still in a meditative state. As if he had forgotten everything around him. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Many people came and saw Lin Feng. They were all surprised. A cultivator of the third Tianqi layer could stay up there calmly, that was very surprising. He looked like a mystic being. Some people tried to copy him, but very few people could stay up there that long. Xiao Yuxin opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. His face was red, but he looked like he was enjoying it. He looked like he was enjoying a sauna bath. What a guy, thought Xiao Yuxin. She was speechless. Lin Feng was enjoying it when the others suffered. The sadhu appeared at the top of the stairs and looked at Lin Feng, he smiled. Then, he turned around and left again. He didn't want to disturb Lin Feng. Xiao Yuxin was staring at Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. Just looking at Lin Feng was making her feel relaxed. Why are you staring at me? Said Lin Feng at that moment. She was startled and turned around. Lin Feng didn't say anything after that. Xiao Yuxin was wondering if he was practicing cultivation or if he was actually awake. He was holding his Tian Shan stone and studying the force of the earth and sky. Even though Lin Feng's eyes were closed, he could still see her. A strong wind started blowing above Xiao Yuxin's head. She saw Lin Feng above her and he was surrounded by a terrifying pure qi. The qi of the earth and sky was spinning. Lin Feng was absorbing the strength of the earth and sky at a rapid rate. His pure qi turned into a tornado and shuttled back into his body. Xiao Yuxian was surprised. What was he doing? When the energy made it inside Lin Feng's body, Xiao Yuxian sensed that he had become stronger. He had progressed from the bottom of the third Tian Qi layer to the middle. Phew, Lin Feng exhaled and a pure qi came out from his mouth. Then, it dispersed. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He felt terribly good. Lin Feng stood up and smiled at Xiao Yuxian. It was as if there were no oppressive energies anymore. It couldn't affect him at least. How pleasant, said Lin Feng smiling. The next steps would be easy for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1007, Remember Forever. Chapter 1007, Remember Forever. I feel so bad, said Xiao Yuxian. Lin Feng smiled. He had used his Tianshan stone the whole time to study the force of the earth and sky. He made the accumulated force flow in his body, and in the end, the force had become a part of himself. So he felt very comfortable. He had made a lot of progress. Let's go back. The recruitment process will start soon, said Lin Feng smiling. 7 more days, replied Xiao Yuxian. 7 days. Lin Feng nodded and they left. Going down was easy, going up was difficult. They were used to being at the top though. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process was going to start soon. Many strong cultivators were gathered there. Lin Feng was wondering where Yu and Mo Shi were and if they had already arrived. He hadn't seen them since the Ba Huang Sea. If Yu and the others had left the island of the 9 dragons, they should have arrived by now. But maybe, they were stuck on the island of the 9 dragons. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian didn't stop in the middle of the crowd. They went back to their hotel. However, from far away, they saw some people and stopped. There were people waiting inside for them. The Qiu clan? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed, said Xiao Yuxian nodding. Someone opened the door and several people came out. Xiao Mei was there. The leader, however, was a middle-aged man. He looked at Xiao Yuxian and said, "What? Don't you recognize me?" said the middle-aged man coldly. "Uncle," said Xiao Yuxian coldly. "So, you won't greet me? You're becoming more and more insolent," said the middle-aged man coldly. It seemed like they didn't like each other much. "I don't feel like it," said Xiao Yuxian coldly. "You don't feel like it? You felt like looking for a cultivator of the 3rd Tianqi layer and you dare say there are some things you don't feel like doing," said the middle-aged man with a cold smile. Xiao Yuxian frowned and said coldly, "Uncle, you're an elder. I don't want to argue with you. There are some things which concern myself only. My parents can talk to me about those things, nobody else." "All right, very good. Come with me," said the middle-aged man. "Sorry, I won't," said Xiao Yuxian, shaking her head indifferently. "Humph." The middle-aged man already knew she was going to refuse. In the Qiu clan, Xiao Yuxian was one of the most talented young people. Not many people could tell her what to do. "Your grandfather wants to see you. Don't you want to see your grandfather?" "My grandfather is here?" Xiao Yuxian looked upset. "Baby girl escaped with a boy, of course he came," said the middle-aged man mockingly. "Uncle, if you speak to me like that again, don't blame me for being impolite," said Xiao Yuxian in a rude way. Her voice was getting even colder. "Good. You're growing up now," said the middle-aged man. He then said, "I'm telling you your grandfather wants to see you, come with me, or won't you?" Xiao Yuxian pulled a long face and looked at Lin Feng. There were internal conflicts in the Qiu clan. She didn't want to leave though because she was worried about Lin Feng. But if she didn't go, her grandfather would be furious. That was a dilemma. "If you're worried, he can come too. Your grandfather could meet him. You can show him how outstanding the young man with whom you fell in love is," said the middle-aged man with a cold smile. Xiao Yuxian couldn't bring Lin Feng to see her grandfather. But what would happen otherwise? "You can go. Nothing will happen to me," said Lin Feng smiling. "Little girl, you can go, nothing will happen to that bastard," said a voice behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian looked over at Xiong Qi. He looked so nonchalant. Xiao Yuxian was speechless too. Xiong Qi was calling her little girl. I promise you the Qiu clan won't touch him while we're away, said Xiao Yuxian's uncle. Where is Grandpa? Am I going alone? Asked Xiao Yuxian. Periphery of Tianjing, said the middle-aged man indifferently. Xiao Yuxian nodded at Lin Feng and said, Be careful. Xiao Yuxian then left. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, The Qiu clan doesn't even need to do anything to such a person. Then, he left with the rest of the group. When they left, Qiu Mei looked at Lin Feng coldly. In her eyes, Lin Feng was already dead. Yeah. Xiong Qi sighed. Little boy, everybody really thinks a small cat could kill you. Make them remember you this time, said Xiong Qi. In the distance, several people appeared and suddenly surrounded Lin Feng. Zhou Junluo, good to see you, said Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. He was fuming with anger. This time, I will kill you, said Zhou Junluo coldly. The ones with him were of the same level, cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer. They were all incredible cultivators and none of them were ordinary. They were all cultivators from big and powerful clans. Who are you? We don't know each other, said Lin Feng glancing at the others. They were all strangers. Of course, he knew few people in Bahuang province. The problem was, there were people who he didn't know who wanted to kill him as well. There are many people who want to kill you because you offended Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi. Now, you also offended the Qiu clan. You've gone too far, said Zhou Junluo coldly. I understand, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Because he had offended Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi, many people who wanted to be close to the Yangs or the Qius wanted to kill him, especially those who were in love with Xiao Yuxian. Last time, you used a sword to fight. If you didn't have that sword, you would be dead already. Now, I will give you one more chance, and this time, if you don't use your sword, I'll kill you instantly. I swear, if you decide to use your sword, we'll join hands to kill you, said Zhou Junluo. He didn't want to be humiliated like last time. He knew that if Lin Feng used his sword, he'd lose again. You're right, I'll make them remember me forever, said Lin Feng to Xiong Qi. He then started walking forwards looking carefree. If you want to kill me, attack together, said Lin Feng, whose voice rolled in the air. Zhou Junluo and the others were dumbstruck, but immediately threw themselves at Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1008, Zhou Junluo was scared. Chapter 1008, Zhou Junluo was scared. You want to escape? Said Zhou Junluo. He opened his silver wings and they were as dazzling as before. Zhou Junluo turned into an illusion as he moved towards Lin Feng. The others were also very fast and closely followed Zhou Junluo. Lin Feng had a level 6 wind intent. At the same time, he knew how to use the Xiaoyao agility technique, so he was as fast as lightning. Zhou Junluo was actually surprised by his speed. That's the Xiaoyao agility technique? The Xiaoyao agility technique was a technique of the godly Xiaoyao sect from Bahuang province. It was an imperial skill. Everybody knew the godly Xiaoyao sect. How could Lin Feng know it? Was Lin Feng a member of the godly Xiaoyao sect? Impossible, Yang Ziyi told me Lin Feng was a foreigner. He must have learnt it from someone, thought Zhou Junluo. Many people wanted to learn the Xiaoyao agility technique from the godly Xiaoyao sect because it was one of the most efficient in terms of agility. But Zhou Junluo was still confused though. Many people learnt the technique from the sect, but their speed was always limited. However, Lin Feng's speed was terrifying. Zhou Junluo couldn't even catch up with him. If he can use the real agility technique, he would be even faster, thought Zhou Junluo. Lin Feng had to die. Lin Feng could even use the strength of the earth and sky with his Xiaoyao agility technique. Bzzz. A dazzling white light illuminated the atmosphere. He opened his wings, which turned into 1,000 wings. Zhou Junluo suddenly became a lot faster. Lin Feng just smiled coldly. He shook his hand as if he was using something. He suddenly much faster and a sonic boom was even heard. Zhou Junluo was astonished and looked upset. He couldn't catch up with Lin Feng in terms of speed. How could he kill him? Zhou Junluo had a talisman in his hand. If he broke it, Yang Zilan would immediately know that he was in danger. In that case, Yang Zilan would come back using a boat. The Yang clan had powerful blood and precious treasures. That's why they had so many boats. Xiao Yuxian was a member of the Qiu clan, but didn't possess such treasures. Lin Feng slowed down and flew to the ground. Zhou Junluo was surprised and stopped. He smiled coldly. This was his opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng landed in a desolate place. It looked like a wasteland. Many people had gone to Tiantai, so there weren't many people in the surrounding areas. Zhou Junluo followed Lin Feng closely. His wings were still dazzling. He didn't attack immediately though, he waited above Lin Feng in the sky. You seem scared of me? Why do you fight then? Said Lin Feng mockingly. Zhou Junluo was still relying on his wing spirit. If he didn't, Lin Feng could kill him with one sword strike. The others weren't getting too close to Lin Feng either. If you didn't have your sword, I'd kill you easily. Said Zhou Junluo coldly. That's the same as me saying, if you didn't have a spirit, you'd be dead already. Said Lin Feng laughing. Zhou Junluo was pathetic. My spirit is part of my natural abilities. It comes from my body. Your sword is an external strength. The others quickly surrounded Lin Feng again. Many people want to kill me, you should attack together while you still have the opportunity. Said Lin Feng glancing at the crowd. I can kill you alone, the others can protect me from your sword, that's enough. Said Zhou Junluo coldly. He then started flapping his wings again. Everybody remained silent and vigilant. Those people had come because of Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi. Some others were there because of the Qiu clan. They didn't care about who killed Lin Feng or not. The most important thing was that Lin Feng died. Die! Shouted Zhou Junluo furiously. In a flash, his wind spirit emitted whistling sounds again. Destroy! Said Lin Feng while punching the atmosphere. His punch emitted explosions as it headed forward. Bzzz. Zhou Junluo's blood started boiling and his blood strength rolled in the air. And now your blood strength. Said Lin Feng. He was surrounded by waves of blood strength. Lin Feng released his own blood strength. It slowly rose up in the air. At the same time, he condensed the force of the earth and the sky. The atmosphere was distorted as the wind was still moving towards Lin Feng. Zhou Junluo was confused. What was it now? At that moment, he condensed an infinite amount of silver energies. However, Lin Feng was standing there, in the middle of those energies with a certain strength surrounding him. It was barely visible, but contained the force of the earth and sky. Blood strength. Zhou Junluo quickly realized. How could Lin Feng have such a powerful blood strength? He was confused. Indeed, blood strength, you're not the only who has blood strength. Said Lin Feng coldly, which made Zhou Junluo come back to his senses. The others were surprised too. Lin Feng's blood strength was quite powerful. It was even emitting very loud sounds. It was actually stronger than theirs. They all frowned. Lin Feng's ancestors were probably extremely strong. Had he told them the truth about his social status? Are you really not a member of the Lin clan? Asked Zhou Junluo. I told you I'm not. Well then, what clan do you belong to? Shouted Zhou Junluo furiously. Lin Feng smiled mockingly. You're scared. Zhou Junluo was scared, indeed. What a powerful blood strength. A good fighter, empty space techniques, a terrifying sword, fine, he could understand that those things could be learnt, but blood strength? Where did it come from? All those elements combined meant that Lin Feng's ancestors had a terrifying blood strength, his clan had incredible secret books with powerful techniques and powerful items, otherwise, Lin Feng couldn't be this scary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1009, Lin Feng the Terror. Chapter 1009, Lin Feng the Terror. The continent of the Nine Clouds was vast and there were many extraordinary people. Without powerful blood, a cultivator's spirit was quite weak. Blood and spirits were two different things. A cultivator inherited from a spirit and blood was transmitted from Zun-level ancestors. Having a powerful blood strength contributed to having a powerful spirit. Lin Feng had a strong blood, that's why he thought Lin Feng's ancestor was a powerful cultivator. Besides, he also knew an empty space technique and had the Tianji sword. Only rich people had such things usually. Lin Feng's ancestor had to be incredible. Lin Feng rose up in the air and glanced at Zhou Junluo. Your powerful blood granted you extraordinary abilities. However, you're wasting your abilities acting like a dog for the Yang clan. I will show you with just my blood that I don't need a sword to defeat you. Lin Feng jumped forwards and released an incredible amount of strength. The dazzling silver lights paled in comparison. Chou Junluo was incredulous. Last time he had seen Lin Feng, he had broken through to the second Tianqi layer. Now with the strength of the third Tianqi layer and a powerful blood spirit, Chou Junluo was less confident in himself. Lin Feng slowly walked towards him. His feet were absorbing the force of the earth and the sky. The atmosphere changed as snowflakes were falling. Die! Shouted Chou Junluo furiously. He rose up in the air, opening his wings. His wings were as sharp as blades. If he reached Lin Feng, he would certainly kill him. Empty space bestial illusion technique, said Lin Feng in a mystical way. His snowy tunnel appeared. Chou Junluo pierced through Lin Feng, but nothing happened, as if Lin Feng was an illusion. This empty space technique again. Chou Junluo was furious. That technique was too difficult to deal with. Last time, he took great efforts to destroy Lin Feng's illusion technique. Chou Junluo was furious. He couldn't afford being stuck in the illusion this time. Are you not coming to kill me? Why aren't you willing to fight me? Said Lin Feng laughing. Chou Junluo looked at the others and said, that's an ancient illusion technique, help me, we have to destroy it. All right. The others nodded and surrounded Lin Feng while releasing terrifying energies. His illusion technique isn't perfect. It's quite small. If our attack is powerful enough, we'll destroy it easily. Everybody, use your most powerful attack to destroy it, said one of them while releasing his spirit, a gigantic sword. That gigantic sword diffused dazzling lights and looked quite scary. Yes, let's break his illusion and kill him. We don't need to waste any more time here, said another one coldly. He released his spirit too, a gigantic mountain which was seen to possess a bit of speed. Everybody was releasing their spirits or using various attacks to destroy Lin Feng's illusion technique. Sounds like a plan. Let's kill him as fast as possible then, said Chou Junluo nodding. Lin Feng's blood had become too strong, they couldn't easily kill him. Joining hands was the better solution. They really strong indeed, thought Lin Feng. The earth and sky had changed drastically with all those energies. However, could they kill Lin Feng that way? Lin Feng still had some tricks. Since you're joining hands, I should kill you all at the same time now, said Lin Feng laughing. The others were surprised. Was Lin Feng insane? How could he laugh? Killing them at the same time? Lin Feng released pale dark lights and his eyes turned pitch black. He looked like a demon. Chou Junluo opened his wings, one couldn't see the sky anymore under all those powers. He fixedly stared at Lin Feng and said, no matter who you are, you'll die today. Die, die, die. They all released their energies at the same time. The gigantic sword fell upon Lin Feng's snowy tunnel. At the same time, the gigantic mountain spirit also fell down on the snowy tunnel and caused it to crack. Chou Junluo landed in the snowy tunnel. The snowy tunnel started shaking. Lin Feng's illusion created another world, so if the attack wasn't powerful enough, it couldn't be dispelled. Even though it was a small one, it was difficult for Tian-level cultivators to destroy such spells. Even while inside, they couldn't notice any characteristics that would normally inform them that it was an illusion spell. Come and break it then, said Lin Feng. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. The earth and sky were shaking along with the snowy tunnel. Then, the energy of the snowy tunnel disappeared. It was broken. Die, said everyone laughing. However, Lin Feng released demonic energies and moved his hands, it looked like he was dancing. Demon destruction, yelled Lin Feng in a piercingly cold and deep voice. In a flash, black lights invaded the atmosphere. Everybody felt like they were stuck, as if encased in cement. Killing so many noble cultivators at once, what a pity, said Lin Feng. Then, he shook his hand and a black fire appeared. Boom, boom. Lin Feng punched those cultivators with the fire and they started burning while emitting horrible shrieks. Bzzz, bzzz, Lin Feng was extremely fast. Before anyone could react, he had punched all of them and they were all burning in a black fire. Chou Junluo was higher up in the air, so he didn't get caught up in the attack. However, he already didn't feel like fighting anymore. How scary. Lin Feng possessed pitch-black pupils and looked like a demon. What a powerful demon cultivation. For a cultivator at the bottom of the Tianqi layer, he wasn't bad at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1010, Swallowing Spirits. Chapter 1010, Swallowing Spirits. Lin Feng was staring down Chou Junluo with his dark pupils. All his friends had burnt alive and were now dead. Those people were close to the Yang clan and Xiu clan, and they had high social statuses. They had strong blood, strong spirits, and good fighting abilities. So many people had attacked and they all failed. The consequences were tragic. Even though Lin Feng's illusion had broken, Lin Feng had still killed them. "Do you still want to kill me?" said Lin Feng. Chou Junluo looked distressed. "We're not enemies," said Chou Junluo. Lin Feng was surprised to hear that. He smiled mockingly and said, "Why would you want to kill me if we weren't enemies?" "You tried to kill me, so you are my enemy," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He looked at Chou Junluo in a despising way. The other day, Chou Junluo had looked at Lin Feng in that same despising way. He thought that with his status, he could humiliate Lin Feng, but in fact, he couldn't. He had lost the first time and now the second time would cost him his life. "Do you know why I didn't kill you before?" asked Lin Feng. Chou Junluo suddenly looked full of hope again. "Why?" asked Chou Junluo. "You despise me because you have a strong spirit and strong blood. I want to show you my spirit too, and I want you to taste my blood strength," said Lin Feng, laughing indifferently. Chou Junluo was petrified. Buzzing sounds spread in the air as Lin Feng released his blood strength. It sounded like a furious ocean gushing out. What was Lin Feng's spirit like then? Very quickly, a 9-headed dragon appeared behind Lin Feng. A dragon. He had a dragon spirit. Even if Lin Feng's blood wasn't strong, he would have still be surprised. Lin Feng's ancestor had a dragon spirit. But on top of that, Lin Feng's blood was also strong, dragon blood. Lin Feng's dragon spirit was incredible. It seemed like that 9-headed dragon was going to swallow the world. Roar! The dragon roared and threw himself at Chou Junluo. Chou Junluo was nervous, terrified even. He opened his wings and wrapped himself up. "Humph." Lin Feng smiled coldly. His dragon opened his mouth and started eating the silver lights. Kacha, kacha, the dragon was nibbling the silver wings. He could only nibble at them because they were so hard. "No!" Chou Junluo was in pain. His face had turned deathly pale. Bzzz. He opened his wings again, this time he wanted to escape. Roar, the dragon roared. Chou Junluo started shaking violently. He couldn't move. The dragon was hungry. Roar, he was chanting. The heads moved towards Chou Junluo and bit him. They were eating his legs, his arms, his entire body. Chou Junluo was deathly pale. He was terrified. One of the heads opened its gigantic mouth and ate one of his wings whole. "What are you doing?" shouted Chou Junluo furiously. He was going to die. "I let you live because I want to absorb your spirit," said Lin Feng. The dragon opened his mouth again and ate the other wing. "Ah!" Chou Junluo gave a horrible shriek. Lin Feng wanted his spirit. "We're done now. See you." Roar. Then, the dragon ate Chou Junluo entirely. The dragon moved back towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and sensed the spirit. Back then, when his spirit was still the celestial Feng spirit, he could already absorb other spirits. Now that Lin Feng had absorbed dragon blood, his dragon was bigger and could absorb stronger spirits. Lin Feng was wondering if he could use all the powers of the spirits he absorbed now. The dragon was curling up behind Lin Feng. At that moment, silver lights appeared and the dragon slowly disappeared. The dragon was turning into the silver wings. "I can still absorb spirits and use them, great," thought Lin Feng. He now had bright and dazzling silver wings protruding from his back. Lin Feng was using Chou Junluo's silver wings. Bzzz, he started flapping the silver wings. "Let's go," said Lin Feng as he started flying away with incredible speed. In the distance, a boat arrived and stopped. It was Yang Ziyi and Yang Zilan as well as a powerful Zun cultivator. Chou Junluo had called them just before dying. "What happened here?" shouted the Zun cultivator furiously. There were no corpses. They had either burnt or were swallowed. They didn't know if Lin Feng was dead or alive either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1011, Problems at the Chios. Chapter 1011, Problems at the Chios. There are some silver lights over there, Zhou Junluo must still be alive, said the Zun cultivator. There was a pale silver light in the distance. Right, Zhou Junluo's blood is also quite strong. With his silver wing spirit, Lin Feng couldn't possibly kill him. Lin Feng must have gotten injured and tried to escape, then Zhou Junluo chased him, said Yang Zilan. Seeing the silver wings lights relieved him. Zhou Junluo wasn't dead and had called them because he needed some help. Now, he was probably chasing Lin Feng. Let's go and see if Lin Feng is buried already. To actually take our boat, he was begging for his own destruction. Their boat streaked across the sky in the direction of the silver wings lights. However, halfway across the sky, the silver lights disappeared. What do you think? Asked Yang Zilan to the Zun cultivator. The Zun cultivator's facial expression was ice cold, no battle energy, and the energy stopped so suddenly. There's only one possibility, the battle is already over and Zhou Junluo removed the traces of his energies. What? Yang Zilan was surprised and looked upset. You think that Zhou Junluo made us come here on purpose and then left? Said Yang Zilan coldly. I wouldn't be surprised. Lin Feng had a boat and 1,000 abstruse crystals, a precious sword and many other precious items. Zhou Junluo probably wanted all of those for himself, said the Zun cultivator. Zhou Junluo might have that idea. However, what they couldn't figure out was the silver lights they just saw wasn't actually released by Zhou Junluo. Yang Zilan looked at the Zun cultivator, he was furious too. Zhou Junluo was actually this shameless. Should we continue looking for him? Asked Yang Ziyi coldly. No need. Zhou Junluo isn't stupid, he must have planned everything ahead, said the Zun cultivator. Yang Zilan nodded and said, we know it's him anyway. We can settle accounts at any time. Then, they turned around and left. After they left, in the distance, Lin Feng raised his head. He had changed his face. He took out his mask and had an ice-cold expression. The young siblings wanted to kill him so badly, Lin Feng was furious. Since you want me dead, I can pretend I'm dead for the time being, thought Lin Feng. Besides, letting them think it was Zhou Junluo was great, they would want to settle accounts with the Zhou clan. Dazzling lights appeared and Lin Feng opened his silver wings again. My 9-headed dragon spirit can swallow spirits and blood, it's even stronger now. I'm happy I can use the silver wing spirits, thought Lin Feng while flapping his wings. He then streaked across the sky like a meteor. After Yang Zilan returned to his clan, he told many people about how Zhou Junluo was greedy and wanted their boat. He told everyone Zhou Junluo had killed Lin Feng and taken his treasures for himself. Lin Feng's death didn't have anything to do with them anymore, it was Zhou Junluo who wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. Besides, those who had gone with him were also from prestigious and rich clans. Now that they were dead, those powerful clans wouldn't be too happy with what Zhou Junluo had done. Many people spread this gossip. However, Zhou Junluo and Lin Feng weren't that important. People's favorite topic remained Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process. Only a few days were left before it started. In Tianjing City, there were many strong cultivators. Many disciples from rich and powerful clans were there already, disciples of the Yang clan, of the Qiu clan, of the Lin clan. But potential candidates did not only travel from the northern part of Bahuang province, there were also those from other parts of the province who belonged to influential groups, for example the Yi clan from the western part of Bahuang province, the Man clan from the eastern part of Bahuang province and so on. Apart from them, there were other imperial cultivation disciples sent by their own teachers, emperors, to congratulate Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu for their initiative. After Qiu Yuxian left, the coldness didn't disappear from her face. People couldn't even talk to her or get close. The Qiu clan was a prestigious and powerful clan and Lin Feng was a nobody. Qiu Yuxian didn't need to go and see her grandfather, she already knew he would never accept their union. They thought that with Qiu Yuxian's natural abilities, beauty and social background, she had to be married with a genius from Bahuang province who had a very high social status. Otherwise, the Qiu clan would lose face. Xian Yuan would probably rank first amongst Tian-level cultivators at the recruitment process. Then, he would ask for Yang Ziye's hand officially. Qiu Yuxian was stronger and more beautiful than Yang Ziyi, therefore, she had to find someone better than Xian Yuan. If she stayed with Lin Feng, everybody would make fun of the Qiu clan. Next to a lake in Tianjing, someone was sitting, fishing. Nobody knew what he was thinking, but they looked majestic and dignified. Come and see me, said the old man at that moment. After a short while, Qiu Yuxian's third uncle walked up to the old man and said, Father, what do you think of all this? Asked the old man. Father, our clan is one of the most prestigious in the north. We've never considered weak by anyone else. The Yang clan and the Xian Yuan's clan are going to fuse soon. Uxin is one of our strongest and most outstanding children, she can't marry an ordinary man. Everybody will laugh to death if we accept," said Xiao Uxin's third uncle. Birds of a feather flock together, that was the rule applied by powerful clans, including the Chiu clan. Uxin is quite stubborn and quite cold. There are many outstanding men who are interested in her, but she doesn't like them, I don't know why. Surprisingly, she's interested in an ordinary person. We can't make her change her mind though," sighed the old man. "Father, you mean," said the uncle coldly. "Go. Don't let her know you did it." Xiao Uxin's third uncle smiled and said, "Father, I already took the initiative. When I asked Uxin to come, some people attacked him. Not only people I sent but members of the Yang clan as well." The old man frowned, shook his head and said, "I will ask your brother to go and see. If it worked, Uxin will need to be cheered up. If it didn't work, you can do as I said, go now." "Understood, father," said Xiao Uxin's third uncle and left. So many cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer had attacked Lin Feng, he had to be dead. The uncle had already planned everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10-12, Xiao Uxin's Fury. Chapter 10-12, Xiao Uxin's Fury. After Xiao Uxin left, she went back to her room in the courtyard. Lin Feng wasn't there, which made her heart pound. She felt very nervous now. Her entire life, she never thought she'd find someone she liked, but life was mysterious and she had met Lin Feng, who she immediately developed feelings for. After that, that familiar feeling when she was with Lin Feng had grown stronger. It was so mysterious, she couldn't explain why she felt like that. Now, Lin Feng had disappeared. She didn't stop. She immediately looked for hints of Lin Feng's whereabouts. Very quickly, she heard about Lin Feng's battle and she was furious. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she forced herself to calm down. She felt like she was going insane. She decided to go to the lake. Xiao Lin, Xiao Mei and some others had just left the lake. Their father had asked them to go and find out about Lin Feng, to see if he was dead or not. They weren't very far when they saw a white silhouette arrive. It was Xiao Uxin and she looked furious. "How cold!" thought Xiao Mei and Xiao Lin. Xiao Uxin's chi was piercingly cold. She looked enraged even. "Uxin, sister," said Xiao Mei with a resplendent smile. However, despite her smile, she looked nervous. Bzzz. A moon appeared in Xiao Uxin's back. That moon was piercingly cold, just like her chi, and like her mood. Autumn moon spirit. Xiao Mei and Xiao Lin were scared. Xiao Uxin's first reaction upon seeing them was to release her spirit. Xiao Uxin was the only one in the family who had an autumn moon spirit, her blood had undergone a transformation at birth. "Uxin, sister, what are you doing?" Xiao Lin and Xiao Mei looked scared. If Xiao Uxin released her spirit, it was because she wanted to fight. Bzzz, her moon spirit diffused pale lights which surrounded them. They felt cold, as if they were going to freeze. Xiao Uxin's clothes were fluttering in the cold breeze. She raised her hands and a full moon appeared in her hands, solitary and cold, just like her. "Uxin, sister, what are you doing?" Xiao Lin and Xiao Mei's bodyguards released a terrifying chi and blocked Xiao Uxin's spirit. "Those who try to confront me will die," said Xiao Uxin coldly. She raised her hands and two moons appeared, they combined into a gigantic moon and shot out towards the attackers. "Uxin, sister!" shouted Xiao Mei and Xiao Lin. They were astonished that Xiao Uxin was attacking them, after all, they were family. Boom! The two bodyguards flew away. More people tried to stop her, so she glared at them while shouting, "I'll repeat myself once more, those who try to stop me will die." Her autumn moon rose up in the air once more. It was oppressing Xiao Mei and the other and the sensation was very painful. "You want to kill your family because of a stranger? You're insane!" shouted Xiao Lin furiously. He took out a talisman and broke it. Xiao Uxin's moon was oppressing the bodyguards, and they felt like they were going to be crushed under the pressure. They knew how strong Xiao Uxin was. They never thought that they'd have to fight against her though. Some people in distance were watching the fight, astonished. Xiao Uxin was attacking Xiao Lin and Xiao Lin, but why? Had she gone insane? Boom boom. Explosions sounded as the Tian-level bodyguards couldn't stop Xiao Uxin's attack. They were all propelled away. "Why?" shouted Xiao Mei furiously. Xiao Yuxian glanced at her coldly, but didn't reply. Did she need to answer such a question? Xiao Mei's father had taken Xiao Yuxian away, and when she went back she couldn't find Lin Feng. He had been killed, that was perfectly clear. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi killed Lin Feng, shouted Xiao Mei furiously. Xiao Yuxian stopped and said, they helped? They did it, it has nothing to do with us, replied Xiao Mei. How could you even know? Said Xiao Yuxian coldly. Her full moon appeared again and Xiao Lin and Xiao Mei's faces turned deathly pale. Stop! Shouted a furious voice which startled Xiao Yuxian. Xiao Mei and Xiao Lin suddenly looked relieved. Finally! Father, save us! Shouted Xiao Mei. Even though Xiao Yuxian stopped, she still had murder in her eyes. She released more moons as well as her godly awareness. Xiao Mei was incredulous. Her father was coming and Xiao Yuxian continued attacking them. She was actually insane. Xiao Mei, godly awareness! Shouted Xiao Lin, which made Xiao Mei come back to her senses. She finally reacted and released her godly awareness at the same time as Xiao Lin. Blocking Xiao Yuxian's godly awareness was difficult. Boom boom! An ice-cold energy attacked Xiao Lin and Xiao Mei's godly awareness. They both groaned in pain as blood splashed from their mouths. They looked very pale now. You're insane! Shouted Xiao Mei's father. Incredible energies surrounded Xiao Yuxian's body and made her fly away. Her clothes were ripped apart and she was wounded. She recalled her godly awareness and looked at her third uncle, Xiao Hao, you're shameless. You better protect them carefully, if I see them again, I'll kill them, said Xiao Yuxian. Then, she turned around and left. Xiao Hao pulled a long face. Xiao Yuxian actually threatened him. Do you think you can leave just like that? Xiao Yuxian just replied, if I die, you'll die too. Xiao Hao just looked at her back, petrified. She was absolutely insane. What a disrespectful young woman. However, he couldn't touch Xiao Yuxian. Xiao Yuxian was threatening to kill his children, but he couldn't touch her because of her position in the clan. Xiao Yuxian disappeared in the distance. Xiao Hao and the others were still upset. Xiao Hao's father arrived as fast as he could, only to see Xiao Yuxian flying off in the distance. Father, she's insane, said Xiao Hao. Because you're reckless, shouted the old man furiously. If someone killed Xiao Mei's boyfriend, how would you react? Xiao Hao, Xiao Mei and Xiao Lin didn't say anything. Surprisingly, the old man was defending Xiao Yuxian. Even though they really were reckless, they hadn't thought Xiao Yuxian would react like that. If the boy isn't dead, I wish I could see him, at least to make Yuxian happy again, whispered the old man. Be careful in the future, don't make Yuxian furious again. Let her calm down, all she needs now is time. And Xiao Lin, Xiao Mei, don't go out alone. Xiao Hao and the others were sulking. Xiao Yuxian was free to go outside, but not Xiao Mei. You killed the boy whom Yuxian loved, she deserves some compassion, said the old man before leaving. Father, Grandpa also wants to him dead, said Xiao Lin. Shut up, shouted Xiao Hao furiously. Lin Feng was dead and the old man defended Xiao Yuxian, who was depressed. That was only normal, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1013, Hostage and Battles. Chapter 1013, Hostage and Battles. There were many people at the foot of Tian Tai. Even more people were trying to get up the stairs now. Many people now knew that the last 81 steps were the hardest ones and that they were divided into 9 groups of 9. Many people were injured while stepping on the 17,919th step, so nobody dared act carelessly anymore. Many people tried to go up, but nobody managed to because a sadhu appeared at the top and told them it was forbidden. That flight of stairs is terrifying. I wonder how cruel the last 81 steps are. A group of young people drew everyone's attention at that moment. The young men were extremely handsome and the young women were very beautiful. That group consisted of members from the Yang clan as well as their friends. The 9 last groups of stairs must be very difficult, but for you, Zilan, it mustn't be a problem at all, said someone. Yang Zilan smiled in a resplendent way. During the exam, he would be the only one to succeed and everybody would look at him gasping with admiration. Even though I'm very strong, I'm still far from being as strong as Xian Yuan, said Yang Zilan smiling. Xian Yuan was a beast. Even though Zilan and Xian Yuan had both broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer, Zilan was a lot weaker than Xian Yuan. Zilan, you're not that weak. Besides, Ziyi and Xian Yuan are going to get married. The more glorious he is, the better for you," said someone else. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi both smiled in a proud and magnificent way. Bzzz. A cold energy suddenly surrounded them. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi's smile suddenly became rigid. They turned around and saw a moon shooting towards them with incredible speed. "You want to die?" shouted the one who had just complimented Yang Zilan, but he didn't have time to react as he suddenly died. Everybody was astonished and many people moved aside. Nobody thought that life and death battles would take place there. "Xiu Yuxin." Yang Zilan recognized her and shouted. "Scorching sun, kill the moon!" shouted Yang Zilan furiously. A burning sun appeared in his hand and moved towards Xiu Yuxin. The moon and the sun were antagonist forces, so they each faded when they ran into each other. However, buzzing sounds continued to spread in the air. The crowd was trembling. Xiu Yuxin had released another autumn moon. What's going on? The Yang clan and the Qiu clan are fighting? That's insane. Many people were wondering what was going on, but at the same time, they were excited. They really wanted to know why Qiu Yuxin was attacking them. Besides, several influential clans might get involved. I heard that the one Qiu Yuxin loves, a man called Lin Feng, rescued Yang Ziyi in the middle of the Huang Sea, but asked for their boat in exchange. The Yang clan couldn't accept that and has been trying to kill Lin Feng ever since. Then, a short time ago, Zhou Junluo killed Lin Feng, and since Zhou Junluo and Yang Zilan are friends, that must explain why Qiu Yuxin wants to kill them. Many people trying to guess what was going on. From the below, everybody could see the battle clearly. There were many people on the flight of stairs, so the news spread quickly. The Yang clan and the Qiu clan were fighting. After learning how to use the silver wings, Lin Feng went back to the hotel, but only found Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi told him that Qiu Yuxin had gone to look for him. There were many people at the foot of the flight of stairs of Tiantai, therefore, going to look over there was probably the most logical thing to do. So Lin Feng decided to head that way. Lin Feng raised his head and saw many people in the sky. What's going on there? Don't you know? The Qiu clan and the Yang clan are fighting because Lin Feng was killed. Qiu Yuxin is furious and almost killed Qiu Mei and Qiu Lin. Unfortunately for her, Qiu Hao intervened. Then, Qiu Yuxin came here to kill Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi. Maybe Lin Feng was killed by someone sent by Yang Zilan. Explained some stranger to Lin Feng. Qiu Yuxin wanted to kill her own family members and the Yang siblings because of him. What a woman! Lin Feng was surprisingly cheerful. He hadn't thought that Qiu Yuxin loved him so much. Maybe the Qiu clan would let Qiu Yuxin off, but the Yang clan wouldn't. Lin Feng raised his head. The energies didn't affect him at all. Lin Feng's heart was pounding from resentment. Lin Feng flew quickly to find out that the fight had already stopped. Qiu Yuxin was bleeding and the Zun cultivators of the Yang clan were surrounding her. They had already injured her. Qiu Yuxin, you're insane. I've always respected you and surprisingly you want to kill me. Do you want my clan to hate yours? Asked Yang Zilan coldly. You're a shameless coward. Screamed Qiu Yuxin. Lin Feng saved your little sister and you've been trying to kill him this whole time. You're shameless. We have the same cultivation level and you won't fight me on your own. Instead, you made the strong cultivators from your clan attack me. You're not a man, you're a shameless coward. Qiu Yuxin humiliated Yang Zilan, which made him furious. He had been trying to kill Lin Feng the whole time, but kept failing. Then Zhou Junluo had managed to kill Lin Feng. In the end he had stolen Lin Feng's treasures too. Now he didn't dare fight Qiu Yuxin. The worst fact was that his blood wasn't that strong because he hadn't had sex with that many women. All in all, he was much weaker than Qiu Yuxin. Yang Zilan was quite unlucky these days. He was now furious because of what Qiu Yuxin said. I've always been polite, but you surprisingly dare attack and humiliate me. You're ridiculous. If the Qiu clan doesn't give us an explanation, you'll be staying with us, said Yang Zilan coldly. Capture her. A Zun cultivator released incredible qi. Lin Feng was furious. A Zun cultivator was humiliating Qiu Yuxin. How unfair. Maybe even worse things would happen to her if they captured her. Lin Feng looked around him with incredible anger. Die, said Qiu Yuxin to Yang Zilan. She released her godly awareness straight at Yang Zilan. You want to die, shouted the Zun cultivator furiously. He released his godly awareness and enveloped Qiu Yuxin's moon-shaped godly awareness. Slash. At that moment, silver lights appeared and someone threw himself at Yang Ziyi. He had dazzling silver wings. What? Yang Zilan was astonished. Someone dared attack Yang Ziyi. He shouted furiously, "Try if you dare, dut." However, that person flapped his silver wings and a hurricane appeared. At the same time, he took Yang Ziyi and left with her. The Yang clan hadn't thought that someone would try to protect Zhou Yuxin if they attempted to kidnap her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1014, Humiliating the Yang Clan. Chapter 1014, Humiliating the Yang Clan. Lin Feng flapped his silver wings and ran away with incredible speed. He was holding Yang Ziyi. It seemed that if she moved, she could die from the wings instantly. "Silver Wing Spirit, Zhou Clan, who are you?" said Yang Ziyi coldly. Surprisingly, members of the Zhou clan actually kidnap her. That was unimaginable. "Did you hear that Jun Luo is dead?" said that person coldly. Yang Zilan was quite surprised. "What are you talking about?" "Zhou Jun Luo killed Lin Feng, stole his treasures and left with them." "Why are you saying that he's dead?" "Humph, people of the Yang clan are so shameless," said Lin Feng. They thought he was a member of the Zhou clan, so Lin Feng played along. The more tensions between their clans, the better. "Lin Feng saved your sister and you still act so shamelessly. You sent Jun Luo and the others to kill him, to help you all because you wanted your boat back. You used my brother, Jun Luo. He broke the talisman to tell you he was in danger, but you didn't come, you let him die. You shameless bastard!" shouted Lin Feng furiously so that everybody could hear. Yang Zilan and the others looked upset. Everybody knew that the Yang clan wanted to kill Lin Feng, but it wasn't official. Now, surprisingly, one of Zhou Jun Luo's brothers was there, exposing the truth. The Yang clan was losing face. Zhou Jun Luo broke the talisman and died? Yang Zilan was surprised. He thought Zhou Jun Luo had stolen Lin Feng's treasures and escaped. Now, his brother was saying that Zhou Jun Luo was dead? "Indeed, he died," said Lin Feng coldly. Yang Zilan could see that Zhou Jun Luo's brother was furious. "What about Lin Feng?" asked Yang Zilan. "If Zhou Jun Luo was dead, what about Lin Feng? He died too." "Everybody died, it was a total destruction, jade and stone burned together," said Lin Feng coldly. Zhou Yuxin's heart was suddenly crushed. He was dead. There was no hope anymore. She started crying. Lin Feng looked at her, his heart hurt so bad, but he couldn't do much. If he told her anything, everybody would know who he is. "Jun Luo was my friend. I'm so sad to learn that he's dead. Besides, Lin Feng killed him. Why would you take my sister as a hostage?" said Yang Zilan in a gentle way, because he was now scared for his sister. "Yang Zilan, don't you think you're acting ridiculous? You're shameless. You make me want to puke. My brother died because of you and you dare spread rumors about him and tarnish his reputation. That's what you do to your friends? You tarnish their reputation when they're dead?" said Lin Feng. He was secretly exulting. He felt like he was secretly spreading poison amongst all those people. "Maybe I was wrong, but I didn't know that Jun Luo was dead. Now that I know, I will do what I can for the Zhou clan to forgive us. Let my sister go and our clans will stay friends in the future," said Yang Zilan gently. "Friend? Lin Feng saved that girl and took her home, that's how you treat your friends?" said Lin Feng mockingly. Yang Zilan was getting furious and impatient by this point. Everybody would think that his clan was only shameless. "Don't be selfish. Think about your clan," said Yang Zilan coldly. He was starting to threaten that person. "My clan will kill shameless people like you because you're inferior to us," said Lin Feng fearlessly. "If a great war started between the clans, that would be great." "You want to die," said Yang Zilan releasing energies. Lin Feng flapped his silver wings and Yang Ziyi shouted in fear. She was wounded. "You're scared too. Unfortunately, when someone tried to save you, you didn't show how grateful you were," said Lin Feng mockingly. Yang Zilan recalled his energies. Lin Feng smiled coldly. He had tarnished Yang Zilan's reputation and created tensions between the Yang clan and the Zhou clan. "Zhou Yuxin has done nothing. Let Miss Zhou Yuxin go," said Lin Feng indifferently. Yang Zilan was speechless. Lin Feng was still holding Yang Ziyi and now he was asking them to liberate Zhou Yuxin? "Don't you think that you're going too far?" said Yang Zilan. However, Lin Feng was still holding Yang Ziyi, so Yang Zilan couldn't do anything. Ah! Yang Ziyi shouted again, blood dripped down her throat. Yang Zilan looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. The crowd was astonished. The Chou clan had some insane people. They kidnapped Yang Ziyi and then threatened the Yang clan. That guy had balls. I will not repeat myself again, let Xiao Yuxin go, said Lin Feng. Yang Zilan didn't know what to do, but in the end, the members of the Yang clan flew away and let Xiao Yuxin go. Xiao Yuxin looked at Lin Feng. She didn't understand why that person was helping her. She nodded at Lin Feng and also flew away. Now, let my sister go, said Yang Zilan coldly. Not yet, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He looked at Yang Zilan and said, take out your boat and remove the connections you have with your boat. Yang Zilan looked furious. That guy wanted his boat? The crowd was astonished too, but they were excited. Things were getting interesting. Yang Zilan, are you that shameless? Would you let your sister die because of a boat? Said Lin Feng mockingly. Yang Zilan said, if I give you the boat, you must release my sister. Of course, said Lin Feng nodding. He had saved Xiao Yuxin and was taking another one of their boats. Not bad. The two siblings wouldn't have a boat after that, they wouldn't be able to escape dangers in the future. Yang Zilan shook his hand and a boat appeared. He immediately removed his connections to the boat. Take it, said Yang Zilan. That boat was incredible and was worth a lot of abstruse crystals. Lin Feng established a connection between him and the boat. In a flash, the boat became alive again. He flapped his silver wings and landed on the boat. However, the silhouettes of the strong cultivators of the Yang clan flickered. They wanted to stop Lin Feng. They also released a powerful energy. You can let her go now, said Yang Zilan coldly. If I let her go in these circumstances, you'll just kill me. Why would I ask for the boat if it was to die 5 minutes later? Said Lin Feng with a cold smile. What do you want? Asked Yang Zilan in a piercingly cold way. Let me pass, said Lin Feng coldly. If I let you pass but you don't let my sister go, what will I do then? If I kill your sister, you'll go insane. I'm not that cruel. I have everything I want now, so let me pass. I will let her go. Yang Zilan remained silent and said, if you don't let her go, I guarantee you that you will not leave Tianjing City. Yang Zilan waved at the strong cultivators telling them to move away. Lin Feng moved away with the boat and about 10,000 meters away, he said to Yang Zilan with a cold smile, you better not come to the Chou clan, otherwise, we'll chop your sister's body into 1,000 pieces. He then flapped his wings, threw Yang Ziyi away at Yang Zilan and left with the boat. In a flash, he disappeared. What a humiliation for the Yang clan. Go back to the clan and inform them about what happened, said Yang Zilan coldly. People shivered. They understood, things looked bad for the Chou clan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1015, Incredible People. Chapter 1015, Incredible People. Lin Feng traveled far away with the boat before changing his face again. He also recalled his silver-winged spirit. That way, the one who had saved Xiao Yuxin, kidnapped Yang Ziyi and stole Yang Zilan's boat had disappeared, and the only ones to blame would be the Chou clan. Lin Feng then went back to the hotel. He wanted to see Xiao Yuxin. Had she gone back to the hotel? Lin Feng released his awareness and inspected the surroundings. Someone was in Xiao Yuxin's room, she had probably come back. Lin Feng smiled and put the mask he was wearing back on. Then, he opened her room and saw Xiao Yuxin. She was sitting on her bed and looked furious when she saw someone open her door. What? When she saw it was the one who had helped her a moment before, she stopped releasing her energies and said, thank you for helping me, but this is my room and coming in like that is impolite. I like you, I want you and me to be very close, said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. Xiao Yuxin looked at him coldly and released her energies once more. Be respectful, shouted Xiao Yuxin furiously. That person actually disrespected her. Lin Feng laughed and continued walking towards her. If you make one more step, I'll kill you, said Xiao Yuxin. However, Lin Feng laughed and continued walking towards her. You're a pervert, said Xiao Yuxin standing up. She then punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng released strength and punched as well. Boom boom. A crackling sound spread in the air. Seal, shouted Lin Feng. Sealing strength. Xiao Yuxian stopped briefly. She had seen that attack before. The sealing strength surrounded her and she could barely move. Lin Feng got close and put his arms around Xiao Yuxian. She fixedly stared at him. "I've liked you for so long and you've already forgotten me," said Lin Feng with a wry smile on his face. Xiao Yuxian couldn't believe it. Was it Lin Feng? Lin Feng wasn't dead? Lin Feng took off his mask and smiled. "Don't you recognize me?" Xiao Yuxian was dumbstruck. Her eyes were red, she still had a cold chi around her. "You bastard." Her ice-cold energies surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng was speechless. No need to be that aggressive, he thought. "Since you think I'm a bastard, I'm leaving," said Lin Feng, smiling evilly. Xiao Yuxian was wondering what he was thinking. Lin Feng slowly lowered his head. "That bastard." She wanted to shout, but Lin Feng kissed her. She just stared at him, she was astonished. Slash. A sound spread in the air. Xiao Yuxian reacted, but Lin Feng was prepared and moved away. "You're shameless." Lin Feng left the room and she chased him. However, she wasn't angry. Deep in her eyes, one could see that she was relieved. He was alive. She had to teach him a lesson for not telling her that he was alive sooner. Later that night, it all felt like a dream. Many people had practiced cultivation just for this moment. They had been waiting for that day for so long. It was on this day that Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process was going to start. Many strong cultivators had gathered, both Zun cultivators and Tian-level cultivators. For many people, especially the Tian-level cultivators, becoming an imperial cultivation disciple was a dream, a social status, a symbol proving that their future was going to be bright. People would respect them. That was also an opportunity to become stronger faster. For Zun cultivators, it was difficult to become stronger. Each cultivation layer was harder than the last to break through. One cultivation layer, at the level of Zun cultivators, was like Nine's layer at the Tianqi layer. It was even more difficult for high-level Zun cultivators. So emperors help along this path. Becoming an imperial cultivation disciple was very difficult and the opportunities were very rare. Sometimes, people had to wait 100 years before seeing such opportunities. Therefore, they couldn't let it slip. Lin Feng walked alongside Xiao Yuxian down the flight of stairs but remained speechless. So many people, how would they choose imperial cultivation disciples amongst so many people? Said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. There were so many people that it was impossible to count them all. It was impossible to even determine the area covered by all those people. There were many geniuses, but who would be able to overcome the challenge of the last 81 steps? A few would surely succeed. 2 groups of 9 stairs couldn't be impossible for some of them. People couldn't wait to see the millions of geniuses climb those stairs. That will be spectacular to see all those people climb the stairs, whispered Xiao Yuxian, smiling at Lin Feng. I know, right? It will be incredible. Lin Feng nodded. Everybody looked solemn and respectful. They all looked incredibly motivated and determined. Becoming an imperial cultivation disciple, having an emperor as a teacher, if they managed to climb those stairs, they would have an incredible future. Emperors control Ba Huang province. Only people as strong as them can give such heroic feelings to people. Xiao Yuxian though. Even though she was from a rich and powerful family, she clearly understood that emperors belonged to different and incomparable worlds. Those emperors, if upset, could destroy an entire clan like the Chiu clan or any other. Everybody wanted to become like them. One day, I will become an emperor. And when I order my disciples to destroy the Yang clan, they will do it without hesitation. Nobody will dare offend me anymore, said Lin Feng, looking determined. One day, he would become an emperor. If you become an emperor, what will I be? Said Xiao Yuxian, smiling. When I become an emperor, you'll be an empress, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Xiao Yuxian wondered what it meant to be an empress. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1016, Rules. Chapter 1016, Rules. An empress, what does that mean exactly? Asked Xiao Yuxian. She was curious and fixedly staring at Lin Feng. An empress is an emperor's wife, said Lin Feng with an incredible smile. Her heart started pounding. She was delighted by the idea. An empress, what a powerful title. It's starting soon, said Lin Feng, raising his head. The sun was like a fire. It made people feel determined. We're almost there. Nodded Chouxin. Bzzz. A sound spread in the air and made people's souls shake. The atmosphere suddenly became calm. Many people raised their heads, looking solemn and respectful. They looked at the stairs, which were now illuminated. They looked even more mysterious than before. She was flowing through the steps and appeared ethereal. They're different. Lin Feng was astonished. The flight of stairs was different, but Lin Feng didn't know what had changed. Bzzz. Another sound spread in the air. People looked even more serious. In the distance, at the top of the flight of stairs, someone appeared. They looked calm, sober. They put their palms together before him like a Buddhist or Hinduist monk. It was a sadhu. "Come up," said the sadhu. He was surrounded by golden lights and he looked like a little Buddha. He looks like he can use ancient Buddhist spells. Chouxin was very surprised. Lin Feng frowned, he didn't understand, so he asked, "Aren't sadhus Buddhists? What does ancient Buddhist spells mean? Who told you sadhus are Buddhists?" asked Chouxin. She then added, "Sadhus practice self-denial and apply ascetic principles. It is painful and they devote their life to this cultivation. They are pure of heart and have few desires. They shave their heads to avoid being ostentatious. They refuse fame and wealth and other material things. They don't wear clothes for glory, they wear a kasaya. They also recognize that they have flaws. But there isn't just one sort of sadhu, especially in the antiquity. There are differences between sadhus and also between the date of the teachings they received. Two sadhus can be very different but can be very, very similar at the same time. This sadhu's energies are auspicious. He could make people feel calm and serene. It seems that he learnt ancient ascetic practices, that's why I said that," explained Chouxin slowly. Lin Feng nodded. He understood. He released golden lights which enveloped the stairs. It was a celestial qi. Some people rose up in the air and their qi was extraordinary. Some people looked proud, some others looked humble, but people clearly understood that they were imperial cultivation disciples, to the extent that some of them were the emperor's direct disciples. As an emperor, other people were insects to them. An auspicious cloud appeared and a few dozen people were on it. "Please monitor the exam, thank you," said the sadhu, bowing respectfully in front of those people with his palms together before him. "No problem. Do what you have to do," said the group to the sadhu. They all knew who he was. There was only one sadhu who followed Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's teachings. Their direct disciples all knew the sadhu. "Thank you for your understanding," said the sadhu politely. He then looked at the crowd and said, "Those who are not participating, please move backwards." But he sounded enlightened. Many people moved backwards. The sadhu just had to say a few words and millions of people listened to him. Nobody dared cause trouble, after all, it was an event organized by two emperors. Two groups of people appeared, those behind and those at the front. The sadhu nodded and said, "Today, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process is starting. However, there are too many people. Therefore, the emperors created that flight of stairs to do a first selection. There are 18,000 steps. Those who manage to come up to the 17,919th step will arrive in front of 9 groups of 9 steps. Then, there will be a key. If you manage to take the key, you'll be able to open the door to Tiantai. Only those who manage to do that will be able to move forwards and apply for an imperial cultivation disciple position." The crowd thought, a key? A key? That seemed too easy. Lin Feng was surprised as well, he had thought the exam only consisted of that challenge. He thought climbing all the stairs would be enough to become an imperial cultivation disciple. The first group of 9 steps was already very challenging. What would the exam be like after that then? After the first challenge, which was already extremely difficult, would it get more difficult? How difficult, but it's understandable, whispered Chouxin. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu only wanted to look for the strongest geniuses. 81 steps, 9 groups of 9 steps. It's as difficult as reaching the clouds. Climbing one group of steps grants you the possibility to come to Tiantai, but not to continue through to the competition and become an imperial cultivation disciple, said the sadhu, explaining the rules. 1 group of steps, 1 key. Without the key, nobody would be able to go up the 9 groups of 9 steps. The crowd sighed. They had to go through 2 groups of steps at least. Those who manage to go through 2 groups of 9 steps will get a different key and will be allowed to continue competing to become an imperial cultivation disciple. If you take one key, you won't be able to get the following keys. Therefore, if you take the third key, you will lose access to the 6 other keys. So don't take a key carelessly. If you can, try to go as far as you can. The more groups of steps you go through, the better key you will get. Try to take a key only if you really can't bear the energies anymore," said the sadhu slowly so that everybody could clearly understand. The second key only allowed one to continue competing. Keys at higher levels offered more opportunities. Many people were wondering what the 9th key had to offer. Of course, many people were wondering what the pressure was like on the last level. "Alright, start now," said the sadhu. Suddenly, many people started running up the stairs. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1017, Xian Yuan's Success. Chapter 1017, Xian Yuan's Success. You only have half a day. Then, the staircase will close and you won't be able to climb the stairs," said the sadhu laughing. A time limit was necessary, otherwise it would take too long. Only half a day. Many people were upset. Many people released pure chi and started climbing the stairs right away. It was incredible. All their energies were so shiny. "Let's go," said Qiuuxin. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "We don't need to go now, we still have time." "Alright," said Qiuuxin. More and more people were running up and their energies were making them suffocate. The flight of stairs was completely packed with people. If there weren't 18,000 steps, they couldn't hold so many people, said many people laughing. There were so many strong cultivators, it was incredible. The sun was shining upon all those people and their energies were twinkling. The flight of stairs looked like real gold. Even in normal circumstances, that would already be quite a distance, thought several people. There were already some people arriving before the last 81 steps. Some people are starting to step on the first group of the final steps. Some people gazed into the distance and noticed some people starting the final test of that first challenge. They stopped. They looked nervous. 1 foot first. Finally, a second foot. Bzzz. A bright light illuminated the atmosphere and it was dazzling. That person turned into a beam of light and was propelled far, far away. How scary. The crowd ought. That person crashed onto the ground behind him and he sat down cross-legged and started practicing cultivation. That was a strange reaction. What? Lin Feng and Qiuuxin glanced at each other. What was going on? The first time Lin Feng and Qiuuxin tried, Qiuuxin was wounded but hadn't been propelled that far, to the extent that she needed to practice cultivation to recover. It seems even more difficult than when we tried before. They must be doing that to prevent people from trying a second time. Otherwise, there would be too many people trying all the time, said Qiuuxin. Lin Feng nodded. Trying a second time would be troublesome. Although most started running immediately, there were still many people who had the same idea as Qiuuxin and Lin Feng. That guy was the first one to arrive at the bottom of the 81 steps. He was faster and stronger than many people, but lost anyways. Many people were thinking. Now people weren't feeling as confident as they once were. After that, other people tried. A dozen people were blown away as well. Besides, the key was on the last step of each group of steps. So far, nobody had managed to grab the first key. At that moment, someone arrived near the last 81 steps. His feet seemed to quake like mountains on those steps. People around him let him pass. There was nobody around him anymore. Xian Yuan. Many people stopped and looked at him. Nobody had managed to grab a key so far. I hope he manages to get through all 9 groups of steps. Many people favored his victory. If he managed to do that, they'd probably be able to get through 2 groups of steps. Xian Yuan has imperial blood and a powerful blood spirit. He is an extremely gifted fighter as well. His goal is to rank first amongst Tian-level cultivators, said Qiuuxin. I know, said Lin Feng smiling. He recognized Xian Yuan. Let's see how many he can do, said Qiuuxin. He went up 10 steps in a flash. He was now standing on the first step of the second group of stairs. How strong, thought the crowd sighing. Xian Yuan was incredible. Other people hadn't even managed to walk on the first group of steps. Xian Yuan had directly gone to the second tier. Xian Yuan's hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. Is he afraid to go up the steps of the second group of stairs? thought the crowd petrified. If Xian Yuan was afraid, what about them? It would be too difficult for them as well? Many people had already failed. Finally, Xian Yuan moved. Even though they couldn't sense what he was feeling, they could imagine. There was an incredible wind around him. Then, suddenly, Xian Yuan went up another 10 steps and arrived on the third group of steps. The crowd was astonished and clenching their fists. Everybody was watching him. Nobody else was trying. He's moving again, thought the crowd. Pure qi was rolling in the atmosphere and surrounding his body. He went up 9 steps, but it seemed even more difficult. At that moment, he was stepping onto the first step of the fourth group of steps. His body started shaking violently. He released blood strength and finally stepped on the fourth group of steps. Arg, Xian Yuan groaned with pain. He released more blood strength and climbed up 10 steps again. He arrived on the fifth group of steps. His blood strength is incredible, thought the crowd. Xian Yuan's body was twinkling with dazzling lights. It seemed like nothing was impossible for him. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody was gasping with amazement. People's hearts were beating at the same pace as Xian Yuan's. Xian Yuan arrived at the last step of the fifth group of steps. He had the opportunity to take a blue key there. Was he going to? Or not? Xian Yuan raised his head. People were feeling nervous for him. Xian Yuan put one foot onto the first step of the sixth group of steps, but took it back. Xian Yuan turned around and looked at the crowd. That's the most anyone can do. Nobody can step onto the sixth group of steps. He sounded extremely confident. He took the blue key and then suddenly disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:18, Insects Defy the Laws of Physics. Chapter 10:18, Insects Defy the Laws of Physics. He's in Tiantai? The crowd was astonished. That key was magical and it served as a magical portal. They also noticed that all the keys had different colors. Did it mean anything? Did it have anything to do with what the sadhu had said, that each key offered different benefits? Xian Yuan is really proud and arrogant. According to him, if he didn't manage to step onto the sixth group of steps, then nobody else could. According to Xian Yuan, nobody could surpass him. Some people were feeling uncomfortable. Xian Yuan was extremely strong and had the ambition to rank first amongst Tian-level cultivators, so what about them? He had put one foot onto the first step of the sixth group and gave up. On top of that, before Xian Yuan, nobody had managed to get any key. The atmosphere became very calm. But very quickly, several people started again. Apart from Xian Yuan, some people managed to get a key. However, it was only the first key. They would be guests in Tiantai, but couldn't continue competing to become imperial cultivation disciples. 2, 3, 4 people managed to get the first key. Many others were propelled backwards, like the first one. All those people sat down cross-legged and healed themselves at the foot of the flight of stairs. Time passed slowly and a few people succeeded. Lin Feng looked at the crowd. More and more people had failed. Lin Feng looked at the sky. There wasn't much time left. 10,000 people had managed to go to Tiantai and only half were eligible to continue through to the competition. There weren't that many people. People from Tiantai were observing quietly. They wanted to see the potential candidates succeed. Those who managed to go to Tiantai are already quite numerous, I think. There are many strong cultivators in this world. Said Shou Yuxian, she sighed, like the master said, this is as hard as reaching the clouds, but still, so many people want to try. Yuxian, you belong to a rich and powerful family, you inherited incredible abilities, you're noble, you've never suffered, how can you understand poor and weak people's feelings? Whispered Lin Feng. Weak people can't protect their parents, cowards can't protect their loved ones. When bullied, they can only hope to become stronger. Strong people look at them and despise them and humiliate them. That's the life of us weak people, Shou Yuxian looked at Lin Feng and smiled. I understand that because that's the world of cultivation. If you're not strong, you can't do much and nobody will respect you. Like those stairs, only the strongest people can make it to the top. The higher you go, the fewer people there are around you. You're right. People like you belong to the lower layers of society, and surprisingly, you dare talk about such profound topics with Miss Chiu, said someone at that moment. Shou Yuxian and Lin Feng turned around and saw Yang Zilan, Yang Ziyi and some other people. Miss Chiu, I trust you have been well since we last met, said Yang Zilan coldly. He was still angry because of what happened last time. There are always those people who think they're the best, who want to humiliate others, even if they are despicable. Those kind of people are weak yet self-confident. In the world of strong cultivators, those people are trash and are worthless. They don't understand true cultivation principles. They are lucky to have rich families, but all in all, they are nobodies and they end up dead. Lin Feng said as if he hadn't seen Yang Zilan and the others. However, he was implicitly talking about them and Yang Zilan looked furious. You're right, many people end up dying. Very often, your conditions at birth determine the rest of your life. If you come from a rich and powerful family, you can despise other people. If you come from a poor family, you have to take great efforts. What a rich and talented cultivator can do in 10 battles, a poor cultivator can do in 1,000 battles. Unfortunately, those poor cultivators often die in their first attempts. Rich cultivators then look at their corpses in a despising way and then everybody immediately forgets about them. Said Yang Zilan. Look at their corpses in a despising way? Said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Then, he pointed at Yang Ziyi and said, she has broken through to the same cultivation layer as me. Yang Ziyi comes from the Yang clan, a prestigious, powerful and rich clan. What you mean to say is that she can despise me because I'll always be weaker? Well, what about a fight between her and I? What? Yang Zilan stared at Lin Feng. He wouldn't have thought that someone would actually challenge his sister. Why not? Said Yang Ziyi coldly. She envied Qiu Yuxin who was so much stronger than her. She wanted to show everyone that she was as strong as her. Now, a stranger who was with Qiu Yuxin was challenging her. Qiu Yuxin and Yang Zilan moved away. Yang Ziyi faced Lin Feng. She couldn't recognize him with his mask. I want to see how an unknown and weak person can challenge me, said Yang Ziyi walking forwards. She released blood strength and threw herself at Lin Feng with remarkable speed. Lin Feng condensed invisible strength in his hands and slowly raised them. Boom boom. Lin Feng condensed the force of the earth and sky in his hands and blocked her punch. Yang Ziya's energies immediately disappeared and her fist felt very sore. She was aghast. How could Lin Feng be so strong? Boom boom. Another explosion sounded as Yang Zilan attacked and destroyed Lin Feng's punch to protect Yang Ziyi. Yang Zilan looked at Lin Feng and asked, who are you? I'm a candidate to become an imperial cultivation disciple. So, do you despise people like me? Said Lin Feng smiling. Proud people are always like that, they think they can despise anyone and in the end, I always wonder why they act so confidently. If such people traveled alone, they'd die quickly. How pathetic. Shut up, said Yang Zilan furiously. Insects can also become dragons if they take great efforts, not like incapable show-offs, said Lin Feng mockingly. Then, he added, dragons and snakes can't mix. Uxin, let's climb the stairs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1019, Geniuses Together. Chapter 1019, Geniuses Together. Yang Zilan looked at Lin Feng and Qiu Yuxin. He was furious. He was really upset about his luck the past several days. First Lin Feng, then the guy from the Qiu clan, then this one. He had lost 2 boats and was continuously humiliated. Now, Yuxin was with a new handsome young man who had humiliated him again. That guy had also only broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer. Insects can also reach the clouds, you say? Show me how many steps you can climb, said Yang Zilan coldly. Come, let's go too, said Yang Zilan to his group. In the distance, some people saw them. The leader of that group said, the Qiu clan and the Yang clan are going up, how could we, the Lin clan, stay behind? Then, they also started climbing the stairs. I wouldn't have thought that the Qiu clan, the Lin clan and the Yang clan would go up at the same time. Let's go too, said another group of people at that moment. They belonged to the Meng clan, so how could they stay behind? At that moment, 2 people were going up and it seemed like they didn't sense the energies of the stairs at all. They were moving without the slightest pause. Who are those people? Thought the crowd was gasping in amazement. Many people noticed them. Qiu Yuxin and a boy, could it be Lin Feng? Has he been revived? Whispered some people. Everybody knew that Qiu Yuxin had fallen in love with Lin Feng and that she had tried to kill Qiu Lin and Qiu Mei and Yang Zilan to avenge Lin Feng. Yang Zilan and the others are behind them. Many people noticed Yang Zilan and the others too. They were very fast. There are more people behind them. Then, they saw some other people who were moving just as fast. The Lin clan, Lin Ruotian. Interesting, the Zhou clan, the Yang clan and the Lin clan are climbing together. Some people laughed. They were excited. Who was going to win? Look behind them, there are even more people, said someone else. The Meng clan was behind them all. They're all there. People were gasping with amazement. All those geniuses from rich and powerful clans. They were different from other people because their clans had existed since the antiquity and they had ancient techniques and skills. Their corporeal bodies were stronger as well. They want to prove to each other that their clan is the best, thought the crowd. They couldn't wait to see what was going to happen. It was almost over. Like Xian Yuan had said, neither Tian level nor Zun level cultivators had managed to surpass him. The second best had managed to go up the fourth group of steps only. Could the other famous geniuses surpass him? They're really strong anyways, they don't need to stop on the way, thought the crowd. Even though they knew that they couldn't succeed, they had come anyways to give it a try. For them, arriving near the first group of steps wasn't too overwhelming. Very quickly, 2 people arrived at the foot of the 9 last groups of steps. Xiao Yuxian took a deep breath. Lin Feng looked indifferent as if nothing had happened. Xiao Yuxian smiled wryly when she saw that Lin Feng was perfectly fine. She knew that everybody had underestimated Lin Feng and only she knew how strong he was. She hadn't forgotten that Lin Feng had used Zhou Junluo's silver wings. She knew what it meant. However, she had never seen Lin Feng use his own spirit. He needs more time, that's all, thought Xiao Yuxian. She knew that even though Lin Feng's cultivation level was low, he just needed more time. Who's the guy with Xiao Yuxian? He looks so calm and relaxed. He must be quite strong. Nobody recognized Lin Feng, but he did look calm. He had to be extraordinary anyways, otherwise, Xiao Yuxian wouldn't have shown any interest in him. They were confused though, didn't Xiao Yuxian like Lin Feng? How could the cold-hearted girl have a new boyfriend so fast? Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian turned around, they hadn't thought there would be so many people behind them so they were surprised. Who are they? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Ruotian from the Lin clan and Meng Ba from the Meng clan, replied Xiao Yuxian. Lin Feng understood that they were all disciples from prestigious and rich clans. Let's go, said Xiao Yuxian. Wait for them now that they're here, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Very quickly, Yang Zilan arrived too. He took a deep breath and glanced at Xiao Yuxian and Lin Feng in a cold way. Lin Ruotian and his people, as well as Meng Ba and his people arrived too. Many geniuses from rich and powerful families had arrived at the foot of the 9 last groups of steps. Xiao Lin and Xiao Mei are there too. I hadn't noticed, said someone. However, nobody paid attention to them. Xiao Yuxian was the real symbol of the Qiu clan in people's eyes. Since we all belong to the strongest families of the northern part of Bahuang province, let's see who's the strongest, said Meng Ba laughing loudly. We're first, said Meng Ba and started walking on the first group of steps. Boom boom boom, explosion sounded. Meng Ba arrived on the second group of steps. He didn't even release qi. He was just relying on physical strength alone. He was as strong as a mountain, it seemed. Why aren't you all coming? I'm waiting for you here, said Meng Ba to the rest of the group. He was strong. The Meng clan had antique techniques to make their corporeal bodies stronger. They had an incredible physical strength. Just like Xian Yuan, he had directly gone to the second group of steps without any effort. For an insect who wants to reach the clouds, you're not moving much. Let's see if an insect can reach the second group of steps, said Yang Zilan coldly and then started walking onto the first group of steps. His hair and clothes were violently fluttering in the wind. In a flash, he reached the second group of steps. He wasn't as fast as Meng Ba but still, he wasn't too bad. Lin Ruotian followed and reached the second group of steps as well. Everybody then looked at Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian. They both smiled and walked up at the same time. Xiao Yuxian, unlike the previous time, could go up without any problem. Lin Feng wasn't fast but looked extremely relaxed, despite the strong wind. It was incredible to see. It was as if he walking up normal stairs. So easy, said Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian while smiling at Yang Zilan as they arrived on the first step of the second group. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1020, Fourth Group of Stairs. Chapter 1020, Fourth Group of Stairs. Humph. Yang Zilan smiled coldly. It's only the second group of stairs. No need to think you're strong. Insects can easily make it this far. Let's see if you remain so confident now. Only the second group of steps? Said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Last time, your people said you would climb the 81 steps without any problem. You smiled indifferently as if it was obvious. Now, let's see if you can really do it. I trust you can though because you're an incredible genius. I can't wait to see you looking triumphant at the top of the 9th group of steps. You'll despise Xian Yuan then. Said Lin Feng mockingly. Yang Zilan heard Lin Feng and was petrified. Xian Yuan put a foot on the first step of the 6th group of steps and had taken it back. From then on, everybody understood how difficult reaching the 9th group of steps would be. Actually, they even understood that it was impossible. Yang Zilan, since you said that, I want to see you do it. Said Meng Bao laughing frantically. Yang Zilan pulled a long face and coldly glanced at Lin Feng. Since we're all climbing the stairs together, there's no need to talk shit, let's go together. Let's see how far this insect can go. Said Yang Zilan mockingly looking at Lin Feng. Then, he continued going up. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled coldly. Yang Zilan was just ridiculous. Talking to such people was useless. There's no need to take too many efforts. The most important thing is to understand the force of the earth and sky. Said Lin Feng gently smiling at Xiu Yuxian who nodded back. Lin Feng was giving her some advice. Their cultivation level wasn't the most important thing at that moment, they needed to understand the exam properly as well. Xian Yuan had imperial blood so he used his particular blood strength to get up the stairs. Nobody else could copy that. Meng Bao was the fastest. He was incredibly strong and had an explosive power. His steps emitted explosion sounds. Very quickly, he arrived on the 9th step of the 2nd group. One more step and he'd reached the 3rd group of steps. Lin Ruotian and Yang Zilan were moving at the same speed. Lin Feng and Xiu Yuxian didn't rush and stayed behind. Lin Feng still didn't sense anything. He had practiced cultivation there for 3 days, just a short time before. He understood how the staircase worked. He understood how the force of the earth and sky was used there. Very quickly, they all arrived on the 1st step of the 3rd group of steps. The next steps were the 3rd group. Lin Feng raised his head. The sadhu hadn't allowed him to come up this high last time, unfortunately. Are you alright? Lin Feng asked Xiu Yuxian. I'm good. Replied Xiu Yuxian. She wrapped herself up in pure qi. Yang Zilan and Lin Ruotian did the same. Boom! Yang Zilan and Lin Ruotian started shaking violently. Their pure qi was emitting roaring sounds. They managed to keep their balance and step onto the 1st step of the 3rd group. Alright! Shouted Meng Ba furiously. His hair was fluttering in the wind chaotically. He trampled on the staircase and made it shake violently. You go! Said Lin Feng to Xiu Yuxian. Xiu Yuxian nodded and moved towards the 3rd group of steps. Her hair started fluttering violently and her clothes as well. She looked beautiful. And very quickly, she managed to keep her balance and control the force. Alright! Said Xiu Yuxian with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and continued walking too. Everybody thought Lin Feng would get propelled away at that moment, but they were disappointed. Lin Feng stepped onto the 1st step of the 3rd group too. He was motionless like a mountain. Surprisingly, he managed to come up too. Thought Yang Zilan. No wonder they're from rich families. Thought the crowd. Apart from all those people, there were other people behind them. Some were still on the 2nd group of steps. Enjoy it, you're just lucky. Said Yang Zilan to Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with hatred. He then turned around and continued. They all continued. Some were slow, some were faster than others. Everybody was expecting to see someone get propelled away, especially Lin Feng. But the crowd realized Lin Feng, just like the others, was going up without any problem. Lin Feng arrived on the last step of the 3rd group of steps but didn't take the yellow key. He moved again. What is he doing? Thought the crowd, astonished. There were at most 100 people who could go that high. An insect can be resistant but not for long. In the end, dragons crush insects under their feet. Said Yang Zilan releasing pure qi and blood strength. He started using his blood strength. Lin Ruotian also used blood strength, like Yang Zilan. It was getting too difficult. Xiu Yuxian looked at Lin Feng and used blood strength as well. Boom! Lin Ruotian and Yang Zilan stepped onto the first step of the fourth group of steps. They suddenly felt like they were going to explode and get crushed by those oppressive forces. For a few seconds, it almost seemed like they were going to fail, but finally, they managed to steady their balance. Arg! Mengba groaned violently. It was harder for him to reach the fourth group of steps than it had been for Lin Ruotian and Yang Zilan. Yang Ziyi was using her full strength to reach the fourth group of steps. "Let's see if you manage to make it up here," said Yang Zilan to Lin Feng in a despising way. "It seems like one of them will fail. Let's see if Lin Ruotian, Yang Zilan, Zhou Yuxian and Mengba will manage to do as good as Xian Yuan," thought the crowd. However, Lin Feng glanced at Yang Ziyi indifferently, ignored her and continued. He started condensing pure qi as well as wind intent. Boom! When Lin Feng stepped onto the first step of the fourth group of steps, he had the feeling he was being attacked. Everybody looked at Lin Feng. It seemed painful. Surprisingly, he had decided to continue. He should have taken the key from the third group of steps. However, Lin Feng managed to keep his balance as well. Lin Feng was using authentic force, the force of the earth and the sky. He did it! Thought the crowd. Lin Feng had managed to reach the fourth group of steps. Yang Zilan was astonished too. He kept making fun of Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had managed to make it as far as him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1021, Lin Feng Defying the Skies. Chapter 1021, Lin Feng Defying the Skies. Lin Feng was sensing the force of the earth and sky. They were all hanging on there firmly. They couldn't afford being careless, otherwise, they would be crushed under the pressure. "Moron, you can't move any further, go back now," said Yang Zilan coldly. Then, he continued walking up, step by step. He had to stop after each step. "You go first," said Lin Feng to Zhou Yuxian. She nodded and continued going up. She stopped after each step too. She couldn't afford being careless. All the geniuses from the prestigious families have continued to go up. The crowd was amazed. Those people were getting closer and closer to reaching Xian Yuan's record. However, the weakest were probably stuck now, they couldn't go back or forward. Rumbling sounds spread in the air each time they moved up. Finally, 4 of them stopped on the 9th step of the 4th group of steps. They didn't look relaxed at all. Humph. Yang Zilan turned around and coldly looked at Lin Feng. "Poor you, you're going to be propelled away, even though you came so far." However, at that moment, Lin Feng smiled mockingly, and it was a huge smile. Lin Feng moved and continued going up. He looked absolutely relaxed, as if he was walking in normal conditions. Eh? The crowd couldn't believe it. Lin Feng just walked up to the 9th step of the 4th group, leaving them all dumbstruck. "How's that possible? We don't even know him," thought the crowd. Yang Zilan seemed like he had reached his limits, and Lin Feng had done the same as him, but in a more relaxed way. "Are you satisfied now?" said Lin Feng indifferently. Yang Zilan looked to suffer more from seeing Lin Feng succeed than from the force of the flight of stairs. He felt weak. "Hee, who's joining me higher up?" said Mengba with a resplendent smile. The others' faces twitched. Mengba wanted to continue? Did he really want to do the same as Mengba? You should set reasonable goals. If we can't reach the last step of the 5th group, we'll lose everything. It's better to stop here," said Yang Zilan indifferently. Lin Ruotian remained silent for a few seconds and tried to put a foot on the next step, however, he immediately took it back. "Nah, I'm not going," said Lin Ruotian indifferently. Hee, since you're not coming, I'll continue. "I'm having fun with this," said Mengba. Arg! Mengba's clothes were suddenly ripped apart. He groaned as he sensed the incredible force crushing his flesh. He felt like he was going to be crushed. Veins appeared all over his body. Boom boom! Explosion sounds spread in the air. Some of his veins actually broke and blood appeared. He looked like a violent injured beast had attacked him. Arg! Mengba groaned loudly with pain and continued walking up. It was as if his feet were millions of kilos. He reached the 9th step of the 5th group and grabbed a blue key, then he instantly disappeared. Mengba managed to finish the 5th group of steps. The crowd was gasping with amazement. Lin Ruotian and Yang Zilan's eyes were twinkling as well. "He's much stronger than you," said Lin Feng to Yang Zilan. "Shut the hell up. You're just lucky to be here. You're a tiny, little insect. Yang Zilan snapped back. Lin Feng smiled and released blood strength as well as pure qi. He also started circulating his strength of the Haruka and the Buddha to flow through his body. He then started walking up the 5th group of steps. People were wondering what he was doing. Xiao Yuxian was gasping with amazement. Lin Feng would go farther than her. Boom boom. When Lin Feng set a foot on the 5th group of steps, he sensed that the energies there were much more terrifying, but he could still handle them. He stopped for a few seconds, he looked relaxed, he turned around and looked at Yang Zilan. An insect is standing above you. How do you feel? Lin Feng mocked him calmly. However, people's thoughts were racing. How did he feel? Nobody knew how Yang Zilan felt at that moment. Was he still confident? If I'm an insect, you're even less than an insect. Lin Feng's words were penetrating deep into Yang Zilan's heart. He was less valuable than an insect? Boom boom. Lin Feng's voice kept piercing through Yang Zilan's eardrums as well as the sound Lin Feng's steps made as he went higher up. Lin Feng then arrived on the 9th step of the 5th group of steps. There was the blue key floating there. Astonishing, wouldn't have thought that guy would do as good as Xin Yuan and Meng Ba. Thought the crowd. Lin Feng had done what Xin Yuan did. Yang Zilan was clenching his fists. He felt humiliated. We'll see each other in Tiantai in a few seconds? Said Xiao Yuxian smiling. Lin Feng shook his head. Xiao Yuxian didn't understand. Lin Feng continued, when Xian Yuan arrived here, he said nobody could go further. Even though he is incredibly strong, he was wrong. What? Did Lin Feng want to surpass Xian Yuan? Go and die. Said Yang Zilan mockingly. Shut up! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He then said coldly, you're a weakling and a coward, you're lower than me so don't even talk to me. Yang Zilan was furious. Insects give up easily and are not aware of their own strength. Meng Ba decided to climb the 5th group of steps because he loves challenges. It was challenging for him to get the blue key. Now, I'll go even higher. That's my challenge. Said Lin Feng, making people feel vehement. Then, Lin Feng took another step. Boom boom. An incredible force appeared around Lin Feng. His hair was fluttering in the wind, it seemed like he was facing a hurricane. Was he going to fall down? Real cultivators don't give up, real cultivators don't care about material things. They challenge the earth and sky. We know human and earth fusion, I understand the force of the earth and sky, how could the sky be stronger than me? Said Lin Feng looking at the sky. Die. He looked like he was in a trance. It was an extraordinary scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1022, The Force of the Sky. Chapter 1022, The Force of the Sky. If the sky challenges me, then I accept the challenge. That stranger was insane. His voice was piercing through people's eardrums. They had the feeling they were listening to a madman. Xiao Yuxian was clenching her fists, she was proud. Lin Feng was a real cultivator. He was determined. Yang Zilan and all the other members of the Yang clan pulled long faces. They despised people like Lin Feng, but he had surpassed them, and even Xian Yuan. Lin Feng looked at the sky and groaned loudly. His strength of the Haruka, pure qi and intent were flowing throughout his body. At the same time, he was holding his Tian Shen stone, sensing the force of the earth and sky. The earth and the sky seemed particularly clear and distinct to him. Boom! Lin Feng made another step and stopped for a second. Who had said Lin Feng was doomed? Boom boom! Another step. The scene looked incredible. People's hearts were pounding. Lin Feng was defying the skies. Boom boom boom, one step, another step. Lin Feng arrived on the 9th step of the 6th group of steps. There was a light blue key that Lin Feng could take and he would immediately be transferred to Tiantai. Phew, people took a deep breath. What was Lin Feng going to do? The sadhu had told everyone, the keys were better at higher levels. If Lin Feng took the light blue key, he would probably have an insane advantage, or at least, what he would get would be better than with the blue key. Xiao Yuxian smiled in a resplendent way. She was so happy for Lin Feng and proud of him. Awesome! Take the key, said Xiao Yuxian with a magnificent smile. She was going to take the green key and Lin Feng the light blue key, she was happy for him. His success was her happiness. See you in Tiantai in a few seconds, shouted Xiao Yuxian. However, Lin Feng didn't react. Lin Feng slowly shook his head, which made her heart race again. What was Lin Feng going to do? I am not done, said Lin Feng. His voice was hoarse and deep. Could he go higher? He had already surpassed Xian Yuan. Why did he want to continue? Did he really want to defy the skies? Lin Feng, whispered Qiu Yuxian. She didn't know what to say. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the skies. His words about what being a real cultivator meant were echoing in her brain. You can do it, said Qiu Yuxian suddenly with a resplendent smile. She felt good. Lin Feng made her feel happy. You're a real cultivator. As a cultivator, you accepted to defy the laws of the earth and sky. If you fail, it doesn't matter because what you did is incredible already. And if you fail, then I don't care, I won't go to Tiantai and I'll stay with you. What? The crowd was dumbstruck. What? Who was that guy for Qiu Yuxian? Yang Zilan was astonished. Since he had seen Lin Feng, he wondered who he was. Qiu Yuxian was the beautiful cold-hearted woman of Bahuang province. She had fallen in love with Lin Feng, and because Lin Feng had died, she had tried to kill Qiu Lin, Qiu Mei, and even him, Yang Zilan. He had heard a lot about Qiu Yuxian's personality. She was stubborn. At that moment, Yang Zilan was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling. When the Yang clan went to the Zhou clan to seek revenge, it was a disaster for the Zhou clan. However, until the very last minute, they denied flatly that the guy who had appeared was a member of their clan. Whispered Yang Zilan. He had a strange feeling. You're Lin Feng, you're not dead, shouted Yang Zilan suddenly. Qiu Yuxian was surprised. Lin Feng? The crowd was astonished. Wasn't Lin Feng dead? Qiu Yuxian had fallen in love with Lin Feng, and now she had come with a guy and they seemed too close. Everybody started staring at Lin Feng with more scrutiny. People were speechless. You're not as stupid as I thought, said Lin Feng at that moment. He raised his hand, put it on his face and took off his mask. He looked younger and even more handsome now. Lin Feng, said Yang Zilan coldly. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng hadn't died. Qiu Yuxian's boyfriend was there. Even though his cultivation level was low, Lin Feng was a good match for Qiu Yuxian because he was strong and determined. Because he was a real cultivator. You're not dead. Was it you last time as well? Said Yang Zilan, thinking about the guy from the Zhou clan who stole his boat. Do you think I have a silver-winged spirit? I just used Zhou Junluo's corpse. I took out his dead soul and used it to control him, said Lin Feng coldly. You're evil. You're a demon, said Yang Zilan. He believed what Lin Feng said. Of course Lin Feng couldn't have the spirit of the Zhou clan. So Lin Feng's explanation made sense. Evil? I was nice to your clan and you humiliated me, you even tried to kill me. Now you keep insulting me, yet I'm evil? Said Lin Feng. He turned around and continued walking onto the 7th group of steps. People were in disbelief. Real cultivators control the earth, not the opposite way around, whispered Lin Feng. He continued walking up. Arg, arg. It was as if the staircase was going to break and collapse. Boom, boom. Lin Feng knelt down, his blood seemed like it was going to explode. The earth and sky have force, cultivators can use force. I am a cultivator, therefore I can control the force of the earth and sky. Lin Feng sounded determined. The force of the earth and sky was also something incredible and mysterious. Lin Feng put a hand on the step and slowly rose up again. Everybody could hear the strength, force, and energies flowing throughout his body. Lin Feng was one with the earth and sky. Celestial forces, nature, immaterial world, selflessness, nothing is impossible, there are no limits. Lin Feng was chanting a mantra. Cultivators can defy the laws of the earth and sky. I am a cultivator. Kacha. Lin Feng was standing fast and was surrounded by a cloud of force. He could use the force of the earth and sky. Cultivators can defy the laws of the earth and sky. I am a cultivator. Lin Feng looked at the sky and a hurricane appeared around him. It was composed of the force of the earth and sky. It wasn't attacking Lin Feng was using it. Boom! Lin Feng continued going up. His pure qi was becoming stronger as well. Lin Feng was becoming stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1023, Ninth Group of Steps. Chapter 1023, Ninth Group of Steps. How incredible! The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng could use the force of the earth and sky to an incredible degree. He was becoming stronger even, and his pure chi was becoming stronger too. Boom boom! Another series of loud sounds spread in the air, but Lin Feng kept climbing the stairs. The force of the staircase wasn't oppressing him anymore, it was actually helping him. What is going on? How's that even possible? Yang Ziyi was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. She couldn't believe her eyes. She had thought that Lin Feng saved her because he wanted to have sex with her, as Yang Zilan had told her. She hadn't defended Lin Feng when Yang Zilan said he wanted Lin Feng to die. They had humiliated Lin Feng over and over again. Now, Lin Feng was the real hero of the event. Her future husband, Xian Yuan, said he would rank first amongst Tian-level cultivators, but Lin Feng had already beaten him. Lin Feng was enjoying a landslide victory. He hadn't surpassed Xian Yuan by a little bit either. He was already on the 7th group of steps and wasn't stopping. Besides, the force of the staircase was not hindering him anymore, Lin Feng was using it to progress. His cultivation level was increasing thanks to his incredible understanding. Boom, boom. Lin Feng continued. The force was penetrating into his body. It was as if he was absorbing a lake of force. Boom. Lin Feng released an incredible chi. His chi was now different, it had the strength of the 4th Tian chi layer. Incredible! Lin Feng was really becoming stronger on that staircase. What? He broke through to the 4th Tian chi layer, how incredible! Astonishing! The crowd was astonished. That way too incredible. Lin Feng was becoming stronger during the exam. He would be difficult to defeat in the future. The sadhu was in the sky, smiling with satisfaction as we watched Lin Feng. Lin Feng was incredible. He was so young but already so strong. No wonder his fellow disciples liked him. Lin Feng was going up, step by step. After breaking through to the 4th Tian chi layer, he continued. Lin Feng didn't stop. He arrived on the last step of the 7th group and stopped. What will he do now? Thought the crowd. This time, nobody thought he would stop. Everybody thought he was going to continue. Everybody was fixedly staring at Lin Feng, wondering what he was going to do. They hoped he would continue. I accepted the challenge of the earth and sky, and I became stronger. A real cultivator remains determined and doesn't give up. If the earth and sky want a war, then I accept, said Lin Feng with a serious and solemn smile. He looked like an enlightened being. He then stepped onto the first step of the 8th group of steps. Boom! The earth and sky turned into a gigantic hand which fell down from the sky. Lin Feng groaned and blood splashed out of his mouth. He managed to keep his balance, but he had bruises all over his body. Of course, he had broken through to the 4th Tian chi layer, so his corporeal body had become even stronger. Lin Feng's gums and teeth were soaked with blood, but he was still smiling. Lin Feng looked at the sky and said, "You stepped on me but I felt nothing." Boom boom boom. Lin Feng condensed more strength and continued. At the same time, he continued studying the force of the earth and the sky. If the sky can't defeat him, who can? Thought many people in the crowd. They felt like they were dreaming. They would have never thought that anyone would manage to do what Lin Feng had now done. He's going higher up. People were petrified, excited, it was incredible. They were already speechless when Lin Feng had started walking onto the 6th group of steps, now he had reached the 8th one. Lin Feng didn't stop. Nobody and nothing could stop him. Maybe he would succeed, maybe he would fail, but in any case, he had this accomplishment. Do you think he'll try to step onto the 9th one as well? Said some people. He's up there. Lin Feng arrived on the 9th step of the 8th group of steps. People were speechless. Nobody could believe their eyes. He was way more incredible than Xian Yuan. There was a white jade key floating in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng just had to take the white jade key and he would be able to go to Tiantai with an incredible gift. The crowd was holding their breath. What was he going to do? They all looked at the 9th group of steps. Was he going to try? If Lin Feng failed there, he wouldn't have a second chance. That would also be the end for him, he would never become an imperial cultivation disciple. It was too dangerous. It was better to stop. Do you want to try? The sadhu asked. People were surprised. The master was talking to Lin Feng. Think carefully, if you fail and can't stand it, you'll lose everything, said the sadhu. Lin Feng nodded. He obviously understood. "I'll try though," said Lin Feng. The sadhu smiled and nodded. "I won't prevent you from trying." Will he be able to endure it? Thought the crowd. What was going to happen? Lin Feng raised his head. He looked solemn and respectful. Lin Feng started. People's hearts were racing. Gotcha. And then, it was as if their hearts stopped. They were watching Lin Feng, fixedly, and breathlessly, and motionlessly. Lin Feng put a foot on the first step of the ninth group of steps, but there was absolutely no strength or force. Lin Feng walked up, easily. What's going on? How was that possible? How come it looked so easy? Master. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the sadhu. There was nothing on the last group of steps. You did it. Congratulations. You can take the Imperial Zun key. Congratulations again. That is the symbol of your glory, said the sadhu slowly. The crowd was astonished. The last group of steps was a symbol of glory, it was just symbolic. Imperial Zun key. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1024, in Tiantai. Chapter 1024, in Tiantai. It was a symbol. The crowd looked at Lin Feng with the highest respect. People had come from everywhere for Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process. There were many geniuses from everywhere in the province and even from abroad. Most of those strong cultivators had only managed to climb up to the third group of steps. Very few had managed to climb the fourth one, and only 2 had managed to climb the fifth one. Meng Ba and Xian Yuan. Only one person had managed to surpass them, and that someone wasn't very famous. That young man had climbed the 9 last groups of steps fearlessly. That young man was Lin Feng. People had heard about Lin Feng before, first because he had rescued Yang Ziyi and had been humiliated by them. Then, because Zhou Yuxian had fallen in love with him. However, this time, everybody would remember Lin Feng as the man who climbed the 9 last groups of steps at Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process. When Lin Feng heard the sadhu, he smiled and bowed. It was pure luck. I wasn't sure I could do it. You relied on your corporeal strength, your indomitable determination, your strong analytical and understanding abilities, and you were fearless. That is not luck. You are the true master of your destiny. Alright, let's move on. Let's go to Tiantai, said the sadhu smiling. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He turned around and smiled at Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan had the impression that Lin Feng was making fun of him, and that annoyed him. Yuxian, see you in Tiantai in a few seconds, said Lin Feng, smiling at Zhou Yuxian. She was also smiling in a resplendent way. Lin Feng had managed to climb all the stairs. The news would spread quickly in Tianjing City. Even the Qiu clan would respect him. Lin Feng slowly turned around. He looked at the golden Imperial Zun key. According to the sadhu, that was the best key. What advantage would he get with it? Lin Feng grabbed the key, golden light surrounded his body, and in a flash, he appeared somewhere else. It was a vast area filled with people. Lin Feng turned around and walked towards the edge of the place. The sadhu was sitting cross-legged in the sky, and there were the stairs down there. Lin Feng turned around and gazed into the distance. There were incredible palaces. The qi there was pure and celestial. It was similar to the qi in the Jade Emperor's room in his palace. Tiantai, an imperial place, whispered Lin Feng. Tiantai was a small world, and the emperors were granting access to those who could climb the stairs. They opened the doors to Tiantai only to recruit imperial cultivation disciples. The people around Lin Feng had managed to make it there because they had obtained a key. Everyone was calm. Nobody could cause trouble in Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's territory. They all calmly waited for the exam to start. But at that moment, Lin Feng realized that there was something wrong. Everybody was staring at him. He was standing higher than everyone else, as if he was their leader. 2 other people were close to Lin Feng, but lower than him, Xian Yuan and Meng Ba. Just under them, there weren't too many people, Zhou Yuxian, Lin Ruotian, Yang Zilan. The lower, the more people there were. It's like a podium, thought Lin Feng. Besides, Lin Feng found out that there were only Tian-level cultivators there. Zun cultivators had probably ended up in another place. It's so cold, thought Lin Feng. Meng Ba and Xian Yuan were surprised to see Lin Feng there. Xian Yuan looked furious. What was going on? How was that even possible? He had climbed up 5 groups of steps, had obtained a blue key and had said nobody could surpass him. After that, many people had joined him in Tiantai and they were all lower than him. However, in the end, Meng Ba appeared next to him. If only one person could do the same as he had done, fine, no problem. But someone had done better than him. That made him furious. "You," said Xian Yuan. He remembered Lin Feng, the guy in the Dragon Palace with his beast. He had stolen treasures. "Good to see you again," said Lin Feng, smiling at Xian Yuan. "I wouldn't have thought that you'd managed to climb 6 groups of steps. In the Dragon Palace, you had only broken through to the 2nd Tianqi layer, but now you've broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer. What treasures did you get there?" asked Xian Yuan coldly. Had Lin Feng climbed only 6 groups of steps? And had he obtained treasures in the Dragon Palace which helped him become this strong? "Who told you I climbed up 6 groups of steps?" said Lin Feng with a cold smile. "Concerning the treasures I obtained in the Dragon Palace, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me." "Humph. I don't trust you anyways." Xian Yuan groaned coldly. "But it doesn't matter. No matter what you obtained, I'll steal your treasures for myself. You're just a nobody in my eyes." Xian Yuan then suddenly released ice-cold energies and stood up. He wanted to attack Lin Feng. "Sit down!" shouted an overwhelming voice at that moment. He raised his head and saw someone in the sky. He suddenly looked scared. It was Ho Changlin. He had already humiliated Xian Yuan back in Black Crow Village. "You better not cause trouble here in Tiantai. And who do you think you are to insult other people?" said Ho Changlin. "I am Xian Yuan and I have imperial blood. Even if you don't like me, there's no need to insult me," said Xian Yuan proudly. "I don't care who your ancestors are or what your blood is like. All I know is that you climbed up 5 groups of steps and he climbed up 9. So who do you think you are to insult him?" said Ho Changlin coldly. Xian Yuan looked dumbstruck. 9 groups of steps? He was dazed. Not only him, everybody else. Someone had managed to climb up 9 groups of steps? Maybe you enjoy humiliating people who have a lower cultivation level than yours? Well, in my eyes, you're nothing. You're much weaker than me," said Ho Changlin. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1025, 81 Palaces. Chapter 1025, 81 Palaces. Xian Yuan was scared because he had infuriated Ho Changlin. Someday, he would replace Ho Changlin and become the emperor's direct disciple. Then he would trample on Ho Changlin. Ho Changlin saw Xian Yuan looking at him with hatred and said coldly, "Anyways, we will quickly find out who's an insect and who's not. I am in charge of the recruitment process and I will give you all opportunities to show everyone else why you're so proud." "He's in charge?" The crowd was surprised. The emperors weren't in charge of the recruitment process, they had delegated that responsibility to their closest disciples. "I can't wait," said Xian Yuan sarcastically. Ho Changlin didn't look at him again. He turned around and closed his eyes, waiting for the first part of the exam to finish. A few more people arrived in Tiantai. However, nobody went further than the 4th group of steps. "Brother," said the sadhu in the distance. Ho Changlin understood and said, "The first part of the exam is finished. The staircase is now closed. You can congratulate the victors." "I understand," said the sadhu, nodding. He looked at the crowd. Even though there were many people, only 81 would be chosen in the end. "Good luck," said the sadhu, smiling at the crowd. He then turned around. Ho Changlin looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone here still has a chance to become an imperial cultivation disciple," said Ho Changlin. Everybody was confused. Everyone? Hadn't they said that those who took the first key could only watch? This time, 81 Tian-level cultivators will be selected, but it is only the first batch. Those who took a key in the staircase can practice cultivation in Tiantai. You have 100 days to practice. Then, the recruitment process will resume. It also gives you time to think," explained Ho Changlin. The crowd was amazed. Many people were happy though. All those who had managed to climb up the staircase were very strong, that's what it took. Even those who had failed this time would be able to try again in the future. Many people were happy to stay in Tiantai and practice cultivation. Also, a vast majority of those who had managed to climb up the 2nd group of steps and above will be eliminated later and won't be able to become imperial cultivation disciples this time, but you can stay here and practice cultivation. You'll have the opportunity to apply again for the second batch," explained Ho Changlin. Those people weren't so happy though. They weren't the same as those who had managed to only climb the first group of steps. After all, they had shown how strong they were. They found that unfair. There were many proud people from rich families amongst them, and they didn't want to be considered as losers or to become ordinary imperial cultivation disciples. "Those who climbed up the second staircase and above, follow me," said Ho Changlin. He turned around and gazed into the distance. People slowly stood up and followed him. What was the next exam? Ho Changlin wasn't walking fast. Considering his cultivation level, he was walking extremely slowly. But Tiantai was a holy place, so they had to walk slowly, mindfully, and respectfully. "The qi here is extraordinary. Who lives in those palaces?" said some people, looking at the palaces around them. "The people from just a moment ago and those who get eliminated, for now," said Ho Changlin when he heard those people. "If you become imperial cultivation disciples and practice cultivation in Tiantai, those palaces will be yours forever, 1 palace per person." 1 palace per person. The crowd was astonished. Even the most ordinary imperial cultivation disciples could have their own palace. How incredible was that? Even Lin Feng was excited. In 100 days, the staircase between Tianjing City and Tiantai will open. People from Tianjing City will be able to see the imperial cultivation disciples, and Tiantai will become their holy place, said Ho Changlin. He felt proud to have such great teachers. Tianjing City was the biggest city in the northern part of Bahuang Province. Tianjing City would become a great city after the opening of the staircase. Even though Ho Changlin didn't seek glory, he still felt proud and honored to have such wonderful teachers. The big group walked through the palaces. There was an enchanting mist lying above the ground. Then, some special palaces appeared in their field of visions. Those palaces looked like celestial illusions. "Can you see them?" said Ho Changlin, pointing at some of the palaces. They looked far and close at the same time. "Master, who lives there?" asked someone. "There are 81 palaces," replied Ho Changlin. People's eyes started twinkling. 81 imperial cultivation disciples were going to be selected this time, and there were 81 palaces. "Those palaces are all different, and the best of you will get the best palace," said Ho Changlin, awaking ardor in the candidates' hearts. Xian Yuan was convinced that he was going to rank first and could already see himself in the best palace. Many people looked at him with hatred when they saw his eyes twinkle. During the first part of the exam, you obtained keys, and there were 9 different keys. "Those keys will have an impact on your ranking," said Ho Changlin. Surprisingly, that was the purpose of those keys. Well then, since Lin Feng had obtained the best key, was he going to rank first and obtain the best palace? Xian Yuan looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. Not only him, but many other people. Especially those who only managed to climb the 4th group of steps. They wanted to prevent Lin Feng from becoming an imperial cultivation disciple and obtaining the best palace. Lin Feng was speechless. Was he going to rank first? Lin Feng smiled wryly. He didn't really understand what Ho Changlin meant. Ho Changlin had helped him a few times in the past. He even humiliated Xian Yuan because of him. "My venerable teachers built those palaces, so respect them," said Ho Changlin, smiling. Everybody looked terribly excited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1026, New Ways of Using His Spirit. Chapter 1026, New Ways of Using His Spirit. Then, Ho Changlin walked to the left. "We're here," said Ho Changlin. He then opened the door to a palace. Everybody was curious. They wanted to see what it looked like inside the palace and also what kind of exam they were going to sit. The palace was brightly lit. Everybody gradually trickled in. People's eyes twinkled. There were drawings and paintings everywhere. There were picture scrolls as well. They all looked extraordinary. "Come in, everyone," said Ho Changlin. Everybody looked around. "We often come here to practice as imperial cultivation disciples. We come here to study special and mysterious powers. We drew those paintings, drawings, and marks. I'll let you study the holy marks in this palace." Everybody was incredulous. Ho Changlin and his fellow disciples had drawn those marks. No wonder they looked extraordinary. Ho Changlin was extremely strong. Those marks probably contained incredible powers. "You have 2 hours to study, so don't waste time and study as much as you can," To benefit the most from it, your thoughts have to be pure. Remember what I said. Ho Qinglin said to the crowd. Everybody nodded. One more thing, no fighting can happen during these 2 hours. Only studying is allowed. After that, you'll have opportunities to battle each other. If someone disobeys, I'll throw them off the top of Tiantai. After that, he left the palace. They all had 2 hours to study. After that, we'll be able to battle, thought the crowd. Those who were weak were a bit scared. Fighting would be difficult for them. Zhou Yuxian walked to Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, what do you think he meant? Lin Feng shook his head. Ho Qinglin is a wise man. Everything he does is meaningful and he won't lie. We just have to listen to him, that's all. We have to study those marks for 2 hours and we'll become stronger. Alright, you're right, I think. Even though Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu assigned the recruitment process task to their direct disciples, they probably aren't completely free. They probably have to follow some instructions, said Zhou Yuxian nodding. Go and find the marks you understand the best. After that, we don't know what will happen. Let's just listen to Ho Qinglin, said Lin Feng looking at the mysterious marks on the walls. Very quickly, his attention was drawn to some specific marks. They were very easy to understand. It looked like some instructions. Lin Feng looked at them and touched them with his finger. He could sense some strength, it seemed like it was empty space strength. That's it. Lin Feng continued moving his finger over the marks and nodded at Zhou Yuxian. I like sword cultivation and empty space spells. It contains sharp sword energies and empty space strength. It seems like these marks are the most suitable for me, thought Lin Feng. He then started practicing cultivation. He sat down cross-legged and started meditating. The insect passed the first part of the exam because he was lucky and now chooses the easiest marks to understand. Useless, said a voice mockingly. Yang Zilan wasn't far from him. According to Yang Zilan, the marks Lin Feng had chosen were too easy. However, it was very powerful. Yang Zilan thought they were too easy because he had lots of similar ones in his clan. Pure luck, said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. Then, he stopped looking at Yang Zilan and continued practicing cultivation. Yang Zilan saw Lin Feng smirk and looked at him in a disdainful way. Wait until we fight, I'll kill you then, thought Yan Zilan, thinking about the battles which would take place after the study session. That made him smile in a resplendent way. Lin Feng remained silent and studied. It was as if the world around him didn't exist anymore. Lin Feng could clearly sense the marks on the wall and he was trying to ingrain them in his head. He visualized the marks and sharp energies appeared. Empty space instructions. Lin Feng studied those marks and had the feeling he was going to enter an empty space. How strong, thought Lin Feng, delighted. It seemed like that space was real and that those marks were powerful. It seemed like he could kill people secretly from inside. Few Tian-level cultivators understood empty space spells. Lin Feng studied those marks further. The small world kept appearing in his brain. Even though Lin Feng understood things quickly, 2 hours weren't enough. He slowly opened his celestial book spirit and looked at the empty space world page. He slowly noted down the marks in his celestial book spirit. He drew them very clearly. Lin Feng suddenly realized he was using his celestial book spirit to write down marks. He had never used it for that purpose before. In the past, he used to think he could only use his celestial book spirit to study things like the Tian Shan stone or the demon seal stones, but now he realized he could also use it to write down marks. Maybe the mysterious marks would be easier to use in the future if he had them written down in his celestial book. Lin Feng studied the marks in his book. He was moving his fingers slowly, following the marks. They became much clearer. After an hour, Lin Feng stopped and smiled. My spirit is awesome, thought Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Thanks to his celestial book spirit, he could study faster than probably anyone. He glanced at Yang Zilan, who was still practicing cultivation. The others as well. Lin Feng remembered Ho Qinglin's words. I have time to study something else, thought Lin Feng with a magnificent smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1027, Who's an Insect? Chapter 1027, Who's an Insect? He glanced at the marks and realized that no matter what, marks, prints, drawings, paintings, they were all exceptional. Ho Qinglin and his disciples were real geniuses. How incredible! Those marks are pleasing to the eye and to the mind. sighed Lin Feng. Those marks were extraordinary. Lin Feng was excited and wanted to study them all. After that, Lin Feng sat down. This time, he didn't choose to study anything in particular. He released his celestial book spirit and chose to write down all the marks inside. New marks kept appearing in his book. Empty space marks, reincarnation marks, ancient Buddhist marks, godly awareness-related marks. Lin Feng was writing down everything. The Emperor's direct disciples were really incredible. My spirit is incredible, thought Lin Feng. He was happy. He had never realized how powerful his book spirit was. He could use it to study demon seal stone strength, mysterious holy marks, etc. It was like the ultimate notebook. Lin Feng was happy. He could write down all the marks in that room. All those marks contain the force of the earth and sky. How powerful. Lin Feng sighed while staring at all those marks. However, voices interrupted Lin Feng. He was in a deep meditative state and hadn't realized how fast time had passed. Another hour had already passed. Everybody was chatting and surprisingly, you were still meditating, said Xiao Yuxin smiling at him. Lin Feng didn't know how long she had been next to him. He had forgotten about time. He hadn't even sensed that Yang Zilan and the others were staring at him too. I was gone, indeed, said Lin Feng smiling wryly. He thought he'd have time to study another spell more in depth. Luckily, nobody attacked you here, thought Xiao Yuxin. Yang Zilan and the others were looking at him coldly. Many people who didn't even know him looked at him with hatred because he had managed to climb up the 9 groups of steps. They didn't want him to get the best palace. At that moment, Ho Chang Lin came back. 2 hours passed, said Ho Chang Lin before adding, I gave you 2 hours to study. Now, battles are going to start. You'll only be able to use the techniques and skills you studied here to fight. You can't use any other attacks, including your spirits. People were dumbfounded. Ho Chang Lin was testing people based on their understanding abilities. I was born with my spirit, it's like my corporeal body, why can't I use it? Said someone. A spirit was part of a cultivator's body. Many rich and powerful cultivators relied mostly on their spirits. No matter how strong your spirit is, it is not always helpful. Think of the first part of the exam, on the stairs, your spirit was useless then. If you only rely on your spirit, you won't be able to study new things. People who do that can never become genuinely strong, they will never progress. Besides, it's a sign of laziness too. In Tiantai, we need polyvalent disciples, people who are interested in all aspects of cultivation. People who only use their spirit can't be considered geniuses. In my eyes, they're even worse than trash, said Ho Chang Lin indifferently. Many people lowered their heads when they heard that. Some people had always relied on their spirit and now they regretted it. That wasn't beneficial to cultivators. Even worse, in Ho Chang Lin's eyes, they were trash. All right. Now, choose an opponent you despise. If you defeat them using the skill you learnt, they will be eliminated, said Ho Chang Lin indifferently. Many people were caught off guard. What? What about people who had a low cultivation level but were talented? Didn't Ho Chang Lin care about them? Many people looked for the weakest opponents and smiled. They just had to defeat weak people and eliminate them. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi walked towards Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxin with cold smiles on their faces. It's fate after all. If you're weak, you'll be eliminated, said Yang Zilan to Lin Feng with a cold smile. Lin Feng was doomed. Imperial cultivation disciples were going to be selected according to their strength. He was impatient to see how Lin Feng, a cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer, would fight against him. Did you all choose the opponents you despise the most? Asked Ho Chang Lin. People nodded. Those who were strong had large smiles on their faces and said, yes, we did. Very good. Let's go into an empty space illusion, said Ho Chang Lin with a resplendent smile of his own. He shook his hands and bright lights appeared which surrounded the crowd. People frowned. Their surroundings were changing and they were no longer in the palace. It was snowing there. Some people were on snowy mountains, while others were on the ground, and some in the sky between the snowy mountains. We're in another place now, thought many people. Here, everybody will fight. Those who are defeated will appear outside the illusion. It will also mean that they're eliminated and won't become imperial cultivation disciples, said Ho Chang Lin loudly. Everybody would die. Poor you, you're dead already, said Yang Zilan. Yang Ziyi, Zhang Ning, and the others were also not far from them. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxin were there too. I forgot to tell you something. Here, everybody has the same cultivation level. You all have the strength of the first Tianqi layer. These are perfect conditions to see who's really strong," said Ho Qinglin. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. Yang Zilan and the others' facial expressions changed drastically. They were scared now. In fair conditions, everybody had the same cultivation level. Who would be crushed like an insect now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1028, Trampling on a Genius. Chapter 1028, Trampling on a Genius. Remember what I said, you can only use what you studied in the palace to fight. You can't use anything else, including your spirit or blood strength. Otherwise, I will take you out myself," said Ho Qinglin indifferently. Everybody started sensing their strength. As expected, they all had the strength of the first Tianqi layer. Ho Qinglin made them enter a palace, practice a certain skill set, and then he had taken them to that world and restricted their strength to that of the first Tianqi layer. That was fair. Nobody could use their spirit, their blood strength or other spells. Ho Qinglin was giving everybody the opportunity to fight a fair battle. Those who came from rich families had access to more things than others, so in real life, they had more chances to succeed. Here, everybody had the same chance to succeed. Sigh, people were upset. Ho Qinglin's rules were very strict. Not using our spirit is fine, but what about blood strength? It's an integral part of our body. It is part of our flesh, why forbid us from using it? Said someone else. Not being able to use their blood strength, what an exaggerated rule. Use your self-confidence to fight. If you think you can despise other people, show them that you can really despise them. You all have the opportunity to prove to everyone else why you are so confident," said Ho Qinglin indifferently. He then added, "Do you think my teachers, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu, attach importance to such things? What they care about is the way you practice cultivation, your vision. Blood strength can be reconstructed, a spirit can be reborn. Blood strength can be reconstructed, a spirit can be reborn." The crowd was amazed. Emperors could give their disciples blood strength and spirits, that's why all they needed were disciples with a pure heart. People who were real cultivators, with strong understanding and analytical abilities. Of course, having a powerful blood and spirit was a plus. "Alright, let's start," said Ho Qinglin. He rose higher up in the sky and looked at everyone to make sure everyone followed the rules. "You're right, the recruitment process is fair. Insects will be crushed and eliminated," said Lin Feng to Yang Zilan. He then started walking towards him, with confidence and no hesitation at all. Lin Feng hated Yang Zilan, he wanted to get his revenge and teach the Yang clan a lesson. Lin Feng couldn't wait to become an imperial cultivation disciple. "We just learnt a skill, in front of me, you're still nothing," said Yang Zilan, releasing chi of the first Tianqi layer. In the palace, he studied a powerful punch attack. He hadn't understood everything though, 2 hours weren't enough. He understood the basics though. "I will crush you today. I will show what it feels like to be an insect," said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. He then threw himself at Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan raised his fists, pure and dazzling lights appeared. Splashing sounds could be heard because the chi was rolling in the air like waves. "Water is pleasant to be in, but gigantic waves can easily kill people," said Yang Zilan coldly. The splashing sounds were becoming more violent. It seemed like nothing could block such waves. "Die!" shouted Yang Zilan furiously. His waves turned into sharp energies and rolled in the air towards Lin Feng. "Tasteless," thought Lin Feng when seeing Yang Zilan's attack. It didn't look great at all. Kaboom! Lin Feng punched the atmosphere in the direction of the waves. It contained the force of the earth and sky. It was simple but contained an incredible power and explosive force. The force of the earth and sky weren't like other types of strength, it was much more efficient if used properly. Yang Zilan pulled a long face. He was furious. He stopped attacking and ran. However, he found out that he wasn't as fast as usual. Lin Feng's punch reached him and he groaned with pain. "Brother!" shouted Yang Ziyi. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was close again. "I will show you how I crush insects." Boom boom. Lin Feng punched Yang Zilan again and blood splashed everywhere. "Geniuses crush insects," said Lin Feng, jumping onto Yang Zilan's head. Everyone was astonished. Lin Feng was trampling Yang Zilan. "Jiang Ning, attack!" shouted Yang Ziyi furiously. He immediately threw himself at Lin Feng. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously while punching again. He looked like a death god. Bzzz. Lights appeared and disappeared again. Jiang Ning didn't understand. Slash. A terrifying energy crashed onto Jiang Ning's third eye and he turned deathly pale. It was a dazzling light. Slash. No surprise. In a flash, Jiang Ning disappeared. It was an illusion. People didn't die for real, but disappeared from that world instead. People who were defeated, like Jiang Ning, wouldn't become Imperial Cultivation disciples. They were simply eliminated. What a piece of trash. I've always wanted to crush him too. He's pathetic and ridiculous. Said Lin Feng in a detached way. Yang Ziyi and the others pulled long faces. Boom boom. Lin Feng trampled on Yang Zilan's face again and blood continued to splash. The physical pain was nothing compared to the pain in his soul. Lin Feng was humiliating him, again. He wanted Lin Feng to die. Who's the insect? You tiny ant. Said Lin Feng with a smile. He jumped on Yang Zilan's face again, half his face was in the snow now. You look ridiculous. Boom boom. Yang Zilan disappeared in the snow and then Lin Feng moved aside looking expressionless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1029, Fighting Against Qian Yuan. Chapter 1029, Fighting Against Qian Yuan. At that moment, many people were amazed. Lin Feng was a beast. He even humiliated the Yang clan. But in the illusion, battles were fair. And there, Lin Feng could defeat Yang Zilan without having to use any strength. That proved if they had been of the same cultivation level, Lin Feng would have easily crushed him in the outside world. Yang Zilan couldn't withstood a single attack. You called me an insect, what are you then? Asked Lin Feng proudly. Everybody attacked their enemy while shouting furiously. Some people wanted to get their revenge against those who called them insects. Boom! Yang Zilan came out of the ground and threw himself at Lin Feng again. Fuck off. Lin Feng punched him again. Yang Zilan crashed into the ground violently. Arg! Shouted Yang Zilan furiously. Lin Feng looked at him coldly and said, What? You'll never become an Imperial Cultivation disciple as long as I'm here. Boom boom. Lin Feng punched Yang Zilan's face again. Then, in the blink of an eye, Yang Zilan disappeared. Lin Feng had killed him, in the illusion at least. Yang Zilan wouldn't become an Imperial Cultivation disciple this time. You, said Yang Ziyi pulling a long face. She was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Her brother, Yang Zilan, he wouldn't become an Imperial Cultivation disciple because of Lin Feng. Don't look at me like that. You guys are geniuses after all. Said Lin Feng. He walked towards Yang Ziyi and said coldly, Yang Ziyi, I saved you when you were almost raped. I was polite. What did you do in exchange? You humiliated me and asked your clan to kill me. Yang Ziyi looked upset at that moment, but she remained silent. They hadn't expressed their gratitude to Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng was worthless. You think you are incredible, pure, powerful, rich, and that I am nothing. I took you home safe and sound. You even thought I had saved you because I thought you were hot and rich, but I just wanted to be friends. But you don't care about insects, even insects who save your life. Said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Yang Ziyi really had those kinds of thoughts. Lin Feng understood her perfectly. They despised people who didn't have a social status as high as theirs. Do you think an insect like you can still reach the clouds? Said an ice-cold voice at that moment. Qian Yuan appeared next to Yang Ziyi. Yang Ziyi looked at him and smiled. She also took a deep breath of relief. Qian Yuan was famous in Bahuang province because he had imperial blood. He was a real genius to boot. He wanted to defeat Lin Feng because he wanted to rank first amongst the Tian-level cultivators this time. I don't know about reaching the clouds, but at least, I'll kick her out of here. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Is that so? Show me then? You think that you're an overlord because you managed to climb up the 9 groups of steps? Said Qian Yuan proudly. They were staring at each other and releasing their energies. Bzzz. They both released incredible energies. Many people looked at them. One was Lin Feng, who had defied the skies and climbed up 9 groups of steps during the first part of the exam. The other one was Qian Yuan, a rich and powerful cultivator. That was the clash of the titans. Lin Feng looked like he was one with nature at that moment. His qi and the qi of the earth and sky were the same. Lin Feng can defy the skies and use the force of the earth and sky. Thought the crowd looking at Lin Feng's pure qi. His qi was emitting whistling sounds now. Xian Yuan smiled coldly. He shook his hand and lights appeared. He was absorbing the strength of the earth and sky as well. Xian Yuan, imperial blood. The crowd was captivated. Lin Feng was using natural force, Xian Yuan was using some kind of strength and condensing it. Let's see if you can protect yourself, said Xian Yuan. He then suddenly started running towards Lin Feng with his fist raised. The atmosphere was shaking. Lin Feng looked at him and raised his fist too. He also started running towards him. Boom boom. A terrifying wind started blowing. It seemed like the space was going to explode. What a terrifying force. Even with the strength of the first Tianqi layer, they're still very strong, thought the crowd. Both were incredible cultivators. Not bad, but if you want to reach the clouds, it will be difficult with just that, said Xian Yuan with a cold smile. Both their fists collided. A beam of light appeared, along with roaring sounds. Boom boom. Lin Feng sensed the energies move towards him. They crashed onto him and he was propelled backwards. How impressive. Xian Yuan is really strong, Lin Feng surely can't compete with him, thought everyone. Lin Feng was talented, he had done better than everybody else during the first part of the exam, but Xian Yuan had imperial blood. Lin Feng couldn't withstand the first attack. When Yang Ziyi saw that, she smiled in a resplendent way. Xian Yuan was better than Lin Feng after all. At least, you managed to climb up the 9 groups of stairs, but now, you're going to be eliminated, said Xian Yuan coldly. He continued running towards Lin Feng while condensing energies in his fist. You're strong, said Lin Feng. With his imperial blood and many years of practice, Xian Yuan had, indeed, become strong. Phew, Lin Feng remained fearless and determined. He condensed force again and smiled. His fist was emitting crackling sounds. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously while throwing himself at Xian Yuan. Boom boom! Explosions sounded. Not bad. Let's see how many attacks you can endure, said Xian Yuan. He raised his fists again. The qi of the earth and sky was still rolling in the air. They were both surrounded by terrifying energies. Even with the restriction on their cultivation level, they were still incredibly strong. Yang Zilan hoped that Lin Feng would lose fast. Surprisingly, he wasn't dead yet. Xian Yuan had imperial blood and had, in real life, broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer. Therefore, he was more experienced than Lin Feng and understood cultivation better than him. But even considering that, it still took him time to defeat Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1030, Equally Arrogant. Chapter 1030, Equally Arrogant. Boom boom. More explosion sounds invaded the atmosphere. The mountains around them exploded. Their clothes were fluttering in the whistling wind. All right, shouted Xian Yuan. He smiled and said, You're a good fighter. You also managed to climb up 9 groups of steps, however, I will still kill you. Xian Yuan sounded proud and arrogant. He slowly raised his fist. The wind around him was whistling as he absorbed the strength of the earth and sky and made it flow in his flesh. He was really talented. Xian Yuan's entire body started emitting dazzling lights. Because we can't use the skills and techniques we want, talent plays the biggest role. And I am more talented than you, said Xian Yuan proudly. He looked like he despised the whole world, as if nobody could have defeated him. You're much more talented than Yang Zilan, but you're as ignorant as him. He also thought nobody could defeat him, said Lin Feng while running forwards. In a flash, rumbling sounds shook the space. Lin Feng was surrounded by force, the natural force of the earth and sky. He was using the earth and sky as a weapon. How scary. He understands these forces so well. He's 5-6 times stronger than he should be, even with a restricted cultivation level, thought the crowd. What a pity that Lin Feng didn't come from a rich family. With such talent, he would have become incredibly strong. He would have become like Xian Yuan. I never lost against someone at the same level as me. You can't compete with me now, said Xian Yuan proudly and aggressively. Neither have I. I can easily defeat people like Yang Ziyi if they're of the same level as me. I can use the force of the earth and sky," shouted Lin Feng. Force rolled in the air and condensed in Lin Feng's body, then he threw himself at Xian Yuan. "Die!" Xian Yuan shouted furiously. Their fists collided again. The mountains around them turned to ashes. Arg! Boom boom boom. It was as if the sky was going to collapse. Many people had forgotten about their own fights at that moment. They were captivated by Lin Feng and Xian Yuan's battle. In such a short time, they had shown so much power. They did all they could to become Imperial Cultivation disciples. The crowd thought that no matter who won, both of them were geniuses. Unfortunately, one of them wouldn't become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. "Alright, you can be proud of yourself because our fight is still equal. Luckily, you studied a new technique in the palace. I will show you what it's like to have incredible understanding abilities," said Xian Yuan smiling. He moved farther away from Lin Feng and raised his fist while condensing strength inside. How strong. Both studied for 2 hours, and Xian Yuan understood his technique way better than Yang Zilan, thought the crowd. Xian Yuan, with the strength of the first Tian Qi layer, was showing incredible power. "Is that so? Show me then," said Lin Feng, who raised his fists too. He condensed more energies as well. What an explosive power, thought the crowd. They were shivering. Lin Feng had punched Zhang Ning and expelled him in the blink of an eye. "I'll destroy you," shouted Xian Yuan furiously and punched the air in front of him. Bzzz. The earth shook and Xian Yuan's fist disappeared in the air, but the strength was still palpable. Empty space fist. The crowd was astonished. Xian Yuan's fist had disappeared, but it was still there. At the same time, Lin Feng enveloped his finger with the force of the earth and sky. The crowd could sense the two fighters' energies. Bzzz. His finger disappeared as well. Empty space finger. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng had done the same as Xian Yuan. He had learnt an empty space technique too. Incredible. Bzzz. Terrifying forces rolled in waves around them. Their attacks reappeared at the same time and more energies rose up in the sky. Two beasts. The crowd was more and more astonished. Those two cultivators were incredible. They also had a similar level of understanding. They were smarter than anyone else there, it seemed. "It's alright, but I already know that." "You're disappointing me," said Lin Feng in an indifferent way. Xian Yuan looked at Lin Feng coldly. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng was so strong. His cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's, so he should have understood the mysterious marks of the palace much better, but it wasn't the case. Lin Feng, with the strength of the fourth Tian Qi layer, had understood those marks just as well as him. "You have high understanding abilities. Unfortunately, you're not from a rich and noble family, so your blood and your spirit aren't as good, otherwise, you'd be a real genius. If we could use all our powers, you'd have lost already. Many people could even defeat you easily. However, in front of me, you're still an insect, even if we both have the strength of the first Tian Qi layer," said Xian Yuan. He appeared happy, but seemed to think that it was a pity that Lin Feng wasn't the member of a rich and noble family. Lin Feng's talent were wasted. Lin Feng looked at him and smiled. "If I could use all my powers, I'd show you that your so-called talent is useless in front of me. You have nothing to be proud of. You practiced cultivation longer than me. If we had progressed in the same environment, I'd be much stronger than you." The crowd enjoyed listening to them talk. They were both proud. Lin Feng even said that Xian Yuan wasn't particularly good. "I wonder how Lin Feng can act as arrogantly in front of Xian Yuan," thought the crowd. They had the feeling that Lin Feng was a bit too confident. Xian Yuan was incredible and had imperial blood. Once outside of the illusion, Xian Yuan could easily kill Lin Feng, especially with his blood strength and spirit. "You're just showing off. Too bad we can't fight with our full power. I'd show you that you're ridiculous otherwise," said Xian Yuan coldly. "Apart from bragging, what else can you do? Let's finish the battle, okay?" replied Lin Feng. In the air, Ho Cheng Lin smiled when he heard them and said, "Since you're both so confident, I'll give you one chance. You can give it a try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1031, Insane Battle. Chapter 1031, Insane Battle. The crowd didn't understand. He was allowing Lin Feng and Xian Yuan to give it a try? Ho Cheng Lin was allowing them to fight in normal conditions, but if one of them lost, wouldn't it be unfair? They wouldn't be able to become Imperial cultivation disciples. I allow you to fight in normal conditions, you can use anything you want. Of course, everybody saw how strong you both are, so I already consider that you both passed the exam. I suppose nobody has anything to say against that," said Ho Ching Lin, looking at the crowd. Everybody nodded. Of course they didn't mind. If Xian Yuan or Lin Feng stayed in the illusion and continued the exam, they would have the opportunity to fight against them too when nobody wanted to fight against them. Alright, haha. Awesome. We can fight as we wish, said Xian Yuan, laughing. Lin Feng, I will give you an opportunity to show everyone your abilities. Ridiculous, said Lin Feng when he heard Xian Yuan making fun of him. He then said coldly, I will just show you that being arrogant is risky when one isn't strong enough. I can't believe you're so confident. We'll see, said Xian Yuan. He then started walking towards Lin Feng. An incredible strength started flowing in his hand. Even with the strength of the first Tianqi layer, it was incredible. Even with pure strength, I can defeat you, said Xian Yuan, walking towards Lin Feng. You're the only one who thinks that way, said Lin Feng while condensing blood strength. He also condensed pure qi, the strength of the Haruka and the Buddha. His different sorts of strength started flowing all throughout his body. Lin Feng then walked towards Xian Yuan, fearlessly. Die! Shouted Xian Yuan furiously while punching towards Lin Feng. None of them were flinching. Not bad. But, piss off now! Shouted Xian Yuan. In a flash, he released his strength. His hair started fluttering in the wind and he looked insane. His punch was even more powerful than with the restrictions. Blood chi. Lin Feng looked at him coldly. He also released his strength of the Haruka and circulated his blood inside his body. His fist looked like a dragon. Piss off! Shouted Xian Yuan furiously. His voice was scary and pierced through people's eardrums painfully. Both of them were propelled backwards. A distance of a few hundred meters appeared between them. Eh? The crowd didn't understand. Lin Feng's blood seemed powerful too. Xian Yuan didn't have the advantage. Xian Yuan was surprised too. He sensed Lin Feng's blood, it was quite strong. His facial expression changed. He thought he would crush Lin Feng in the blink of an eye with his blood strength, but things weren't happening that way. Even with his imperial blood, he didn't have the advantage. It seems like I need to use some special methods to gain the advantage, said Xian Yuan coldly. He moved his hands, as if he were dancing, and released an oppressive strength. Boom! Xian Yuan punched the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed the oppressive strength. He felt like he was going to kneel down under it, but he didn't. You're a bit too weak, said Xian Yuan, running towards Lin Feng again. He punched the air towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng sensed the energy and it felt like his bones were going to break. Demon Seal Strength. Lin Feng released Demon Sealing Strength and punched the atmosphere. Xian Yuan suddenly felt immobilized. If only talent counted in the cultivation world, you would be too weak, said Lin Feng. It was a clash of the titans. Xian Yuan's oppressive strength could oppress Lin Feng, Lin Feng's strength of the Haruka could paralyze Xian Yuan. They were both very strong. If I'm too weak, then teach me how to be a strong cultivator, said Xian Yuan. He then shouted furiously, die. The sound waves created by his voice turned into sharp blades and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved back and groaned furiously, arg. In a flash, he released an incredible strength. The sounds emitted by Lin Feng's attack sounded like a furious dragon. Boom boom boom. The atmosphere was distorted as Xian Yuan was propelled backwards too. When the air between them settled down, Xian Yuan looked upset. He didn't have the advantage at all. The crowd was surprised too. Lin Feng was incredible. They knew Xian Yuan had imperial blood and was strong, but he still didn't have the advantage. So far, it was a draw between them. You can be proud of yourself, you're resilient. Now, I will show you what real intense strength is, said Xian Yuan coldly. He was really angry because he thought that he would defeat Lin Feng in a few seconds. Proud or not, you can't judge me, you're just a show-off. And now, this battle is getting difficult for you, said Lin Feng mockingly. Xian Yuan pulled a long face, but didn't reply. He started running towards Lin Feng again. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as he released a monstrous qi. My determination makes me proud and strong. Nobody can resist my strength, said Xian Yuan. His intent contained the force of the earth and sky as well. A furious dragon appeared in the sky above. "I've rarely seen people as arrogant as you," said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He started running forwards too. His sword chi started emitting whistling sounds in the air as it moved forwards with an indomitable determination. Eh? Xian Yuan was surprised and said, "Level 7 sword intent, not bad, but against my level 8 intent, what can you do?" Boom boom. Xian Yuan continued moving forwards. He wanted to destroy Lin Feng's sword chi. "Is that so? I rely solely on my level 7 sword intent though," said Lin Feng, moving forward towards Xian Yuan. He also released fire energy which contained fire intent. The crowd was surprised. Dual intent, and each at a high level. Bzzz. A hurricane appeared and collided with the sword and fire chi. People gasped with amazement. Level 7 sword intent, level 6 fire intent, and level 6 wind intent, is that enough? Asked Lin Feng. The crowd was speechless. 3 different sorts of intent, level 7 sword intent, and level 6 wind and fire intent, that was scary. Lin Feng mastered 3 different types of intent at such a high level even though he had only broken through to the 4th Tian Chi layer. "Stop talking and fight, we'll see if it's enough," yelled Xian Yuan. He ran towards Lin Feng in the air. His intent and force of the earth and sky were becoming thicker and thicker. Lin Feng's sword, fire, and wind energies also condensed using the strength of the earth and sky. Together, all those energies were even more powerful. "Die!" shouted Xian Yuan. His chi was moving towards Lin Feng with an incredible speed. Boom boom. The sky and earth seemed like they were going to collapse. Both Lin Feng and Xian Yuan were propelled backwards. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. As before, Xian Yuan hadn't managed to take the advantage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1032, Two People's Corporeal Bodies. Chapter 1032, Two People's Corporeal Bodies. The energies slowly dispersed. Xian Yuan was staring at Lin Feng coldly, but said nothing. They had been fighting for a while, but he hadn't gained the advantage once. He couldn't say anything. All he could do to show everyone he was the best was to kill Lin Feng, otherwise nobody would believe him. Also, that was the only way to prove to himself that he was the strongest and that nobody could defeat him. This time, Xian Yuan was furious. Lin Feng looked cold and detached. He looked neither happy nor sad, neither furious nor exhilarated. Disciples of rich and powerful clans couldn't compete with people who had imperial blood, that was a fact. Xian Yuan's abilities were really incredible. That's why he acted so arrogantly. Even in front of Ho Cheng Lin and Mu Chen, he acted arrogantly and fearlessly. He just hoped he would surpass them someday. That kind of person had only one goal, to become an emperor. Lin Feng wasn't scared though. He had seen great emperors, he had been in the Jade Emperor's palace and saw the 4 statues. All of them were emperors and great emperors. He had seen the 3 lives Demon Emperor and the Demon Emperor in the Death Valley. Xian Yuan wanted to become an emperor. Lin Feng didn't only hope to become an emperor, he wanted to become a great emperor. Bzzz. In the air, Xian Yuan moved again. His hand streaked across the sky as a trail of energy appeared. Bzzz, another wave of energy appeared. A word appeared in the sky, the word Xian. Around the word, there was an incredible amount of energies. Even the crowd who was very far away could sense those energies. Xian Yuan didn't stop though. He wrote another word in the sky, Yuan. What an incredible strength. Those are mysterious holy marks. He wrote his own name using them. How incredible, how majestic, thought the crowd. This time, what would Lin Feng do? When they looked at Lin Feng, they saw that he looked calm and detached. He slowly lowered his head and then raised his head. Lin Feng also started moving his hands. The marks he left in the sky contained an incredible and seemingly infinite amount of energy which was undulating and changing. Deadly energies emerged from those marks. Lin Feng can do it too, thought the crowd. People were even more surprised. Xian Yuan and Lin Feng had many spells and techniques to draw from. The Xian Yuan word became more distinct now. Its oppressive power intensified as well. Lin Feng wrote a word too. He wrote the word die in the sky. It contained incredible sword energies. The word Xian Yuan also contained Xian Yuan's intent. Lin Feng's word contained sword energies. Xian Yuan raised his head and looked at Lin Feng's word. He sighed, but continued condensing energies into his word. I wouldn't have thought that I would need to use real and genuine blood strength against you. It is the first time I have had to do that against someone of your level. Xian Yuan said slowly. Finally, Xian Yuan was going to show what his blood strength really looked like. Finally, Lin Feng was going to be defeated. However, he could already be proud that he had managed to fight that long against Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan raised his hand and dispersed the terrifying energies. The word Xian Yuan disappeared too. Lin Feng looked at Xian Yuan and smiled. He raised his hands too. His word die disappeared as well. Then, Xian Yuan released his blood strength, which emitted whistling sounds. I will show you how an emperor fights. Even if you lose, you can be proud of yourself, said Xian Yuan slowly. His body gradually turned into an illusion as if he was changing bodies. He looked domineering, majestic and powerful. He looked like an emperor as his blood strength emerged. That was imperial blood. His flesh contained imperial strength. There was nothing he couldn't do. At that moment, Xian Yuan looked dignified as if nobody could stop him. Even with the strength of the first Tianqi layer, he looked incredible. With his real strength of the seventh Tianqi layer and his incredible imperial blood, he would have been even more terrifying. The crowd couldn't even imagine. With the body of an emperor, one of my punches is enough to kill someone of the same level, said Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan was now acting as if he were a real emperor. I told you, in my eyes, you're the same as everybody else. You're just a cultivator, that's all, said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng's body also started turning into an illusion. He was bathing in golden lights. Very quickly, Lin Feng turned into an ancient Buddha. He looked majestic, dignified, domineering. Then, he turned into a Haruka and he was suddenly surrounded by demonic and ice-cold energies. People's hearts started racing. Lin Feng's body was flashing. 1 second he had the form of a Buddha, the other he had the form of a Haruka. Ho Chang Lin was surprised as well. His eyes were twinkling. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, only one person had such a body. It was the Three Lives Demon Emperor who had practiced the Three Lives Buddha demon skills, and he was extraordinary. There were 3 people in one body, each body was incredible strong. They all had the strength of a great emperor. At that moment, surprisingly, Lin Feng reminded him of the Three Lives Demon Emperor. Lin Feng's demonic energies were intensifying at that moment. He looked like a demon and his body was becoming even more distinct. Xian Yuan looked like an overlord and Lin Feng looked like a death god. Lin Feng uses the demon Buddha form to benefit the most from the demonic energies and to hide something. I see, thought Ho Chang Lin. But what did Lin Feng want to hide? Did he want to hide a demonic skill? Did Lin Feng have a powerful demonic skill? Alright, Xian Yuan was fixedly staring back at Lin Feng. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng could also turn into a demon. Lin Feng wasn't any weaker than him at that moment. From now on, I will never say you're an insect ever again, however, I will still kill you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1033, Do you regret? Chapter 1033, Do you regret? You want to kill me? Said Lin Feng looking like a demon. He then added coldly, ridiculous, can you kill me? Your demonic body is powerful, but is your corporeal body strong enough? If you don't have powerful skills and strength to back them up, can you defeat me? Said Xian Yuan proudly. He then started running forwards again. In a flash, he arrived in front of Lin Feng and punched the air in his direction. He first wanted to see how resistant Lin Feng's Haruka body was. Could he break Lin Feng's bones with just his imperial strength? Boom boom. A loud spread in the air as well as terrifying energies. Lin Feng could barely breathe for a second. That wasn't the strength of the first Tianqi layer, that was much stronger. Even cultivators of the third and fourth Tianqi layer couldn't withstand that attack. Demonic energies rose up in the air. Lin Feng slowly raised his hands and punched back at Xian Yuan's fist this time. A very loud and strident sound spread in the air. Xian Yuan's facial expression was very serious. Even though he had a strong corporeal body, Lin Feng's strength of the Haruka blocked him. That was impressive to say the least. Xian Yuan suddenly released energies from his hand. He rose up in the air and looked at Lin Feng from above. I'll show you what real strength looks like, said Xian Yuan coldly. He started condensing more energies in his fist as a gigantic imperial hand appeared above. Sky-killing hand. Die! Shouted Xian Yuan furiously. That terrifying and gigantic hand was dazzling, it seemed like it could bear the weight of the sky alone. Gigantic demon hand! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A gigantic demon hand appeared in the sky. Your hand can't block mine, said Xian Yuan, throwing himself at Lin Feng. Boom boom! If the demonic hand was destroyed, Lin Feng would be in a bad position. The demon chi was enough to suffocate some people. Great celestial demonic skill, die! Shouted Lin Feng. He rose up in the air. Boom boom boom! The imperial hand wasn't enough to block the demon hand. Xian Yuan had a strong corporeal body, but he was propelled backwards anyway. Lin Feng ran in the air and stood above Xian Yuan. He glared down at him coldly. His pupils were pitch black. The crowd shivered when they saw Lin Feng's eyes. You took all the initiatives, you thought you were incredible, and you thought you could kill me. Let me tell you something, you can't kill me, but I can kill you, Lin Feng announced loud and clear. Was Lin Feng really that scary? People remembered that Lin Feng had climbed up the 9 groups of stairs. Initially, everybody thought that it was impossible, but in the end, Lin Feng did it. Now, everybody thought that Lin Feng would die easily, but they had been battling for who knows how long and Xian Yuan wasn't looking so hot anymore. Demon Fury, die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Pitch-black energies rolled in the air. In a flash, a terrifying demonic hand moved towards Xian Yuan, emitting terrible demonic sounds. Xian Yuan was petrified. What was going on? Lin Feng wasn't only condensing energies into his demonic body, he also had incredible skills. Had Lin Feng learned special demonic skills? No matter if we're the same level or not, I'm the only one who kills others. You will absolutely not kill me. Die! Shouted Xian Yuan furiously. He rose up in the air quickly and released his blood strength once more. I will be the exception, said Lin Feng, looking terrifying with his pitch-black pupils. Insane demon, arg! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His demonic body looked extremely scary. It was as if the earth and sky were quivering in fear. Millions of demons seemed to be baring their fangs and brandishing claws. Xian Yuan trembled, he actually looked scared. 1,000 demons, 1,000 claws, said Lin Feng in a demonic voice. All those hands emitted whistling sounds as they fused together. Then, they surrounded Xian Yuan. Lin Feng looked merciless. He kept moving his hands. He looked scary. Lin Feng condensed some explosive strength in his hands and said, Demon Destruction, destroy. Bzzz. Xian Yuan felt immobilized, as if his flesh was corroding away. Lin Feng's Demon Destruction attack contained corrosive energies and acted as a sort of cage as well. Piss off. Xian Yuan released more energies. However, Lin Feng looked unperturbed. He continued condensing his demonic energies. Destroy, said Lin Feng. An explosive force crashed onto Xian Yuan's body again. Destroy, 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 Lin Feng's voice echoed across the battlefield, deep and horse-like. Lin Feng continued to condense incredible demon energies and barrage Xian Yuan with them. Arg! Xian Yuan released his spirit. He was stuck in Lin Feng's demon destruction cage, he had no choice but to release his spirit. The crowd looked incredulous. Xian Yuan, who had imperial blood and a strong corporeal body, needed his spirit to escape the demon's constriction. Lin Feng had the advantage now. Do you think your spirit can still help you? Said Lin Feng in a deep voice. His voice was piercingly cold. Destruction, die, said Lin Feng. In a flash, his explosive power surrounded Xian Yuan. Slash, slash. Terrifying sounds spread in the air as everybody was staring at Xian Yuan. Lin Feng's demonic chi seemed unfathomable. Arg! Xian Yuan looked at the sky. How? His body was being corroded. Was he going to lose? His eyes were red. He couldn't give up. However, Lin Feng looked at him expressionless. Don't think that because you have imperial blood or more experience that you can kill me so easily. If Master Ho Qinglin hadn't said that we were both qualified already, I'd be willing to say that you're qualified to become an imperial cultivation disciple. Lin Feng said. Xian Yuan's brow twitched. Arg! He shouted furiously and his body slowly disappeared from the illusion. Lin Feng had won. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1034, Despising Yang Ziyi. Chapter 1034, Despising Yang Ziyi. Xian Yuan had died in the illusion. The crowd was speechless. Lin Feng's demonic energies slowly dispersed. However, Lin Feng was still there. Xian Yuan, who possessed imperial blood and was an excellent fighter, who despised everyone and had said he would easily defeat Lin Feng, had lost. The crowd realized now how scary Lin Feng was. They had seen it with their own eyes. If they hadn't seen it for themselves, they would hardly believe it. Xian Yuan was talented and had thought that he would rank first amongst Tian-level candidates. He had thought that, after that, he would ask for Yang Ziya's hand and that the Yang clan would admire him. However, Lin Feng had rescued Yang Ziyi, had been humiliated by her clan and had crushed her future husband. Lin Feng showed everyone how strong he was by defeating Xian Yuan. Yang Ziyi couldn't believe it. She was trembling. She felt humiliated. She could still see the battle play out in her head. She had thought that Lin Feng was a nobody, a weakling. She had humiliated him over and over again. She thought that her future lover, Xian Yuan, would defeat Lin Feng in one strike and that he would ask for her hand then. Xiao Yuxian was astonished too. She was looking at Lin Feng in the sky with her heart pounding. She was gasping in amazement. She had been scared that Lin Feng would get injured throughout the battle. She didn't mind if he lost or not, she just wanted him to be safe. She didn't think that he would defeat Xian Yuan in such a glorious way. She was overjoyed. Xiao Lin and Xiao Mei, and even Xiao Yuxian's third uncle wanted to kill Lin Feng, how foolish. She would always hate them for that. If they had seen what just happened in the illusion, the Zhou clan would have welcomed Lin Feng with open arms and would have given him Qi Yuxian's hand. He was an authentic genius and his future was bright. Xian Yuan thought he was going to become an emperor. Well then, what about Lin Feng? Didn't that mean he was going to become an emperor as well? He's awesome. He always let me win. Thought Xiao Yuxian with a resplendent smile. She had attacked Lin Feng a few times in the past, but Lin Feng never showed her his real strength. Thinking back about that, she felt happy. Ho Cheng Lin hadn't thought that Lin Feng would win either. In the northern part of Bahuang province, even Ho Cheng Lin had heard of Xian Yuan. That's why he said that no matter who the winner was, they would both be qualified. Actually, he had just tried to help Lin Feng. If he had known that Lin Feng would win, he would have preferred to eliminate Xian Yuan. That would have been more interesting. At that moment, Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Yang Ziyi. She was petrified and turned pale. Yang Zilan had no chance to become an imperial cultivation disciple this time. Lin Feng had eliminated him. Now that Xian Yuan had been defeated by Lin Feng, she couldn't compete with Lin Feng. What do you want? Asked Yang Ziyi to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at her from above in a disdainful way. They had switched places it seemed. She used to be the one who looked at him in a disdainful way. I rescued you. I took you home safe and sound. Your clan humiliated me. Xian Yuan was supposed to rank first and now I defeated him. How does it feel to see that the piece of trash who will be your future husband lost? Lin Feng said indifferently. Yang Ziyi pulled a long face. You won because you have the same cultivation level in the illusion. How dare you compare yourself to him? Said Yang Ziyi coldly. Indeed, I've been practicing cultivation for 10 years now and I can already defeat him. When I reach the clouds, I'll spit on him. Said Lin Feng calmly. He wasn't proud to have won against Xian Yuan, but at least, he had taught them a good lesson. Lin Feng wasn't a saint, he didn't believe there were saints either. Everybody had different motives and different friends. What was the purpose of cultivation if it was to remain indifferent? If people humiliated him, then he would enjoy humiliating them back. Attack! Said Yang Ziyi. She knew she had no chance to become an imperial cultivation disciple. Lin Feng wouldn't let her off either. She hated him. That nobody, Lin Feng, had eliminated her brother and was now going to eliminate her now. Lin Feng raised his hand and punched the air in Yang Ziyi's direction. In a flash, she disappeared from the illusion. The crowd was astonished. Nobody understood what was going on. They had heard about Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi who wanted to kill Lin Feng. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi hated Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care about them. After all, they had wanted to kill him since the start. They had plotted against him so Lin Feng didn't need to act merciful. Ho Cheng Lin was observing them. 1,000 people were left in the illusion. Won't you all continue fighting? Asked Ho Cheng Lin indifferently. If you don't continue fighting, I'll take you out and prepare another exam for you. Whatever you decide, there will inevitably only be 81 people left. Many people remained silent, but they seemingly didn't want to continue fighting. That exam was too hard. If they were careless, they could get eliminated quickly. Since you don't want to fight, I'll take you out, said Ho Ching Lin. He shook his hand and the small world disappeared. They appeared in the palace again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1035, Mu Chen's Supervision. Chapter 1035, Mu Chen's Supervision. Everybody was in the palace, including those who had been eliminated. Xian Yuan, Yang Zilan, Yang Ziyi, they were all there. Boom! Yang Zilan released terrifying energies towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng right away. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently. He didn't even try to dodge the attack. How insolent! Shouted a furious voice which made the whole palace shake. Sound waves crashed onto Yang Zilan's body which left him crawling on the ground and spitting out blood. Brother! Yan Ziyi looked alarmed. Yang Zilan looked back at Ho Qinglin while still spitting out blood. He didn't dare get furious again. Ho Qinglin was incredibly strong. Even if Yang Zilan was rich and powerful, he couldn't do anything against Ho Qinglin. Next time, I'll kill you, said Ho Qinglin coldly. Lin Feng was furious because Yang Zilan was disrespecting this holy place, Tiantai. He had shown disrespect for Tiantai and its inhabitants. Yang Zilan was actually this impolite. Ho Qinglin's attack wasn't even enough to punish Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan didn't say anything. He felt like he had lost everything. He belonged to a rich and powerful family. He had managed to climb up the stairs. He had thought he'd become an imperial cultivation disciple, but in the end, he was eliminated by Lin Feng. Now, people would make fun of him in Ba Huang. He couldn't even get his revenge while Ho Qinglin was there. Ho Qinglin could kill him with one finger. If he tried anything funny again, Ho Qinglin would kill him. He was the emperor's direct disciple, he didn't fear the Yangs. Yang Zilan was supported by a rich family, Ho Qinglin was supported by emperors. You don't know how to differentiate good from bad, said Lin Feng mockingly. Xian Yuan looked at Lin Feng coldly, but didn't try anything. Lin Feng glanced at Xian Yuan and saw murder in his eyes. Of course, Xian Yuan was furious. He was so strong, he was so famous, losing against Lin Feng wasn't something he longed for. Everybody knew that if Lin Feng and he were at the same level, he wouldn't have lost. The news would spread quickly in Ba Huang. I told you clearly that those who had been eliminated could either continue practicing cultivation in Tiantai and apply to become imperial cultivation disciples in the second batch. Of course, you can leave too. Someone can show you the way if you want to leave. Nobody will force you to stay in Tiantai, said Ho Qinglin. Many people sighed. They had passed the first part of the exam, but not the second part. Now they didn't know what to do. You can go now, said Ho Qinglin slowly. Those who had been eliminated simply left. I hope that you will become an imperial cultivation disciple and that you will stay in Tiantai so that they can protect you forever, said Yang Zilan coldly Lin Feng. Then, he left. He was crushed. A genius like him had failed. Forever? Ridiculous, said Lin Feng glancing at him coldly. Surprisingly, Yang Zilan was threatening him. How ridiculous. The young siblings left. However, everybody understood that the young Zilan wouldn't let Lin Feng off this easily. If Lin Feng ever left Tiantai, they would find him and kill him. After they left, Ho Qinglin took the crowd out of the palace and back on the road. There were palaces all around them. Everybody looked at those 81 palaces in the distance and hoped to end up in one of them soon. If they became imperial cultivation disciples, they would be able to have their own palace in Tiantai. How glorious! Let's go, said Ho Qinglin to the crowd. They continued walking. Someone suddenly came running up to Ho Qinglin. Brother, how's it going? That person was also one of the emperor's direct disciples, Mu Chen. It's all right. We can switch now. I won't be worried if you take care of them. You just have to make sure they feel exhausted. Mu Chen smiled indifferently. Ho Qinglin shook his head and smiled wryly. Brother, you're too generous. All right, be merciless. Mu Chen laughed wholeheartedly and Ho Qinglin said, nodding, all right, they're yours. Brother, don't be too nice to them. All right, said Mu Chen nodding and laughing. Ho Qinglin then left. After Ho Qinglin left, Mu Chen smiled at the crowd and said, you must be tired after those difficult challenges. I'll take you to a nice place. Mu Chen smiled indifferently, he gave everyone the impression he was easygoing. However, what did he mean by a nice place? They were wondering. Besides, from what Ho Chang Lin had said to Mu Chen, they were even more curious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1036, Mu Chen's Philosophy. Chapter 1036, Mu Chen's Philosophy. However, everybody understood that to become a strong cultivator, one couldn't be merciful. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's first recruitment process was extremely important. Mu Chen was the emperor's direct disciple, so if he did anything good for the candidates, it also had to be in accordance with the objectives set in the frame for the recruitment process. Therefore, when Mu Chen said he was taking them to a nice place, only few people felt relaxed. A vast majority of them were actually getting ready to fight for a palace that is. Mu Chen took the candidates to a palace that was different from the one Ho Chang Lin had taken them. The palace looked like an illusion and contained a particular energy. Inside, the oppressive strength is going to crush your bodies. It's similar to the energies which were used on the flight of stairs. It's not entirely the same though. Inside, the lights will take you to different places, said Mu Chen smiling. Everybody was wondering what it was. Was it a deployment spell? Different lights, different places, ... If you want to become Imperial Cultivation disciples and obtain one of the 81 palaces, you must enter. Going inside that palace can be beneficial or fatal. Now, you can decide whether you want to take the risk or call it quits. If you decide to give up now, you can still stay in Tiantai and practice cultivation for 100 days and you'll have the opportunity to apply as a second batch student. That was a nice place according to Mu Chen. I'll repeat, you can choose what you want to do now. You can give up or you can put your life in the hands of fate, said Mu Chen. As a cultivator, I fear nothing, said someone and then immediately jumped into the lights. The energies were oppressive. Boom! He released pure chi, but the energies kept oppressing him. It seemed like he was going to suffocate. The energies were even more oppressive than the staircase from the first exam. Bzzz. A terrifying sound invaded the atmosphere and that candidate disappeared. He's right. Cultivators are fearless, said someone else who then jumped in. Many people followed. The same thing was happening to all of them. The pressure seemed very high and then they slowly disappeared. Lin Feng didn't move. He slowly sensed that oppressive energy and frowned. Lin Feng had the sensation that the intensity of the energy was different from one moment to another. There was a pattern. The more a cultivator could the oppressive energies, the more oppressive the energies became. Mu Chen said that those lights could take us to different places. I suppose the opportunities will be different depending on how long we can stay in those lights, thought Lin Feng. He then said to Chiu Uxin, when you're inside, try to endure the lights as long as you can until you absolutely can't stand it anymore. All right, said Chiu Uxin nodding. She looked like an obedient child. Lin Feng walked into the lights and in a flash, a terrifying energy oppressed his body. That energy was terrifying. No wonder so many people couldn't endure it for that long. Xian Yuan followed Lin Feng into the lights. He wanted to try competing with Lin Feng again. Inside the illusion, Lin Feng had defeated him and killed him. Xian Yuan had to gain back his reputation. Otherwise, he would never gain back his self-confidence. Lin Feng didn't mind. Lin Feng had already humiliated the young siblings and Xian Yuan. He had his revenge. The most important thing now was to become the emperor's disciple and rank as high as he could in the competition. After becoming an imperial cultivation disciple, all those people who wanted to kill him wouldn't be able to anymore. At least, he would be safe in Tiantai. The energies became even more oppressive, but Lin Feng looked relaxed. That wasn't difficult for him after having practiced in the magical flight of stairs. More and more people ran into the lights. Some people used their own strength to endure the pressure longer. Most people were convinced that the longer they could stay inside, the better. Otherwise, after the flight of stairs, why would Mu Chen bring them there? Bzzz. Many people disappeared. Those who could endure the pressure were less numerous. The energies were becoming even more oppressive by now. Lin Feng sensed the fifth wave of energy coming and it was very intense. He circulated his blood strength throughout his body and closed his eyes. It seemed like he wanted to fuse together with those energies and with the natural force of the earth and sky. In the flight of stairs, the energies could propel people away. This energy is different, the pressure is downwards, as if one had something heavy on their back. It continues to get heavier until you teleport, thought Lin Feng calmly. At that moment, the pressure was extremely intense. Lin Feng continued condensing energies. If the oppressive energies suddenly disappeared, his own energies would propel into the clouds. Maybe the places were being sent are up in the sky, thought Lin Feng. He opened his eyes and raised his head. Everybody had first moved up before disappearing. No matter what, Lin Feng wasn't going to give up. The energies were powerful, but at least they were useful to practice cultivation under. Lin Feng was fearless. He didn't mind suffering to become stronger. Everybody disappeared and in the end, only Xian Yuan and Lin Feng were left. Mu Chen looked at Lin Feng and smiled when he saw how perseverant he was. That was interesting. I hope you'll become stronger, little boy. Our master sent my fellow disciple to Ganyu to singularly find you after all, thought Mu Chen. That was the world of cultivation. They didn't mind most things. Even though their teacher attached such importance to Lin Feng, if he couldn't persevere, then he was worthless. He had to be determined to remain interesting. Nobody was willing to waste time on an unmotivated or ungrateful student. Only if Lin Feng took great efforts, the emperor would respect him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1037, Portraits of Emperors. Chapter 1037, Portraits of Emperors. Xian Yuan didn't manage to surpass Lin Feng, once again. He ended up being propelled upwards by the energies, leaving Lin Feng as the last one. Lin Feng felt like he was going to suffocate, his body was shaking. Finally, Lin Feng sensed that he was rising up and he disappeared. Bzzz. It was as if he had been attacked. The lights propelled him high up in the sky. In a flash, he was in another world. Lin Feng glanced around to see what was new. There were stones and walls all around him. There were drawings, carvings, and paintings. All of them were portraits. They all look extraordinary, thought Lin Feng, glancing at those portraits. All those portraits contained an incredible energy too. Lin Feng walked around and observed the paintings. His attention was drawn to a portrait of a man who looked extremely aggressive. He was holding an axe. He looked like he wanted to chop the whole world apart with that axe. Lin Feng could sense an incredible qi emanating from that portrait. It had to be an emperor. Lin Feng stretched his hand and touched the painting. He immediately had the sensation that the man was attacking him with his axe, as if he was trying to chop Lin Feng in two. Lin Feng took back his hand and continued walking around, still shocked by the experience. Lin Feng stopped in front of another portrait. It was a handsome and cold-looking man. He had the eyes of a beast. It was difficult to forget such eyes. Lin Feng turned around quickly. He didn't want to start at that portrait for too long. His godly awareness wasn't strong enough. Maybe Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu drew those paintings, thought Lin Feng. Apart from emperors, who could have produced such powerful paintings? They all contained an explosive power. Besides, all those portraits probably depicted emperors. Otherwise, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu wouldn't have put such terrifying qi into them. But why put all the paintings there? There were hundreds of thousands of pieces in there. Each of them looked incredibly real. That must have meant that Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu had seen them personally. How many emperors were there in Bahuang province? Maybe there were emperors from Bahuang province, Zhou, and maybe even from the Holy City? Lin Feng was sure that Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu had seen those people personally. Lin Feng continued walking around and stopped in front of each painting. Very quickly, Lin Feng found out that the paintings on one wall were different from the others. There were only a few paintings on that particular wall, but they were less distinct than the others. Maybe Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu had painted them that way because they hadn't seen them personally and had relied solely on their memories to paint them? Lin Feng looked at them and suddenly had déjà vu. There was one portrait of a man wearing black clothes. He looked demonic and scary. The Demon Emperor. Lin Feng had seen the Demon Emperor's statue in the Jade Emperor's palace. On his side was a woman. She looked incredibly beautiful. Her face was covered with a veil so Lin Feng couldn't see her facial traits clearly. It probably meant that Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu had never seen her face either. She looked emotionless and expressionless. Is that Empress Shi? Thought Lin Feng. In the Jade Emperor's palace, the Empress Qi wasn't distinct. However, she was extremely beautiful, just like this one. In the Jade Emperor's palace, the statues had been created by the Jade Emperor himself. He had depicted the great emperors he admired. He had also left a note which said the Empress had died. The 3 Lives Great Emperor. Lin Feng noticed a painting with a very particular qi. Lin Feng recognized the 3 lives demon emperor, 3 bodies, 3 types of cultivation. Apart from the 3 emperors and great emperors, there were a few other portraits of very strong and powerful people. Lin Feng would never forget those people. Maybe they were powerful emperors from the antiquity. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know if the lives of emperors and great emperors had limits. As long as they didn't die in battle, couldn't they live for millions of years? Weren't emperors and great emperors who were alive in the antiquity still alive? Maybe they were immortal. Lin Feng had seen something similar with the 3 lives demon emperor. It seems like the demon emperor, Empress Shi, and the 3 lives emperor are very famous. The Jade Emperor wasn't the only one who admired them. Even though Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi have never seen them, they also admire them. They just relied on their memories to paint them. Thought Lin Feng looking at the paintings. He could only guess. He didn't know where he was and why those paintings were there. However, he enjoyed looking at those paintings. In Bahuang province, Shen-level cultivators were considered extremely weak, Tian-level cultivators were ordinary, and Zun cultivators were considered fairly strong. Cultivators had to be, at least, emperors to be admired. Then, they could have their own disciples, their own followers. Lin Feng could only guess about emperors. He didn't know enough about them. When a cultivator reached such a high level, he probably only stayed with people at the same level, which meant other emperors. Lin Feng couldn't imagine what it was like to be an emperor. He didn't even know where they lived. I am the one who stayed the longest in the lights, and now I'm surrounded by portraits of emperors with incredible energies. If I practice cultivation in here for a few days, it will probably help me a lot. Thought Lin Feng. Mu Chen was one of the emperor's direct disciples. He seemed to think highly of Lin Feng, just like the Sadhu or Ho Ching Lin. Lin Feng still didn't understand what his relationship to these people was. Were they friends, future fellow disciples? Was it a teacher-disciple relationship? Besides, Mu Chen had said that those places could be dangerous. But in that room, Lin Feng hadn't seen any danger yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1038, Coldness and Death. Chapter 1038, Coldness and Death. Lin Feng didn't ask himself too many questions. All in all, he had an opportunity to become stronger, so practicing cultivation was the best thing he could do now. He would benefit from Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's paintings. Lin Feng walked to the center of the room and sat down cross-legged, taking out his Tian Shan stone. Lin Feng sensed all the energies of the paintings distinctly. Lin Feng visualized the emperor with the axe, his ice-cold eyes. It seemed like he could crush people's souls with his eyes. It was as if nobody dared look him in the eyes. There were definitely many things to study in there. Lin Feng opened his book Spirit. Lin Feng sensed his surroundings distinctly, clearly and slowly, visualizing all the paintings. He could only manage this task slowly. He was realizing how terrifying those paintings were while slowly familiarizing himself with them. The energies were becoming even more intense. If Lin Feng was careless, the paintings would attack him. After a long time, Lin Feng opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He had used his awareness to study the paintings, but the longer he studied them, the more terrifying the energies became. So he decided to take a break. I can only study one painting at a time. If I managed to study them all, it would be incredible for my cultivation, whispered Lin Feng. Actually, he really wanted to study only one of them in detail and master it. But in the end, he did things differently. It was such a rare opportunity that he had to make things compact. Studying them all a little was beneficial as well. Very soon after, Lin Feng started studying again using his Tian Shan stone and his spirit. He was slowly becoming stronger. Studying imperial teachings could only make him stronger. Besides, those weren't ordinary portraits, they were portraits of emperors which contained essential aspects of their own cultivation. After 19 days, Lin Feng was still sitting there and he didn't know how much time had passed. Bzzz. A strength appeared in the room and the qi became increasingly intense. It turned into a whirlwind and slowly condensed around Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed the energies and opened his eyes. What was going on? Lin Feng didn't understand. What a terrifying strength. He frowned. Could it be a sign that he had to leave the place? Towards the massacre place, at all costs, come out alive, said a mysterious voice at that moment. Massacre palace? At all costs, come out alive? That voice wasn't Mu Chen's voice. They had probably sentenced the candidates for their last exam. Many people were going to die inside, but the survivors would become imperial cultivation disciples. The energies surrounded Lin Feng as he realized that the voice was echoing. He lowered his head and realized he wasn't in the palace anymore. He was in a terrifying empty space full of energy. There were many people under him and they were all surrounded by the energies as well. Bzzz. Lin Feng had the feeling he was in a space, like the path to mysterious world where the Jade Emperor's palace was. Boom boom. Lin Feng fell down on the ground and he suddenly felt like all his bones were going to break. Where am I? Thought Lin Feng. There were pale lights and an evil qi. It was strangely cold as well. Desolate qi. I can sense some desolate qi. Lin Feng sensed desolate qi very clearly, especially since he had absorbed it before using his bestial consciousness. The energy which brought me here was extremely powerful, maybe it brought me millions of kilometers away from Tiantai. Massacre place. That place was probably where the final exam would take place. How to finish the exam though? Thought Lin Feng. Where are the thousands of people he saw in space while being brought there? They were probably all in that mysterious place with him. Lin Feng started walking, without knowing exactly where he was going. He just wanted to see if anyone else was there and how big that place was. He was very cold. Had that place undergone a massacre? Slash. Lin Feng heard a sharp sound and he was suddenly surrounded by deadly energies. He felt ice cold. People had died there and he was certain of it now. That energy was so cold that it seemed like it could kill people without any resistance. They could just wait for death. How could I die here? Thought Lin Feng, feeling determined. He suddenly released some energies. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously while turning around. The sound waves produced by his voice contained demonic energies and made the entire atmosphere shake. Slash, slash, subtle sounds spread in the air as Lin Feng was surrounded by those piercingly cold energies. It was as if he could see other people there. At that moment, a dagger filled with ice-cold energies moved towards him. Piss off! Lin Feng raised his hand and punched it. Boom boom! Lin Feng's punch reached a person, who then turned around and ran towards a forest. Third Tianqi layer. Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique and moved extremely quickly to chase that person. That person had managed to hide their qi. It probably wasn't someone who was sent there with him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1039, Terrifying Massacre Place. Chapter 1039, Terrifying Massacre Place. Surprisingly, there are people inside that forest who can hide their qi and who are seemingly very strong. Where am I? Thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the feeling he was inside an illusion. The cultivator of the third Tianqi layer probably knew the surroundings quite well. Lin Feng didn't really understand what was going on yet, though. If his godly awareness hadn't been strong enough, the attack a moment before would have killed him. You think you can escape? Said Lin Feng coldly. He used wind intent to move even faster. Coupled with his Xiaoyao agility technique, he was as fast as lightning. However, the enemy didn't leave any trace of qi. Lin Feng had to be careful, otherwise, he could easily be jumped again. No wonder that cultivator of the third Tianqi layer attacked me. Thought Lin Feng. He tried to release qi to see if he could find the enemy. That person knew they couldn't escape, so they turned around. Lin Feng had the feeling it was an illusion, a deadly illusion at that. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously while releasing energies and punching the air in front of him. His punch contained demon seal energies. Boom! Lin Feng's demon seal strength restricted his enemies so they could barely move. Lin Feng had broken through to the fourth Tianqi layer and his opponent had the strength of the third Tianqi layer, therefore it wasn't difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Boom boom! That person crashed on the ground and blood splashed out their mouth. Slash! That person released ice-cold dagger energies. As Lin Feng wasn't too far from them, their cold energies felt even colder. Die! Said Lin Feng coldly. He had studied the Emperor's paintings and was prepared for some battles. His opponent could barely move after being punched. Boom boom! He was crawling now. Lin Feng trampled on their arm and crackling sounds were heard. The opponent gave a horrible shriek. Why did you attack me? Asked Lin Feng. The opponent looked at him in an evil and cold way. Since you're here, why would you ask? Asked the opponent. Where are we? Asked Lin Feng coldly. The opponent looked at him in a strange way. How had Lin Feng made it there? Besides, he hadn't thought that he would lose with his abilities and his illusions. He had killed many people, many of whom were as strong as Lin Feng, sometimes stronger. In the illusion, it was usually difficult for people to counterattack. However, Lin Feng easily understood his attacks and had even chased him. Maybe Lin Feng was a manhunter? Don't you know? Asked the opponent coldly. I don't know, replied Lin Feng. How did you come here then? Asked that person coldly. I asked you a question, answer me, maybe I won't kill you if you tell me. Said Lin Feng, just as coldly. What? Maybe he wouldn't kill him? He still had a chance to live. Nobody was merciful there. How could Lin Feng be merciful? Are you serious? If you continue asking questions, I'll change my mind. Said Lin Feng coldly. We're under the Huang Sea, in a place made of fire. It's also a place of massacre. Many extremely strong cultivators and imperial cultivation disciples come here to practice. They come here to kill people and become stronger. It's a place where life and death coexist. Here, people fight for strength, not for glory. Said Lin Feng's interlocutor. Lin Feng was surprised. He was under the Huang Sea, no wonder there was desolate Qi. According to legends, that place was created by several strong cultivators from the Ba Huang province. They took huge risks to create that world. It is also very beneficial to practice cultivation here. Everyone who wants to become an imperial cultivation disciple has to come here at least once. If they die here, then it means they're not strong enough to become imperial cultivation disciples. There are also several imperial cultivation disciples who come here to practice. They're the only ones who can come here without any restrictions. And only emperors can send people here. Disciples who belong to rich and powerful families have to ask emperors for their permission before coming here. Therefore, when people come here, they're merciless and will try to kill everyone. That's why I tried to kill you. Said that person. That was a place of massacre. People went there to kill. And those who wanted to become imperial cultivation disciples had to come here at least once. No wonder Mu Chen sent us here. We have to massacre people. Thought Lin Feng. He then asked again, how vast is this place? How many strong cultivators are there? It's as vast as a city. There are only Tian-level cultivators here. If there were Zun cultivators as well, it would be difficult. I don't know how many people there are total though. There are people from the entire province. Apart from imperial cultivation disciples and rich young cultivators, there are few others who are sent here. Therefore, I think there should be a dozen or several hundreds of thousands of people. Replied Lin Feng's interlocutor. How can we get out? Asked Lin Feng. The other remained silent. Tell me the truth, if I think you're lying, I'll kill you without hesitating. Said Lin Feng coldly. He had the impression that his interlocutor was scared. Cultivators of the first Tian Qi layer have to kill 10 people here. There are people who guard the territory and altars of sacrifice, so you have to go through them to get back to your imperial territory. If you have broken through to the second Tian Qi layer, then you must kill 20 people, and so on. A cultivator of the 9th Tian Qi layer must kill 90 people. Said Lin Feng's interlocutor. Lin Feng had to kill so many people to get back. No wonder that place was a place of massacre. He didn't want to tell Lin Feng because Lin Feng might then kill him. That would be one of 40 down. So I need to kill 40 people to get back, thought Lin Feng. How cruel. To become an imperial cultivation disciple, to become a really strong cultivator, he had to trample on other people's bones and corpses. In that place, one could live or die, but they had to be a good hunter. We can't stay here too long. Our battle will attract more people. Said Lin Feng's interlocutor. There were many people in there and weak people had to be careful not to become prey. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1040, Hunting. Chapter 1040, Hunting. Lin Feng nodded. It was part of the exam to become an imperial cultivation disciple. If he encountered a cultivator at the top of the Tian Qi layer, he would be in mortal danger. There were also the imperial cultivation disciples who often came to practice. Lin Feng took his foot away off his interlocutor's arm. He was surprised and said, "Thank you, but how many people did you kill so far?" Asked Lin Feng. 18, Lin Feng nodded. His interlocutor still had 12 people to kill before leaving. In Tiantai, there were 1,000 candidates, all of whom had to kill a few dozen people. Maybe in the end, even less than 81 of them would make it out. Let's stay together. Said Lin Feng indifferently. That person frowned. You don't want to? That person suddenly looked scared. Nobody was nice there. If he didn't obey, maybe Lin Feng would kill him. No problem. I'm staying with you, said Lin Feng's interlocutor. In the distance, someone gave a horrible shriek. It wasn't far from them. Over there, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's new partner didn't mind. Lin Feng seemed strong. Lin Feng was surprisingly kind too, he hadn't killed him. Slash, they only walked a few meters before they heard another sound. Lin Feng stopped again and frowned. I feel like someone is watching us. I think someone is hunting us, said Lin Feng's new partner. He seemed afraid. He was hunting others so far and now he had the sensation people were hunting him. The nightmare was starting. However, Lin Feng remained silent and continued walking as if he had said nothing. He seemed so relaxed. Fought that person. The energies were getting even more intense. Slash. At that moment, a sharp sound spread in the air. Boom. Lin Feng raised his fist and punched the air, breaking the attack. Slash. A flower appeared in front of him, and it looked strangely dangerous. Lin Feng ran forwards and punched the air again. Someone fell down and blood splashed. That person was dead. He's dead. Lin Feng's new partner was astonished and turned deathly pale. He hadn't seen who had killed that person. He had probably sensed their qi a moment before. Lin Feng walked towards the corpse and turned it with his foot. That person's throat had been slit by a sharp blade. Lin Feng remained silent and continued walking. He was surrounded by a pale white light and an ice-cold qi. It looked like his body was covered with snowflakes. We can't continue. It's a dead end over there, said Lin Feng's new partner. Lin Feng continued though. Come with me, said Lin Feng, turning his head. His new partner kept shaking his head and said, I can't stay with you. I'm off. See you. Then, he turned around and ran away from Lin Feng. Come back, shouted Lin Feng. However, the guy acted as if he hadn't heard him and ran away. Slash. A beam of light moved into the distance. Blood splashed and that guy collapsed. Hunters of darkness, those were the guy's last words. Even though Lin Feng said he could forgive him, he had ended up being hunted by someone else, but there was nobody there. There was seemingly nothing in that forest. Lin Feng didn't see anyone. The energies he used to kill that guy illuminated the atmosphere for less than a millisecond, almost impossible to trace. Hunters of darkness, whispered Lin Feng. In a flash, he had killed several people around him, but he hadn't seen them. Lin Feng had no choice but to be cruel in there. He then continued walking calmly. Lin Feng wasn't shocked by death anymore. He had killed so many people in his life. Snowflakes were floating around him. Nothing could affect Lin Feng's mood though. Snowflakes were floating around him and he felt calm and serene, as if he were strolling in a park. Slash. An ice-cold light appeared. Bzzz. At the same time, an empty space strength appeared too. Sounds spread in the air. But Lin Feng wasn't affected, he was hiding in his snow illusion. Boom boom. Then, suddenly, his empty space illusion disappeared. Lin Feng, who had been calm, suddenly looked vigilant and released sword energies. Die. Boom boom, dot. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. An incredible quantity of sword energies invaded the atmosphere. At the same time, Lin Feng punched the air around him, but still couldn't see anyone. He had to protect himself. From the darkness, someone groaned with pain. There were other subtle sounds, and after a short time, it became calm again. There was absolutely no sound anymore. Lin Feng was motionless and lowered his head. There was blood. Lin Feng frowned, he realized what had happened. Hunters of darkness. Shadows. Lin Feng hadn't seen anyone. Mr. Kong. Lin Feng suddenly looked grave and solemn. He remembered the Yunhai sect and the old man in the mountains who had sacrificed himself to save Lin Feng. Mr. Kong's spirit was a shadow. He could kill people without being seen, just like that person a moment ago. Maybe that person had a shadow spirit like Mr. Kong. Lin Feng sighed and continued walking. That place was incredible, dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1041, Killing Shadow Hunters. Chapter 1041, Killing Shadow Hunters. I encountered 2 strong cultivators in such a short time. Luckily, I was stronger than them, otherwise, I would have died," thought Lin Feng. At that moment, he was starting to realize how scary that place. Luckily, the cultivator with the shadow spirit wasn't stronger than Lin Feng, and luckily Lin Feng had managed to injure him. In that place, there were all sorts of Tian-level cultivators. In order to finish as fast as possible, high-level cultivators had to kill a lot of people. In order to become a good hunter, cultivators in that world also had to learn how to watch their own back. Drip, drip. Lin Feng heard some water and frowned. He raised his head and without hesitating, he immediately punched the air. At the same time, he released some dazzling energies and noticed people. "Die," said Lin Feng. He had injured the cultivator with the shadow spirit, but he was still trying to kill him. He was hiding in trees now. "I was too careless," thought Lin Feng, wiping sweat off his forehead. Everything became dark around Lin Feng as he was surrounded by an incredibly sharp qi. He started moving like the wind. Lin Feng tried to follow the cultivator with the shadow spirit by listening to the sounds the leaves made as he moved. The cultivator with the shadow spirit had tried to kill Lin Feng twice. Did he think Lin Feng was that easy to kill? Suddenly, the sound stopped. Lin Feng raised his hand and released energies. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng coldly. Lights of energies streaked across the sky and disappeared. Slash, slash. Another sound spread in the air. Lin Feng looked. Was that guy leaving? Drip, drip. Blood appeared. Someone was injured. Lin Feng had managed to injure him with his last attack. Humph. Lin Feng groaned coldly. If that guy hadn't tried to kill him twice, Lin Feng wouldn't have chased him. If he didn't do anything, the guy with the shadow spirit would probably try a 3rd time and a 4th time. Lin Feng chased him. They arrived in a field, but as before, Lin Feng couldn't see anything. He was just relying on the sounds he heard and the qi. For him, that was enough. The cultivator was quite fast though. They weren't far from each other, but Lin Feng's opponent wasn't any slower than him. That guy was probably using advanced agility techniques. Kacha, kacha. Another sound was heard. 2 dazzling white wings appeared and illuminated the surroundings. Bzzz. A strong wind started blowing as Lin Feng became even faster. "You're insane!" shouted someone furiously. The guy with the shadow spirit was furious. He wouldn't have thought he'd meet such an insane guy as Lin Feng, who didn't care about drawing other people's attention. Many people would come over. He didn't dare stop now. He had even been injured by Lin Feng, so if he stopped again, Lin Feng would certainly kill him. If he had known that Lin Feng would chase him like that, he wouldn't have attacked him. Almost there, thought the guy with shadow spirit. Slash, slash, Lin Feng threw himself at him. He looked scary. "You want to die," said the guy with the shadow spirit. Lin Feng sensed desolate qi and rumbling sounds spreading in the air. Desolate qi. They were under the Huang Sea. Even though there was a separation between the Huang Sea and that small world, some qi still spilled into that world. Surprisingly, the cultivator with the shadow spirit could use the desolate qi there. "Die!" shouted that person furiously. The cultivator appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. It was a slim young man. He avoided Lin Feng's sword qi and attacked him with some desolate qi. Bzzz. The desolate qi approached Lin Feng. The young man was smiling in a cold way. Lin Feng moved backwards as if he was still worried that the desolate qi could affect him. Lin Feng calmly looked at the desolate qi. Desolate qi had no impact on Lin Feng. It was just a energy for Lin Feng. The young man's facial expression changed drastically. Desolate qi had no effect on Lin Feng? "You must be disappointed," said Lin Feng coldly. He opened his silver wings and turned into a white beam of light, throwing himself at the young man while condensing sealing strength in his hands. Shadow. The young man disappeared once again. Lin Feng didn't give him any chance to escape though. Lin Feng's sealing strength was more than enough for him. Bzzz. Lin Feng's opponent could barely move. He fixedly stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng could block desolate qi and could use sealing strength. How scary was that? Why had he attacked Lin Feng? What a tragedy. He had come there to practice cultivation and he was very strong. But that small world was cruel. They were all hunters in there. He hadn't thought he'd meet someone with such a diverse skill set as Lin Feng's. "Don't you want to kill me?" said Lin Feng, raising his finger and shooting a beam of light towards the young man. Blood splashed again. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He punched the atmosphere in the direction of the young man who suddenly looked hopeless. In a flash, he died. Lin Feng had even released some desolate chi in his attack. How was that possible? He clearly saw that Lin Feng possessed desolate chi, he hadn't borrowed it from his surroundings. No matter what, he was dead now. He was Lin Feng's first prey. Many people came closer, but when they sensed the desolate chi, they moved back. Desolate chi was terrifying. Lin Feng raised his head and continued releasing desolate chi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1042, Imperial Battles. Chapter 1042, Imperial Battles. Desolate chi is so powerful, thought Lin Feng, raising his head. There were some black lights in his desolate chi. The young man with the shadow spirit had brought Lin Feng there on purpose, thinking he could attract the desolate chi and kill Lin Feng. Unfortunately, it hadn't worked. He knew that there was desolate chi here. There's a hole, so he brought me here on purpose, whispered Lin Feng. Then, he decided to leave that place. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in another place, far away from that desolate chi. He was wondering where Qiu Yuxian was. She had the strength of the 7th Tianqi layer. As long as she didn't encounter anyone stronger than her, she should be fine. Lin Feng frowned. He had the impression that the situation was getting dangerous. Is someone chasing me? Thought Lin Feng. That place was very dangerous. Luck and strength were the two determining factors. Massacre Palace, show me who wants to kill me. Lin Feng continued moving forwards. Killing was easy now with all the skills and techniques he had. But Lin Feng still felt uncomfortable, as if someone was following him. He released his godly awareness, but didn't notice anything in particular. He soon came across some extremely strong people who were hiding their chi. Lin Feng stopped and said, "Stop hiding and come out." His voice echoed far away, but nobody replied. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Drip, drip, finally, a sound came to Lin Feng's ears. Wind brushed against his clothes and it was ice cold. As expected, there's someone. Lin Feng's facial expression turned serious. He remained motionless as snowflakes started floating around him. Drip, drip, drip. The sounds were intensifying and seemed to be coming from all around him. Lin Feng started to feel really cold. The energies became even more intense as the battle was about to start. Boom! A terrifying chi surrounded Lin Feng. Shadows appeared all around. Piss off! Lin Feng punched the air, destroying the shadows. Illusion technique. Those shadows weren't real people, they were illusions. Lin Feng released his spirit. His pupils became pitch black and he could clearly see all around him. He looked rather cold and expressionless. More shadows attacked him, but Lin Feng didn't care about them. They were only illusions after all. His eyes were closed, but everything appeared very clearly in his brain. It seemed like nothing could escape his awareness. Slash! A subtle sound spread in the air. The illusions suddenly looked more real. Boom! Lin Feng opened his eyes and glanced around. He saw someone's face. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Red lights appeared in the darkness. He also released an explosive amount of sword chi. Loud sounds spread all around as the illusions all disappeared, destroyed by Lin Feng's blood sword. The enemy was trying to escape now. Where are you going? Said Lin Feng, amused. He chased the cultivator with the illusions. It was a shadow cultivator again. It was difficult to see them, how annoying. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He used his human sword fusion and turned into a sword. Boom boom! A hand appeared which contained terrifyingly sharp energies and moved towards Lin Feng at incredible speed. What's going on? Thought Lin Feng. He was still using his human sword fusion as he turned around and moved up. He now started using his blood strength. Slash, slash. Lights appeared in front of him. The enemy was attacking him again. Arg! Lin Feng was furious. He started running towards those lights. Lin Feng knew perfectly well what was going on, there wasn't just one person attacking him this time. Die! A golden hand appeared behind Lin Feng and hit him, it felt as if his organs were going to explode. 3 people. 3 people were hunting him. Buddha demon body! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He didn't use his empty space bestial illusion technique, instead, he turned into a Buddha demon. Dazzling golden lights and pale dark lights twinkled all around his body. 1,000 Buddha punches, 10,000 demon fists! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Millions of hands appeared all around him, both Buddha and demonic. They moved in all directions around him. Boom, boom, boom. Energies rolled in the air. Two silhouettes moved backward and hid in the dark again. It was as if they had never appeared. Lin Feng glanced around. He was furious. Surprisingly, several people had attacked him at once. It seems like some people join hands here too, thought Lin Feng. He had just encountered a killer squad. Who are you? Asked Lin Feng coldly. The atmosphere was calm for a few seconds and then a voice echoed back to Lin Feng, Hunters of Darkness. Hunters of Darkness. Repeated Lin Feng. He then said coldly, I killed a Hunter of Darkness already. We're all Hunters of Darkness, said someone else. Voices came from all around. The Hunters of Darkness consisted of a group of people. Drip, drip. More people came. They were all hiding in the dark so Lin Feng couldn't see them. In the distance, there was someone standing proudly on a gigantic tree. That person looked like an overlord. Nobody dared attack him. It was Xian Yuan. The Hunters of Darkness are going to kill you and I don't need to do anything to stop them, thought Xian Yuan. His eyes were filled with murder. He knew that place already for it was his second time visiting there. He also knew the Hunters of Darkness. In Bahuang province, there was someone called the Imperial Hunter who had terrifying hunting techniques nobody dared offend him. His disciples were all of the same class, assassins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1043, Strange Young Man. Chapter 1043, Strange Young Man. Xian Yuan knew everything there was to know in Bahuang province. He also knew the Hunters of Darkness personally. On the other hand, Lin Feng didn't know much about Bahuang province. Lin Feng could only guess what was going on using his eyes and intelligence. Those people were very dangerous, let alone they had joined hands to fight him. Those assassins used elite hunting skills, illusions, shadows, assassins' techniques. Lin Feng heard even more people and said, if you want to attack me, then attack me together. There's no need to hide. However, nobody paid attention to what he said. They continued hiding in the dark. Suddenly, a strong wind started blowing around Lin Feng. He was surrounded by an illusion again. It was similar to the illusion from before where it seemed like several shadows were attacking him again. So you want to fight again? Said Lin Feng. Snowflakes floated around him this time. At the same time, he condensed fire energies. A sun pattern appeared on Lin Feng's body, it was pure sun qi and it was scorching hot. Then, he released his fire energies and all the shadows disappeared instantly. Slash! A sharp energy moved towards Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng released sealing energies. Seal! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He released sealing strength with his left hand and the world around him seemingly stopped. Die! Shouted someone furiously. The voice came from behind him. Lin Feng condensed a black fire in his right hand which emitted crackling sounds. Then, Lin Feng released his attack. Die! Shouted Lin Feng. Ah, someone gave a horrible shriek. Lin Feng saw someone burning alive. Slash, slash. Lin Feng continued attacking using his level 7 sword intent. It was raining fire and sword intent, kind of like fireworks. I have no time to play with you guys. Lin Feng then released wind intent and wrapped himself up in it. He turned into a hurricane and flew far away. Drip, 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 more sounds were heard. Some people were following Lin Feng. There were other people around, but they couldn't afford being too noisy because the Hunters of Darkness were there too. Some people thought that the Hunters of Darkness had killed someone. With the strength of the 4th Tianqi layer, it was difficult to escape from them. Lin Feng moved with incredible speed, but he still heard people behind. Slash! A sword light streaked across the sky. Bzzz. The sword energies appeared in front of Lin Feng. Empty space bestial illusion technique. Energies quickly surrounded Lin Feng. Bzzz, his empty space bestial illusion was shaking under the pressure of those sword energies. Lin Feng wasn't feeling comfortable, things were quite dangerous for him now. That sword could kill him easily for it was an empty space sword technique. Boom! Lin Feng continued running. He wanted to escape but it seemed difficult. Lin Feng took out a talisman and broke it. In a flash, he started moving even faster. He could still hear people chasing him, but this time they couldn't catch up with him. Kaboom! At that moment, an incredible and explosive energy fell from the sky towards Lin Feng. He felt oppressed. Empty space bestial illusion technique. Lin Feng frowned and used his empty space bestial illusion technique again. In such a short time, he had used it twice. It was becoming difficult to manage. Bzzz. A terrifying strength bombarded Lin Feng's illusion. His empty space bestial illusion seemed like it was going to break this time. He could even sense the oppressive energies from inside the illusion. It was terrifying. Lin Feng continued moving as fast as he could and saw someone. It was a proud-looking young man. He was extremely muscular and was holding a gigantic wooden stick. It was the young man who had attacked Lin Feng a moment before. He had hit Lin Feng's illusion with his wooden stick. Not bad. You understand illusions, but even with the talisman you used, you're still too slow and too weak," said a loud voice. That voice sounded like thunder and painfully pierced through Lin Feng's eardrums. Escaping means I'm weak? So, what would you do if a group of hunters of darkness attacked you at the same time? Said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. Hunters of darkness? The young man was surprised and said, "You're the one they chased." No wonder. Since we both like illusion spells, I'll restrain my cultivation level and attack you. If you can withstand a single attack, I'll let you off. You'll let me off? That young man was strange. Lin Feng was so fast, did he need his opponent to let him off? Don't think that you're faster than me. I can easily catch up with you. So, do you think you can withstand a single one of my attacks? Said the young man. He didn't sound arrogant like Xian Yuan though. Alright, if you give me such an opportunity, I'll take it. Said Lin Feng coldly. His illusion disappeared and he stared down his enemy. I'm using the strength of the 4th Tianqi layer now, I'll punch you and we'll see what you can do. Said the young man. He then threw himself at Lin Feng without talking anymore. Boom boom. Lin Feng sensed the oppressive energies. His enemy had an incredibly powerful physical strength. Even with a restricted cultivation level, he's extremely strong. Lin Feng was amazed. That guy also condensed force into his attacks. Kaboom! Crackling sounds spread in the air as Lin Feng's arm felt like it was going to break off. He was propelled backwards and landed 1,000 meters behind. He propelled me backwards. That person was also propelled backwards, but only a few steps though. He scratched his head, annoyed. Lin Feng was speechless. That young man had propelled Lin Feng 1,000 meters and he had only been pushed back a few steps. Why was he annoyed? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1044, Crazier than Xian Yuan. Chapter 1044, Crazier than Xian Yuan. The young man sighed and smiled, how awesome. Let's do it again. Then, he jumped again and arrived in front of Lin Feng. Arg! He groaned like an animal and punched the air. His hair was fluttering in the wind, his veins were popping out, his clothes were suddenly torn apart. Bzzz. Lin Feng condensed all his strength into his fist, including demonic strength, sword and fire energies, and then moved forwards. Boom boom. A terrifying hurricane appeared and the sky was roaring. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng's energies seemed like they were going to explode. But, that guy was incredibly strong. Alright, move away. Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Not only didn't he move back, he continued to move forwards. His force was rolling in waves. Boom, arg. The young man groaned and punched the air in Lin Feng's direction again. The attack of Lin Feng's enemy looked like his 9 heavy waves, the attack he used back when he had just started practicing cultivation. However, this attack was a few thousand times more powerful. It could destroy mountains. Boom boom boom. The atmosphere seemed like it was going to collapse. The hurricane was as sharp as 1,000 blades. Ha ha, you didn't fall back, let's try again. Boom boom boom. He continued punching the air in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng felt like he was going to suffocate under that stress. He circulated his blood strength throughout his body and condensed it into his fist. Lin Feng took another step forwards. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as a beam of light appeared and crashed into the ground and created a crater. Dust splashed everywhere. Their fists were still locked together. How incredible! Said the young man laughing frantically. His laugh echoed far in the distance. He moved back and his strength dispersed. Lin Feng did the same as his opponent. They both moved back and looked at each other, surprised. He is much stronger than Xian Yuan and probably didn't use all his strength. I wonder if he has broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer. If he has, then he is infinitely stronger than Xian Yuan, thought Lin Feng sighing. Another beast. In Bahuang province, there were probably many strong cultivators and geniuses. Xian Yuan was a genius in the northern part of Bahuang province, but in other parts, there were probably other such geniuses. I haven't had such a fun in battle in a long time. I think you must be really strong. What's your name? Asked the young man smiling. He looked like an ordinary person now, that was rare at such high cultivation levels. Lin Feng, and you? Lin Feng saw that his interlocutor wasn't a bad person. He seemed like someone who enjoyed life. He had a nice and honest smile. He could have killed Lin Feng, but didn't. My name is Yuan Fei, said the young man smiling before adding, it's rare to meet such courageous and strong people, let's stick together, what do you think? Stick together? Lin Feng was surprised. If he stayed with him, he would be safe, but he had to hurry and leave that place. Don't worry. You must be here for an exam to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple, I won't slow you down. However, if we meet some hunters of darkness, I'll help crush those bastards. I don't like them very much. Their teacher is a piece of dog shit that I can't stand either, said Yuan Fei. Lin Feng was speechless. He was calling an emperor a piece of dog shit? Even Xian Yuan didn't dare talk that way about emperors. Let's go Lin Feng, let's go and get those bastards, said Yuan Fei. His voice was really loud. It seemed like he really wanted to find some hunters of darkness. Lin Feng smiled. He was perplexed. It seemed like he had just made friends with a cultivation monster. They walked together. After a short while, some sounds were heard and the atmosphere was getting cold. Lin Feng looked nervous. It was the same sensation as before, there were assassins all around him. You're here guys, come out, said Yuan Fei loudly. Everybody remained silent and then. Yuan Fei, someone said coldly. Yuan Fei must be as famous as Xian Yuan, thought Lin Feng. Even that person recognized him. He sounded annoyed, but scared at the same time. Why call my name? Just come out or I'll attack, said Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei, this has nothing to do with you. Don't think we won't kill you, said the other one coldly. Yuan Fei took a deep breath and said to Lin Feng, move backward and cover your ears. Eh? Lin Feng was surprised, but nodded and moved back of 1,000 meters. Yuan Fei gazed into the distance and could only see darkness. He opened his mouth as widely as he could. Roar! 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 He was roaring like a monster and his voice was emitting rumbling sounds in every direction. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, everything broke around him. Even trees turned to ashes. His voice was terrifying. Lin Feng even started trembling. He was propelled backwards and blood splashed out of his mouth. Fuck! Lin Feng's visceral organs seemed like they were going to break. He was propelled backwards and crashed into a tree which exploded. What a shout! Yuan Fei then ran forwards like a rocket. Boom boom boom. 3 explosions sounded. It was a sonic boom. After forcing them out, he attacked them immediately. Lin Feng was feeling somewhat dizzy and still spitting out blood. He circulated qi in his body. That guy was a beast. Lin Feng now believed everything Yuan Fei had told him. If he had wanted to kill him, it would have only been too easy. Bzzz. Yuan Fei came back to Lin Feng and saw that he was injured. He scratched his head and said, feeling embarrassed, I told you to get back and cover your ears. Lin Feng looked at him and said, how could I know that you're that strong? Yuan Fei laughed and said, I didn't use my full strength. Cough, couch. Lin Feng coughed up some blood again. He hadn't used his full strength? What did it look like when he did? Lin Feng might have died. You're all right? Asked Yuan Fei. No problem. Just a bleeding internally, nothing more, said Lin Feng sighing. Yuan Fei looked embarrassed and smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1045, Emperor's Grandson. Chapter 1045, Emperor's Grandson. Yuan Fei took Lin Feng's hand to help him stand up. He smiled and said, "I'll help you now, we're buddies. If they dare come at you again, I'll crush them one by one." If Yuan Fei had bragged like that before, Lin Feng wouldn't have liked him. Of course, he now knew how strong Yuan Fei was, so that was understandable. People like Yuan Fei could do whatever they wanted. Besides, he was so nice. With his strength of the 7th Tianqi layer, Yuan Fei could easily kill 70 people in the Massacre Palace. "Yuan Fei, why do you come here? You're already so strong. You can easily kill cultivators of the 8th and 9th Tianqi layer," said Lin Feng. "Why did Yuan Fei need to come to that place?" "Lin Feng, you're wrong, we don't come to the Huangxi underground to practice cultivation and become stronger. The Huangxi was a battlefield in the antiquity, there are many corpses buried here. They were all incredibly strong cultivators. There are thus many treasures to take, hidden treasures. There are caves, there's desolate qi, many good things. Imagine if you could find some incredible ancient treasures," said Yuan Fei. Lin Feng nodded. It was a bit like his previous life, there were treasures in the sea, but in this case, the Huangxi used to be a battlefield. "Apart from treasures, Baohuang province also has people who are much, much stronger than me," said Yuan Fei. "Besides, today there is someone exceptionally strong here." "Oh." Lin Feng nodded. If Yuan Fei said that, that person was probably a monster as well. Of course, he wasn't talking about Xian Yuan. Lin Feng and Yuan Fei chatted as some people passed, but they left immediately when they heard Yuan Fei. He didn't care about them. The Hunters of Darkness were dangerous to Lin Feng, but not for Yuan Fei. They could find themselves more suitable victims. "Lin Feng, I'll bring you to a cave where we might find some treasures," said Yuan Fei smiling. "All right." Lin Feng nodded. He wanted to find some treasures too. "You're not dead." When the two were about to leave, someone said that coldly and laughed evilly. Someone appeared above them and looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. "Someone helped you, but next time I won't give you another chance," said Xian Yuan. "When we were at the same level, I easily defeated you. I even humiliated you. You can't get your revenge, you'll always be a disgrace," said Lin Feng coldly. "You're famous only because of your family." Xian Yuan had lost against Lin Feng and wanted to kill him, but he kept failing. It hurt him inside. He had to find an opportunity to fight Lin Feng again and kill him. Lin Feng was lucky to have met someone like Yuan Fei. "You have a glib tongue, but sometime today you'll die," said Xian Yuan. Yuan Fei looked at him and said, "Who the hell are you, piss off?" "Eh?" Xian Yuan glanced at Yuan Fei. Surprisingly, someone dared to tell him to piss off. In Baohuang, Xian Yuan had fought against a myriad of people and nobody at the same level, apart from Lin Feng, had defeated him. "You want to die?" said Xian Yuan. In a flash, he punched the air in Yuan Fei's direction. "Fuck off!" shouted Yuan Fei furiously. He also punched the air in Xian Yuan's direction. Their fists collided. Lin Feng was propelled backwards by the intensity of the energies. Xian Yuan was propelled backwards too, however, Yuan Fei didn't move at all. "Who are you?" asked Xian Yuan. Surprisingly, there was someone that strong in there. "I'm your daddy," said Yuan Fei while jumping forwards. Even though he seemed stupid sometimes, he was extremely strong and quick. Yuan Fei was as fast as lightning. Yuan Fei jumped towards Xian Yuan, condensing strength. His energies were strange. Xian Yuan pulled a long face and jumped up while condensing energies too. The atmosphere became distorted. "Piss off. Arg." Boom boom boom. Yuan Fei looked like a bodybuilder. He punched Xian Yuan and propelled him far away. He crashed onto a tree which exploded and then turned to ashes. Boom. Xian Yuan released an incredible qi and condensed his blood strength. He was furious. Xian Yuan had been sent flying twice now. The second time, he flew away and crashed into a tree. Yuan Fei was a lot stronger than Lin Feng. "You want to die?" Xian Yuan stared at Yuan Fei while condensing his blood strength. He was furious. "Die!" shouted Yuan Fei furiously. Xian Yuan's arms were emitting crackling sounds under that pressure. Two words appeared in the air, Xian Yuan. Yuan Fei raised his wooden stick, inhaled and ran forwards. He was running with his wooden stick, as if he had been using it to cast a spell. Dazzling lights appeared and loud sounds invaded the atmosphere. "Xian Yuan, oppression!" shouted Xian Yuan furiously. He released the two words which were now read and they moved towards Yuan Fei. Piss off. Yuan Fei's wooden stick became gigantic. It seemed like he could destroy the earth and sky with it. Boom boom. The word Xian Yuan cracked and disappeared. The wooden stick continued moving towards Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan's face turned deathly pale. His blood strength dashed to the skies and emitted rumbling sounds. You're Yuan Fei! Shouted Xian Yuan furiously. Finally, Xian Yuan's energies dispersed and he moved backward. He didn't want to continue fighting. Yuan Fei was famous. Lin Feng was surprised too. He walked to Yuan Fei and said, "He's scared of you." "Xian Yuan, a kid with an imperial background, next time, I'll shove my wooden stick up your throat," said Yuan Fei. Lin Feng was speechless. Xian Yuan had imperial blood, but Yuan Fei could easily defeat him. Yuan Fei scratched his head and said, "I fall from an emperor, I'm not some shitty kid with imperial origins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1046, The Cave. Chapter 1046, The Cave. I fall from an emperor, I'm not some shitty kid with imperial origins. Lin Feng was astonished and speechless. No wonder Yuan Fei was that terrifying. His wooden stick was incredible too. Xian Yuan very strong, but he stood no chance at all against Yuan Fei. Lin Feng could only imagine how strong Xian Yuan was. When they were at the same level, he defeated him. The battle hadn't been easy though. Xian Yuan was far from being as strong as Yuan Fei. "Do you have an emperor in your family?" asked Lin Feng in a low voice. "My grandfather is an emperor," said Yuan Fei smiling. Lin Feng understood. No wonder he was so strong and dared attack Xian Yuan with his wooden stick. He was an emperor's grandson. He didn't fear anyone. Besides, he actually insulted people with imperial blood. His grandfather probably wasn't an ordinary emperor. It doesn't mean anything though. My grandfather gave me some tips, techniques and skills, but all in all, I have to rely on myself. Don't think that he gave me everything. If my grandfather disappeared, many people would try and attack me," said Yuan Fei sighing. He wanted to become stronger. Lin Feng liked those kinds of people, the humble type. Xian Yuan was different from most cultivators. Real cultivators rely on their own talents. Only those who are strong enough can remain proud, whispered Lin Feng. Yuan Fei was incredible strong. After hearing Yuan Fei's name, Xian Yuan had left. That was the difference between strong and weak people. Hee, you're a smart guy, Lin Feng. You don't need to act modest either. You'll become extremely strong someday. You just need to modify your blood a bit more too. But for now, you can already defeat most people at the same level as you," said Yuan Fei smiling. Yuan Fei knew Lin Feng had modified his blood? Otherwise, why would he tell him that he had to modify his blood a bit more? Don't be surprised. I can sense dragon blood strength, even if I don't know where you got it from, said Yuan Fei. Lin Feng was very surprised. Yuan Fei was extremely clever. How did he do that? Let's go to the cave and see if we can find treasures now, said Yuan Fei, changing the topic. They walked together. Lin Feng understood that Yuan Fei came here to find treasures. He wasn't scared because he had nothing to fear with his strength. He could walk in the open without being attacked. The desolate chi here is a bit thicker. There might be a cave, said Yuan Fei as he stopped. He raised his head, looking around. Lin Feng stopped a bit further ahead and said, "Come here, look." Yuan Fei walked over to Lin Feng and raised his head. Desolate chi was coming from over there and it was very thick. He looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "You're good at finding caves, seems like it was our destiny to meet and be friends." Yuan Fei then punched the space there and broke a hole. A very dense desolate chi flowed out. "It's too small and there's nothing inside," said Yuan Fei, disappointed after a few seconds. He knew there were many caves there. Desolate chi did nothing to them. Lin Feng could absorb desolate chi, he could even swim in the Huang Sea, so he didn't fear the chi. Yuan Fei didn't mind it either. For many people, finding caves wasn't that easy. They had to be careful when the desolate chi gushed out. "Lin Feng, let's find another one." Lin Feng and Yuan Fei left. There was nobody around and nobody wanted to get any closer to that desolate chi. Lin Feng liked desolate chi because he could absorb it. Very quickly, Lin Feng and Yuan Fei found many caves. Yuan Fei kept breaking the entrances, but they found nothing, each time. The desolate chi here is too weak. It must be a small cave again, said Yuan Fei, raising his head. No desolate chi came out this time. Eh? He saw another cave, and this time, his facial expression changed. That cave seemed different. Break! Shouted Yuan Fei while punching the space. Some desolate chi came out, and it was very thick. Break! Break! Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. Then, suddenly, a terrifying desolate chi gushed out. It was black and it didn't stop flowing. The atmosphere was becoming very distorted. The bottom of the sea. Yuan Fei smiled and said, "It seems like we were wrong. It isn't the desolate chi that isn't strong enough, it's just that it's quite deep. We have to dig. Let's find a big one." The desolate chi was becoming even more intense. Black mud filled with desolate chi kept gushing out. Precious treasures were buried deep in the ground of the Huang Sea. Many people sensed the desolate chi and moved even farther away. However, people also ran over. Xian Yuan was one of those people. When Xian Yuan saw Yuan Fei breaking pieces of stones, he turned around to run. However, greedy expression appeared on other people's faces. They were all extremely strong. Only very strong cultivators had no problems facing the desolate chi. "Lin Feng," said someone. It was Chiu Uxin. She was running towards Lin Feng. "Come over here," said Lin Feng. In the distance, some sword energies appeared. It was a young man with 3 ancient swords. His chi was incredible. "He's here too," whispered Yuan Fei. He hadn't thought that guy would come too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1047, Gigantic Destruction Rod Spell. Chapter 1047, Gigantic Destruction Rod Spell. What a strong sword chi, thought Lin Feng, looking at the cultivator who had just arrived. Even without releasing any chi, people could clearly sense his sword intent, as if that guy was a sword himself. Lin Feng, that guy is an incredible sword cultivator. He's the descendant of Emperor Wu Tianjian. His name is Jian Wu Bei. When I told you there's someone in here who's extremely strong, and much, much stronger than Xian Yuan, I was talking about him, said Yuan Fei. Some people were surprised when they heard that. Some others, who already knew him, weren't. Emperor Wu Tianjian's descendant. Everybody knew about him in Ba Huang province back when. Then, he had disappeared from Ba Huang province. Some people said that he was dead. However, many others were convinced that he had gone elsewhere in order to become even stronger. Emperor Wu Tianjian, thought Lin Feng. In the Jade Emperor's palace, he had seen Emperor Wu Tianjian's statue in the room with the statues of emperors the Jade Emperor admired. No wonder Jian Wu Bei smelt like a sword from so far away. Chiu Uxin's eyes twinkled. She was also surprised. Surprisingly, Jian Wu Bei was there. Besides, the guy with Lin Feng had said Jian Wu Bei's name very loudly without being scared. He was probably very strong as well. How had Lin Feng made friends with an incredible and amazing cultivator of the 7th Tian Chi layer in the Huang Sea underground? Jian Wu Bei walked up to the entrance of the cave, his eyes were twinkling. He had 3 swords on his back, he unsheathed one of them. It seemed like he could destroy everything only by unsheathing that one sword. Sword lights streaked across the sky and a trail appeared behind him. It crashed into the cave and the desolate chi became even thicker and richer, to the extent that many people had to move back. Boom boom boom. The desolate chi was becoming even more intense. Jian Wu Bei released more sword energies and a myriad of stones turned into ashes. Jian Wu Bei also wanted to find treasures. Kaboom! A sound spread in the air as another piece of stone exploded and a black, solid body appeared which wouldn't break. The crowd looked at it. There really were treasures there. If anything was buried that deep in its soil, it meant it had been there for at least thousands of years. The desolate chi of the Huang Sea could destroy anything, so if anything wasn't destroyed by that chi, it meant it was something good. Bzzz. Jian Wu Bei grabbed the black thing and suddenly, a wooden stick fell down from the sky, crushing everything on its way down. "How dare you take my things?" shouted Yuan Fei furiously. Lin Feng and he had found that cave. He didn't want other people to steal their treasures, including Jian Wu Bei. The black item flew away. Yuan Fei jumped up towards it with incredible reflexes. Humph! Jian Wu Bei groaned coldly. Dazzling sword lights streaked across the sky again as the was cut apart. Some people were even injured by the energies and were thrown away, bleeding. Die! Shouted Jian Wubei furiously. He released energies on Yuan Fei's path, trying to stop him. Some people started moving towards the item. Since Yuan Fei and Jian Wubei were fighting, they maybe had time to steal the item. Try if you dare! Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. The atmosphere became distorted as sound waves rolled all around. Some people were immediately thrown away. Blood splashed everywhere. Even those who weren't injured were still propelled far away. Some other people stopped, they didn't dare get any closer. Fuck off! All of you! Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. He used his mountain stick and empty mountains appear everywhere in the sky. Then, those mountains fell down on top of them. Boom boom boom. Many people were directly crushed to death by those mountains. Those who were still alive were scared that they would die. Gigantic destruction rod spell. He's Yuan Fei. Fat Xiu Uxin. In Ba Huang, there was only one person who used an ordinary-looking black wooden stick, and it was Yuan Fei. His gigantic destruction rod spell contained an infinite amount of strength. It was an incredible skill with an explosive power. Lin Feng was gasping with amazement. Yuan Fei was famous, even Xiu Uxin knew him. Many people didn't dare get any closer, they could die if they got caught in the crossfire. Lin Feng, take it! Shouted Yuan Fei. Lin Feng nodded and ran towards the item. Try if you dare! Sword energies moved towards Lin Feng, but Yuan Fei blocked them. Nobody dared fight against Lin Feng since he was with Yuan Fei. Lin Feng had no problem taking it. That item wasn't big, but when Lin Feng took it, he was suddenly weighed down by millions of kilos. It's a black meteorite and it is extremely solid. It can be used to make incredible holy weapons. Only strong cultivators can make use of it. It can also contain incredible spells. Said Jian Wubei when he saw Lin Feng struggling with it. He then said, coldly, I'll take care of Yuan Fei, you guys take the meteorite. Then, Jian Wubei unsheathed all his swords and the atmosphere started whistling. Sword shadows appeared everywhere. Merciless whistling sword. The crowd was surprised by how angry Jian Wubei had become. He was using an incredible skill. Yuan Fei and Jian Wubei both disappeared in the middle of all those sword lights. Lin Feng noticed people were looking at him coldly, and he felt very, very cold. Slash. Lin Feng sensed the cold energies were nearing. Bzzz. He took out his talisman and rose up in the air. A sword light also crashed where he was just a second before. Lin Feng glanced around and saw shadows. Those hunters of darkness were after him again. Let's go. Lin Feng dragged Xiu Uxin with him. They all started chasing Lin Feng, but they couldn't catch up with him when he used his talismans. Lin Feng wasn't worried about Yuan Fei. His grandfather was an emperor and he was extremely strong. Who would dare do anything to him? Lin Feng, we've been here for such a short time and you already friend Yuan Fei. Said Xiu Uxin. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling. She was curious. He's awesome and easy to make friends with. We fought and then we became friends. Said Lin Feng smiling. He then asked, by the way, Uxin, his grandfather is an incredible cultivator, an emperor actually, where is he from? He's not an emperor Percy, said Xiu Uxin shaking her head. Lin Feng was surprised and whispered, did he lie to me? Not really, his grandfather is the Great Ape Emperor. Great Ape Emperor? Lin Feng asked, a bestial emperor? Xiu Uxin nodded. Lin Feng gasped with amazement. He was the grandson of a bestial emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1048, Furious Battle. Chapter 1048, Furious Battle. Lin Feng had heard about lots of human emperors, but it was the first time he heard about a bestial emperor. He hadn't thought he'd ever be friends with a bestial emperor's grandson. The Great Ape Emperor is extremely strong and his power is very explosive. He can easily break a mountain chain by simply kicking it. His voice can destroy mountains and lakes. Even though they don't seem that smart as a family, they actually understand cultivation very well. Their gigantic destruction rod spell is extremely complex. It uses the explosive power of 81 wooden sticks. You can imagine how strong they are individually. Explained Xiu Uxin slowly. She even looked scared. Nobody dared offend them in Ba Huang province. Even though they were relatively new emperors, they were not any weaker than most emperors. Besides, the Great Ape Emperor has only one grandson, so he cherishes him greatly. Back then, the Zun cultivator of a very rich family in Bahuang province bullied Yuan Fei. The result was, in one night, that rich family was wiped off the map of Bahuang province. Since then, everybody knows about Yuan Fei and nobody dares bully him. Qiu Yuxian continued her explanation. Lin Feng smiled. He was happy to be friends with him. If the Great Ape Emperor liked Lin Feng, then Lin Feng would be able to easily marry Qiu Yuxian. The elders of the Qiu clan wouldn't act disrespectful with Lin Feng anymore. It's no wonder he can sense my blood strength, whispered Lin Feng. Yuan Fei was an animal, the grandson of an animal emperor, so he could sense other animal energies. It seemed normal that Yuan Fei had sensed Lin Feng's dragon blood. Blood strength. Qiu Yuxian looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You also have a strong bloodline?" "Yes," said Lin Feng smiling. Qiu Yuxian was surprised and smiled. She was intrigued. She had guessed that Lin Feng had managed to climb up the 9 groups of steps because he had a powerful blood strength. Also, at the same level as Xian Yuan, Lin Feng held the advantage. "Tell me," said Qiu Yuxian smiling. "Why would you need to know?" said Lin Feng with a smile yet not a smile. Qiu Yuxian really wanted to know. Lin Feng caressed her cheek. "So?" said Qiu Yuxian annoyed. "What?" said Lin Feng shrugging. "You bastard." She released ice-cold energies. Seal. Lin Feng released a powerful sealing strength. Qiu Yuxian could barely move under that strength. Qiu Yuxian's eyes were wide open. "Stop attacking and I'll let you off." "Dream on," said Qiu Yuxian, grinding her teeth. "It's such a beautiful night, we should enjoy ourselves instead of fighting, if you see what I mean," said Lin Feng with an evil smile. Qiu Yuxian frowned. "You're annoying." Qiu Yuxian was almost crying. "How shameless." "Alright, I'll tell you." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You're right." Then he let her off. Qiu Yuxian smiled in a resplendent way and said, "Next time you want to have some fun with me at night, you should say it in a more romantic way." Lin Feng suddenly felt very cold. "What's that meteorite?" said Lin Feng, changing the topic. That meteorite was extremely heavy and Lin Feng's muscles felt sore from carrying it. "Look." Lin Feng passed the stone to Qiu Yuxian. She took it and her facial expression suddenly changed. "How heavy?" "It was as heavy as a small mountain." "Look and see if you can find anything out of the ordinary," said Lin Feng. He released pure qi into the stone, but it just remained black. It probably had been in the soil for a very long time, so it was polished now. "Nothing," said Qiu Yuxian. That stone was beautiful, polished, but there were no marks or anything of interest. Nothing had been sealed inside either. "Even though it's very precious, we can't do anything with it. People like Yuan Fei or Jianwu Bei might be able to use it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought for it," whispered Lin Feng. He would give it to Yuan Fei later. He was convinced Yuan Fei would know how to find him somehow. "That meteorite is very hard and quite dense. We can't break it no matter how we tried. Yuan Fei or Jianwu Bei could ask the elders of their family to fabricate weapons for them. They could also maybe break it to see if there was anything inside. Not just anyone can benefit from having such items," said Qiu Yuxian. That meteorite was useless to them except if they traded it, but trading it wouldn't be easy either, they weren't strong enough. Maybe strong cultivators would simply steal it from them. "Forget about it then," said Lin Feng, putting it away. He looked at the dark landscape around him. "Everybody is hunting everybody else here. We have to be careful. Let's try to get out of here as soon as possible." Qiu Yuxian smiled and said, "It's my first time here too. When I came in, several people tried to kill me. Luckily, I'm not that weak. Weak people die quickly here, I'm sure." "Lin Feng, you're going to become an imperial cultivation disciple, I just know it." Lin Feng looked at her, she was so beautiful, her smile was magnificent. He laughed and said, "Let's go." Lin Feng started running, determined. "Wait." Lin Feng was holding Qiu Yuxian's hand and they ran a few steps before someone called them. Cold energy suddenly surrounded them. "Since you think you can bully me that easily, I'll teach you a lesson." Lin Feng remained motionless. Drip, drip, a strong and ice-cold wind brushed against Lin Feng. Slash. Ice-cold lights moved straight towards Lin Feng. Slash. At the same time, starlights condensed. It was Lin Feng's Tianji sword. Die. Lin Feng's Tianji sword streaked across the sky and lacerated everything in its path. Someone died and blood splashed. Slash, slash. Energies came towards Lin Feng from every direction this time. Stars appeared all around him and then blood splashed everywhere. A few people died trying to block Lin Feng's attack. Boom boom boom. Many hands appeared all around Lin Feng. He suddenly turned around and saw Xian Yuan in the air. He was flying towards Lin Feng as fast as he could. Break! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His Tianji sword became even more dazzling. A holy weapon. Xian Yuan immediately moved back and looked at Lin Feng coldly. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had a holy weapon. Xian Yuan, if we were of the same level, you'd be much, much weaker than me. You think that you kill me so easily? Before, I never used all my powers against you. Since you really want to give it a try still, let's fight. Lin Feng was holding his Tianji sword and looked rather cold, like a real warrior. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1049, Lin Feng's Plot. Chapter 1049, Lin Feng's Plot. Xian Yuan looked at Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he had a holy weapon. In order to use holy weapons, cultivators had to understand holy marks because of the holy marks carved into them. They required the strength of those holy marks to work. Lin Feng's Tianji sword was a holy weapon and absorbed the strength of the earth and sky, more precisely, the strength of the stars. Then, the strength of the stars was absorbed into the holy marks and the cultivator could then release the transformed energies in the form of powerful attacks. Xian Yuan had a holy weapon before, but it had broken in the dragon palak when he was trying to get the dragon heart. Now, Lin Feng had a holy weapon. Xian Yuan moved his hands and released a terrifying strength which contained his own blood strength. Lin Feng was holding his Tianji sword as its light spread everywhere around him. In the darkness of the palace, one could clearly see the dazzling stars created by the sword. Arg! Xian Yuan groaned furiously as he released an incredible amount of qi which moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shivered when he heard Xian Yuan's shout, but compared to Yuan Fei's, it was nothing. Die! At the same time, Xian Yuan shouted furiously and two gigantic words appeared, Xian Yuan. They moved towards Lin Feng with deadly speed. Bzzz. Lin Feng grinded his teeth and released sword energies filled with the power of the stars. Rumbling sounds spread in the air and the space around them shook. Die! Xian Yuan opened his third eye and a golden axe appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. It was his godly awareness condensed into an incredible attack. Boom boom boom. It was moving straight towards Lin Feng's third eye. Godly Awareness Palace. Lin Feng also opened his third eye, his lofty and massive godly awareness palace appeared. Kaboom! Xian Yuan's axe was making the palace shake violently, but it couldn't break it. Limitless Sky Palace. Xian Yuan was incredulous and even looked scared. A godly awareness palace. Impossible, it can't be. That must be a fake. Thought Xian Yuan. Only one person could use that in the continent of the Nine Clouds, so Lin Feng couldn't know it. Lin Feng's soul was extremely strong and his godly awareness was way beyond his cultivation level. Alright, let's fight with our godly awareness, said Lin Feng coldly. Xian Yuan's axe had not left even a scratch on Lin Feng's godly awareness palace. Lin Feng's Tianji sword, at the same time, seemed like it was dancing as it diffused dazzling sword lights. Recall! Shouted Xian Yuan furiously. At the same time, he released terrifying energies towards Lin Feng's sword. Xian Yuan was running away from the sword energies, and when he was far enough away, he turned around and ran away. Lin Feng, I'll kill you, sooner or later, he said from a distance. Lin Feng looked at him coldly and yelled, You even joined hands with the Hunters of Darkness to kill me, Xian Yuan, your head will become my trophy soon. Then, Lin Feng's sword disappeared. In the distance, a silhouette was coming towards Lin Feng. It was Qiu Yuxin. How many secrets do you have? Said Qiu Yuxin. Her eyes were twinkling again. Lin Feng had a powerful holy weapon. Incredible. During such a beautiful night, if we were in bed, cuddling, I'd tell you all my secrets, said Lin Feng laughing loudly. Sounds good, said Qiu Yuxin blushing and smiling at Lin Feng. This had aroused him. It's a deal, said Lin Feng laughing nervously. Lin Feng, did the little Xian Yuan boy come back? Asked someone in the distance. It was Yuan Fei. Xian Yuan joined hands with the Hunters of Darkness to kill me, replied Lin Feng. Yuan Fei said coldly, Do you want me to catch up with him and bury him alive? Lin Feng smiled wryly. That guy was very nice, but he was the only one who could say that he wanted to bury Xian Yuan alive. In the northern part of Bahuang, everybody knew Xian Yuan's name. If anyone heard Yuan Fei talk like that, they would make fun of him. No need. He can't kill me anyways. I'll take Xian Yuan's life sooner or later, said Lin Feng. He would trample on Xian Yuan's corpse and take his head as a trophy. Alright, no problem, said Yuan Fei. He looked at Qiu Yuxian, smiled and said, Lin Feng, your lass looks exactly like the princess of the animal world, not bad. Lin Feng looked at Qiu Yuxian, she was smiling but said nothing. Lin Feng had nothing to say either. Take this, said Lin Feng, handed over the black meteorite to Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei took it, smiled and said, I'll give it to my grandpa, I can't use it either. I don't know if there's anything inside, said Yuan Fei, putting it away. That black meteorite was extremely hard, he couldn't break it either. Otherwise, he would have already done it. Yuan Fei, help me with something, said Lin Feng. Tell me, if I can help you, I definitely will, said Yuan Fei, nodding. Help me find Xian Yuan, don't bury him, just prevent him from killing people and try to make sure he gets injured. The best result would be if he needed 1 month to recover, said Lin Feng. Xian Yuan had lost against Lin Feng when they were at the same level and he was now chasing him everywhere to kill him. Lin Feng wanted to humiliate him even more. If Xian Yuan wasn't able to become an imperial cultivation disciple, that would be the worst humiliation, especially with his imperial origins. Especially if he was so sure that he was going to rank first amongst Tian-level candidates. Everyone would make fun of him if he failed. Qiu Yuxian looked at Lin Feng and laughed. Lin Feng was funny. Xian Yuan wouldn't be able to become an imperial cultivation disciple, that would be incredibly funny. Everybody would find that hilarious in the northern part of Bahuang, he thought. Qiu Yuxian kept laughing thinking about those things. Easy, don't worry about that, said Yuan Fei, laughing. I'm off then. Where are you going to become an imperial cultivation disciple? I'll come and see you there. I haven't become an imperial cultivation disciple yet. I'm still a candidate. I'm sitting the exam to become Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's imperial cultivation disciple. The Huangxi Underground is part of the exam, said Lin Feng. Oh, I see. I'll come and see you in a month then. Hurry up and finish your exam, good luck buddy, said Yuan Fei and then left. He was going to look for Xian Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1050, Swallowing Shadows. Chapter 1050, Swallowing Shadows. That guy is awesome. No wonder he's the great ape emperor's grandson, said Qiu Yuxian, smiling wryly. Just like Lin Feng had said, that guy was easy to get along with. Xian Yuan will pay for what he did to me, hee, said Lin Feng, smiling. Qiu Yuxian looked at him and smiled. In Tiantai, everyone will make fun of Xian Yuan. He will hate you even more after this. I don't care, said Lin Feng indifferently, his eyes were twinkling. A boat appeared in his hand and he gave it to Qiu Yuxian. I removed the connection to it. It's a gift for you. I don't need it, said Qiu Yuxian, shaking her head. She refused without hesitating at all. Lin Feng took her hand and put the boat in the palm of her hand. He smiled and said, the younger generation of the Yang clan is weak. Therefore, the elders of their clan spent a lot of money and energy to fabricate those boats for them. Yuxian, you're strong, but in Bahuang province, you'll face dangers sometimes. I have 2 of these boats. I have both Yangtze Lands and Yangtze Ye's boats. So don't worry about me. 2 boats. Qiu Yuxian was surprised as she took a boat. She smiled in a resplendent way. It's a betrothal gift. Does it mean that we can sleep together now? Said Lin Feng, smiling fatuously. Alright, anytime, said Qiu Yuxian, lowering her head and blushing. Lin Feng frowned. We need to finish what we have to do here first though. Then, we'll think about having fun, said Lin Feng, smiling. Qiu Yuxian lowered her head and said, I agreed and now you don't dare? Lin Feng was speechless. He would remember that. After that, they used the boat to move farther away. They didn't need to hide anymore. They killed some weak people on the way and escaped easily when they faced stronger cultivators. Lin Feng and Qiu Yuxian had no problem thanks to their boats. Lin Feng had broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer and Qiu Yuxian through to the 7th Tianqi layer. In total, they had to kill 110 people. They had to act fast, so they couldn't hide and wait for people to ambush. With their boats, things were moving along quite quickly. At that moment, they were both on a small path which seemed normal. Drip, drip, Lin Feng heard something, but couldn't see anyone. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "I've been waiting for you. Uxin, the continent of the 9 clouds is vast and there are many strange spirits. Do you know what spirit is strong?" asked Lin Feng seemingly randomly. "You say that there are many strange spirits, there are also many spirits with special abilities. I don't think we can say that there are spirits stronger than others though. It all depends on what you do with them. There are many weapon spirits, blade spirits, spears, swords, axe spirits, all sorts. They're all used by blade cultivators. Who can say a spirit is stronger than another in any of those cases?" said Xiao Uxin. "If a weak cultivator has a sword spirit, then his spirit won't be strong, and vice versa. What do you think about shadow spirits?" asked Lin Feng smiling. "Shadow spirits? If a cultivator manages to become invisible, he can kill people from dozens of kilometers away without getting caught and without leaving a trace." "That's very good. There are many cultivators who have shadow spirits here. Since it's dark here, it's a perfect place for them." "All right," said Lin Feng nodding. Exactly his sentiments. Drip drip. Lin Feng and Xiao Uxin heard something else, but they acted as if they hadn't heard anything. They continued chatting. Lin Feng recalled their qi, but there were snowflakes around them. Bzzz. Terrifyingly sharp energies appeared in front of Lin Feng and moved straight towards him. "Empty space bestial illusion technique," shouted Lin Feng instantly. A snowy path appeared around him. He had prepared himself already. A shadow appeared and at the same time, a huge stone appeared in front of him which contained sealing strength. Die. The shadow cultivator realized the distance between him and Lin Feng wasn't changing. He tried attacking again. "Seal!" shouted Lin Feng. He used his demon sealing stone and sealed the space. Boom boom. The shadow and the stone collided. Bzzz, 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 the stone became huge and sealed the shadow. In fact, Lin Feng had been waiting for Hunters of Darkness for a long time. He was lucky this time. That guy had a shadow spirit, just what he was looking for. Roar, 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 a furious roar spread in the air. Behind Lin Feng, a ferocious dragon appeared. "Dragon blood," said the cultivator whose shadow was sealed. He couldn't recall his shadow, so he started panicking. "Swallow," said Lin Feng coldly. One of the heads of the dragon swallowed the shadow sealed in the demon seal stone. Arg! The dragon chewed the shadow but didn't manage to swallow it. His enemy's spirit was stronger than his own. Uxin, help! Xiao Uxin released her own spirit which moved towards the shadow cultivator. At the same time, Lin Feng jumped forwards taking out another demon seal stone. Even though they couldn't see the shadow cultivator, they could sense him. Boom boom boom. Oppressive energies invaded the atmosphere as the dragon roared and moved towards the shadow again. Roar! The atmosphere shook violently as the dragon attempted to swallow the shadow again. The shadow cultivator didn't have enough time to react. The dragon swallowed his spirit, swallowing his body at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1051. Chapter 1051. The dragon roared and came back to Lin Feng. Its strength disappeared and everything became calm again. However, Xiao Uxin didn't calm down. That dragon was terrifying. How come Lin Feng possessed dragon strength? That wasn't blood strength, that was pure dragon blood. Just as surprising was that his dragon could swallow people and their spirits. Xiao Uxin was speechless. Very quickly, she calmed down. Lin Feng kept surprising her all the time. She was starting to get used to it. What kind of dragon spirit is that? I've never seen it before, asked Xiao Uxin. My spirit is a 9-headed dragon, it has the ability to swallow things. It is not a real dragon, though. It wasn't until recently that I absorbed some real dragon blood which transformed my blood as well as my spirit, replied Lin Feng. Xiao Uxin was captivated. Lin Feng had absorbed real dragon blood and it even changed his spirit. Don't tell me that you now have a shadow spirit, said Xiao Uxin in a weak voice. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way and turned into a shadow. He disappeared from Xiao Uxin's field of vision. Xiao Yuxian's mouth was wide open. Lin Feng had obtained the silver winged spirit because he had absorbed it. She didn't know such spirits existed. Suddenly, Xiao Yuxian's face turned red. She looked provoked. "Try it and you'll see what will happen to you," said Xiao Yuxian, grinding her teeth. Lin Feng was hugging her, but she couldn't see him. "I'm trying," said Lin Feng, laughing nervously. Then, he appeared in front of her again. His spirit was mysterious and incredible. He loved it. He could peep on Xiao Yuxian and touch her without being seen. No wonder the hunters of darkness were so strong in this dark space. "Try again," said Xiao Yuxian, grinding her teeth with a smile, yet she didn't seem to be smiling. "You're so beautiful, I think you're aware of that," said Lin Feng, smiling fatuously. "You're becoming even braver." Xiao Yuxian then asked, "Your dragon spirit has 9 heads, can you swallow 9 different spirits?" But Lin Feng remained silent and released his silver winged spirit. It was dazzling in the darkness. Lin Feng shrugged and smiled, "I still have the silver winged spirit. It seems to be the way you said, if I use a different head to swallow spirits each time, then I can have 9 different sorts of spirits." Xiao Yuxian was astonished. What a terrifying spirit! Having a dual spirit was already incredible. Having 2 spirits was considered as a gift of the gods in the cultivation world. She already knew a few people in Bahuang province who had double spirits and their spirits were astonishingly powerful. But Lin Feng could have 9 spirits. Xiao Yuxian couldn't even imagine that kind of strength. Of course, the stronger Lin Feng was, the more powerful the spirits he could absorb. "Lin Feng, you should become stronger and absorb Xian Yuan's spirit," said Xiao Yuxian suddenly while smiling. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. He had never thought Xian Yuan's spirit was particularly good. Did Xiao Yuxian think his spirit was very powerful? "What kind of spirit does Xian Yuan have?" asked Lin Feng. "His spirit can metamorphose and it's very powerful. If you can take it, you'll see just how incredible it is," said Xiao Yuxian slowly. "But you need to become stronger first." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng's goal was always to become stronger. He hadn't forgotten about Meng Qing, though. That's why he really wanted to become an imperial cultivation disciple, because he might be able to get the medicine required to make Meng Qing turn back into a human being again. If he ranked high enough, he would have a chance to meet Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu and ask them where to get the medicine. "Let's continue so we can leave as soon as possible," said Lin Feng. Xiao Yuxian nodded. The earlier they could leave, the better it would be for their exam. A beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged and seemed to be practicing cultivation. She was wearing white clothes and was very beautiful. At that moment, someone saw her in the distance. His eyes twinkled in an evil way. He wanted to kill that beautiful woman who was practicing cultivation out in the open. She was being too careless. "You're so beautiful." He. That person was smiling evilly. He hit his chi and moved towards her. She didn't react at all. He smiled in an even more evil way. In that place, he could do whatever he wanted for nothing was forbidden. "I'm lucky." He wanted to get close to her and kill her, but at the same time, a dazzling white light appeared and a terrifying chi moved towards him. His face changed drastically as he could no longer escape. Suddenly, his whole body felt sore and he collapsed. "Hunter of darkness," he said in a very weak voice. Those were his last words. He had died, killed by the hunters of darkness. The beautiful woman in white stood up and nodded. Of course, that beautiful woman was Xiao Yuxian. They decided not to hunt others, they instead waited for their prey to come to them. At least, they killed people who wanted to kill them. There were many people who wanted to kill them. Each time they killed someone, it was the same. Lin Feng either used his sword to slit their throat or his demon strength to punch them. After that, Xiao Yuxian could come in and finish them off. In a very short time, Lin Feng had already killed 35 people and Xiao Yuxian 52. Many people were still trying to understand why the emperors had sent them there. Some people thought that the emperors wanted to see if they were determined enough to kill people cold-heartedly, and others thought that the only way to become stronger was to kill all these people. Maybe it was a bit of everything. Half a day passed and Lin Feng had killed 40 people, so he was done. Xiao Yuxian had killed 69 people, so she still had one last person. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1052. Chapter 1052. At that moment, Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian were now heading towards a more central location. They figured that finding someone there wouldn't be too difficult. However, Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian were surprised to find nobody there. Bzzz. It was quite some time before some chi darted towards them. 3 people appeared in front of them. They looked at Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian with an incredibly cold demeanor. Were those people also almost done with their killing quota? Was that why they were in the central area? If that was the case, then they had the same thought as Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian. 2 more victims, said one of them with an indifferent smile. Brother, if we kill them, we'll be done and we can go back. We'll get some amazing skills in the Star Tower and you'll become even stronger, said one of them. They were other Imperial Cultivation's disciples in Bahuang Province. Those who manage to get out of here alive are all strong, and strong cultivators obtain great skills. The law of cultivation never changed: weak people die, strong people live on. Take 1 each and let's leave, said the leader of the group to the other 2 indifferently. He possessed a third eye which looked strange. Pupil spirit. Lin Feng had seen many sorts of spirits before, and that was a pupil spirit. His third eye diffused lights which enveloped Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian. I wonder what kind of strength that spirit contains, thought Lin Feng. He wanted to move, but couldn't. It was as if they were stuck in a ball of light. His empty space bestial illusion technique was a bit similar, but his empty space illusion contained a different kind of strength. Kill them, said the one with the pupil technique. The others nodded and moved towards Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian. A cultivator of the 6th Tianqi layer attacked Xiao Yuxian and one of the 5th Tianqi layer who attacked Lin Feng. Pupil technique, constriction, shouted the one with the pupil spirit in a rough voice. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian felt even more oppressed. What a strange spirit, thought Lin Feng. Before coming to Bahuang Province, Lin Feng would have been astonished after seeing that spirit, but now he had seen a variety of different spirits. He took this moment to sense those oppressive energies and understand them. Autumn moon, shouted Xiao Yuxian coldly. A cultivator of the 6th Tianqi layer was attacking her, but he was way too confident in himself. Did he think Xiao Yuxian and Lin Feng were so weak? Xiao Yuxian released her autumn moon spirit, which descended from the sky towards her opponent. The opponent was surprised and suddenly felt rather cold. Beautiful moon woman, shouted Xiao Yuxian. Suddenly, she wasn't standing next to Lin Feng anymore. Even Lin Feng didn't know what she was doing. The enemy who had released his spirit was confused. Where was she? A beautiful and ice-cold autumn moon in tent emerged and a celestial-looking silhouette appeared in front of the moon. Beautiful moon woman. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. That was a beautiful attack. After she appeared, blood splashed everywhere. The opponent didn't have time to react as Xiao Yuxian killed him instantly with her ice-cold energies. How strong, said Lin Feng laughing. The other 2 were astonished and furious, especially the one with the pupil spirit. Xiao Yuxian had easily broken free from his pupil spirit and had released her own spirit. I'm done. Xiao Yuxian was done. She had killed 70 people now, so she could leave with Lin Feng. They had finished in 2 days. Becoming Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu Imperial Cultivation disciples shouldn't be difficult with that accomplishment. Lin Feng was convinced that they were at least in the top 10. Kill him, said the cultivator with the pupil spirit glaring at Lin Feng. He was still constricting Lin Feng with his pupil spirit. Die, shouted the cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng sensed a cold and oppressive strength moving towards him as gigantic hand appeared. An ordinary cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer would be killed instantly by that attack. How can you be so confident with such a weak attack? Said Lin Feng coldly. He released his demon sealing stone which then collided with the gigantic hand. Die. Lin Feng remained motionless in the sky. His opponent's punch collided with his demon seal stone as lights flashed and the punch dispersed in every direction. Lin Feng's opponent looked upset as he ran back. However, Lin Feng's demon seal stone crashed into him. Killing more people than required shouldn't be a problem, said Lin Feng. His opponent punched the air in his direction again, but it crashed onto the demon seal stone. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as powerful energies emerged from the stone and exploded, propelling the enemy away and killing him. And then there was one. The one with the pupil spirit looked desperate. They were almost done and thought that killing 2 more people before leaving wouldn't be a problem. 2 pieces of trash, he said. Then, he threw himself at Lin Feng. Bzzz. Lin Feng released his silver wing spirit, wanting to block his opponent's pupil spirit. You think you'll get out? Said the enemy coldly. He continued constricting Lin Feng with his pupil spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1053. Chapter 1053. Autumn Moon. Xiaoyu released her moon spirit again as lights enveloped the cultivator who was attacking Lin Feng. Humph. Lin Feng groaned and used his empty space bestial illusion technique. A snowy path appeared around them. The enemy punched in Lin Feng's direction, but he realized that his punch was stopped by some kind of strength. He couldn't get near Lin Feng no matter how fast he ran. Dazzling lights illuminated the air as Lin Feng took out his Tianji sword. His opponent had broken through to the 7th Tianji layer, so Lin Feng needed his holy weapon to gain the advantage. His sword streaked across the sky and the word "die" appeared above. In a flash, a terrifying strength emerged from it. A holy weapon. The enemy was aghast. He saw the starlight turn into a terrifying chi as it oppressed him. He frowned, thinking about how Lin Feng had a demon seal stone, a holy weapon, and that he could kill cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer. Moon shadow coldness. Said Xiaoyu. In a flash, an incredibly cold moon appeared. Uxin, move away. Said Lin Feng as his Tianji sword fell from the sky towards the enemy. It turned into a dazzling beam of light and contained a terrifying strength. No! Shouted the person. However, it was already too late. The moon shadows surrounded his body and he was starting to freeze. Then, he was surrounded by those sword lights as well and died. Xiaoyu flew back to Lin Feng and said, "Why didn't you use your holy weapon before? It's an external strength. Even though I have to use my own energies to use it, it is not part of my body. A real cultivator shouldn't rely on external tools all the time. I should only use such powerful weapons against equally powerful enemies," said Lin Feng calmly. "If those people weren't stronger than me, I wouldn't use my weapons. I would solely rely on my own strength. You understand cultivation a lot better than most people. No wonder you beat Xin Yuan when you were at the same level," said Xiaoyu smiling. "Let's go. I am grateful to those people who just ambushed us. Thanks to them, we reached our quota and now we can go back to Tiantai to become Imperial Cultivation disciples," said Lin Feng smiling. He had traveled from Ganyu to Ba Huang province, not only to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple, but also to become stronger. As an Imperial Cultivation disciple, he would have many more opportunities. "Indeed," said Xiaoyu nodding. They both went to the altar. They quickly arrived in an arched cave with many sacrificial altars. There were protectors in front of each altar. They were all Zun cultivators under the supervision of the great emperors. Not far from them were several other people. One of them seemed furious and his chi looked terrifying. "What's the matter, Gu Shao?" asked someone. "Where are Gu Li and the two others? They only had 2 more people to kill, but Gu Li's talisman is broken," said Gu Shao. "What?" The other one's facial expression changed. "If it's broken, are they dead? How come?" "They only had 2 more people to kill and Gu Li is very strong," said another one. Gu Li and Gu Shao were 2 brothers. They had come there to fight and make it back to the Star Tower to become stronger. They never thought that one of them would die at the last minute. "I don't know. Some people killed them, I guess. If someone comes here anytime soon, it probably means that they are the killers," said Gu Shao. "Indeed. Gu Li is dead now. Let's wait here and kill those who come to avenge him," said another one. Gu Shao nodded. The 3 people then waited there. Apart from them, there were many others. Those who waited there were very strong. Some people were too lazy to hunt, so they just waited at the exit for their victims. If any weak people tried to leave, they could kill them easily. Some people were shivering thinking about whoever had dared kill Gu Zhao's little brother. Gu Li wasn't weak, so the one who had killed him was probably quite strong. At least now, if they could see Gu Zhao fight, it'd be a good show. Lin Feng and Xiaoyu immediately understood what was going on when they arrived. It was their first time there, so they had previously thought it'd be easy to leave. However, many people were waiting around the altars for their victims. Lin Feng and Xiaoyu didn't stop too far from the crowd. They didn't know what to do. Many people were looking at them. Especially one of them. It was Gu Shao, of course. He was fixated on Xiaoyu and Lin Feng, but he couldn't be certain. Xiao Yuxian had broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer and Lin Feng had only broken through to the 4th. Guli and his two friends had broken through to the 7th, 6th, and 5th Tianqi layers. Could Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian have killed them? You two, come here, said Gu Xiao coldly. He sounded like their leader. Xiao Yuxian had broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng frowned, he looked like the one they had just killed. What do you want? Said Lin Feng indifferently, not moving. He told you to come here, didn't you hear him? Said one of Gu Xiao's friends aggressively. Lin Feng slowly turned his head and looked at the one who had just talked. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer and was quite arrogant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1054, Holy Weapon. Chapter 1054, Holy Weapon. I only want to ask you one question, said Gu Xiao. Did you just kill 3 people on your way here? As expected. Lin Feng was right. That's why Gu Xiao looked like the one he had just killed. We did, said Lin Feng. It was useless to lie, those people were strong and arrogant, they would attack even if Lin Feng lied. Gu Xiao released a cold chi when he heard Lin Feng. Gu Xiao, do you want to kill them yourself or should we help? Asked one of his friends. Leave it to me, said Gu Xiao menacingly while releasing a piercingly cold chi. A cultivator of the 8th Tianqi layer and 2 cultivators of the 7th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng looked at them. You killed my brother, so you must be quite strong, said Gu Xiao looking at Xiao Yuxian. He was convinced that Xiao Yuxian had killed his brother because Lin Feng had only broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer. You're beautiful and strong, unfortunately, your life will end now because you killed my brother, said Gu Xiao indifferently. Ha ha. Gu Xiao, don't you think having some fun with her before killing her would be better? One of his friends asked. Right. Gu Xiao, she's so beautiful. You should give her a try, said another one. Many people started laughing frantically. Lin Feng looked at them coldly as he unsheathed his Tianji sword. A holy weapon. They stopped laughing and looked at Lin Feng's Tianji sword. They all looked greedy, they wanted to steal it. Lin Feng wrote the word die in the air. That word contained a terrifying energy with some holy marks inside it. Gu Xiao was surprised. A holy weapon, he was probably a cultivator from a rich family. Maybe you're the one who killed Guli actually. I'll have to kill you too then, said Gu Xiao. Bzzz. Starlight illuminated the atmosphere. A trail of light followed Lin Feng as he moved his Tianji sword. Holy marks strength. The crowd was amazed. It was rare to see a cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer who could use holy marks. Bzzz, 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 even more chaotic chi invaded the atmosphere and emitted whistling sounds. There seemed to be a constellation in the sky. Very quickly, the crowd realized that Lin Feng was drawing a sword in the sky. It was a dazzling sword drawn with holy marks. Even cultivators of the 7th Tianqi layer realized how strong Lin Feng was. Why isn't anyone boistering anymore? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. Die, said Lin Feng coldly. He suddenly turned around and dazzling lights appeared. No. Some people frowned, some even turned deathly pale. Lin Feng heard them humiliate Xiao Yuxian, so he wanted to kill them too. Some of them looked desperate, others terrified. In any case, it was too late to run now. Lin Feng's terrifying strength invaded everything around them and a layer of dust was rising from the ground. The atmosphere was distorted and the ground was crackling. The others were speechless. His sword had destroyed all those people who had made fun of Xiao Yuxian. How strong? Everybody nodded. Lin Feng didn't attack Gu Xiao, he attacked those who had humiliated Xiao Yuxian first. Those who dared humiliate her had to die because he had to protect the women he loved. Xiao Yuxian looked at Lin Feng, her heart felt warm. Lin Feng didn't talk much. He looked at Gu Xiao and his two friends. He was still holding his Tianji sword. He said, coldly, your move. However, Gu Xiao acted as if he had never heard Lin Feng. He stood there and said, with your holy weapon and the holy mark's strength it contains, you can defeat any ordinary cultivator of the 9th Tianqi layer. However, you're not the only one who has a holy weapon. Today, you will die and your weapon will have a new owner. Gu Xiao then took out a golden bell, it was dazzling and its chime made people tremble. A holy weapon. The crowd was amazed. Gu Xiao's holy weapon seemed to contain an explosive power. Yuxian, follow me. said Lin Feng to Uxin, using telepathy, after he saw Gu Xiao's holy weapon. Lin Feng released some sword strength. The space seemed to open in front of them. At the same time, snowflakes appeared. His snow and sword chi were mixing together. Lin Feng's Tianji sword contained an incredible strength, but Gu Xiao still looked indifferent. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 4th Tianji layer and he had broken through to the 8th. Both of them had a weapon, so Lin Feng couldn't defeat him. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Gu Xiao's friends moved away. Gu Xiao had a holy weapon, so it would be easy for him to defeat Lin Feng. In any case, they had broken through to the 7th Tianji layer, but even they couldn't compete with Lin Feng. He had just killed a bunch of people who were similarly as strong them. Empty space bestial illusion technique. At the same time, Lin Feng cast his illusion spell. He grabbed Xiao Yuxian's hand and ran towards the altar as fast as he could. His sword energies crashed onto Gu Xiao's golden bell and a terrifying whirlwind appeared. Bzzz, people were amazed. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian ignored everything else and just threw themselves at the altars. Absorb! Gu Xiao tapped his golden bell and in a flash, the bell absorbed all the sword energies. It made the bell shake, but nothing more. Boom! A punch passed near Lin Feng, but crashed into the illusion spell instead. The snowy tunnel shook, but nothing more. Empty space illusion. They saw Lin Feng pass near them. Where are you going? Said Gu Xiao. A rainbow emerged from his golden bell and it became gigantic. Everything and everyone was suddenly surrounded by those colorful lights, including Lin Feng's snowy tunnel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1055. Chapter 1055. What a powerful holy weapon! Thought the crowd. That holy weapon could turn into a gigantic, ancient bell and its power had a huge reach. Lin Feng was in his illusion, but like everything else, he was surrounded by the energies of the golden bell. Bzzz. The golden bell kept resonating. People's ears were sore by now. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian were probably suffering more than everybody else though, they were the targets after all. Gu Xiao jumped forwards and landed on his golden bell. Why is Gu Xiao so furious? Thought the crowd when they arrived near the altars. The altars were made using deployment spell. There were 20 to 30 altars, which meant that there were 20 to 30 groups of influence there. The one who said that was an old man who possessed an incredible qi. The altar the old man was protecting had Tianlong written above it. Tianlong was the name of an emperor and Gu Xiao was precisely one of Tianlong's imperial cultivation disciples. He killed my brother, so I have to kill him, said Gu Xiao. You can use your oppressive strength with holy marks, you'll kill him easily and avenge your brother, said the old man. Humph. At that moment, another old man groaned coldly and said, this should be a safe place, it's forbidden to fight here. Put your weapons away. In the past, the emperors who had created that area had decided how many people cultivators had to kill to leave and that the area around the altars was to be a safe place. Nobody knew which family Lin Feng belonged. All they knew was that he had offended Emperor Tianlong's disciples. You think this place belongs to you or what? Said Emperor Tianlong's henchman to the other old man. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu organized exams to recruit imperial cultivation disciples and so far, none of them have made it to the altar. Let's wait and see how many people will make it out. Initially, they said they wanted to recruit 81 people, but if they all died in here, well, that would be funny. Everybody calmed down and stopped talking to listen to the old men. The old man who said it was forbidden to fight there was protecting an altar which said Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi. There were tensions between Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu. Everybody knew about that. It is a rule which was decided when this place was created. Or could it be that you don't need to follow rules anymore and that you don't respect all the other emperors? Said Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's henchman. The other old man groaned and said to Gu Xiao, you must have killed them with your bell already. Take it away and let's see. Gu Xiao nodded. He thought that Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian were in his bell, dead. It was a holy weapon after all and he was very strong. Rumbling sounds spread in the air when Gu Xiao took his bell away. However, a terrifying sword chi invaded the entire space as he lifted the bell. Xiao Yuxian was suddenly surrounded by holy sword marks. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He unsheathed his Tianji sword again and its strength moved towards the golden bell. Bzzz. Boom boom boom. A terrifying sound spread in the air leaving Gu Xiao stunned. Let's go. said Lin Feng, glancing at Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's altar. Eh? Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's henchmen were surprised. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian were coming to them. Were those people sitting their exam? Besides, they were the first ones to make it this far, which meant they would rank first and second. Emperor Tianlong's henchman looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, "Do you think you can leave that easily?" He suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian and released a terrifying strength. Lin Feng was still holding his Tianji sword as he attempted to block the old man's attack. Shameless! Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's henchmen suddenly looked furious. Those protectors were Zun cultivators who remained there to enforce the rules. How shameless was it for Gu Shao to attack Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian as they were leaving? That was disrespecting Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He punched the air in the direction of the golden bell and again in the direction of the shameless old man. Empty space bestial illusion technique. Lin Feng had to use his empty space bestial illusion technique again. It was a lot weaker this time. He grabbed Xiao Yuxian's hands and ran towards the altar. "You can use the altar, don't worry, just hurry," shouted Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's henchmen. He immediately opened the way for Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian leave. Lin Feng nodded, the energies around the altar then enveloped Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian. "Fuck off!" shouted Gu Shao furiously. His golden bell turned bright and moved towards the old man guarding the exit. "Insolent!" The old man slapped the golden bell away. On the other side, Emperor Tianlong's henchman punched the air in the direction of the other old man while running after Lin Feng. How shameless! Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's henchman was furious. Emperor Tianlong's henchman had actually attacked Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian as they were leaving. Bzzz. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian were inside Lin Feng's empty space illusion as the old Zun cultivator's attack enveloped them. Kaboom! Lin Feng's empty space illusion broke. It was powerful, but against a Zun cultivator, it wasn't very useful. His energy continued moving towards Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian. "Move," said Xiao Yuxian while grabbing Lin Feng. But someone appeared in front of them, protecting them both. "Piss off." Powerful energies moved towards that person. Boom boom. Bzzz. The atmosphere was shaking as Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian disappeared. "They're gone." The old man knew he hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng and Xiao, so he was furious. Gu Shao was furious too. After a while, Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian were back in Tiantai. What a relief! However, Lin Feng was coughing up blood. He was injured because of the old man's energies. "What's wrong?" said Ho Ching Lin when he saw Lin Feng was coughing blood. He had just been injured, how come? Had someone attacked Lin Feng in front of the altar? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1056. Chapter 1056. Lin Feng looked around. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian were the first ones. Nobody else was there apart from them. Lin Feng was happy. He hoped that would play the biggest role in their ranking. If strength was the only factor, he definitely couldn't rank first. Phew, Lin Feng coughed up blood again. Ho Chang Lin said, "When we were about to come back, a protector attacked us in front of the altar. He wanted to kill us." Eh? Ho Chang Lin frowned. He looked angry. "He dared?" said Ho Chang Lin coldly. "Lin Feng, why did he attack you?" "In the underground world, a cultivator of the 8th Tianqi layer with a holy weapon tried to attack me, but he couldn't manage to prevent me from making it to the altar, so an old man decided to help him." Ho Chang Lin suddenly looked furious. Killing is normal in that world, however, killing in front of the altar is forbidden. How shameless! "Follow me, Lin Feng," said Ho Ching Lin coldly. Lin Feng nodded and stood up again. "I'm coming too," said Xiao Yuxian. Ho Chang Lin nodded and they arrived at a palace where they could go back. They then arrived in the underground world again. Slash! Ho Chang Lin groaned coldly and released some energies at someone. That person immediately fell down and died. Lin Feng didn't know how Ho Ching Lin had done that. "Let's go." A powerful energy surrounded the three of them and they turned into a beam of light moving towards the altars. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian glanced at each other. What a terrifying speed. It was faster than their boats even. Ho Chang Lin was incredible. Lin Feng had seen how strong Ho Chang Lin was in Ganyu with his reincarnation sword. Boom! Xian Yuan sensed an incredibly powerful energies above him, so he raised his head. He couldn't make them out, for he would be even more furious. Yuan Fei had been chasing him for 2 full days without stopping, like a cat and mouse. He was furious, he was almost going insane. Lin Feng had probably asked Yuan Fei to do that. Who can be that strong? Whispered Xian Yuan. How could he guess who it was? Xian Yuan, little boy, continue running, otherwise I'll kill you, said Yuan Fei extremely loudly from far away. Damn you, thought Xian Yuan. He then continued running. When was Yuan Fei going to leave? Xian Yuan still had to finish his exam. Ho Changlin, Lin Feng, and Xiao Yuxian were still in the sky flying towards the altars. Very quickly, they arrived. Some people were still there. They still looked pensive because of what had just happened. A young man of the 4th Tianqi layer had taken out a holy weapon. The fact that Gu Shao wanted to avenge his brother's death, 2 Zun cultivators had started fighting. In the end, the protectors stopped fighting, but it was no secret how shameless Emperor Tianlong's henchman was. Gu Shao had already left and Emperor Tianlong's henchmen were smiling coldly. Now and then, he glanced at Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's henchmen. He hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian, they were lucky this time. 3 people arrived. Those 2. Hadn't they left already? Why were they back? But when they saw Ho Changlin, they instantly understood what was going on. It's getting better, thought the crowd. They were moving very quickly as it didn't take long before they arrived in the middle of the altars. The protector were surprised and so was the crowd. They understood what was going to happen. Interesting. If the tensions between Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu continued, then a full-out war could occur. Brother Ho, said Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's henchman when he saw Ho Changlin. He was smiling. His second fellow disciple had come. Even though he was much older than Ho Changlin was the emperor's second direct disciple, so he had to show respect. Emperor Tianlong's henchman was nervous now. Lin Feng, who injured you? Asked Ho Changlin indifferently. Lin Feng turned his head and pointed at Emperor Tianlong's henchman saying, he did. Ho Changlin looked at him. Ho Changlin. He looked scared. He knew Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's direct disciple, Ho Changlin. Ho Changlin, reincarnation sword. Many people recognized him. Ho Changlin was famous and not only in the Bahuang province. Every imperial cultivation disciple in Bahuang province knew him. How will Ho Changlin handle this matter? Thought the crowd. Ho Changlin slowly walked towards the Zun cultivator. Ho Changlin, what are you doing? Asked the old man coldly, but he was scared. Don't forget that apart from protectors, other Zun cultivators can't come here. You actually have the balls to explain the rules to me after what you just did? Said Ho Changlin. The old man was speechless. Indeed, he had violated rules just before. He hadn't thought Ho Changlin would violate rules as well and come there in person. The Huangxi underground is a place where people kill each other. Your disciple was killed by my disciple, that's normal. Then your disciple attacked mine near the altars, which is a violation of the rules. You're a Zun cultivator, you violated the rules and attacked my disciple, you're too shameless. Besides, you're a protector, you can't attack disciples, that's another violation of the rules. You should die, of course, said Ho Changlin. Everybody was astonished. Did Ho Changlin want to kill the old man? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1057, If you're not insane, can you become an emperor? Chapter 1057, If you're not insane, can you become an emperor? Die, of course, repeated the old man. He was fixedly staring at Ho Changlin as he said, Emperor Tianlong is one of the emperors who created this place. Nobody knows where Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi are, they came out of nowhere. I protect this altar and you dare say I should die? Ridiculous, who said cultivators can't become emperors? Emperor Tianlong has been an emperor for a long time now. Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi became emperors thanks to their natural abilities. That's not the case for Emperor Tianlong. You violated the rules by attacking my fellow disciple, so you will die. Ho Changlin jumped forwards and pale lights appeared which surrounded the old man. It seemed like he was going to freeze. Ho Changlin is actually attacking him. The crowd shivered. Ho Changlin was incredible, in the future, he would definitely become an emperor. Even now some emperors respected Ho Changlin. His future would be bright. The emperor moved backwards and jumped into his altar, which started twinkling. He was getting ready to teleport. He wants to escape. The crowd was astonished. Although he was a protector, he was ready to abandon this place and his disciples. How shameful. Ho Qinglin was chasing him to kill him. What was the better decision? Escaping and losing face and making Emperor Tianlong lose face, or dying protecting the altar? He cared more for his own life than for his group's reputation. Ho Qinglin, if you force me to leave, the emperor will be furious and you won't remain unharmed. Do you think that's necessary? Said the old man, scared. He didn't want to leave if he didn't have to. When you attacked my disciple, which is a violation of the rules, you didn't think that my teachers would be furious? You're ridiculous, said Ho Qinglin. He continued walking forwards. I told you, I will definitely kill you. The old man frowned. Ho Qinglin was determined to kill him. The altar was shining more and more as the teleportation portal appeared. He was about to leave. So, you're leaving? Said Ho Qinglin. The old man looked scared. He released some chi and a cloud appeared which moved towards Ho Qinglin. If I don't kill you, my fellow disciple won't get his revenge, said Ho Qinglin, punching the cloud and instantly destroying it. He continued moving forwards with indescribable speed. Bzzz. Dazzling lights appeared as the old man slowly started disappearing. Keep dreaming, said the old man. Ho Qinglin couldn't manage to kill the old man. It was too late. I, Ho Qinglin, never dream, said Ho Qinglin indifferently. He jumped towards the altar. The crowd was astonished. What was Ho Qinglin doing? If Ho Qinglin jumped into that portal, he would end up in the enemy's territory. Would he kill the old man there? He was insane. It was too dangerous. Lin Feng was astonished too. Bzzz. Strength appeared around the altar again. Ho Qinglin was activating the altar himself. Brother, forget about it, shouted Lin Feng. Ho Qinglin was already his fellow disciple, so he could call him brother. Brother, you just became an imperial cultivation disciple, so nobody can humiliate you. Besides, he violated the rules to attack you. That old dog is a disgrace. If Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's disciples lose battles in normal conditions, we won't say anything, but now he humiliated you and violated the rules. Ho Qinglin looked calm and serene as if he was doing something normal. Other people were astonished though. Even those who had nothing to do with it, this looked tense. Ho Qinglin was insane. Lin Feng became serious. Ho Qinglin was ready to do anything for his fellow disciples and teachers. Strength continued enveloping Ho Qinglin. He was leaving. He was really leaving. He's not afraid, thought the crowd. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's henchmen said to Lin Feng, brother, go back and inform the others. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. Xiao Yuxian and Lin Feng moved back to the altar. They had to tell Mu Chen about Ho Qinglin. Very quickly, Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian were in Tiantai again. There was still nobody there. Quickly, they found the sadhu. Brother, Ho Qinglin used the Emperor Tianlong's teleportation portal, said Lin Feng to the sadhu. The sadhu immediately stood up. All right. I understand. His silhouette flickered and he flew towards a palace. Lin Feng didn't have time to tell him the reason. Where did he go? Asked Xiao Yuxian. He must have gone to Mu Chen, said Lin Feng. Mu Chen then came. He looked calmer than the sadhu. Lin Feng, let's walk and talk, said Mu Chen. Lin Feng nodded. Strength surrounded Lin Feng. Mu Chen was taking Lin Feng to the same palace again. Yuxian, you stay here, said Lin Feng. Mu Chen and Lin Feng disappeared again. Xiao Yuxian looked at them. She was speechless. Mu Chen's agility technique was incredible. Lin Feng, tell me what happened. Lin Feng looked serious. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the Huangxi underground again. Lin Feng explained everything to Mu Chen very quickly. Mu Chen smiled in a resplendent way. He looked calm even. Lin Feng was confused by his reaction to this news. If you're not insane, how can you become an emperor? I'm not surprised by his actions at all, said Mu Chen laughing. They were already at the altar. The crowd was incredulous when they saw them. Lin Feng had left only a few minutes before, but if you're not insane, how can you become an emperor? Whispered Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1058, Insane Ho Chang-lin. Chapter 1058, Insane Ho Chang-lin. Ho Chang-lin said he wanted to kill the old man and he didn't hesitate for a second. Mu Chen was right, that was insanity. But in Mu Chen's opinion, to become an emperor, you had to be a bit insane. I'll go and see how things are going myself, said Mu Chen, jumping towards Emperor Tianlong's altar. He disappeared inside. Ho Chang-lin had gone and now Mu Chen was going there too? Mu Chen and Ho Chang-lin were both Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's direct disciples. What would happen if they suddenly appeared in Emperor Tianlong's territory? They were insane. Besides, Emperor Tianlong's people as well as the emperor himself were going to lose face. Mu Chen and Ho Chang-lin were going to cause a lot of trouble there. Brother, can I come too? Asked Lin Feng to Mu Chen. Mu Chen nodded and said, all right, come. That'll do you good too. Thank you, brother, said Lin Feng while jumping onto the altar. Strength appeared and enveloped them. The crowd was astonished, they were all insane. Because Emperor Tianlong's henchmen had attacked Lin Feng, they were going to cause that much trouble? Ho Chang-lin had left for a short time, but it was enough time for him to cause a substantial amount of trouble. As they arrived, they came across many palaces which all looked very majestic. There was a gigantic statue with someone standing on top of it. That person was holding a bleeding human head in their left hand. It was the head of the old man who had tried to kill Lin Feng. In his right hand, there was a dazzling sword. It was the reincarnation sword, Ho Chang-lin's sword. Ho Chang-lin, you're insane, . There were many strong cultivators who were releasing a powerful qi. They were all Zun cultivators of Emperor Tianlong's imperial sect. Ho Chang-lin had followed the old man to Emperor Tianlong's territory and killed him there. They felt humiliated. He tried to kill my disciple at the altar. He had to die, said Ho Chang-lin calmly. Gu Xiao was in the distance and saw everything. He was furious. He understood what Ho Chang-lin meant. Nobody could understand the situation better than him. He hadn't thought that Ho Chang-lin would come to their territory to kill the old man though. His heart was racing. You should die too then, said someone coldly. Ho Chang-lin, everybody said you'd become an emperor someday. Unfortunately, you're going to die today. A powerful strength invaded the space and surrounded Ho Chang-lin. The terrifying energies oppressed Ho Chang-lin. A few dozen Zoom cultivators were releasing their abstruse energies at the same time. Ho Chang-lin raised his head and looked at the energies. He threw away the head he was holding and said, people who disrespect Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu should die. Ho Chang-lin slowly raised his sword. His sword then fell down from the sky and it seemed like the whole world was going to collapse under it. It left a trail behind in the sky and everything on that path of the sword turned to ashes. There were no terrifying sounds, just small subtle sounds. However, the energies the sword contained were terrifying. A hole appeared in the atmosphere and Ho Chang-lin jumped into it. Ho Chang-lin, you'll die today, no matter what it takes, said a voice which resonated far and wide. A gigantic hand fell from the sky towards Ho Chang-lin. It looked like the hand from a god. It was as if the sky was going to collapse under its weight. Limitless sea of pain, said someone in a deep voice. The gigantic hand was falling down and waves of energies were rolling in the air. You will be born again soon, said Ho Chang-lin indifferently. He raised his sword again and released some sword strength. It emitted dazzling lights as the gigantic and limitless sea of pain fell into it. The reincarnation space became even larger, it seemed like it could swallow the 10,000 things of creation. The gigantic hand fell into it and now it was going to reincarnate. Nobody can escape their karma, said Ho Chang-lin in a deep voice. The hand then disappeared. Your reincarnation strength can't escape from a holy and celestial hand though, said the one who kept talking big. His gigantic hand appeared and moved towards Ho Chang-lin. In a flash, it forcefully grabbed Ho Chang-lin. Frozen world, life's end, said another one seriously. Ho Chang-lin felt very cold. Die, said that person. An infinite amount of strength emerged in the air and moved towards Ho Chang-lin. Ho Chang-lin was bathing in lights, those energies couldn't kill him. His reincarnation sword streaked across the sky and easily broke the ice. Ho Chang-lin, we'll kill you today, said those people moving towards him. However, Ho Chang-lin just looked cold and detached. Nobody there could cause him any worry. Since you think you can kill me so easily, I'll make sure you don't reincarnate, said Ho Chang-lin. His reincarnation sword was still streaking across the sky emitting subtle sounds and diffusing reincarnation energies. A sea of reincarnation energy appeared behind his sword. Bzzz. Two silhouettes approached Ho Changlin and were quickly swallowed by the reincarnation energies. They had no time to say anything, their bodies just disappeared. He's so strong, he's defying the laws of the earth and the sky, thought Mu Chen and Lin Feng in the distance. They could see everything. Mu Chen. The crowd sensed a presence. They turned around and saw Mu Chen and Lin Feng. Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's second direct disciple, Ho Changlin, was there. And now their first direct disciple, Mu Chen, was there too. This was a humiliation for Emperor Tianlong and his disciples. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1059, Teleportation. Chapter 1059, Teleportation. Brother. When Ho Changlin saw Mu Chen, he nodded and smiled. Mu Chen, another incredible cultivator, was there with him. With him, nothing could happen. Mu Chen smiled and looked at Emperor Tianlong's people. Emperor Tianlong has been famous for a long time, how come his disciples are so incompetent? A bunch of Zun cultivators can't even kill my fellow disciple alone, what a disgrace. Mu Chen, Ho Changlin came to our territory and is killing our people. You guys will pay for his sins with your life. Continue to insult us and you'll see. We'll teach you a thing or two, said the cultivator who was using the celestial hand attack before. Ho Changlin couldn't leave, otherwise Emperor Tianlong would be furious. You're wrong. You killed one of our disciples at the altar, we came here to enforce the rules. We didn't break any rule by coming here, said Mu Chen calmly. He then added, Ho Changlin is a cultivator of the 5th Zun Shi layer though, if you, at the same cultivation level as him, were able to kill him, I wouldn't say anything. However, if you're weak, you're just a disgrace to your emperor. Cultivators of the same level? The Zun cultivators were smiling. Everybody knew that Ho Changlin was extremely strong. For a cultivator of the same cultivation level, defeating Ho Changlin would be extremely difficult. He glanced at Mu Chen and said, we'll kill him in any case. Die. Waves of energies rolled in the air and turned into beams of light moving towards Ho Changlin. He moved his hand again, which then became gigantic. He wanted to kill Ho Changlin. It's not that easy to humiliate Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's disciples, said Mu Chen when he saw the cultivator attack Ho Changlin. Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by lights and Mu Chen disappeared. Mu Chen had cast a protection spell on Lin Feng. He appeared in another place and Lin Feng had the impression he was hallucinating. Mu Chen appeared next to Ho Changlin. Both fellow disciples smiled at each other. This was going to be a good battle. Reincarnation lights invaded the territory. Ho Changlin's sword attack looked just simple as before, most people couldn't understand just how terrifying that attack was. A hole appeared in the atmosphere again and a few more holes appeared after that. It seemed like those holes contained the energies of life and death. It seemed like souls were emanating from those holes. Destroy! Shouted someone. A gigantic hand as big as a mountain appeared. People looked tiny next to that hand. The gigantic hand moved towards the reincarnation empty space and grabbed it, but it couldn't destroy it. Oppressive energies surrounded Ho Changlin and Mu Chen, each attack was incredible and powerful. Lin Feng was astonished. Only one of those attacks would be enough to kill him. There are millions of ways to fight, said Mu Chen as lights emerged from his body. Born in dust, back to dust, said Mu Chen indifferently. Everything was turning to dust on the path of Mu Chen's attack. What's that? Thought Lin Feng. He was speechless and amazed. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's disciples were terrifyingly strong. My fellow disciple attacked the old man who attacked our fellow disciples, now we're even. Let's not infuriate the emperors, said Mu Chen. He didn't want to create too much tension. Otherwise, if Emperor Tianlong got furious, a great war would start. Brother, let's go, said Mu Chen to Ho Changlin while jumping towards Lin Feng and grabbing him. Where do you think you're going? Asked one of the strong cultivators who had started chasing them. Mu Chen and Ho Changlin had come and caused them trouble, now they wanted to leave? On top of that, they had insulted their Zun cultivators. Mu Chen, Lin Feng, and Ho Changlin continued running and arrived at a teleportation portal. Mu Chen opened his third eye and inspected the portal. At the same time, he moved his hands as if he was drawing something. What is he doing? Thought Lin Feng. Mu Chen was carving holy marks which contained an incredible illusion strength. The atmosphere was whistling as a hole appeared. Empty space portal, open, said Mu Chen. A gate appeared and strength rolled out of it. Lin Feng didn't have enough time to see exactly what Mu Chen was doing. Mu Chen carved more holy marks and Lin Feng's heart was racing. Mu Chen was opening an empty space portal. "Get in," said Mu Chen. Lin Feng and Ho Ching Lin went through the gate. Lin Feng was feeling strange, like he was in a dream. It was the same sensation as when he had used the altar. Mu Chen could use his own strength to create altars and teleport at a whim. Many strong cultivators chased them. Their energies were powerful and they were furious, but the three disciples disappeared before they could catch them. Lin Feng was astonished. He opened his mouth, but Ho Ching Lin talked first using telepathy. "Lin Feng, don't bother him right now. If you distracted him, it could be troublesome, he needs to concentrate." Lin Feng nodded. Mu Chen remained silent. He was using his godly awareness to incredible degree. Lin Feng couldn't imagine how Mu Chen was doing that. Bzzz. Lin Feng was shaking. He had the feeling a tower was weighing heavy on his back and then he sensed something under his feet. He saw something in front of him. They were back in the Huangxi underground, at the altars. Lin Feng was astonished and the crowd was too. Those altars could only be used for one-way teleportation. Had those three used their own strength to teleport? Ho Ching Lin, Mu Chen and Lin Feng had used Emperor Tianlong's altar and now they were back? Emperor Tianlong's people would go insane. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1060, Great Conflict. Chapter 1060, Great Conflict. How incredible. How did they come back? Thought the crowd astonished. Could Ho Ching Lin and Mu Chen already cast teleportation spells? There's blood. Seems like Ho Ching Lin killed the guy. Thought the crowd when they saw the blood on his silver clothes. He had slaughtered someone. Even though people didn't know what had happened in Emperor Tianlong's territory, Emperor Tianlong's people were probably going insane right now. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's disciples had gone to their territory and made it back. Altar strength started flowing again. Emperor Tianlong's altar, some people are trying to make it back. Thought the crowd. As expected, the situation was getting out of hand. Ho Ching Lin groaned, turned around and dazzling lights appeared. He immediately jumped towards the altar. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the altar broke. How insane! Thought the crowd. Without an altar, it would be extremely difficult to make it back from the Huangxi underground. Ho Ching Lin is insane. Thought the crowd. He had slaughtered the protector of the altar and now he had destroyed their altar. Ho Ching Lin looked at the old man who was at their own altar and frowned as if he wanted to say something. Tianlong's people won't forget that easily. If they look for us, we don't care, but I'm scared that they could use other evil methods to attack our people in here. It's our emperor's first recruitment process so we can't let anyone ruin it, said Mu Chen, reasoning. Ho Ching Lin was also worried about that. They didn't care about Tianlong's people, but they were worried about their candidates who were still there. Besides, everybody knew about their teacher's recruitment process. If Emperor Tianlong was furious, he would find a way to ruin their exam. Of course, Mu Chen and Ho Ching Lin didn't want that to happen. We can stay here, said Mu Chen indifferently. He then looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, go back and inform our fellow disciple. He will know what to do. All right. Lin Feng nodded without hesitation. He jumped onto their altar again. All this was happening because of him. He hadn't thought the situation would get out of hand like that. Gu Xiao hadn't anticipated any of this either. Otherwise, would he have dared act that way? The underground was incredibly vast and many people were still inside, hunting. Somewhere in that forest, a cultivator of the 6th Tianqi layer stopped at the top of a tree. Suddenly, people appeared not far away. He looked in that direction and observed the powerful cultivators. They were all Zun cultivators. He had the feeling he was going to suffocate under their oppressive qi. What's going on? Why are there Zun cultivators here? One of the Zun cultivators was particularly strong. Those people disappeared in the horizon, but their qi lingered and continued to oppress that person. The cultivator remained on the tree and tried to calm down. He was wondering where those strong cultivators were from. Bzzz. At that moment, another terrifying wave of strength rolled in the air. More people appeared at the same place again. There again. His heart started racing. What a coincidence. Two different groups arriving from the same place. Zun cultivators again. His heart was pounding. Those people disappeared again. Something serious is going on. He didn't understand what was going on. Zoom cultivators from two different groups arriving at the same place, something big was going on. He wasn't the only one who was surprised, everyone else there was surprised. They were all thinking the same thing, something serious was going on. Many people watched as the Zoom cultivators disappear in the horizon. So many Zoom cultivators. Mu Chen and Ho Changlin were still at the altar, calmly waiting there. They didn't have to wait too long until Emperor Tianlong's people arrived. "You're chasing us, wonderful, Tiantai is open now, do you want to follow us there?" said Mu Chen with an indifferent smile as if he hadn't sensed their cold energies. "We heard candidates applying to become Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's imperial cultivation disciples are here. They mustn't be weak. We'll have to go and see them for ourselves," said the leader of the group, smiling coldly. They couldn't go to Tiantai, they weren't strong enough. Second, if they went there, a real war would start, they wouldn't be able to deal with the emperors then. They wanted to make the two emperors and their people lose face. Mu Chen smiled. Those people were threatening them, but they weren't too insane. In the distance, more energies rolled in the air. People turned around and saw a group of people. Lin Feng was there too. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's people were coming. Tianlong's people were not happy. "Listen," said Mu Chen. Everybody looked at him. Everybody must clearly understand what happened today. In this place, disciples come here to become stronger by hunting other people. There are rules too, at the altars, it is forbidden to fight. If everybody violated that rule and attacked here, this underground training ground would be meaningless. The old man attacked our fellow disciple, even though he was a protector. We came to Tianlong, but now we left. Why chase us? If you want to fight, Tiantai's people will fight, but I fear the emperors won't appreciate that. Besides, I don't think the Huangxi underground could handle our combined energies," said Mu Chen calmly. "All the emperors should be meeting soon. If you want to fight, there will be opportunities later. No need to threaten us now and say you will attack our disciples. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1061, First Disciple. Chapter 1061, First Disciple. Mu Chen sounded calm and serene. If they wanted to fight, Tiantai wouldn't back down. Even though he had just said a few sentences, he had exposed Tianlong's people's behavior. So many Zoom cultivators had come to fight, and if they did, the Huangxi underground wouldn't hold up. That place was artificial, if it broke, all the energies of the Huangxi would flow in. They threatened to kill Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's disciples, but they weren't the only ones who had disciples. Mu Chen and Ho Changlin could also slaughter Tianlong's disciples. That would end in a great war. "You killed our protector and came into our territory. How can you explain that?" Everybody remained silent until someone asked that. Everybody knew that Emperor Tianlong and the two emperors didn't like each other. "Do you understand anything I just said? Your protector violated the rules and attacked one of our disciples, he had to die. What else do I have to explain?" said Mu Chen coldly. He sounded firm. Tianlong's people looked annoyed as the leader said, "All right, we'll remember that." After that, he looked at the altar and grinded his teeth. Without the altar, how could they go back? Tianlong's people moved towards Mu Chen and said coldly, "Move away." Mu Chen smiled in a resplendent way. Ho Changlin and Lin Feng moved aside too. Tianlong had to repair the altar. They didn't need long though. At that moment, Tiantai's people approached Mu Chen and said, "Beware of Tianlong's people in the future. They won't easily forget today." "Understood." Everyone nodded. "Let's go," said Mu Chen indifferently. Then, they left again. The crowd was shivering, Mu Chen was incredible. Mu Chen and the others made their way back to Tiantai. "We'll meet again for the graduation ceremony. You can do whatever you want in the meantime," said Mu Chen. "I'm going too," said the sadhu with an indifferent smile too. "Brother, stay here, I'm going to the other side," said Mu Chen to Ho Changlin. On one side, there were cultivators of the Tian Qi layer. On the other side were cultivators of the Zun Qi layer. "All right," said Ho Changlin nodding. Then, Mu Chen left. Only Ho Changlin and Lin Feng were left there. Xiao Yuxian had joined them too. At that moment, Ho Changlin smiled at them. "Congratulations, brother and sister. You ranked first and second." "Eh?" Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian glanced at each other, they were surprised, but smiled. First and second. What a pleasant surprise. Brother, was the ranking made solely on the last exam? Asked Lin Feng. Ho Chenglin smiled and said, we decided it that way and you guys came out first, so you ranked first and second. That's our final decision. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxin smiled wryly. He likes us. Thought Xiao Yuxin looking at Lin Feng. Nobody could refute their decision anyway. Brother, don't you think other people will get angry because the ranking isn't based on strength? Asked Lin Feng. Tian level cultivators are still growing, no matter your level or power at this time, that's not important for Tian level cultivators. When you become Zun cultivators, strength becomes more important. Ho Chenglin said smiling. Besides, there are no fair rules in our world. In any case, you finished first at the first exam and now you came out first in this exam, you're good. Lin Feng smiled. Indeed, Tian level were still growing up. In the eyes of emperors, no Tian level cultivator was strong anyways. You're second, you don't mind, right? Said Ho Chenglin smiling at Xiao Yuxin. I don't, of course. Said Xiao Yuxin with a resplendent smile. She admired Ho Chenglin. He was only 50 years old according to rumors, yet he was stronger than most of the cultivators of the Chiu clan. Ho Chenglin was famous. You're a couple, so if you want to be first and second, you can argue that amongst yourselves anyways. Said Ho Chenglin laughing. Xiao Yuxin and Lin Feng were surprised. Ho Chenglin also liked to joke. By the way, I wanted to ask something. Said Lin Feng suddenly. I know what you're thinking. Said Ho Chenglin. He smiled and said, Lin Feng, you always rely on yourself. You don't owe me or anyone else anything. There's an origin, but it's not because of you. When you break through to the Zun Qi layer, he will come and talk to you. An origin, but not because of me? Lin Feng still didn't understand, so he said, I understand, I will continue to become stronger. Good. Said Ho Chenglin smiling. He shook his hand and medals appeared. Made with pure qi. Said Ho Chenglin. 2 medals appeared, one with Lin Feng's name and one with Xiao Yuxin's name. They were officially Imperial Cultivation disciples. Alright, let's wait for the others. Said Ho Chenglin sitting down cross-legged on a cloud. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxin said nothing. They talked and waited. One day later, the third person came out. Lin Feng recognized him, it was Lin Ruotian. He was surprised to see Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxin already there. Too bad, he hadn't ranked first. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1062, Where's Xian Yuan? Chapter 1062, Where's Xian Yuan? I used all my strength to kill 70 people, but Xiao Yuxin and Lin Feng are there together, so they must have killed 110 people, I don't know who helped whom. Thought Lin Ruotian. In the past, he would have thought that Xiao Yuxin would have helped Lin Feng, but then he had seen how strong Lin Feng was. He didn't dare underestimate him even though he had only broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer. With the strength of the 4th Tianqi layer, he had managed to climb up all the groups of steps. He had also easily defeated Yang Zilan at the same cultivation level. Lin Ruotian sat down. You're monstrously strong, Lin Feng, where are you from? Asked Lin Ruotian as if he was trying to befriend Lin Feng. I come from a country very, very far from Baohuang province. I can't compete with you, brother Ruotian. Said Lin Feng smiling calmly. Very far, whispered Lin Ruotian. He smiled and said, Yang Zilan and his sister despised you, but they're really ridiculous. They think they're superior because of their social status, but in fact, they can't compete with you in the slightest. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't know why Lin Ruotian was saying those things. Coming from a rich and prestigious family is a good thing though. Said Lin Feng calmly. So what? You ranked first and on top of that, Miss Chiu likes you. You became an Imperial Cultivation disciple, so now, if you have another social status, you will be able to ask for her hand officially. Another social status? Whispered Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Ruotian and said, I became an Imperial Cultivation disciple, that's a social status, what's the other social status I could get? If you want, brother, you could become a member of the Lin clan, we have the same name after all. You could ask for her hand using that social status too. Lin Ruotian thought that because Lin Feng came from a very far country, he had come alone. There were many people like Lin Feng in Baohuang province, so people needed a powerful background and walk around the Baohuang province. Otherwise, other people could bully them. He was offering protection for Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed, having now understood. Lin Ruotian wanted Lin Feng to become a member of the Lin clan. He wanted to help Lin Feng to become his brother. The Lin clan would also protect him. Apart from their blood, he would be an authentic member of the clan. Thank you, brother, but I prefer relying on myself, said Lin Feng, smiling. Lin Ruotian looked disappointed and said, You are an ambitious person. Even if we don't become real brothers, I'm happy to be your friend. I'm happy too, said Lin Feng. Lin Ruotian was nice. He was strong too and came from a rich family. Lin Feng was happy to make new friends anyways. Lin Ruotian smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything more. Sign it, said Ho Cheng Lin, giving a medal to Lin Ruotian. Lin Ruotian carved his name in the medal. The fourth one arrived soon after. Lin Feng didn't recognize that person, but Lin Ruotian did. That was a disciple from a rich family from the south of Bahuang. People continued arriving while Lin Feng and Xiu Yuxian were calmly sitting on the edge of Tiantai. They didn't mind other people's ranking. It had nothing to do with them. However, Lin Feng was wondering if Xian Yuan would even make it back. The sadhu was quietly observing there too. They were happy because if they had come back, it meant they were imperial cultivation disciples and they would all become brothers and sisters. In the future, they would have higher social statuses within their own clan. The world of prestigious and rich families was complex and their members all wanted to be the best. 1 month passed and in Tiantai, 78 people had made it out. Only 3 spots were left. The crowd was excited. Many people had passed the exam on the flight of stairs, so 81 people shouldn't be a problem. Has anyone seen Xian Yuan? Asked someone at that moment. They realized that Xian Yuan wasn't amongst the 78 people. Oh right, where is he? Said someone else. Where was he? He had always said he'd rank first. I saw him in the Huangxi underground. Someone was chasing him. I don't know where he is now though, said someone else. The crowd was surprised. What? Someone was chasing him? Are you sure? Right, Xian Yuan is very strong. Who was chasing him? Many people started talking about him. I saw him with my own eyes. He was furious. He was bleeding and his hair was messy. Someone very strong was chasing him and laughing and talking about a great ape emperor. He was scaring Xian Yuan with his voice alone, said that person. Everybody was surprised. What a tragedy for Xian Yuan. Someone was scaring Xian Yuan with just his voice? The great ape emperor? 3 more people can qualify. If Xian Yuan isn't part of them, then he will have to try again, whispered someone. The crowd remained silent. You're wrong. Only 1 more person is left, said Lin Ruotian. 1 person? You forgot someone, said Lin Ruotian. Forgot someone? The crowd was wondering what he meant. They then thought about someone who had defeated Xian Yuan at the same cultivation level. Where's Lin Feng? There, with Xiu Yuxian, said Lin Ruotian, pointing at them. They narrowed their eyes and, indeed, Lin Feng and Xiu Yuxian were at the edge of Tiantai. There were already 80 of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1063, Graduation Ceremony. Chapter 1063, Graduation Ceremony. 1 more person, whispered the crowd. They all looked excited. They wanted to see who would come out last. Bzzz. Someone came out and it wasn't Xian Yuan. The 81st wasn't Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan wasn't going to become an imperial cultivation disciple? The crowd was astonished. He had always said he'd rank first and in the end, he wasn't going to become an imperial cultivation disciple? Ho Cheng Lin appeared again with a medal and said, Congratulations, you're the last one so you're qualified. Sign your name. Phew, that person breathed deeply with relief and smiled. He was worried, but he had managed to become an imperial cultivation disciple. What a relief! He was excited, but everyone else was astonished. Ho Cheng Lin gave him the last medal. It meant that Xian Yuan wasn't going to become an imperial cultivation disciple. Alright, the exam is finished. We need to wait for the Zun cultivators to finish their exam. They need 100 days in total, so 40 to 50 more days. You can practice in Tiantai. Wait until the end and the second batch will also be determined, said Ho Cheng Lin, smiling. The Tian level cultivators were done. They were so happy and proud to become imperial cultivation disciples. The two emperors were rising too and would soon be like the other emperors in Bahuang province. Everybody nodded. Those who had managed to climb up the first group of steps during the first part of the exam would be part of the second batch. Everybody knew that already. The crowd dispersed. They had a strange feeling, but a good one. Every palace was extraordinary. What a great opportunity this would be. They had all earned their place, so Ho Ching Lin was proud. They had all fought hard. Lin Feng was still sitting on the edge of Tiantai. It was as if the rest of the world had nothing to do with him. He couldn't waste his time. Lin Feng needed to become stronger. He had only broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer. Being an imperial cultivation disciple wasn't the most important thing anymore. All of them wanted to become stronger. It was sunny in Tiantai and the air was fresh. It was pleasant afternoon. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged and lights were flowing around him. He was bathing in extraordinary flames which looked like many small suns. It was as if he was the sun. 7 stars appeared. The sadhu opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Sun skill. Lin Feng surprisingly had good skills. He was convinced Lin Feng would quickly become strong. His pure qi was good and he could swallow the power of the sun. As Lin Feng became stronger, his pure sun qi became even more distinct. At that moment, golden flames appeared. They didn't look real though. Is that an illusion created by his godly awareness? The sadhu was surprised at that moment. There were pieces of godly awareness in those flames. It looks like the eternal awareness skill. The sadhu was surprised. Lin Feng's skill looked like a skill Mu Chen used. He could open the earth and sky using it and everything would turn to dust in its path. It could even break people's godly awareness. At that moment, it looked like Lin Feng was practicing such a skill. It was far from being as complete and powerful as when Mu Chen's, but it already had a form. If the sadhu was right, it meant that Lin Feng could use a broken soul technique to break his soul into several pieces. Lin Feng had seen Mu Chen's skill which made everything reduced back to dust in Tianlong's territory, so he felt motivated. What a great feeling! Thought Lin Feng. In the past, he used to study the force of the earth and the sky, now he could sense it perfectly. He could have his godly awareness fused together with the earth and sky even. No wonder Mu Chen's skill was so powerful. Lin Feng really wanted to do the same. He was pleasantly surprised because he had something to study that he liked. He was still too weak though, he still needed time. Little boy, I can't wait to see you become stronger. Thought the sadhu smiling. Lin Feng was young, but he had great natural abilities. He would become a beast in the future. Time passed and the time came for the crowd to gather and receive their certificates. From that day on, they would be Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu imperial cultivation disciples. At that moment, there were also many people at the foot of Tiantai. Many people in the crowd had participated to the exam but had failed. Now they still wanted to see the ones who had passed the exam. Who were they and what was their rank? At that moment, energies rolled in the air like clouds and steps appeared, one after the other. Those golden stairs were incredible. A flight of stairs. The time has come. Many people were excited. Finally, the new imperial cultivation disciples would receive their certificates. It was the graduation ceremony. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi were there too. They had been eliminated by Lin Feng. Back then, they had had the opportunity to become imperial cultivation disciples of the second batch, but they had given up and left. They thought being imperial cultivation disciples from the second batch was too shameful. Besides, Xian Yuan had probably ranked first and he would marry Yang Ziyi, so that would be enough of an honor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1064, Xian Yuan's Tragedy. Chapter 1064, Xian Yuan's Tragedy. The Yang clan, the Zhou clan, the Lin clan, the Meng clan, and many other powerful and influential groups were there. Many of their disciples had participated and they were all excited to see how well they had performed. There were lights everywhere. Tiantai wouldn't be closed and isolated anymore. It would become a new and genuine group of influence in Bahuang province. People didn't know how long Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu had been emperors, but it had been at most 100 years. Everybody believed they were relatively new emperors, otherwise they would have had imperial cultivation disciples much earlier. Besides, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were very secretive. Very few people had seen them personally. People generally only knew that there was a place called Tiantai in Tianjing City and that 2 emperors lived there, but the place used to be closed. Now, it was the graduation ceremony of their new Imperial Cultivation disciples. Would they show up in person? They are new emperors. They are even stronger than Emperor Tianlong, who has been an emperor for a long time now. I wonder if we will see them today. Thought some people raising their heads. At that moment, a silhouette appeared on the flight of stairs. It was starting, finally. Are those the Imperial Cultivation disciples from the first batch? Thought the crowd. They were inspecting those people. There was no oppressive strength on the flight of stairs anymore, but they all had lowered their heads. They looked strange. The crowd frowned. That can't. They couldn't be the winners. Those people are probably those who failed the exam. Thought the crowd. The group of people walked down the stairs and joined the crowd. Those were the people who had been eliminated. How humiliating. They could only lower their heads and look elsewhere, shamefully. Those people were those who had been eliminated, indeed. Look at those behind them, they must be the real winners. Thought the crowd when they saw another group of people appear. There were hundreds of people. They had an imposing appearance and they looked like heroes. However, in that group, there were also some people who were lowering their heads. They are too high, I can't see them clearly. Thought the crowd. The flight of stairs was too high. They couldn't see clearly. They could only see silhouettes. They couldn't wait. Very quickly, a cloud appeared. Those people jumped onto that cloud and they appeared in front of the crowd. Where's Ruo Tian? Thought the members of the Lin clan. There's something wrong. There are Zun cultivators and Tian-level cultivators in that group. They shouldn't be mixed like that. Many people didn't understand. At that moment, in the air, the sadhu appeared on a cloud and flew in front of the crowd. He said, smiling, "From today, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu have 360 Imperial Cultivation disciples, congratulations." The sadhu waved and 360 certificates appeared. He said, "Sign your certificates." They all had the same certificate. There was something wrong. Thought some people. Hey, where is Xian Yuan? I remember he was the first one to pass the first exam. Thought some people. 360 people signed their certificates. How glorious! They were new Imperial Cultivation disciples. After signing their certificates, they separated into two groups. Left and right. Then, those two groups separated again into groups of 81 people. Lin Ruo Tian. Meng Ba, he's the one who managed to climb 5 groups of steps, like Xian Yuan. Look, Lin Feng and Xiu Yuxian are together. The crowd was observing those people. They remembered Lin Feng, who had managed to climb the entire 9 groups of steps. 81 people, where are Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi? Right, and what about Xian Yuan? I see. There are 162 authentic Imperial Cultivation disciples, divided into Tian level and Zun level ones. The others are part of the second batch. They were probably chosen from the ones who had managed to climb up the first group of steps. Many people understood at that moment. But Yang Zilan and Xian Yuan weren't there. Many people couldn't figure out what had happened. The 162 people of the first batch looked delighted. They were all smiling in a resplendent way. Uxin is there, as expected. Thought one middle-aged man smiling. Xiu Hao was next to him. She is still with that boy. She even attacked her family because of him. That boy will be a tragedy for us, said Xiu Hao coldly. He wasn't happy for her. She had attacked her family because of Lin Feng, and now, Lin Feng was still alive. He was furious when Lin Feng managed to climb up the 9 groups of steps. That boy isn't that bad, otherwise he wouldn't be with Uxin in the first batch of Imperial Cultivation disciples, said the middle-aged man indifferently to Xiu Hao. Humph, not all Imperial Cultivation disciples are that strong, said Xiu Hao coldly. Shut up. Uxin became an Imperial Cultivation disciple, this a good day, shouted 2 old men next to them. Congratulations to all the new Imperial Cultivation disciples of the first batch. Get ready to sign your certificates, said the sadhu smiling. He shook his hand and 81 certificates with the names of the winners appeared. Lin Ruotian, Xiu Yuxian, Meng Ba, Lin Feng. However, Yang Zilan had been eliminated. What about Xian Yuan? The crowd was surprised. They were now sure that Xian Yuan's name wasn't there. The Yang clan was astonished and staring at the list. Yang Zilan and his sister had been eliminated. Of course they were wearing cloaks with hoods so they wouldn't be seen. They felt too ashamed. They had waited because they wanted to see Xian Yuan, but now, they They couldn't see his name on the list. Lin Feng! Shouted a voice in the distance. You'll die, Lin Feng! Shouted that person furiously. His chi was powerful. He looked cruel, hideous, and furious. Is that Xian Yuan? What had happened to Xian Yuan? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1065, Chased by Yuan Fei. Chapter 1065, Chased by Yuan Fei. At that moment, Xian Yuan looked furious. He had always dreamed of ranking first, but Yuan Fei had been chasing him the whole time. He had gone insane and had tried to fight against Yuan Fei, but Yuan Fei had punched him and injured him. He needed 30 days to recover, using medicine, on top of that. Recovering in the underground wasn't easy. Injured people there were easy prey. He had almost died a few times. He later insulted Yuan Fei, but he had hurt him and punched him again. In the end, he hadn't been able to fight at all. Again, he had had to hide and recover. He had almost died a few times again, attacked by other people. Xian Yuan had undergone so many humiliations and hardships. That time he needed 40 to 50 days to recover. In the end, just to get out, he looked for all the people who had attacked him while he was injured and killed them all. After reaching his quota, he came back to Tiantai. But the graduation ceremony had just started. Xian Yuan was infuriated and wanted to kill Lin Feng. What happened to him? And what did Lin Feng do to him? Everybody was surprised. Had Xian Yuan been eliminated? Boom boom! Xian Yuan released a terrifying chi. Ha, Xian Yuan, little boy, I've been waiting for you. Why didn't you come out before this? I had promised my brother Lin Feng I would come to see him here. You certainly made us wait, said an extremely loud voice behind Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan trembled after hearing that voice. He turned deathly pale. He didn't look furious anymore, he appeared sick on the contrary. Lin Feng was surprised. Yuan Fei really came. He hadn't thought Yuan Fei would actually come to Tiantai. How had Yuan Fei used the altar of Tiantai as well? Had the protector let him pass? Yuan Fei appeared in the sky. He looked strong and he possessed an explosive power. He was still holding his black wooden stick. When Xian Yuan saw Yuan Fei behind him, he looked terrified, scared to death actually. Xian Yuan could only grind his teeth. Xian Yuan seems to hate him too, thought the crowd. Who was that guy with his black wooden stick? Why did he hate him? Had he been eliminated because of him? Many people had never seen Yuan Fei, so they didn't recognize him. Some people from rich and powerful families saw him and thought about someone they had heard about. Everybody was scared of that person because he had destroyed a powerful clan in one night. You're a bad boy when I'm not around. Do I need to punish you and hit you with my stick again? Said Yuan Fei in a despising way. Xian Yuan grinded his teeth. How had Yuan Fei managed to use their altar? The crowd was surprised to see how Xian Yuan became docile in front of Yuan Fei. Had Xian Yuan been eliminated? What happened? He looked like a mess. And who was that guy with a wooden stick who scared him so badly? Many people were surprised, but after all, it had nothing to do with them. The Yang clan looked furious though. They had been waiting for the day when Xian Yuan would rank first, he would be their glory. However, he didn't look glorious at all at that moment. He looked like a disgraceful mess. He looked like trash. Be a good boy, or I'll kill you with my stick, shouted Yuan Fei. Xian Yuan said nothing, but felt like he was going to explode or go insane. He didn't leave, he just glanced at Yuan Fei and Lin Feng coldly now and then. He couldn't kill Yuan Fei, but he would definitely kill Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng had told Yuan Fei to chase him, otherwise, why would he? He didn't care about him. So if Xian Yuan didn't rank first, who did? Lin Ruo Tian? Or Meng Ba? Or Chiu Uxin? Thought the crowd. Xian Yuan had failed because of that guy who looked like an ape, that much was obvious now. Many people looked at the Yang clan. That ape-looking guy also said he came to see his brother. Who is it? My little Buddhist friend, why are you looking at me? Don't you recognize me? Said Yuan Fei to the sadhu smiling. He's so easygoing, thought the sadhu smiling. He seemingly knew Yuan Fei quite well. Xiu Uxin and Lin Feng were surprised. Did Yuan Fei know the sadhu? Did he come here because he knows him? Thought Lin Feng. Alright, don't disturb us, it's the graduation ceremony. said the sadhu laughing. He, of course, said Yuan Fei smiling fatuously. I want to see my brother's graduation ceremony too. The sadhu was surprised. He knew Yuan Fei, he was the great ape emperor's grandson, but who was he talking about? A golden list was floating in the sky and the sadhu said, the 81 people, come here. People will see the ranking list too. A golden light appeared and surrounded all the selected candidates. Numbers appeared slowly. Ruatian, third. The Lin clan was satisfied with Lin Ruatian's result. Good, Uxin ranked second. Thought the Chiu clan. They were satisfied too. Too bad she fell in love with a piece of trash, said Chiu Hao mockingly. However, at that moment, he found Lin Feng's name in the list, first. His mouth was twitching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1066, A Friend from an Island. Chapter 1066, A Friend from an Island. First. Lin Feng had ranked first. What was the meaning of that? He was a piece of trash. Xiao Hao was dumbstruck as well as many other people. Lin Feng, that young man, the one who has been humiliated by the Yang clan and climbed up the 9 groups of steps. Surprisingly, he ranked first. No wonder Chiu Uxin was furious when people bullied him. Many people were expressing their opinions about Lin Feng having ranked first. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi saw that and were furious as well. They could barely breathe from their anger. Who is he? Asked an old man to Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi. They both clenched their teeth. Grandpa, that's Lin Feng, the one who saved Ziyi and whom Zilan wanted to kill. The one who killed Chou Junluo too, said a young man at that moment. Lin Feng, what a pity. He could have been our friend, but in the end, he became our enemy, said someone else. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi looked even angrier. Shut up, shouted the old man. Lin Feng had ranked first, that was a humiliation for Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi. They had thought Xian Yuan would rank first, but he didn't, then they became Lin Feng's enemy and he ranked first. Grandpa, he's strong, he even defeated Xian Yuan at the same cultivation level. He also attacked me and I lost because he attacked me. He's, said Yang Zilan to the old man. That's enough, said the old man. He clearly understood. Lin Feng had defeated Xian Yuan at the same cultivation level and had become the Yang clan's enemy. They had to kill him at all costs. Yang Zilan. Many people looked at them. Xian Yuan had said he'd rank first and marry Yang Ziyi. However, Lin Feng had been humiliated by the Yang clan and things had changed. Lin Feng ranked first. Yang Zilan's cheeks were burning. Everybody was looking at him mockingly now. He used to insult Lin Feng and say he was a nobody, an insect. Now Lin Feng looked down on him. How uncomfortable. Grandpa, let's leave, said Yang Zilan at that moment. What? Stop being a coward, said the old man coldly. Let's see how your big brother, Yang Zhan, ranked amongst Zun-level cultivators. His grandfather's favorite grandson was Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan was the strongest cultivator of the same generation. At that moment, Lin Feng could see that many people were looking at him. He looked calm and serene. He didn't act proud at all. He still had a long ways to go, this was just the beginning. He needed to explore the real world. Congratulations again. Go back to your seats now, said the sadhu to the crowd. It was the Zun cultivators' turn. They looked proud, strong, glorious, dignified. The Zun cultivators' goal was to become emperors. They were more dignified than Tian-level cultivators. The first Zun cultivator had gray clothes. He seemed to be 30 to 40 years old and his chi was quite ordinary. He didn't belong to any rich family and nobody knew him. Surprisingly, the first cultivator amongst Zun cultivators is not from a rich and powerful family, thought the crowd. First, Lin Feng amongst Tian-level cultivators, and now this person. If he hadn't climbed up the 9 groups of steps, nobody would have recognized Lin Feng. The first Zun cultivator must be extremely strong, thought the crowd. Lin Feng was surprised when he saw him though. It's him. Lin Feng was astonished. He had seen that guy before. On the island in the middle of the Huang Sea, he had seen sword cultivators who practiced cultivation. That person understood desolate chi and abstruse desolate chi. What a coincidence, thought Lin Feng smiling. Back then on the island, they hadn't talked at all. A Tian-level cultivator and a Zun-level cultivator, practicing cultivation on the same remote island. Nobody else would believe it. What a coincidence in such a big world. Yang Zhan ranked third. The Yang clan was happy about that. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi felt ashamed. No need to mention Yang Ziyi and Xian Yuan's wedding, what a joke. At least, Yang Zhan repaired the damage a little. The second was a member of the Meng clan. At least, the crowd still thought that being from a rich and powerful family helped. Apart from Lin Feng and the first Zun cultivator, the second and third, amongst both Tian-level and Zun cultivators, were from rich and powerful families. The Zun cultivators moved back to their seats. Then, Mu Chen, Ho Lin and some strangers came to the front. 8 people and their chi was extraordinary. The sadhu joined them too. 9 people. 9 people, according to legends, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu have 9 direct disciples. Are they these people? Thought the crowd. They had to be. At that moment, they looked solemn and respectful. They were calmly standing in the sky. With the 18,000 dazzling steps, the atmosphere was mystical. Are the emperors going to come out? Thought the crowd. Their hearts started racing. 360 people, 81 members in the first batch, 9 direct disciples, they all looked serious and respectful. Were the emperors going to show up? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1067, 8 Dragon Chants. Chapter 1067, 8 Dragon Chants. The stairs were dazzling. The emperors are probably going to show up. It's their event after all. Thought the crowd. Their hearts were racing, their eyes were twinkling. At that moment, an illusion appeared. Illusions, the emperors. Even if they show up as illusions, it's still incredible. Thought the crowd. Emperors were emperors. People admired them. An old man appeared and he was smiling. He looked like an ordinary old man, but his chi was incredible. He had a gray beard. There's only one person, is that Emperor Shi or Emperor Yu? Wondered the crowd. Congratulations and welcome. All the emperor's direct disciples were bowing. It proved it was the emperor. The imperial cultivation disciples bowed too. Thank you, teacher. Hello, emperor. At that moment, many people bowed. Thank you for your kindness, everyone, said the emperor in a gentle way. The emperor was nice to them, what a great feeling. Everybody remained silent. It was as if the world around them didn't exist anymore, only the emperor did. Emperor Shi and I organized this event. It is an honor for us to have found such incredible disciples. Emperor Shi couldn't make it, so I represent the both of us. From now on, Tiantai will be open and everyone is welcome, said Emperor Yu calmly. The crowd finally knew who it was. He seemed sympathetic and easygoing. That's Emperor Yu, whispered people. People like Yang Zilan or Xian Yuan always acted proud and arrogant, and the emperor was so simple. No wonder Mu Chen and Ho Lin were so outstanding. Congratulations, Emperor Yu, for having found these disciples. Please accept this black gold jewel as a gift, said an old man of the Yang clan at that moment. He rose up in the air and bowed. Black gold, that's such an expensive and precious gift. The crowd was astonished. It was so hard that only extremely strong cultivators could break black gold and make jewels out of it. They're smart. In the eyes of an emperor, it's not that great of a gift, but it still shows they respect him, thought many people. The Yang clan was trying to make friends with the emperor. Thank you, give it to the first disciple of the Tian Chi layer, maybe he will need it in the future, said Emperor Yu, smiling in a gentle way. To Lin Feng, Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi looked astonished. They didn't even have such precious treasures, were they going to give it to Lin Feng? Lin Feng kept taking things from them. Of course, master, said the old man respectfully. He wasn't willing to, but nobody noticed his feelings. He looked at Lin Feng and said, little friend, congratulations, that black gold is for you. Lin Feng took it, but said nothing at first. It looked like a black meteorite. It was very hard. Thank you, mister, said Lin Feng, smiling. The feeling was thrilling. He probably didn't want to give it to him at all. The Yang clan is going through hard times, thought the crowd. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi were probably furious. The Lin clan also has a gift for you, said the leader of the Lin clan, rising up in the air. The Zhou clan too. The Meng clan too. All the biggest families offered the emperor a gift. Even though they hadn't prepared anything, they didn't lack precious items, so they had to act the same as the Yang clan. The emperor didn't really care though. "Thank you, everyone," said Emperor Yu. The sadhu walked forwards and took the items. Slash. Chi rolled in the air in the distance as a boat was coming. There were people in the boat who bowed in front of Emperor Yu. The island of the 9 dragons came to congratulate the emperor too. The island of the 9 dragons are here too. The crowd was incredulous. Even though they were pirates, they were very strong. Many people respected them out of fear. "Say thank you to your leader," said Emperor Yu smiling. "Take it." The sadhu took all the presents. The pirates bowed in front of the emperor and said, "Our leader couldn't come today, next time maybe. We'll tell him. We're off. See you." "No problem," said Emperor Yu. The pirate looked at the imperial cultivation disciples trying to remember their faces. The island of the 9 dragons. Lin Feng suddenly said, "Wait. What is it, little friend?" asked the pirate. Lin Feng was at the top of the Tian level cultivators. He was probably very strong. "I admire your group, can I come and pay you a visit sometime?" "Ha, tell me whenever you want to come, little friend. Take this, it's the chant of the 8 dragons, you can use it to call me," said that person, throwing a stone at Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to be a strong young man, so of course he was willing to see him again. "Thank you so much, master," said Lin Feng, bowing and smiling. Yu and Mo Shi were there. He was wondering how they were. He had to go and see them sometime. With the chant of the 8 dragons amulet, it would be much more convenient. "See you," said the pirate to Lin Feng. The Yang clan looked at them coldly. They had tried to kill Yang Ziyi. They had yet to get their revenge. After the pirates left, the crowd saw another group of people come. There were people of all sorts of cultivation levels. Who were those people? "Tianlong Divine Castle is coming," said a voice in the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1068, Illusion Strength. Chapter 1068, Illusion Strength. Tianlong Divine Castle. The crowd was surprised. Tianlong Divine Castle was coming to Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's territory. People had heard that they were enemies. The crowd looked at the group of people. There were a few dozen people of all cultivation levels. Zun cultivators of the 1st to the 5th Zun Chi layer. People were surprised. What did they want? What was their goal? Mu Chen and Ho Changlin looked at them. Most people didn't know that Ho Changlin had gone there and killed their protector. Tianlong Divine Castle remembered though. Tianlong Divine Castle came to congratulate Emperor Yu, said the Tianlong group, bowing politely in front of Emperor Yu. "It's rare to see you. I hope your leader is well," said Emperor Yu, looking calm and indifferent. "Thank you, we'll pass along your message. We came here with a reason. We have all sorts of cultivators here, from the 1st Tian Chi layer to the 5th Zun Chi layer. We know it was your recruitment process, so we want to exchange our views on cultivation," said the leader of the group. Everybody was surprised. Even though they were polite, they wanted to fight. It wasn't necessary to say much, their purpose was clear. All their cultivators were extremely strong, they came to humiliate the emperor. Many people looked furious in Tiantai. It was a happy day for Tiantai and those people were coming to ruin their event. Emperor Yu smiled in a gentle way. He didn't look furious at all. "You can't refuse, on such a joyous day. Your new disciples are so talented after all," said that person. He couldn't refuse. Ho Changlin had come to their territory and killed their protector. Mu Chen had helped him escape. That was a humiliation. Now they had to regain some of their prestige. At that moment, the crowd understood that those people had come to challenge them. Tiantai couldn't refuse, otherwise, they would lose face. "If my disciples agree, why not? If they don't, then I'd rather not," said Emperor Yu calmly. "Alright, we're done with the graduation ceremony. I'm off now. Do as you wish," said Emperor Yu as his silhouette gradually disappeared. He was gone. He didn't care about such trivial things. His disciples were free to decide what they wanted to do. When those people saw Emperor Yu disappear, they frowned and looked at Mu Chen and Ho Changlin. "Your teacher is incredible and so are you. Since I came here, you could choose 2 people for a challenge. We want to learn from you," said that person, annoyed. Let's do it. At that moment, a dozen people spoke at the same time. Their voices contained a powerful qi which rolled in waves towards the Imperial Cultivation disciples of Tiantai. Those Imperial Cultivation disciples from Tiantai who were at the front shook. The people from Tianlong were extremely strong, and they wanted to fight. Tianlong Divine Castle's people had come and challenged Tiantai, so Tiantai's people had to fight whether they wanted to or not. It seems like they're really confident, thought the crowd-looking Tianlong Divine Castle's people. Tiantai's Imperial Cultivation disciples had no experience yet, for they had just graduated. It would be difficult for Tiantai to put up a fight. Our teacher said it, if they want to fight, they'll fight. Otherwise, they won't. You can't force anyone here, said Mu Chen slowly and as calmly as the emperor, as if nothing could make him angry. Emperor Yu is a senior, he can do whatever he wants. However, it's not the case for your fellow disciples. Could it be that you didn't teach them anything? Said that person coldly. Since the emperor wasn't there anymore, he wasn't hiding his true intentions anymore. He was trying to force them to fight. Who do you think you are? Do you think we'll fight because you want to? Said Ho Ching Lin abruptly. He then said, today is a joyous day for us. You came here to challenge us, so if my fellow disciples want to fight, they will, otherwise they won't. I'll kill anyone who forces people to fight. And today, I won't be merciful. If you injure anyone, I will kill you as well. How aggressive. People's hearts started racing when they heard Ho Changlin. Tianlong Divine Castle's people had brought very experienced cultivators with them. If they started fighting, Tiantai's weaker and newer disciples would die. They couldn't take that risk. That person frowned. He didn't know what to say. It's a joyous day for your emperor. Fighting is also a method of becoming stronger for new disciples. Please, let's exchange views on cultivation, said Tianlong Divine Castle's people again. Tiantai had no room to refuse. I'm a cultivator of the third Tianqi layer, like you, let's fight, said someone at that moment. It was an Imperial Cultivation disciple from the first batch. He was pointing at someone of the same level in Tianlong Divine Castle's group. Very good, said that person, coming out and releasing an incredible qi. He immediately attacked, not respecting his opponent. Die! Shouted that person coldly. A hand appeared in the sky and moved towards the cultivator from Tiantai. Piss off! Shouted the cultivator from Tiantai as he punched the air to block the attack. Die! The attacker's hand streaked across the sky and drew a cross which was filled with a powerful qi. The Tiantai cultivator sensed that something was wrong and moved backwards. Die! The cross dazzled and the cultivator from Tiantai could barely breathe. Empty space energy. The crowd was surprised. A cultivator of the third Tianqi layer could use empty space spells. Piss off! Shouted the cultivator from Tiantai. He was furious. He raised his hands and blocked the cross attack. Do you think you can block illusions? Said the cultivator from Tianlong coldly. The cross shook the sky and pierced through the body of the cultivator from Tiantai. Illusion strength. The crowd was astonished. The cultivator from Tiantai was going to lose. It was difficult at that point. Piss off! The cross pierced through his body. It seemed like he was going to explode. At the same time, the attacker's hand crashed onto his chest and made him fly away. Emperor Sure and Emperor Yu's disciples can't be so trashy, right? Said Tianlong's cultivator mockingly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1069, Wait. Chapter 1069, Wait. As expected, Tianlong Divine Castle's cultivators came here to humiliate Tiantai, thought the crowd. Tianlong's cultivator of the third Tianqi layer could use illusion spells. That was very rare. Few people chose to learn illusion spells, and amongst those who did, those who truly understood them were rare. If a cultivator managed to imprison someone in an illusion spell, it was a lot easier for them to kill them. Tiantai's people were furious when they heard him making fun of them, especially the one who had just lost. Emperor Sure and Emperor Yu had just recruited Imperial Cultivation disciples and people came to challenge them. It was only to humiliate the two emperors. Mu Chen, Ho Changlin, the other direct disciples and Lin Feng were furious. Those people had come to get their revenge, and those who had come were all quite strong. Shut up! Shouted the leader from the Tianlong Divine Castle to the cultivator of the third Tianqi layer. He sounded furious. We came here to exchange views on cultivation. You just won one battle and you think you can be proud because of that? The Emperor's disciples are extremely strong, so do you think you could defeat cultivators of higher levels? You have nothing to be proud of, you should be preparing yourself for the next battles. Is he being honest or not? Thought the crowd. Was he serious? The two Emperor's disciples were actually really strong, it was just that Tianlong Divine Castle had brought some of their strongest disciples there. I'll try, said someone indifferently at that moment. People were surprised when they saw him. Lin Ruotian, I ranked third, said Lin Ruotian. Could he win? Even though Tianlong Divine Castle had brought extremely strong disciples, Lin Ruotian was a genius from a rich and prestigious family. 7th Tianqi layer, I'm your opponent, said someone on the side of Tianlong Divine Castle. That cultivator had also broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer and was smiling in a despising way. The two Emperor's disciples had just been selected, they couldn't be as strong as them. Tianlong Divine Castle's disciples had been practicing cultivation and receiving the Emperor's teachings for a long time now, all of them had special skills. He has dragon intent and he seems extraordinary, said Mu Chen, flattering the cultivator from the opposite side, but at the same time, he was giving an advice to Lin Ruotian. Lin Ruotian couldn't afford to underestimate his opponent. Tianlong Divine Castle had come to make them lose face. Hee, we have so many cultivators today. It would be great if they could all fight. Also, nobody can be injured today, so no weapons or spirits, said the leader of Tianlong Divine Castle with an indifferent smile. All right, said Mu Chen. All those people were extraordinarily strong. Their spirits had to be extremely powerful too. By imposing those rules, they were going to prove how strong they were without spirits and weapons. They could win and show that Tiantai's people were weak. The challengers couldn't say much either, but nod and obey. Let's see how weak you are. Be careful when I punch you, I don't want to crush you in one punch and kill you. The two emperors would be angry and would have to protect their little babies, otherwise, said that person mockingly. Ha, don't go too hard on him, they said they didn't want anyone to get injured, said someone from the side of Tianlong mockingly. By making fun of the disciples, they were also making fun of the two emperors. Don't humiliate the emperors, said Ho Qinglin coldly. He jumped forwards and landed in front of the people from Tianlong Divine Castle and said, since you're talking that way, let's fight for real, with blood. I, Ho Qinglin, am a cultivator of the 5th Zun Qi layer. All your Zun level cultivators, from the 1st to the 5th Zun Qi layer, come and fight me together. As soon as he said that, Ho Qinglin released very oppressive energy which surrounded the entire crowd from Tianlong Divine Castle. They all looked at the reincarnation energies, they could barely breathe. The leader from the group from Tianlong said, Brother Ho, what is the meaning of this? We came to exchange views on cultivation, these are ordinary Tianlong Divine Castle's cultivators, they can't fight against you obviously. Is that so? I killed the protector of your altar, you think I believe you if you tell me you came with ordinary disciples? I'm not that stupid, said Ho Qinglin impolitely. He didn't care anymore. Those people wouldn't stop humiliating them. Ho Qinglin went to Tianlong Divine Castle and killed a Zun cultivator there. Incredible. No wonder they came from so far to get their revenge. When everyone heard Ho Qinglin, they understood. Besides, when the other said he had just brought ordinary cultivators, that was ridiculous. A cultivator of the 3rd Tianqi layer who could cast illusion spells, was that ordinary? Today is the graduation ceremony, you have responsibilities here, do you think you can act impolitely? Said that person coldly. I'm polite to friends, I needn't show any respect to people who harbor evil intentions. Since you decided to harass my ordinary disciples, we're off. Said that person coldly. The atmosphere was very oppressive. Tianlong's people looked at the cultivators from Tiantai in a despising way. Unfortunately, we wanted to exchange views on cultivation, but it seems that Tiantai's new imperial cultivation disciples are not that good after all. We'll meet at the emperor's meeting soon. See you, said that person mockingly. The other members of Tianlong Divine Castle also looked at them with disdain. See you all, Tiantai's geniuses, said the crowd mockingly laughing. You let them insult you and leave? You're less and less responsive, Mu Chen, said Yuan Fei. Wait. Two people said that. People from Tianlong Divine Castle turned around and smiled at the crowd from Tiantai. They were surprised and impatient to hear the rest. The first of the Tian level disciples and the first of the Zun level disciples had talked at the same time. Lin Feng smiled wryly and scratched his head. He flew next to the one he had seen on the island in the middle of the Huang Sea, they nodded at each other. He recognized Lin Feng too. Lin Feng had been observing him when he was practicing cultivation on the island. He had, of course, sensed Lin Feng's presence. It's just that he didn't really care. He hadn't thought he'd meet Lin Feng again, and even less suspected that they would both become Imperial Cultivation disciples and rank first in their respective categories. Mu Chen smiled. Lin Feng had defeated Xian Yuan in the illusion, and concerning that cultivator of the Zun Qi layer, Mu Chen was the one who had found him and invited him to apply to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple, so he knew how strong he was. If they both agreed to fight, the results would be great. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1070, Battle to Death. Chapter 1070, Battle to Death. You should call me Uncle Mu, said Mu Chen to Yuan Fei. Mu Chen was friends with Yuan Fei's father. Yuan Fei and his father had a similar personality. When the cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle heard Lin Feng and the cultivator in grey clothes, they turned around and smiled. You two must have ranked first. It's no wonder you want to teach us things about cultivation. We wouldn't say we have something to teach you. You came with some of the most outstanding disciples of Tianlong Divine Castle. They all have plenty of experience. We just became Imperial Cultivation disciples and we haven't received our teacher's teachings yet. How could we compare? Therefore, we would like you to teach us some things, said Lin Feng slowly. The leader of the group from Tianlong Divine Castle had humiliated them, so now Lin Feng was flattering them. By saying that they were stronger and that Tiantai's disciples couldn't compete with them, it meant that if Tiantai's cultivators lost, it would be normal. If cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle lost, then it would be a disgrace. I've heard about how great you are. Tianlong Divine Castle is very strong and powerful. Even though we ranked first, we still haven't received any teachings. Relying solely on cultivation, we can't compete with you. However, as far as I'm concerned, I'm always motivated to become stronger and would be honored if Tianlong Divine Castle could teach me something. I, of course, cherish such opportunities, said the cultivator in grey clothes, doing the same as Lin Feng. Both Lin Feng and him couldn't stand hearing other people humiliate Tiantai. After all, they were Imperial Cultivation disciples now. Besides, the cultivator in grey clothes had ranked first amongst cultivators of the Zun Qi layer. He had to fight. When Mu Chen heard them, he smiled in a resplendent way. He felt grateful. The disciples who had ranked first definitely deserved to be Imperial Cultivation disciples. Fourth Tian Qi layer, he's mine, said someone at that moment on the side of Tianlong Divine Castle, pointing at Lin Feng. He had, like Lin Feng, broken through to the fourth Tian Qi layer. Fourth Zun Qi layer, we were meant to meet and exchange views on cultivation, said a cultivator of the fourth Zun Qi layer on the side of Tianlong Divine Castle. The expression in his eyes looked sharp. It seemed like his eyes could pierce through people's skin. He looked particularly evil too. Lin Feng and the cultivator in grey clothes were right. Those challengers were extremely strong. They were the best. Therefore, they couldn't be scared of fighting against new Imperial Cultivation disciples, even if they had ranked first. No need to flatter each other like that. No matter who wins, everybody will learn something, said the leader of the group from Tianlong Divine Castle. However, he hoped his group would win all the battles. All right, said Mu Chen. When it came to Lin Feng and the cultivator in the grey clothes, he was confident, especially about the cultivator in grey clothes whom he had recruited himself. He knew he was monstrously strong. Concerning Lin Feng, if he could win, that would be great. If he lost, no problems either. In any case, Lin Feng would learn some things about cultivation. So, fight, said the leader from Tianlong Divine Castle with a cold smile. He wanted his disciples to win both battles. He wanted to humiliate them as much as possible. Something else, said the cultivator in grey clothes. His opponent, the other cultivator of the fourth Zun Qi layer, frowned and said, if you want to fight, let's fight, otherwise bugger off. No need to waste time talking. We're going to exchange views on cultivation, but since we can't control our strength and that blood will be shed, this will be a life and death battle, said the cultivator in grey clothes indifferently. The crowd was surprised. Life and death? He was very confident in himself. I wonder how he can act that way. Why take such risks? Tianlong Divine Castle's people are incredibly strong, thought the crowd, curiously. My brother is right. Everyone will learn even more if it's a battle to death. I don't think the teachers would mind, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Yuan Fei was right. If Tianlong's people wanted to fight that bad, they would risk their life for these battles. Everybody was surprised, including the people from Tiantai. However, they suddenly looked proud and dignified. A moment before, Tianlong Divine Castle had humiliated them, now they felt stronger again as if their integrity had been preserved. Alright, indeed, everybody will love that, said Ho Ching Lin. I agree too, said Mu Chen. The group from Tianlong Divine Castle smiled and they all said, very good, we agree, start the battles to death then. The cultivator of the Zun Qi layer didn't waste time and immediately released energies which moved towards the cultivator in grey clothes. Come and experience what dying feels like. You're so impatient, I'll show you then, said the cultivator in grey clothes, jumping forwards and releasing sharp sword energies. Try not to humiliate yourself, said the opponent, destroying the sword energies with the blink of an eye. The cultivator in grey clothes didn't move, his hand streaked across the sky while whistling sounds spread in the air. It sounded like there were many swords streaking across the sky. His fingers were as sharp and dazzling as swords. Poor skill, said that person, punching the air. A fist appeared and waves of energies rolled in the air around it. The sword energies kept disappearing. They couldn't get anywhere near him. All of a sudden, a grey dragon appeared, but sword chi crashed onto it as the cultivator in the grey clothes didn't stop. His sword lacerated the sky. It was not a skill or technique, it was just a pure sword attack. The cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle continued punching the air, his punches roared like dragons. His terrifying strength was distorting the atmosphere. He joined his hands and dazzling golden lights appeared. A ferocious-looking dragon appeared inside. According to legends, Emperor Tianlong can use dragons to attack. He can also transform into a dragon himself. That person also uses dragon energies, he must be a high-ranking disciple. The crowd was staring at the dragon. 2 golden balls of light appeared and were growing larger. Then, they moved towards the cultivator from Tiantai. Die! The golden lights condensed. 2 gigantic golden claws appeared next to the cultivator in grey clothes, they were going to shred him into pieces. However, the cultivator in grey clothes looked calm. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but instead, a sword came out of his mouth. It was a black sword, a deadly black sword. Boom boom! As the sword came out of his mouth, the atmosphere started trembling. The golden claws continued twinkling, but couldn't move forwards, it seemed like they were faltering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1071, Death is in the Air. Chapter 1071, Death is in the Air. People from Tianlong Divine Castle were surprised. The cultivator in grey clothes had managed to block the attack. Break! Shouted the opponent furiously. The golden dragon roared furiously and strength dashed to the skies. An infinite amount of golden energies flooded towards the energies which were blocking the golden claws. Destroy! Said the cultivator in grey clothes. In a flash, the sword he was using to constrict the claws buzzed and trembled. Sword chi became even more prevalent as the golden claws started shaking violently. Finally, they broke apart and turned into ashes, dispersing in the air. How strong! That sword isn't a sharp weapon, what is it exactly? It's scary, Dragon's 9 earthquakes, said the strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. The dragon started roaring and a loud sound spread in the air, as if there was an earthquake. Another powerful attack. The sword is even shaking now. I bet it can't block the attack anymore, thought the crowd. The sword shook, the cultivator in grey clothes jumped forwards with his sword in his hand. Terrifying buzzing sounds continued, making everything shake around them. The cultivator in grey clothes threw himself at the strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle with his sword. Die! Said that person furiously. His dragon roared a third time. This time the atmosphere was completely distorted as fissures appeared in the ground and even a crater appeared. If that cultivator really mastered the skill, he would be able to destroy an entire empire. The cultivator in grey clothes would have had no chance at all. Eternal desolation, said the cultivator in grey clothes at that moment. Desolate chi dashed to the skies and it smelt like death. Even though people were far away watching, they suddenly started growing older from the desolate chi. What's going on? Everybody was astonished. They were growing old? Were they going to die just from watching the fight? Timeless strength. How terrifying. The crowd was in disbelief. He understood timeless abstruse energies and could make them grow old. The scariest part was that the cultivator in grey clothes wasn't aiming at them, but at his opponent. The crowd looked at the cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle, his energies were fading and he looked to be growing older. It was as if time had started passing a lot faster all of a sudden. He suddenly looked terrified. Boom, boom, boom. Swords started falling from the sky as if it were raining swords. The strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle was suddenly surrounded by those swords, unable to move. Slash. He started coughing blood. His blood splashed on his dragon claw. Fourth roar. He said while coughing blood. However, the cultivator in grey clothes was slowly walking towards him. After each of his steps, it seemed like he was condensing more force. His timeless energies were becoming even thicker. The facial expression of the strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle turned deathly pale. His chi was fading and his hair had started turning white. Rise! Shouted the cultivator in grey clothes. All his swords started pointing at the cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. His chi was chaotic and he couldn't control his strength anymore. What was that strange sensation? Die! Said the cultivator in grey clothes with his swords pointing at his target. Move away! Shouted someone in the distance. However, the desolate chi was too thick. He was becoming old very quickly and the sword chi was slowly piercing through his body. He started bleeding everywhere and clothes were soaked in blood. He was slowly losing his vitality, his life. The crowd was astonished and their hearts were racing. How strong! The desolate energy coupled with his sword skills were a deadly combination. The dragon was still roaring, but it was useless. Then, the swords pierced completely through his body and he died. The people from Tianlong Divine Castle looked furious. They had lost. On top of that, a cultivator of the 4th Zun Shi layer had died. No wonder those disciples from Tianlong Divine Castle feel so proud. You have some real geniuses. I wouldn't have thought he'd be able to resist for so long. Said the cultivator in grey clothes indifferently, glancing at the people from Tianlong Divine Castle. Then, he turned around and walked back. His voice was painfully piercing through those people's eardrums. He killed one of them and then complimented them, how humiliating. At the same time, they sighed. He was really strong and quite merciless. Emperor Sure and Emperor you had recruited an actual genius. Only a real genius could release desolate chi and understand eternal abstruse energies. He would become as strong as Ho Ching Lin in the future. Second battle. Said the leader of the group from Tianlong Divine Castle. He didn't say anything superfluous. They had lost, it was useless to say anything more about it. They had to strive and win the second battle. This time, we have to win. He said to the cultivator of the 4th Tian Chi layer using telepathy. If they lost, that would be a humiliation and on top of that, they would have wasted their time traveling there. Don't worry. I will. Replied the cultivator of the 4th Tian Chi layer. He walked forwards and released deadly energies. He seemed determined to win. Lin Feng looked calm and indifferent. He jumped forwards, unaffected by those deadly energies. Boom! Without saying anything, the opponent punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. It contained pure physical strength, his fist was as hard as steel. Lin Feng raised his hands, he looked fearless. His enemy's fist contained an incredible strength, but Lin Feng was completely unaffected. Gotcha! The two fists collided. They both sensed how strong they were. It was as if two golden statues had collided. They both took a few steps back after the exchange. The opponent looked at Lin Feng who seemed completely indifferent after their exchange. Golden lights started glowing in the opponent's bones. It looked like dragon strength. They all have dragon strength? Thought the crowd. Lin Feng's opponent was turning into a dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1072, Challenger's Spirit. Chapter 1072, Challenger's Spirit. Is he turning into a dragon? The crowd looked at the cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. His body was currently surrounded by dragon lights. His hands and feet were metamorphosing first. After that, his body started metamorphosing as well. It must be a half transformation, as expected. Tianlong Divine Castle's people learn dragon skills. Thought the crowd. According to legends, dragon strength packed a punch. They couldn't wait to see how powerful his dragon skills were. I wanted to play with you slowly at first, but your friends just killed my brother, so I will kill you quickly to avenge him. Said that cultivator with his dragon eyes staring at Lin Feng. I'm waiting then. Said Lin Feng. He was standing in the air with his clothes were fluttering in the wind. Since you want to die, I'll kill you quickly. Said the cultivator with a dragon voice. He rose up in the air very quickly. He seemed very strong, one of his punches could probably destroy a mountain range. Lin Feng's fist started glowing with golden and black lights. People started wondering what kind of strength that was. Lin Feng moved and punched his opponent's fist. A very loud metallic sound spread in the air. The energy released by the collision created an earthquake. The golden lights were dazzling to the eyes. A huge fissure appeared in the ground just below where they had exchanged blows. How incredible! Those cultivators of the 4th Tianqi layer are so strong, thought the crowd. Many cultivators at the 5th and 6th Tianqi layer were thinking that they might not be able to fight against those two. However, the two fighters in the sky seemed like they didn't know what pain was. Golden lights and bestial chi dashed to the skies. His metamorphosis again, it's not finished. Maybe in the end, Lin Feng won't be able to resist him anymore, thought the crowd. It was as if Lin Feng and his opponent had completely forgotten to use skills and techniques. They were just using pure physical strength at that moment. You're strong, but that's all. Die now, said the cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle coldly. Each time he punched Lin Feng, the crowd noticed his dragon form was becoming even more distinct and he was also becoming even stronger. Could he turn into a real dragon? Lin Feng was calm and serene. He just ignored his opponent's words. The sun was shining upon his body and everything around him was turning into flames. Lin Feng was suddenly bathing in flames and fire energies dashed to the skies and surrounded his enemy. Fire strength, you can't kill me with fire. Don't you know what bestial strength is? Said the cultivator from Tianlong coldly. Many people inspected the battle from inside the fire using their awareness. However, the fire was still too great. If they put their awareness inside, they could die. Even though some people could actually do it without any risk, they decided not to. Deviousness, you're about to bring about your own destruction, said the cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle coldly. He jumped out of the fire. He had already almost completely turned into a beast by now. He opened his third eye and bestial energies poured out. Roar! He turned into a real dragon and threw himself at Lin Feng. I'm not the only one who can open my bestial consciousness, thought Lin Feng smiling. You're not the only one who has a bestial consciousness, said Lin Feng to him using telepathy. He also opened his third eye. Boom! The enemy's heart twitched. What? Lin Feng also had a bestial consciousness? Was his bestial strength powerful or not? His thoughts were suddenly chaotic. He hadn't thought about that. Lin Feng released chi using his own bestial consciousness. What? He wasn't releasing bestial energy, he was releasing desolate chi. It was the energy of decay. However, the enemy didn't have more than a millisecond to react. Desolate chi was suddenly dashing to the skies and had surrounded him. Pure sun chi emitted crackling sounds in the air as Lin Feng recalled his desolate chi. The crowd was watching the battle in the sky. What was going on? Had they stopped fighting? The atmosphere wasn't shaking anymore, the ground was crackling anymore, there were just a few flames calmly emitting crackling sounds above them. Finally, the fire disappeared and a silhouette appeared. There was only one person left. Lin Feng was there, bathing in his own fire. However, the Tianlong Divine Castle's cultivator wasn't there anymore. After that last roar, he had disappeared. What happened? Thought the crowd. Many people's hearts were pounding violently. Where was he? Such a strong cultivator couldn't disappear without leaving any trace. Of course, people from Tianlong Divine Castle seemed to be furious. 2 battles, 2 defeats. A cultivator of the 4th Zunqi layer had died stabbed by swords and desolate chi in the second cultivator. Well, nobody knew how he had died. What a tragedy. They had come to humiliate Tiantai and it failed. I always believed you when you said you had sent your most ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, how could you explain how we couldn't withstand a single attack? Even though we haven't received any teachings yet, we still won. I hope that next time you come to exchange views on cultivation, you'll send stronger disciples or at least some who are as strong as us. I don't feel like fighting against these ordinary cultivators, said Lin Feng indifferently. The enemy's mouths were twitching. They were extremely pissed off. As strong as them? Stronger? He didn't feel like fighting them? What could they say? Nothing. Nothing that could save them from further humiliation. They had sent some incredible cultivators and had lost anyway. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1073, Granddad will teach you a lesson. Chapter 1073, Granddad will teach you a lesson. Emperor Sure and Emperor you recruited extraordinary disciples. I have to admit it. We will come back to exchange views on cultivation in the future. Just you wait, said the leader of the group from Tianlong Divine Castle, sounding threatening. Remember to send some people as strong as us or even stronger than. Otherwise, we won't learn anything, replied Lin Feng. Don't worry. Let's go, said the leader of the group. They all glanced at Lin Feng and people from Tiantai, then they turned around and left. Alright, see you, said Mu Chen indifferently. He was wondering when they would come back and with whom. All those people from Tianlong disappeared as quickly as they came. Not bad, said Mu Chen to Lin Feng and the cultivator in grey clothes. Both were very talented. Their opponents were terrifyingly strong, had shown incredible battling skills, and yet they had lost. Lin Feng probably hid what he did on purpose during the battle. His opponent didn't even have time to shout, thought the crowd. Lin Feng had incredible battling skills. He had probably used his sun technique just to hide himself. No matter what, it didn't matter anymore. We're done for today. The Imperial Cultivation disciples, follow me to Tiantai. The first batch of disciples have their own palaces, the second batch will have dormitories, said Mu Chen smiling. The Imperial Cultivation disciples from the first batch had incredible palaces which contained treasures. Last time, Mu Chen had told them that the emperors built them themselves and that they contained extraordinary treasures. I wonder which palace I will get, thought everyone. Some people looked at Lin Feng. He had climbed up the 9 groups of steps and had come out of the underground world first. He also eliminated Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi. He defeated Xian Yuan in the illusion. And when Xian Yuan had come out of the Huangxi underground, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. What had Lin Feng done to him? Lin Feng had accomplished many things in that short time. He had also ranked first at the exam, so obviously, he was going to get the best palace. As far as Zune-level cultivators were concerned, the cultivator in grey clothes was going to get the best palace amongst Zune-level cultivators as well. The crowd at the foot of Tiantai was looking at the students with amazement. The students of the first batch were going to get their own palaces. Tiantai was, for many people, a holy grounds. Maybe the emperor who had just appeared before them lived there personally, which meant that people who lived in Tiantai would have opportunities to meet the emperors in person. If they received the emperor's direct teachings, they would soar. After receiving the keys to your palaces, maybe you will want to seclude yourselves to practice. If you have questions, ask them now. We recommend that you don't leave Tiantai for a while. We won't force you to stay, but we recommend you stay to become stronger so that you're ready to fight when you leave, said Mu Chen. Many people were nervous. What Mu Chen was implying was that something was probably going to open, otherwise, why would they need to stay and become even stronger? I'll give you 1 hour to figure out what you are doing, said Mu Chen. Everyone had 1 hour, in case they wanted to talk to their families, clans, and so on. He. Yuan Fei started laughing as he walked towards Lin Feng with his wooden stick in his hand. He laughed and said, "Not bad, buddy. I don't like Emperor Tianlong, he's not a good guy. I never liked him actually." Lin Feng looked at him and rolled his eyes. Yuan Fei was talking about an emperor that way again. He really was fearless. Nobody would ever offend him anyways. Offending the great ape emperor's grandson was the same as offending the emperor himself. When the crowd heard Yuan Fei, they were speechless. Their mouths were wide open even. Tiantai's own people wouldn't dare offend Emperor Tianlong. They didn't like him, but didn't say it openly. After all, he was an emperor. Who's that guy? He scared Xian Yuan to death and now he criticizes an emperor. He calls Lin Feng his brother. Xian Yuan said he wanted to kill Lin Feng, but when that guy came, he didn't say anything more. Everybody guessed that Lin Feng and Yuan Fei were close and that he had helped Lin Feng confront Xian Yuan during the test. Xian Yuan had imperial origins. He had always bragged he'd rank first at the recruitment process, and in the end, he had been chased by Yuan Fei and failed. It was normal for him to go insane. Xian Yuan wasn't there anymore and the crowd was wondering where he had gone. He's a cultivator of the 7th Tianqi layer, how can he despise an emperor? Said someone at that moment. Someone from the Qiu clan had said that and they drew people's attention. Qiu Hao's children had almost killed Lin Feng and Qiu Yuxian wanted to avenge Lin Feng. She wanted to kill Qiu Lin and Qiu Mei. Everybody knew that Qiu Hao didn't like Lin Feng. Brother, Qiu Yuxian is a genius from our clan and she's incredibly beautiful. She ranked second at the recruitment process, so she has to marry a genius. Our most important task is to take good care of her and prevent her from making mistakes or bad decisions. We can't let the outside world pollute her. That guy is jealous of Chouxin and Lin Feng. The crowd understood. Chouxin had ranked second and Lin Feng had ranked first. There were tensions between him and Lin Feng. What a hypocritical little boy. You're a tiny little person, my boy. No need to pretend. If you have anything to say it directly. If you continue to act like that, Daddy will have to teach you a lesson, said Yuan Fei, pointing at Xiao Hao. Everybody was astonished. Xiao Hao's face turned red. He was insulting Xiao Hao and telling him he'd punish him, like a father would his son. You impolite little boy, watch your words. I'm older than you, said Xiao Hao coldly. Shut the hell up, Xiao Hao, shouted Xiao Hao's father at that moment. When he saw Yuan Fei, he immediately thought of a rumor. Yuan Fei was surprised and smiled in a strange way as he said to Xiao Hao, "You want to become my grandpa? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1074, Xiao Hao's Difficult Times. Chapter 1074, Xiao Hao's Difficult Times. Xiao Hao glanced at his father. He didn't know why he was shouting at him. He then looked at Yuan Fei, who smiled in a strange way. Even though Yuan Fei was incredibly talented and strong, he was younger than him. How could he act so disrespectful? I'll show you. I can replace your grandfather easily if you wanted, replied Xiao Hao coldly. Xiao Hao, shouted his father furiously. Why was his father so upset? Hee, old dude, did you hear that? My grandpa has a bad temper. If he knows what you just said, he wouldn't be happy, said Yuan Fei, smiling fatuously. The old man of the Chiu clan asked, Your Excellency, who is your grandfather? Yuan Fei was sounding more and more like that person. Xiao Hao realized that his father had seemingly thought of someone. No wonder he was upset and didn't want to offend Yuan Fei. His grandfather is an old friend of my teacher's, said Mu Chen, smiling. The crowd was surprised. Mu Chen's teachers, the emperors. An old friend of the emperor's. Everybody understood. The Chiu clan's old man remained silent. He was thinking of someone. His grandfather is the Great Ape Emperor. Uncle said he wanted to replace the Great Ape Emperor, said Chouxin indifferently. Xiao Hao's heart started racing. It was Yuan Fei, the Great Ape Emperor's grandson. The Great Ape Emperor. The crowd was speechless. No wonder he had chased Xian Yuan and scared him to death. Xian Yuan was strong and arrogant because he had a little bit of imperial blood, but Yuan Fei's grandfather was a real emperor. Besides, a powerful emperor at that. Should I call my grandfather so that you can tell him what you just said? Said Yuan Fei when he saw that Xiao Hao looked nervous. Xiao Hao was extremely embarrassed. In Ba Huang province, nobody dared despise or humiliate any emperors. But, he had just made fun of Yuan Fei's grandfather. Xiao Hao is insolent, please forgive him, said Chouxin's grandfather to Yuan Fei, smiling politely. He then stared at Xiao Hao and screamed, Apologize now. Xiao Hao was clenching his fists. Do you want to be expelled from the Chiu clan? Said the old man when he saw that Xiao Hao wasn't reacting. Even though the Great Ape Emperor probably didn't care about ordinary people talking about him, nobody could bully his grandson. If someone offended his grandson, he could simply shout and destroy the Chiu clan in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hao's face turned deathly pale. Xiao Hao, I admit I made a mistake, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you or your grandfather, said Xiao Hao, lowering his head. Yuan Fei didn't even look at him. He looked at Lin Feng and said, I think Lin Feng, who's like a brother to me, and that beautiful woman are a perfect match. You're a bastard for criticizing my brother. We still have yet to see if Lin Feng wants to forgive you or not. Lin Feng again. How can Lin Feng be so lucky? He is talented and beautiful women likes him. Chouxin had actually attacked her family for him. Now, the Great Ape Emperor's grandson considered him as a brother. No wonder Xian Yuan had gone through so many hardships because of him. Lin Feng shrugged. Yuan Fei was awesome, he even used his grandfather's name to scare people. No need to pay attention to such people. His own daughter is simply useless and weak. She's just jealous, said Lin Feng indifferently. He didn't even look at Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao was furious. Lin Feng even dared criticize his daughter to humiliate him. You're right. No need to pay attention to such people," said Yuan Fei. He looked at Xiao Hao and said, "Piss off now. If you dare act insolent again, I'll break all your teeth with my wooden stick." Xiao Hao lowered his head. He looked furious at that moment. They were both humiliating him, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Father," said Xiao Mei at that moment. She wanted to cheer her father up. "Shut the hell up!" shouted Xiao Hao furiously. "Two useless pieces of trash. Father, Lin Feng is too insolent, he even dares criticize the elders. He certainly can't be with Uxin," said Xiao Hao to his father. "Xiao Hao, what are you talking about? You tried to kill him in the past, so of course he doesn't respect you. Besides, he's not a bad guy, he's the first Imperial Cultivation disciple and he's friends with the great Ape Emperor's grandson. In the future, he will become very powerful. Uxin and Lin Feng are a perfect match. As her father, I'm not worried about Uxin being with him." Xiao Uxin's father smiled indifferently. Many people despised Lin Feng before the recruitment process. Many people said Lin Feng was incompetent and so on. But he proved how strong he was though. He climbed up 9 groups of steps and he ranked first. He was not weaker than many young men from rich and prestigious families. He was the first Imperial Cultivation disciple, so nobody could criticize him now. The old man remained silent. Xiao Uxin was the most talented young person in the Qiu clan. She deserved to be treated well and fairly. Most people in the clan attached a lot of importance to Qiu Uxin. Humph. Even if he's a bit talented, so what? He's only broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer, 3 levels weaker than Uxin. We don't even know if he will continue to become stronger. What you mean is that we should find an old man of the Zun Qi layer for Uxin? Your daughter has broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer, you should have her fight against Lin Feng and we'll see who wins then," said Xiao Uxin's father mockingly. Lin Feng was an incredible fighter, he would probably become even stronger. "Don't talk about my daughter, take care of your own and that'll be enough." "Shut the hell up!" shouted the old man. "Uxin is young. She can get married in 2 years or so, there's no need to talk about it now." "That's right actually," said Xiao Hao smiling. Nobody knew what would happen in the following years. The old man was thoughtful, they would see what Lin Feng became after 2 years. At that moment, the other new Imperial Cultivation disciples left their families and clans. They had to practice cultivation in Tiantai. Some young people from rich and powerful families had obtained some presents from their families. They had managed to become Imperial Cultivation disciples, so their families were proud of them. They had to show them how proud they were by offering them precious weapons and skills and techniques. Very quickly, everybody left their families and Mu Chen waved and said, "Alright, go back to Tiantai." The new Imperial Cultivation disciples then went back to Tiantai, to their own palaces. The crowd looked at them and sighed. Those people would become extremely strong in the future, but they had to leave them for now. Of course, people attached more importance to the Imperial Cultivation disciples of the first batch. They would become even stronger than those of the second batch. The flight of stairs was always there now, so Tiantai wouldn't be isolated from the rest of the world anymore. It had become an authentic Imperial group of influence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1075, Mystery of the Flight of Stairs. Chapter 1075, Mystery of the Flight of Stairs. All the palaces were surrounded by mystical energies in Tiantai and celestial qi. Mu Chen went in front of the crowd. He was one of the 9 emperor's direct disciples. Now he had 362 new fellow disciples, half of the first batch, half of the second. "Everybody, there's no forbidden place for you in Tiantai. You can go anywhere you wish. However, there are some palaces which can be dangerous for you. You have to be careful because you could die in there." Everybody listened calmly. Mu Chen continued, "Our teachers are emperors, they usually don't show up. Even though you've become Imperial Cultivation disciples, whether you can receive their direct teachings or not will be determined by your capacity to study and your progress. It's not because you're in Tiantai that you're going to become incredible cultivators, you have to rely on yourself to study. The path of cultivation isn't easy. The emperors won't get involved in your life either, whether it is related to your family or yourselves. Even if we fight against Tianlong Divine Castle's people, they won't show up. They would only show up if Emperor Tianlong himself showed up." The crowd listened calmly. Emperors were dignified in Ba Huang province. They don't intervene in ordinary people's lives. Some emperors have millions of disciples, getting involved in each disciple's life was impossible. Unless a disciple drew the emperor's attention, the emperor wouldn't get involved. Therefore, after becoming imperial cultivation disciples, their next goal was to become the emperor's direct disciples. Mu Qian showed palaces on two sides and said, "There are 18,000 cultivation courtyards, those at the front have a more concentrated pure qi. You, 362 people, can choose the ones you want yourselves. Therefore, there might be conflicts between you when choosing a place to practice. However, I'm warning you, we're in Tiantai so there can't be any bloodshed here. Otherwise, you will be considered a rebel and we'll kill you. Roger, brother." Everybody nodded. Even though Mu Qian was talking in a relaxed way, he sounded firm. Ho Changlin dared go to other people's territories and kill them, and Mu Qian had brought him back afterwards. They could be as aggressive and firm as they wanted. Besides, Ho Changlin respected Mu Qian a lot. Therefore, everybody obeyed Mu Qian and respected him. "He's not that easy to deal with, he," whispered Yuan Fei to Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He was fearless. Mu Qian was saying those things with a purpose. Everybody understood that nobody could fight, they were all part of the same group now. It was the same as in Tianqi with the 7 snowy peaks, there was no competition between them. Mu Qian didn't pay attention to Yuan Fei as he brought the disciples to another place. The area seemed endless as it was impossible to count all the palaces. However, Mu Qian had brought them to a specific road where they arrived in front of 81 palaces. The palaces there were the palaces the disciples had seen the last time. These were the palaces where they were going to live. Those palaces were vast and lofty. "One of those palaces is going to be mine," thought the crowd. They were impatient to see what there was inside. "Brother," said someone at that moment. The crowd saw the sadhu arrive in the air. He shook his hand and a flight of stairs appeared. It was a flight of stairs with 9 groups of 9 steps. That was the last group of steps during the exam. The crowd was surprised. 81 steps divided into 9 groups. "You're right, that's the same. The only thing is that you can see it properly now," said Mu Qian smiling. The flight of stairs twinkled and materialized into an actual flight of stairs. The crowd was staring at the flight of stairs, wondering what was going to happen. Behind the flight of stairs, some roads appeared which looked like illusions. There was a different world behind each group of steps. The 81 palaces were after the second group of steps. Only those who can make it further than the first group of stairs can get a palace. Remembered the crowd. After the 9th one, there were some hidden treasures. Back then, you passed that test. You obtained different keys. Thanks to your keys, you can easily reach the level you reached back then and enter a palace to practice cultivation. Those different levels offered different treasures," explained Mu Qian, smiling indifferently. "Brother, if I only have the key of the second group of steps, will I never have the opportunity to get to the third one?" asked someone. "You will. Besides, you can do that any time. You can go to the third group of steps at any time, to the extent that you can even move to a palace of the third level. You can even move your palace with you. For example, Lin Feng climbed up 9 groups of steps, therefore, he can benefit from all the advantages of the 9th group of steps, he can even move his palace there," explained Mu Qian. Suddenly, everybody had the urge to get to the highest level possible to benefit from the best advantages. Lin Feng could go there directly. "Buddy, can I have some fun too?" said Yuan Fei, laughing. Mu Qian looked at him, shook his head smiling and said, "You're insane, buddy. Your grandfather gave you a great place to practice, it's a winner's kind of place. Even though our cultivation places aren't bad, they can't be compared with yours, but do as you wish." "What winner are you talking about? If I don't leave my cultivation place, how can I become stronger?" said Yuan Fei, scratching and shaking his head as if he had thought of something unpleasant. "You're wealthy, but you just don't know it. Many people could only dream of having your life. The great ape emperor wouldn't be so happy to hear that," said Mu Qian. "Let's not talk about it. How come I see nothing after the 9th group of steps? Isn't it where you live?" said Yuan Fei, gazing into the distance. "Your eyes are quite good," said Mu Qian, laughing indifferently. When people looked there, it was like an illusion. 10th group of steps is where the emperor's direct disciples practice cultivation and where the emperors live. If you manage to make it there, you'll become direct disciples," Mu Qian explained further. In a flash, people's hearts started pounding violently. If they managed to make it there, they'd become direct disciples. That was also where the emperors lived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1076, Yuan Fei is insane. Chapter 1076, Yuan Fei is insane. If we manage to go there, we'll become direct disciples. The crowd was clenching their fists. Direct disciples, that was their dream. They would have the opportunity to receive the emperor's direct teachings. They would also be able to practice cultivation in much better conditions. I can only make it to the 3rd level now, so I still have to progress. I have to manage it like Lin Feng did and climb up the first 9 groups of steps. Thought many people. Indeed, the higher levels were difficult to climb. They were a bit envious. Why could Lin Feng do it and not them? Brother, will we have the opportunity to become disciples of the first batch? Asked someone of the second batch. Of course you will. In Tiantai, everybody is treated fairly. If you are talented, there's nothing you can't do, but if you're weak, you will be eliminated. If someday, you manage to climb 3 groups of steps, you'll be able to eliminate those who can only climb the second group of steps and replace them. You will also be able to take over their palaces. If there are several people on one level, then their cultivation level will be compared and the weakest ones will be eliminated. Said Mu Chen. They had become imperial cultivation disciples of the first batch and could benefit from better things, but it wasn't fixed. They could be replaced if they didn't progress, then they would be eliminated. It's the same for everyone. Nothing is fixed. Things can change if you remain unchanged. Continued Mu Chen. How intense. What a pressure. But pressure was the only way to progress. In order not to be surpassed and not to feel humiliated, they had to become stronger. Lin Feng had managed to climb up the 9th group of steps. Not only would he get better things to study, but also, it would be difficult for others to catch up with him and replace him. Everybody looked at Lin Feng. Behind him was Meng Ba, who had only climbed 5 groups of steps. Would he be able to catch up with Lin Feng at some point? Alright, take your keys out and go up without worrying. Lin Feng, you go first. Disciples of the Zun Qi layer, wait, you'll go up later. Said Mu Chen. Lin Feng took out his key and started going up the stairs. On the first level, he sensed nothing at all. Thanks to his key, he was able to go up the stairs easily. Lin Feng sensed nothing at all. Behind the second group of steps, there was no palace, only a road. On that road were many palaces. It looked like Tiantai. Those palaces were for people to practice cultivation. In those numerous palaces, there were probably many treasures to practice cultivation. Lin Feng could sense their energies. The 81 palaces all had an incredible qi. There were large differences between all those qi though. The highest palace had the thickest and the richest qi. Lin Feng could choose first because he had ranked first. There was a lock. With his key, he could open it with the key he had obtained when going up the 9th group of steps. He slowly opened the door. It was magnificent and luxuriant. In a flash, golden light surrounded Lin Feng and he could sense an extraordinary qi. He suddenly thought about many things. Lin Feng smiled. He knew that palace was his. Besides, no matter what, he just had to think about it and that palace could appear on any floor. The other students chose their palaces too and decided to then all practice inside their palace. The students of the second batch had to wait. They didn't have those palaces, so they were even more determined. They had to climb up the stairs and replace someone. Alright, practice here and make efforts to become stronger. You're students of the first batch, many people are observing you now. I hope that when you come back down, you'll have become incredible. Don't let Tianlong Divine Castle's disciples think they're right when they said you are weaklings. Said Mu Chen seriously. They couldn't afford being humiliated because they were Imperial Cultivation disciples now. We understand. Everybody nodded. They were now Imperial Cultivation disciples. Everybody in Bahuang province thought they were strong and powerful. They couldn't disappoint those people. You follow me. Said Mu Chen to the Zun Qi layer of the first batch. They were already Zun cultivators, so they had to go somewhere else. They didn't practice cultivation in the same way as Tian level cultivators. Tiantai was now the Imperial Cultivation disciples' territory. They could benefit from everything there was to become stronger. Hee, I'm coming too. Said Yuan Fei, trying, and he stepped on the group of steps. Yuan Fei was very, very strong, and his grandfather was the great ape emperor. He had broken through to the same Tian Qi layer as Xian Yuan, but he was infinitely stronger. Yuan Fei went up to the third group of steps and didn't sense anything. Many people looked at him impressed. That was already the difference between them and him. Everybody was captivated because of his social status. They wanted to see how many groups of steps he could climb. At the fourth group of steps, Yuan Fei started sensing something. But he continued without hesitating. Fifth group of steps, Yuan Fei roared and released energies. People who weren't far could sense those energies. Sixth group of steps, Yuan Fei lived up to his status. He released an insane amount of qi. He roared so loudly that the atmosphere became distorted, but it didn't stop him. At the seventh group of steps, he looked like a gigantic gorilla, as heavy as a mountain. The crowd looked at him, astonished, and their hearts were pounding violently. At the eighth group of steps, Yuan Fei's blood started boiling. He was holding his wooden stick firmly and looked determined. The earth and sky were emitting rumbling sounds from the pressure. His energies turned into bestial clouds. Mu Chen turned around and saw him. He was surprised. Like Lin Feng, he was defying the skies. Finally, he stepped on the ninth group of steps, completely relaxed. His qi disappeared and the atmosphere became calm again. The crowd was astonished, their hearts were pounding violently. They could still see him in their thoughts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1077, A Cave with a Waterfall at its Mouth, in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. Chapter 1077, A Cave with a Waterfall at its Mouth, in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. How strong! They couldn't imagine how strong Yuan Fei was. They felt like the earth and sky were going to collapse from his strength. Yuan Fei looked like a mountain holding a wooden stick. He had managed to climb up the stairs even more relaxed than Lin Feng had. His grandfather was the great ape emperor after all. Lin Feng was astonished too. How majestic! He was as strong as a mountain with such an explosive force. No wonder that Xian Yuan was scared to death while facing Yuan Fei. Just a moment before, he looked like a gigantic gorilla with a stick, and now he looked normal again. Lin Feng guessed that the wooden stick was probably an extraordinary tool. Lin Feng walked next to Yuan Fei and said, smiling, "You're awesome." "Hee, that was fun. Should we try to go higher?" said Yuan Fei, smiling fatuously while pointing towards the 10th group of steps. Eh? The crowd was astonished when they heard him. He was really fearless. He wanted to try everything at once. Did he think it was easy? "Alright, let's try," said Lin Feng, laughing. Even though he wasn't strong enough, he could still try to see how overwhelming it was. They glanced at each other and started going up. They had already reached the 9th group of steps anyways, so that was Lin Feng's next goal anyways. Boom! They hadn't even put a foot on the following step when they both sensed a terrifyingly oppressive energy which turned into a black cloud and forced energies to roll in waves. "How strong?" "It's an illusion," said Yuan Fei. Lin Feng and he moved back. They definitely couldn't go up. When they took their foot back, the black cloud disappeared and turned into emptiness again as if it had never existed before that. "It's an illusion, it looks like a holy weapon. It might even try to kill us," said Yuan Fei. To become the emperor's direct disciples, Lin Feng had to climb that black cloud which contained an incredibly oppressive strength. How could he do it? How could he break the illusion? "It can definitely be broken. It's just that we're not strong enough," said Lin Feng. They couldn't break the illusion yet because cultivation wasn't that easy. Someday, he would manage to do it though. "I hope so. Lin Feng, if the emperors don't feel like teaching you, just come to the cave with a waterfall at its mouth in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. My grandfather will teach you personally," said Yuan Fei, smiling fatuously. Lin Feng was dumbstruck, as if he had been struck by lightning. "Mountain of Flowers and Fruit, a cave with a waterfall at its mouth," whispered Lin Feng. His heart was twitching. Great ape, wooden stick, mountain of flowers and fruit, a cave with a waterfall at its mouth. Lin Feng thought, what, the great ape's grandson is. Indeed, mountain of flowers and fruit, the cave with a waterfall at its mouth. "Remember," said Yuan Fei, smiling. "Do you always call that place the cave with a waterfall at its mouth and the mountain of flowers and fruit?" asked Lin Feng. He couldn't help but ask. "No, I used to call it Ape Stone Mountain, but 1,000 years ago, an incredible person appeared there and observed Ba Huang from that spot. One of my ancestors challenged him, but lost. When that person left, he told my ancestor to call that place the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit, and that there's a cave with a waterfall at its mouth there," replied Yuan Fei. "Who was that cultivator? Is he still alive?" asked Lin Feng. He had defeated the great ape emperor's ancestor. He must have been extraordinarily strong. "It's not important. Someday, I'll tell you if he's still alive, nobody knows right now. But we can be sure that if he's still alive, he can destroy the continent of the Nine Clouds on his own," said Yuan Fei, unwilling to talk too much about it. He even looked a bit scared. It was difficult to imagine that someone obstinate and unruly like him could also fear another person. "Alright, my brother, I just came to see you. Now I need to find my buddy to bring me back to the Huangxi underground. I came from there after all. Come and see me when you have time. I'd be happy to see you," said Yuan Fei, tapping on Lin Feng's shoulders. That tap actually hurt Lin Feng. That guy was strong. Yuan Fei jumped away into the distance in a free and unrestrained way. "If you're in the mood, come and find me to have some drinks too," said Yuan Fei from the distance. His voice rolled in waves in the air as he disappeared. Lin Feng watched as his silhouette disappeared in the horizon. He had a new friend. After that, Lin Feng sighed and looked at the sky. "The Sky Palace, what's the date tonight?" He remembered those words. They were deeply carved in his memories. "Is it you?" whispered Lin Feng, talking to the sky. The crowd looked at Lin Feng. What was Lin Feng doing? He looked nostalgic. When was Qiongqi born? Maybe he knows something, thought Lin Feng suddenly. Then, he opened the palace and went in. Gotcha! A terrifying strength suddenly oppressed Lin Feng, which made him crawl. He had the impression a mountain was crushing him. How oppressive, thought Lin Feng. There was nothing in that palace, it was empty. There was only an oppressive pure qi with some fog. How scary was that? Lin Feng had to use both his hands to get off the ground. It was difficult for him to stand up and his back hurt from just trying. The oppressive energy in the palace was as terrifying as the energy on the 8th group of steps. Lin Feng's blood was boiling at that moment. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the ceiling. There was a strange energy there. Sometimes, there were star patterns, sometimes, mountain and river patterns. It was a mysterious strength. Not bad, thought Lin Feng, grinding his teeth. He understood what Yuan Fei felt like. He had to suffer to become stronger. Lin Feng shook his hand and his animal tower appeared. Gotcha! A silhouette appeared and was instantly attacked by those oppressive energies. Bastard, why did you take me out here? Said Qiongqi, shaking. He had the impression he was being crushed. He opened his gigantic eyes and fixedly stared at Lin Feng. You have to respect your elders. Do I have to teach you politeness? Said Qiongqi, grinding his teeth. Lin Feng had put him in the animal tower, which was already very uncomfortable, and now he had taken him out in another uncomfortable place with oppressive energies. He wasn't being very nice to the great emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1078, Lin Feng's Reflection. Chapter 1078, Lin Feng's Reflection. Emperor, I need to ask you something important, said Lin Feng seriously. Qiongqi looked at Lin Feng. What did that madman want now? Speak. Do you know a cave with a waterfall at its mouth and the mountain of flowers and fruit? Asked Lin Feng. Qiongqi's eyes were suddenly wide open and twinkling. Of course he knew. When Lin Feng saw Qiongqi's reaction, he understood that Qiongqi knew. I just want to ask you one question, said Lin Feng. Then, he said, the Godly Awareness Palace is associated to the phrase, the Sky Palace. What's the date tonight? And a long time ago, an incredible cultivator fought against an ape emperor. He used to call a place the Stone Ape Mountain, and then the name changed to Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. Isn't that the same person? Roar! Qiongqi stood up as the energies oppressed him. He stared at Lin Feng and said, What did you learn? As expected, it's the same person, thought Lin Feng suddenly. There couldn't be 1,000 possibilities. How strange, the continent of the 9 clouds was such a strange world. Lin Feng's analytical skills were incredible to have figured that out. Lin Feng was sure it was him. Do you know who it is? Asked Qiongqi. Impossible, Lin Feng couldn't know who such an incredible warrior was. A cultivator who could destroy the continent of the 9 clouds. I don't know. I just heard some mysterious stories, said Lin Feng. Emperor, you're extremely strong, yet you don't even feel anything under such an oppressive strength. Qiongqi looked at Lin Feng in a cruel way. Boom! Qiongqi spat out flames towards Lin Feng. Gotcha! Lin Feng dodged the attack and crawled again because of the oppressive energies. He rolled his eyes, speechless. Wasn't this the palace where he lived? How could he live there? Little boy, Good for you, you tried to oppress me in here, said Xiong-Chi laughing. At that moment, a sharp sword chi moved towards Xiong-Chi. Xiong-Chi coughed and fell down. Who made me come out? Said Xiong-Chi. It was almost better to be in the animal tower. I made you come out because I fear that you forgot the date tonight, said Lin Feng. Xiong-Chi looked at him and said, Do I need to know? There's no holy mark here. There are star, fire and wind energies as well as the force of the earth and sky. They're quite simple, actually, they're the simplest. You must sense those energies. Now, make me go back into the animal tower. I need to rest. Are you serious? Lin Feng looked at the energies, perplexed. Could those energies be the simplest ones? How could they be so oppressive then? You need to learn slowly. You need to understand the mysteries of the explosive force of the earth and sky. This palace can help you achieve that, said Xiong-Chi in a despising way. Lin Feng smiled. Xiong-Chi was helpful. He just couldn't speak in a friendly way sometimes. Let's go and see, said Lin Feng. He was slowly getting used to the palace. He was curious to see what advantages he had access to after climbing up the 9 groups of steps. He needed to get familiar with the surroundings first though. Lin Feng walked around and inspected the palace. The pressure made him feel as heavy as a mountain and his steps even made some loud bumping sounds. He turned around and looked at Xiong-Chi. Xiong-Chi looked relaxed, it didn't seem difficult at all for him. How did he do that? Was he using the force of the earth and the sky to manage it? Maybe he was condensing it in his paws? Very quickly, Lin Feng managed to feel more relaxed as Xiong-Chi was walking next to him. They both walked next to each other as some fog emerged. It felt like a holy place, a fairyland. There was even more beauty than one should take in at that moment. There were lofty towers of qi in the mist. What was it? What an awesome place. It's an emperor's territory, thought Xiong-Chi suddenly. He looked excited. Let's go and see, said Lin Feng. Xiong-Chi followed him, but then stopped and lied down nonchalantly. He seemed like he was waiting for something. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed something. The mist under his feet suddenly rose up and surrounded him. Very quickly, he was wrapped in a mysterious qi. In front of him, a silhouette appeared. It was exactly the same as him. He was staring at a mirror, but it couldn't be him though, but it looked exactly the same. It was the first time Lin Feng saw himself so clearly. It's an illusion. Lin Feng immediately understood that it was an illusion. That silhouette was another Lin Feng. I wouldn't have thought that I'd need to face a copy of myself in here. I wonder if I'm strong in the illusion, thought Lin Feng walking forwards. He condensed force in his feet, then he condensed strength and released it towards the illusion. However, the illusion didn't move at all. It looked like a statue. Boom! Lin Feng attacked the illusion again. Qi and force started flowing furiously in the air. The illusion remained motionless. Lin Feng then punched the air in the direction of the mirror. He was captivated by this mystery. A terrifyingly oppressive strength crashed onto him. He could barely breathe from it. Boom! The same sound spread in the air. It was the same energies as those contained in Lin Feng's punch. When Lin Feng punched the mirror punched him too. Boom boom! When Lin Feng attacked the mirror, it attacked him too and it was very painful. His blood was boiling. How strong! Lin Feng and his reflection in the mirror were seemingly fighting. The illusion in the mirror didn't wait for Lin Feng to catch his breath and continued attacking him. Punches were now assaulting him endlessly. Boom boom boom! Lin Feng continued being punched. His head was sore and he coughed up blood. He was propelled to the ground where he felt like he was going to be crushed by those attacks. How fucking strong! Swore Lin Feng. He turned around and looked at Xiong-Chi lying on the ground. He knows what illusion that is, thought Lin Feng. Little boy, cherish this opportunity. Those holy marks are mysterious and contain an explosive force which will help you on the path of cultivation. That mirror will teach you even more about the force of the earth and sky. Why are you not satisfied? Someday, you'll be able to use and condense the force of the earth and sky even better. When that time comes, you'll easily be able to defeat the person you are now, said Xiong-Chi nonchalantly. Lin Feng was surprised but happy. Lin Feng stood up and shook his head. He was more determined than ever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1079, Wise Men Look Like Fools. Chapter 1079, Wise Men Look Like Fools. Lin Feng walked towards the mirror again. No matter what he did, his mirror attacked him back with the same strength. Poor Lin Feng, he didn't feel like being attacked again. His entire body was sore. Continue. Someday, you'll defeat the person you are now, said Xiongqi with a smile yet not a smile. Was he gloating over Lin Feng's misfortune again? Lin Feng looked at him and said, Emperor, don't you want to come and try? Xiongqi looked at him and said, it's such an easy technique, I don't need to practice that kind of skill. I already understand and control that kind of strength. Why would I need to study them? Who knows? You're bragging but haven't shown anything, said Lin Feng in a disdainful way. Xiongqi looked furious, you understand nothing on the path. Don't think that you understand holy marks properly. I'm telling you, you don't understand holy marks right now, otherwise, you'd kill any Tian-level cultivator. You just understand rudimentary holy marks, they're almost illusionary and not real at all. What path? Asked Lin Feng. A flower in the world, a thought, a step, the path englobes all things of creation. If you understand the path, you can create holy weapons using holy marks. The force of the earth and sky are a part of the path, said Xiongqi raising his head. Then, he looked at Lin Feng in a disdainful way and said, telling you those things is useless to you right now, you can't understand. Lin Feng grinded his teeth. Xiongqi was an emperor so he already understood those things, but Lin Feng didn't. So what does the natural strength of the earth and sky have to do with the path? Asked Lin Feng. You don't understand the earth and sky. If you understood how to control the force of the earth and the sky properly, you'll understand the path, said Xiongqi disdainfully. He sounded like a Buddha, but in that animal body, he looked comical. What you mean to say is that I first need to understand how to control the force of the earth and sky and then I'll understand the path of strength? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed. Do you understand what cultivation means? No, I don't, replied Lin Feng without hesitation. I see, a funny one, sighed Xiongqi. He lied down again and closed his eyes. Lin Feng grinded his teeth. I have some abstruse crystals, I can give you some, said Lin Feng throwing a ring at Xiongqi. Xiongqi's eyes twinkled. He grabbed the ring, inspected it and whispered, the path of cultivation is priceless, each world is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, said Xiongqi. Then, he stopped talking and closed his eyes again. What did Xiongqi want to do with so many abstruse crystals anyways? Xiongqi's level hadn't changed. Lin Feng was sure that he was hiding his real cultivation level. He couldn't possibly stop there. You bastard, said Lin Feng and threw another ring. Xiongqi inspected it and said, in the continent of the 9 clouds, a long time ago, people wouldn't dare bully me. On the path of cultivation, you must be perseverant and true to yourself. You can separate those two words. Path and cultivation. Path means everything that belongs to the earth and the sky, like a path on which you walk. The earth and the sky are natural things which englobe the 10,000 things of creation. You can use those things to release terrifying strength. Concerning cultivation, cultivation is a school, cultivation is composed of rules and principles. People who apply to those rules and principles are cultivators. Real cultivators can break holes in the atmosphere, they can reincarnate, they can release abstruse energies, they understand all the rudimentary aspects of the path. Therefore, we have to keep learning new principles, understand the earth and the sky in more detail, we have to be one with the earth and the sky. Lin Feng remained silent. He had never really asked himself what the concept, the path of cultivation, meant. Every real cultivator wanted to understand nature and its secrets. In the palace where you live now, there isn't only the strength of force, there's also the force of the path, it's unfathomable, enigmatic, mysterious. An emperor built it for you, said Xiongqi. As Mu Chen had said. I used to be an incredible hero back then. How sad. What a tragedy, sighed Xiongqi looking at the sky in a serious way. Lin Feng was making him sad with those questions. It reminded him of the past. I gave you so many abstruse crystals and you gave me absolutely no information, said Lin Feng grinding his teeth. He walked towards the illusion again. If he didn't manage to pass that test, he wouldn't be able to make it to the next palace. He was attacked by the mirror many times again, and then he gave up. He went back to the middle of the palace. Lin Feng decided to sense those oppressive energies. It was painful, but he grinded his teeth and endured it. He had ranked first and had obtained the best palace. If he didn't study those energies, sooner or later, someone would catch up to him and replace him. There were many people in lower levels. They were determined to become stronger and replace the cultivators at the higher levels. Where he was, the risk to see someone catch up and replace him was low. But he couldn't eliminate that opportunity. Even without that risk, he had to become stronger anyways. He had to motivate himself. After half a month, Lin Feng's attacks against the mirror were even more powerful. His attack had become so powerful that he could destroy people at even higher cultivation levels than him. Even with that, it wasn't enough. He still couldn't win against the illusion. However, he didn't feel dispirited anymore, he was just feeling determined. Emperor, my attacks are quite powerful. Even though my attacks are powerful, other people can have such powerful attacks by using special skills. Is understanding the force of the earth and sky the only way to understand the path? Asked Lin Feng to Chong Qi. You're as stupid as a pig, said Chong Qi. He sighed and said, how can you be so stupid? If you can attract the force of the earth and sky and use it for your own attacks, if you condense twice the force you usually use and it doesn't kill your opponent, what about thrice force? And 4 times? What I don't understand is how you can ask such stupid questions. I told you to study the force of the earth and sky, not to learn how to make your attacks more powerful like a brute. So what if you use force? If your special attacks are extremely powerful, what will happen if you mix them with force? Really strong cultivators can attack once and destroy their enemies in the world, but their attacks are not brutal, they are subtle. Lin Feng had been attacked by the illusion for half a month and couldn't think clearly anymore. I was a hero in the past and now I end up teaching an idiot. What a tragedy, sighed Chong Qi. He then turned around and lied down away. Actually, Chong Qi was laughing on the inside. Lin Feng wasn't stupid, he was just trying to make him think and analyze his surroundings. Lin Feng was so talented, he had to be shaken a bit. He couldn't do everything for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1080, Just a Punch. Chapter 1080, Just a Punch. Still inside the palace, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged. The force was still there, however, Lin Feng felt more relaxed than before. Of course, it was still oppressive, but Lin Feng understood it a lot better and on top of that, he was getting used to it. Pure sun qi revolved around him and Lin Feng absorbed that force. The palace was filled with pure qi. Even without using stones, he could still absorb plenty of pure qi. Therefore, he could practice cultivation calmly in there. Lin Feng was determined to become stronger. At that moment, inside the palace, some marks appeared and revolved in the palace. Bzzz. The energies exploded in the palace and surrounded Lin Feng. He was bathing in dazzling lights. He was getting familiar with the earth and sky, as if he was fusing together with it. It was a natural strength. Chong Qi opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Interesting. His eyes were twinkling as he sat down respectfully. Since he had turned into an animal, he hadn't been that close to the strength of the path. Tiantai's emperors seemed like they attached a lot of importance to the path. They hoped their best cultivators could learn about it as soon as possible. Every emperor attached importance to the path. Tiantai's emperors were no different. The sun became even more dazzling. Lin Feng was sitting and bathing in those golden lights. The celestial qi of the palace became even thicker and richer, and definitely more dazzling. That was the energy of the 10,000 things of creation: trees, flowers, water. Water started flowing around Lin Feng. It seemed like an illusion. Lin Feng was sitting motionless as he looked calm and serene. Chong Qi looked at him respectfully. It was as if there was nobody around Lin Feng. It was like the Big Bang, the creation of the universe. The fire became even more intense and Lin Feng felt hot. Soon the fire illuminated the room. Lin Feng lost the notion of time as he was already holding his Tian Shan stone. It was glowing now as strange lights and energies flowed in Lin Feng's body. He was trying to understand them. He attracted them to his brain, into his spirit. He was in his void world which looked like the outside world, but more distinct, clearer. His spirit was absorbing the strength of the earth and sky. I'm absorbing the earth and sky, thought Lin Feng. He was more and more surprised by his spirit. It was extraordinary. He was wondering how he had obtained such an extraordinary spirit. He could use it to memorize holy marks, skills, now he could use it to focus the strength of the path, the earth, and the sky. Lin Feng didn't stop practicing cultivation. It felt so comfortable to study there after all. The pure qi he absorbed was also incredibly fresh, so rich and thick. His fire became stronger. Everything was so distinct in his brain. After 3 more days, Lin Feng's fire slowly disappeared. The dazzling lights around him faded and the atmosphere became calm again. The illusion gradually disappeared. There were only fading lights in the palace, like the mysterious intent of the path. What a strange palace, thought Lin Feng. It contained an explosive force. Lin Feng practiced 3 days and reached the top of the 4th Tianqi layer. One more step and he'd break through to the 5th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Xiongqi. Xiongqi said nothing. He had sensed the strength of the path and that was great. Besides, he couldn't hide his cultivation level anymore either. Level 5 Tian level beast, he hit his cultivation level. I knew it, thought Lin Feng. Xiongqi had become stronger than him earlier. Each time he became stronger, he didn't mind staying next to Lin Feng and doing nothing. Xiongqi sensed something, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. You inspected my cultivation level. You lied to me, said Lin Feng. Xiongqi looked at Lin Feng in a disdainful way and said, you were just too slow. Slow? Lin Feng was speechless. After having broken through to the Tianqi layer, he had progressed so fast. He wasn't slow at all. Lin Feng walked into the palace and looked at the illusion in the mirror again. Lin Feng was determined this time. He had practiced hard for 3 days and now he could use the force of the earth and sky to a higher degree. He tried to attack the mirror again, but it was always the same. He continued for half a month and continued becoming stronger. Lin Feng believed that he needed to go out and face dangerous situations to break through to the 5th Tianqi layer. The path of cultivation was mysterious and there weren't any fixed rule. Cultivators had to understand cultivation to become stronger. Lin Feng went down the stairs and stopped on the 4th group of steps. He saw a big road and there were many people residing there. Zhou Yuxian, Lin Ruotian, and so on. For them, it was the same, they also had to face illusions with their own self inside. Lin Feng, said Zhou Yuxian when she saw Lin Feng. She suddenly looked relaxed and smiled at him. She said, in a gentle way, when you practice cultivation, you forget everything, you haven't come in a month. I missed you, that's why I came now, said Lin Feng smiling. Zhou Yuxian rolled her eyes and said, you're such a flirt. Lin Feng, brother, you want to come and try? Said Lin Ruotian. He was also getting attacked by the mirror. Even though Lin Feng had refused to join the Lin clan, Lin Ruotian still considered Lin Feng a close friend. That illusion is so annoying. The emperors want us to understand how they created those illusions. We can't pass this test, said Zhou Yuxian. She was obviously annoyed. She came from a rich and powerful family so she understood what that test consisted of. Lin Feng raised his head and said, it seems like analytical and understanding skills are the most important thing for the emperors. Once we pass those tests, we can join them on the 10th floor. Maybe, whispered Zhou Yuxian. Lin Feng walked towards the illusion, his reflection appeared, motionless. Lin Feng stepped forwards, the earth and sky emitted a bumping sound. Some strength was flowing into Lin Feng's hand. He punched the illusion and a sound spread in the air. Natural strength immediately flowed into his body. Gotcha. Lin Feng's reflection shook, force flowed in the reflection and it disappeared, it was destroyed. Zhou Yuxian and Lin Ruotian were completely astonished. They couldn't destroy their reflections and Lin Feng could destroy his with only one punch? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1081, Celestial Place of the Alchemists. Chapter 1081, Celestial Place of the Alchemists. No wonder you ranked first. I admire you, brother, said Lin Ruotian smiling. Lin Feng was really gifted. A young man in purple clothes looked at Lin Feng, he was amazed too. I'm convinced you'll defeat the illusion as well, it's only a matter of time, replied Lin Feng. The illusion of the 9th group of steps was terrifyingly strong, on the 4th group of steps, it was a lot easier to defeat. Zhou Yuxian looked at Lin Feng smiling in a resplendent way. She hadn't seen Lin Feng in a month and he was surprising her once again. He could defeat the illusion easily. How strong would he be a year later? But many people also guessed that Lin Feng defeated the illusion easily because he had obtained something on the 9th floor. They couldn't wait to go and see for themselves. The young man in purple clothes immediately tried to make it to the 5th floor. A terrifying strength oppressed him, he shouted furiously, his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. It looked painful. He released energies as the atmosphere was distorted. Someone made it up, thought the crowd. Many people had already managed to make it to a floor higher. One person had managed to climb 2 more floors. They were wondering how the ranking list had changed. Lin Feng didn't know about that because he had stayed on the highest floor. Everybody watched him and felt like going up too. I should try too, thought Lin Ruotian. Then, he started walking up the stairs. He breathed in deeply and started walking up the 5th floor. Ah! Lin Ruotian shouted furiously when he sensed the oppressive energies. His blood was boiling. He released energies to counter those oppressive forces. He also tried to condense force and he managed to go up the 5th floor. He did it too. In one day, 2 people made it to the 5th floor. Mengba had sensed that people were coming to the 5th floor, so he tried to make it up to the 6th floor, but failed. He still wasn't strong enough. They're all going up, thought Lin Feng. Nobody had given up. Many people wanted to become the emperor's direct disciples and were ready to face all the risks for that. I need to go, said Lin Feng to Chou Yuxin. He hadn't forgotten about his friends on the island of the 9 dragons. He had to go and see them still. I'm coming with you, whispered Chou Yuxin. There's no need. You need to stay here and practice cultivation. I need to do something, so I'll come back soon. All right, nodded Chou Yuxin. Lin Feng went down the stairs. Lin Feng, said someone at that moment. It was Mu Chen. Where are you going, Lin Feng? Brother, I'm going to the island of the 9 dragons, said Lin Feng honestly. All right, I'll put its location in your memories. Come back quickly, said Mu Chen nodding. Lin Feng was happy. He wouldn't need to find the way himself. Mu Chen gave him a talisman. Lin Feng inspected it and he directly knew where the island of the 9 dragons was. As expected, it's as big as a city, thought Lin Feng. He was worried for Yu Yu and the others. The island of the 9 dragons was terrifying and there were many strong cultivators there. They scared people crossing the Huang Sea. They would do anything they wanted. Even the Yang clan was scared of them. Pirates were always hunting treasures to trade with. You have a boat and the 8 dragon chance, so going to the island of the 9 dragons shouldn't be a problem. Come back quickly though. Something very important will be happening in Ba Huang province soon. It will be a good opportunity for you. Don't miss it, said Mu Chen as if he were worried. Something was going to happen in Ba Huang province and it would be beneficial for Lin Feng too? Brother, I have another question, said Lin Feng. He had wanted to ask that question for a while. When it's just the 2 of us, you needn't worry, you can ask me anything, said Mu Chen in a gentle way. Lin Feng was touched. He could talk about anything with Mu Chen and Ho Chang Lin. I have a friend who was a beast. When she was turning into a human being, she used forbidden strength and permanently turned back into an animal. How can I help her recover her human form? Asked Lin Feng. Mu Chen had a vast knowledge, he probably knew about those things. Your friend didn't take care of herself. When animals turn into human beings, they have to be careful and can't use restricted strength. I don't know to which extent she used her strength and how far her transformation had advanced. If she was an ordinary animal and used all her strength, turning back into a human being should be fine with some Tian-level medicine. However, if she is an extraordinary Tian-level beast and used a lot of strength, well, it will be difficult. You will need an incredible cultivator to help her, or you will need holy medicine, explained Mu Chen. Lin Feng remembered the cat back then which had transformed into a cat and had used all his strength. A while after, he had turned back into a human being. Meng Cheng was different, she was an incredibly strong cultivator, so recovering was more difficult. Damn the bastards who had attacked her. Lin Feng had to wait. He would become stronger, go back to Ganyu and annihilate the East Sea Dragon Palace and Jade Heaven. What can I do, more precisely, if she was a really strong animal? Said Lin Feng seriously. There are 2 solutions, said Mu Chen pointing at the flight of stairs. Go to the 10th floor, our teachers will help you. Lin Feng had to understand the path before that. And for that he would need time. What about the second solution? Asked Lin Feng. The second solution is to find the celestial place of the alchemists. It is a holy place for alchemists who concoct pills. There will be holy medicines there. However, you'll have to find a way to find the medicine there then, said Mu Chen smiling. 2 solutions, none of which were easy. Of course, there was a third solution too. Lin Feng could go and look for the ingredients himself, however, that was too dangerous. That was why Mu Chen didn't tell Lin Feng about it. Where is the celestial place of the alchemists? Asked Lin Feng. The leader of the place is an emperor. That place is a bit like Tian Tai, said Mu Chen smiling. Lin Feng had to go to a terrifying place to obtain holy medicine. Both solutions were too difficult. What could he do? I heard that the celestial place of the alchemist's holy woman was going to appear, sighed Mu Chen, suddenly smiling at Lin Feng. The celestial place of the alchemist's leaders have always been women. The holy woman might be the next empress there. If she agrees to give it to you, then it won't be a problem. Lin Feng looked at Mu Chen and had the sensation Mu Chen's smile was a bit sly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1082, Cruel Methods. Chapter 1082, Cruel Methods. There were waves of desolate qi in the Huang Sea. This time, he wasn't affected by the desolate qi though. He wasn't scared at all. Now, he could bathe in the Huang Sea like most of the strong cultivators. As long as his holy celestial qi was strong enough, he could absorb as much desolate qi as he wished. Lin Feng didn't choose to use the Yang clan's boat immediately because if he met strong cultivators in the middle of the sea, it could be dangerous. He should only use it in case of danger. There were many boats going to the island of the 9 dragons at that time. That proved that it was a popular destination, especially for strong cultivators. Lin Feng decided to take a beautiful boat which could accommodate up to 1,000 people. Lin Feng was lucky this time. There were many people on the boat so they could leave almost immediately. The boat left, surrounded by abstruse energies. Desolate qi was rolling in waves. Wait! Shouted someone at that moment. The crowd was surprised. There were 2 old men, 2 Zun cultivators. Open the abstruse energy curtain, we'll give you twice as much in abstruse crystals, said the old men. The captain nodded. He didn't want to offend them. Everybody, please resist the desolate qi for a second. Nobody refused. The desolate qi couldn't affect them if it was only for a second. The captain opened the protective curtain. Everybody continued talking. Everybody was talking about Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process and about the conflict between them and Tianlong Divine Castle. A month has passed since the graduation ceremony. I wonder how strong the new imperial cultivation disciples have become, said someone. Right. Especially the disciples from the rich and prestigious families of the northern part of Bahuang province. I wouldn't have thought that Xian Yuan would be eliminated though. What a tragedy. The great ape emperor's grandson chased him. You don't understand. Xian Yuan is lucky enough. Yuan Fei is insane. Even Ho Qing Lin respects him. He's lucky to be alive. The worst has been for the Yang clan. The siblings haven't become imperial cultivation disciples because Lin Feng eliminated them. How humiliating. Everybody will make fun of them now. Shush, said someone to them. Maybe there were some members of the Yang clan on the boat. They sensed some cold qi. What are you afraid of? The Yang clan has their own boats, they wouldn't be here. Xian Yuan hasn't ranked first so he couldn't ask for the girl's hand. What a pity for him. Yang Ziyi is good looking and her blood is good. If I could have sex with her, even I'd be happy, said that person laughing loudly. Everybody started laughing loudly too. Many men thought about that, but nobody dared say it out loud. Lin Feng frowned. The 2 old men looked furious, even before everybody started laughing loudly. Yang clan's members? Thought Lin Feng suddenly. The 2 old men looked furious. There are idiots everywhere, but not every idiot dares act recklessly, said someone coldly, suddenly interrupting all the laughter. They looked at the old men. They wanted to attack, but didn't dare. They couldn't see how strong those 2 old men were so they couldn't act recklessly. How come you shut up now? Continue talking, said the other old man coldly. He was furious but didn't attack. Mister, are you from the Yang clan? Asked someone. The 2 old men didn't reply, they just looked at the crowd coldly. People started feeling uncomfortable. They are wasting time on purpose, thought Lin Feng. He looked at the captain and said using telepathy, Mister, if anything happens, open the curtain, otherwise, we will all die here. The captain looked at Lin Feng and frowned. He said to him, using telepathy, what do you mean? Those 2 old men are from the Yang clan and came here because of me, they want to kill me. Therefore, they're waiting for us to be far away in the middle of the Huang Sea. They don't want other people to know about my death so they will kill everyone, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng sounded honest, so the captain believed him. They would have killed him before otherwise. Bzzz. The boat suddenly stopped. The crowd was surprised. What's going on? Why did we stop? The crowd was wondering. We have a problem with the boat. Sorry, I'll give everyone half of their abstruse crystals back, said the captain, smiling. However, at that moment, a cold energy invaded the boat. Continue now, said one of the old men furiously. The captain believed Lin Feng even more. Open the curtain, I'm off. They will chase me. They won't kill you, said Lin Feng using telepathy. Bzzz. When the captain heard Lin Feng, he immediately opened the curtain. The two old men were surprised. How insolent! Shouted one of the old men furiously. At the same time, Lin Feng rose up in the air and a boat appeared. I'm going to chase him. You stay here and kill all of them, said the other old man, and immediately started chasing Lin Feng. He had a boat too, so both of them moved at top speeds. At the same time, blood appeared on the big boat. Lin Feng was furious. How cruel! The Yang clan was too cruel. They were going to kill everyone. Nobody would ever know how those people died. Nobody knew how people died in the Huangxi after all. Lin Feng had anticipated that kind of situation. Yang Zilan, Yang Ziyi, I'll kill you, shouted Lin Feng in furiously. Since the Yang clan kept chasing him, he wouldn't spare them. Stop now. Do you think you're going to live? Said the old man coldly. He was getting even closer to Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1083, Killing a Zun Cultivator. Chapter 1083, Killing a Zun Cultivator. Lin Feng couldn't die in the middle of the Huangxi, it was only other places where he would be worried. For Lin Feng, being in the middle of the Huangxi was good. For the old man, chasing Lin Feng in the middle of the Huangxi was the worst decision he could have made. Lin Feng didn't stop and continued flying. His opponent wanted to kill him far from everything else? That's fine, Lin Feng could go even farther. We'll see if you cry when you're in your coffin, said the old man when he saw Lin Feng continued moving. He said coldly, you can't imagine how many options there are in the world. You chose the wrong path. A flag appeared in his hand. It contained holy marks and restriction strength. Stop! Shouted the old man, taking out the flag. In a flash, the flag appeared next to Lin Feng's boat. Bzzz, bzzz. The flag twinkled as there was a strange strength inside. Lin Feng couldn't get any further away. You're stuck in an empty space now, said the old man, staring at Lin Feng coldly. A holy weapon, said Lin Feng coldly. That was a holy weapon, that's why it could seal the boat. The Yang clan is so majestic. Lin Feng slowly turned around and stared at the old man. Two strong Zun cultivators after me, holy weapons, incredible. You really think I'm that strong? They even wanted to kill everyone on the big boat because they didn't want Tiantai knowing they killed Lin Feng. They had thought everything through on how to kill Lin Feng. I told you, you understand nothing. You might be gifted, but you're going to die, said the old man with a cold smile. To him, Lin Feng was already dead. Apart from Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi, aren't there other people who participated? Asked Lin Feng. No need to talk to you anymore. You're going to die after all. You humiliated Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi, but the worst part is you prevented Xian Yuanshi from becoming an imperial cultivation disciple. You ruined the Yang clan and the Xian Yuan clan's plans. Do you think that the Yang clan will let you off? Said the old man. The Yang clan and the Xian Yuan clan wanted to join hands and become stronger, but Lin Feng had ruined their plans. I see, said Lin Feng, smiling. It was an honest smile. Unfortunately, you won't kill me. Demonic chi appeared. He was in great danger, so he had no choice but to unsheath his demonic sword. Eh? The old man frowned. He looked at the demon sword and was surprised. Demon seal stone. Demon holy weapon. The old man was surprised. Demon clouds rose up in the air and desolate chi dashed to the skies. You have such a great weapon, I'll take it from you when you die, said the old man. He looked greedy. Lin Feng had to use his demon sword with his demon seal stones. Otherwise, the demon sword would have polluted his soul. If the old man had such a sword, he would. Little boy, you can't control that sword. I'll take it from you instead," said the old man, throwing himself at Lin Feng. In a flash, a terrifying energy moved towards Lin Feng's demon sword. The old man wanted to take it right away. "Million sword fusion," said Lin Feng. Waves of demon and sword energies rolled in the air. It also contained the force of the earth and sky. A terrifying holy weapon. "I'll take that sword because you can't use it," repeated the old man. He really wanted it. Many hands appeared in the atmosphere and moved towards the sword. The hands broke apart as they approached the sword and turned into demon clouds. "Stop!" shouted the old man furiously, which made Lin Feng shake from head to foot. When a Zun cultivator shouted, he could barely stand straight. His blood started boiling. If it had been before, he would have died instantly. Now, his blood was a lot stronger. At the same time, demon strength flowed in his arms. The ceiling strength was about to break. Lin Feng had already fought against a Zun Qi layer in the past, but that one was a lot stronger. He had probably broken through to the third or fourth Zun Qi layer. Lin Feng shook his hand and his demonic sword streaked across the sky. He condensed terrifying sword energies. "Holy sword marks, ridiculous," said the old man mockingly. A shadow appeared in front of him. It looked like a battle drum. "Dong!" A sound spread in the air as Lin Feng shook violently. Lin Feng's sword moved forwards and so did the battle drum. Its sound moved towards Lin Feng in the form of sound waves and oppressed him. "I can't win," thought Lin Feng. His cultivation level was way too low. Even with the demon sword, he couldn't do much. That kind of cultivator could kill him from thousands of kilometers away. Lin Feng held his sword as more demoniac clouds appeared. "It seems like Zilan underestimated you. You're not weak," said the Zun-level cultivator when he saw how strong Lin Feng's blood was. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He held his sword with two hands and attacked his opponent. "Do you think you can do anything against me?" His drum resonated. A terrifying strength moved towards Lin Feng. His demonic energies crackled, broke, and turned into ashes as that terrifying strength crashed onto Lin Feng's body. He coughed up blood and flew away. Plops! Lin Feng crashed into the water. Concerning the demon sword, it was in the sky, floating calmly. A feudal cultivator of the Tianqi layer offended the Yang clan. Did he think he could survive? "Demon holy weapon, you're mine." Lin Feng had only broken through to the fourth Tianqi layer. He couldn't survive in the Huangxi. Even the Zun cultivator didn't dare. "From now on, I'm your master," said the old man, stretching his hand towards the sword. He was smiling in a resplendent way. Lin Feng was dead. The sword didn't have a master anymore, so he could take it. Slash! However, at that moment, a terrifying strength pierced through his skin. Boom! The demon sword had surprisingly attacked him, and suddenly at that, it had pierced through his heart. He looked petrified. Demonic chi flowed throughout his body and it felt cold. His eyes looked ice cold as Lin Feng's reappeared and came out of the Huangxi. Lin Feng wasn't dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1084, Enchanting Girl. Chapter 1084, Enchanting Girl. How's that possible? How? The Zun cultivator sensed the demon energies attacking him from the inside. A cultivator of the fourth Tianqi layer could bathe in the Huangxi and didn't fear the desolate qi. His face turned deathly pale. "Die," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. The desolate qi was corroding his opponent's body. "Arg! Why?" shouted the Zun cultivator furiously. Lin Feng suddenly sensed a terrifying energy attacking him which caused his blood to boil. He coughed up blood and was propelled back into the Huangxi. The Zun cultivator could make his blood boil. Even with the desolate qi, the Zun cultivator was injured and didn't die. However, he was injured. He had an internal hemorrhage because the sword attack had been too sudden. The Zun cultivator was also coughing blood. He was still holding the demon sword as he slowly raised it. Bzzz. Another strength came out of the Huangxi and it was dazzling. The Zun cultivator wanted to avoid the attack, but his injuries were too serious. He couldn't avoid the dazzling sword which pierced through his sword. His eyes were wide open. A holy weapon. Another holy weapon. The old man was astonished. How could Lin Feng have so many holy weapons? His plan was ruined. He had brought Lin Feng to the middle of the Huangxi, but Lin Feng didn't fear the desolate qi. Besides, he had a few holy weapons himself. I'll tell you why, said Lin Feng. He opened his third eye and released Desolate Chi. Desolate Chi, how? The old man was speechless. He couldn't understand how Lin Feng could use Desolate Chi. Even the old man could die in Desolate Chi. Huge waves of Desolate Chi rolled and buried him. No! Shouted the old man, unwilling to die. His voice faded as he drowned. He had broken through to the 4th Zun Chi layer, so dying against a cultivator of the 4th Tian Chi layer was a tragedy. But he had no say. Boom! A huge wave rolled and crashed onto Lin Feng again, making him cough up blood again. He put his Tianji sword away and used a demon sealstone to seal the demon sword again. He could almost control the demon sword now. Cough, cough, that was close. Thought Lin Feng, coughing again. He felt dizzy as took the flag and smiled. He could use their holy weapons, he was injured, but it was worth it. Each battle made him progress. He would remember the Yang clan. They sent 2 Zun cultivators to assassinate him. Lin Feng would take all their boats if he could. That made him smile. After that, Lin Feng sent back onto his own boat and lied down inside. His face was still deathly pale. He had killed a Zun cultivator. After Lin Feng left, the other Zun cultivator arrived where he had fought. He had killed everyone on the big boat. Then, he had sensed the Qi and flew over. There was only a weak Qi left though. The desolate Qi of the Huang Sea could absorb all Qi. They must have fought here, but where are they now? Thought the old man, frowning. His fellow was as strong as him, he had probably killed Lin Feng, but where was he now? He didn't understand. Did he go back to the Yang clan to say that we accomplished our mission? Thought the old man angrily. That was the only possibility he could figure. He turned around and got ready to head back to the Yang clan. The island of the 9 dragons had a 1,000-year history. According to legends, the leader of the island was cruel and bloodthirsty. It was an emperor who had opened the Huang Sea and settled there. Many people decided to follow him and obeyed him. There was nothing he didn't dare do. He was always hunting for treasures in the Huang Sea. The island of the 9 dragons had become even stronger. Then, they had started trading stolen items. They became richer and richer. Now, they had become a real city in the middle of the Huang Sea. The Huang Sea was their territory and they could do anything there. Apart from a few terrifyingly powerful cultivators, they dared to attack anyone. Last time, they dared attack Yang Ziyi, for them it was beneficial. If the son of the leader of the island of the 9 dragons could have sex with her, he would become a lot stronger. Around their territory, there were 9 gigantic dragon statues and those were their boats. They could accommodate up to 10,000 people on each of those boats. A young man approached them on a singular boat. He had an imposing appearance and his chi was extraordinary. That was Xian Yuan. Behind Xian Yuan, there was a young man and a young woman. If Lin Feng saw that, he would kill them right there and right then. The young man and the young girl with Xian Yuan were Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi. Even though Xian Yuan didn't become an imperial cultivation disciple and hadn't proved he was strong enough to ask for Yang Ziya's hand, he still hoped his clan and their clan would be able to join hands. There were strong cultivators from the Yang clan with them as well. Last time, the pirates had almost killed Yang Ziyi, they wouldn't forget that this time. There was also a young man with a sharp chi. His clothes were purple. If Lin Feng saw him, he would think his chi was similar to Xian Yuan's. There was a girl in black clothes who looked like a celestial being. She definitely looked arousing. Her long black hair was fluttering in the wind and her eyes were dazzling. Unfortunately, she was surrounded by a strange energy and people couldn't see her clearly even though many were trying. Behind that hot girl, there was a young man in black clothes. If Lin Feng and Xiong Qi saw him, they would be surprised. It was the cultivator in black clothes they had seen in the Dragon Palace, the Beast. He was protecting that hot girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1085, Desolate Stone. Chapter 1085, Desolate Stone. At that moment, a boat streaked across the sky and everybody was staring at it. "That's my boat," said Yang Ziyi. Xian Yuan and Yang Zilan were surprised and looked at that boat screaming, "Lin Feng!" "Lin Feng?" repeated the others. Lin Feng had already become famous in the north part of Bahuang because he had climbed up 9 groups of steps and he had ranked first at Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process. Other people were surprised when they saw the boat as well. Not many people could fabricate such boats. Were those people from the Yang clan? If there was an old person in it, they couldn't do anything. If it was a young person, why not steal it? Pirates liked to steal. Lin Feng knew that using that boat was risky because he wasn't strong enough. The pirates could steal the boat from him, etc. And he couldn't put on a mask. At least, he had already recovered. His boat disappeared and Lin Feng jumped onto the island of the 9 dragons. People saw him for he had nothing to hide anymore. How young and he dared come here. Besides, he doesn't fear desolate Qi. Thought the crowd when they saw him put his boat away even though he hadn't even arrived yet. If they had seen Lin Feng in the middle of the sea, they would have attacked him. Lin Feng! Shouted a voice furiously. It was Xian Yuan and he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng had asked Yuan Fei to ruin Xian Yuan's exam. He hated Lin Feng even more for that. Die! Xian Yuan sounded furious. He immediately threw himself at Lin Feng, punching the air and emitting buzzing sounds. Can you kill me? Asked Lin Feng coldly. He didn't talk much and didn't run away either. Actually, he moved forwards. Dazzling lights invaded the atmosphere. Sword energies and starlights appeared as Xian Yuan's punch was immediately destroyed and the sword energies instantly oppressed him. A holy weapon. The crowd was incredulous. That guy had holy weapons. Xian Yuan punched the air in Lin Feng's direction a few times, but all his punches were destroyed. Lin Feng's Tianji sword contained star energies. Million sword fusion, die. Lin Feng attacked Xian Yuan with his sword again. Xian Yuan moved backwards quickly and punched the stars, but his punches were destroyed as well. He continued running farther away. Lin Feng's sword crashed onto the ground and a gigantic crater appeared. You want to kill me, but can you? You only have a little bit of imperial qi and think you're emperor. Said Lin Feng disdainfully. Xian Yuan looked at him and said coldly, if you didn't have a holy weapon, I would have killed you already. If? Ridiculous. In the illusion, during the exam, I killed you once already. If we were of the same cultivation level, I would kill you again. Said Lin Feng glancing at Xian Yuan coldly. He then glanced at Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi who were coming too. But, when he saw the Zoom cultivators behind them, he understood he wouldn't be able to kill them this time. You're not dead. Said Yang Ziyi. She looked surprised. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent yet strange way. The young disciples of the Yang clan are really weak. Now that you don't have boats anymore, you need elders to protect you. Especially you Yang Ziyi, you're beautiful and have a strong blood, something could happen to you easily if you come out alone at night. Lin Feng was threatening them. A cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer was threatening them in front of everybody. Many people looked at them. Yang Ziyi was furious and embarrassed. She understood what Lin Feng was doing. He was making fun of her. She had almost gotten raped last time, so now the elders had to protect her so that nobody could think about raping her. Lin Feng ranked first at Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's recruitment process. How strong. The crowd was happy to see Lin Feng, they had heard of him already and how he despised the Yang clan. However, in public, many people feared the Yang clan. Lin Feng was acting as arrogantly as Xian Yuan though. The crowd didn't know that the Yang clan had already sent people to kill Lin Feng in secret. At that moment, the girl in the black clothes arrived too. The one in black clothes behind her said, Princess, that's Lin Feng, he ranked first at the recruitment process of the 2 emperors. I've seen him in the Dragon Palace. He's not afraid of desolate Qi. I believe he found some treasures in the Dragon Palace even. The girl looked calm and detached, but men were easily aroused when they looked at her. The princess nodded and disappeared. Many people were surprised, they didn't feel like leaving themselves. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Xian Yuan and the Yang siblings. He looked like he wanted to make fun of them even more, which infuriated them. A cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer dared make fun of them. Xian Yuan was particularly pissed off. He was so confident in himself. Even some Zun cultivators showed him respect. Lin Feng was the first person he had ever met who had a lower cultivation level than him and despised him. Xian Yuan, brother, if we're lucky, we can get a holy weapon. You're so strong that you can easily kill him. Said Yang Zilan. I'll definitely kill him. Said Xian Yuan looking heroic. Don't worry, we brought enough abstruse crystals, think about the desolate stone too. Said Yang Zilan coldly looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored Xian Yuan and went to the center of the island of the 9 dragons. He needed to find the man he had met last time. He would ask him about Yu Yu. He couldn't find his friends relying solely on his own strength. The island of the 9 dragons didn't look like it was in the middle of the Huang Sea. It looked like a big city. There were even more people there than in Tianjing City. There were many strong cultivators too. He heard some people talking and it seemed like something was going to happen with a desolate stone. There were many treasures in the Huang Sea, including desolate stones, like the stone Yuan Fei had found last time. Many people from the island of the 9 dragons had gone to hunt such desolate stones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1086, Different. Chapter 1086, Different. Servants were looking for desolate stones, but it was very dangerous because those stones were hidden in the depths of the sea. Lin Feng arrived in the center of the island of the 9 dragons and went towards the place where the leader lived. It was a vast city where dragons were worshipped. Dragon statues, carvings and so on were everywhere in the city. There was also a gigantic dragon palace with 9 dragon fortresses. According to legends, each dragon fortress had different usages. Besides, the central one was the one where the leader of the island lived. Lin Feng took out his amulet of the 8 dragon chants and moved towards that palace. It was beautiful, resplendent, magnificent, and lofty. It felt good to be near that fortress. There was a calm and peaceful pavilion where a protector was waiting for Lin Feng. He was very polite. After all, Lin Feng had the amulet of the 8 dragon chants. A few people arrived who were wearing fine clothes with dragon ornaments. There was a pale young man who looked cold and detached from the world. "Welcome, little brother." At that moment, the middle-aged man from last time saw Lin Feng and welcomed him. Lin Feng understood that guy probably had a very high status on the island of the 9 dragons. "Thank you, I hope I'm not disturbing," replied Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood that those people respected him because he had ranked first in Tiantai. He was a capable young man. "Little brother, you're a guest here, don't be so polite. Be my guest, please have a sit," said the middle-aged man very politely. "You're too kind, mister," said Lin Feng politely. The other young man sat down and said to Lin Feng, "You're Lin Feng from Tiantai?" "Indeed, I am Lin Feng," replied Lin Feng nodding and asked about the young man, "Who's that?" The young man didn't reply, but the middle-aged replied smiling, "That's Gu Qiu Yun, my nephew." "Gu Qiu Yun, brother, nice to meet you," said Lin Feng smiling and nodding. He had come because he had something to ask, so he had to be very polite. The young man nodded at Lin Feng. He looked expressionless as if he didn't really care about Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care either. He said to the middle-aged man, "Mister, I will be straightforward, I came here because I want to ask you something." "You can ask me anything, little brother, if I can help you, I will," replied the middle-aged man politely. "You probably remember last time what happened to Yan Ziyi," said Lin Feng. The young man suddenly looked at Lin Feng in a cold way and said, "You came here for her?" "Be polite," shouted the middle-aged man in a cold way. He then smiled and said, "I remember, of course." "Why do you ask? You're not friends with her, right?" "Of course not, we're enemies. However, on the boat where we were, there were some of my friends. I am looking for them," said Lin Feng. He could only be straightforward and honest if he wanted to find them. The middle-aged man remained silent for a few seconds and looked at the young man frowning. "Many people came indeed, but I don't know who your friends are." "Who are they?" "A girl who has a cold chi and she's very beautiful. And 3 other young men, they're all quite strong. One of them has imperial chi, another one looks free and unrestrained and is honest and straightforward, the last one is handsome, white skin and is quite knowledgeable," replied Lin Feng describing Yu, Jun Moshi, Huang Fulong and Yun Fei Yang. The middle-aged man remained silent, he was thinking and then he replied, "Little brother, wait for me. I'll ask some people to find them. I don't know where they are either." "Thank you for your help, mister," said Lin Feng. He was wondering if Gu Qiu Yun knew something or not, but he couldn't say anything. "Qiu Yun, please stay with Lin Feng. You're both talented young men," said the middle-aged as he left. Gu Qiu Yun looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "The girl you're talking about is called Yu. Eh?" Lin Feng was surprised. As expected, he knew about his friends. "Indeed, do you know where she is, brother?" asked Lin Feng. Gu Qiu Yun smiled and shook his head, "I don't know." Lin Feng looked skeptical as he asked, "How do you know her name is Yu then?" "She's very beautiful and I like beautiful girls. Therefore, I noticed her and heard one of her friends call her that, so I remembered her name," replied Gu Qiu Yun playing with his hands. He was smiling. No wonder. You don't know where she is though? Asked Lin Feng again. He felt uncomfortable. I told you I don't you believe me? Asked Gu Qiuyun. He raised his head, then lowered it again and smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, I believe you, of course. At that moment, the middle-aged man came back with another man. Lin Feng had already seen him. It was one of the Zun cultivators who had attacked the boat. He remembered Lin Feng and he looked at him in a cold way. Lin Feng had rescued the crowd using his empty space illusion and had then escaped diving into the Huang Sea. Therefore, he remembered Lin Feng clearly. You survived in the Huang Sea, said the Zun cultivator. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng as if he had wanted to know his secret, how he had survived in the Huang Sea exactly. Little brother, he captured everyone last time, you can ask him, but... Lin Feng looked at him and when he was about to talk, the man spoke first, your friends left the island of the 9 dragons. I didn't hurt them. They went to Ba Huang province. Lin Feng remained silent, but was angry. First Gu Qiuyun and now that old man. He understood that he would learn nothing there. If you and the others had really left, they would have applied to become imperial cultivation disciples. Even if they had missed the recruitment process, they would have gone to Tiantai to find Lin Feng. They were lying. I see, thank you. I'm off now, said Lin Feng standing up and waving at the middle-aged man. Why are you so impatient? We're about to have a banquet, don't you want to join us? Said Gu Qiuyun smiling. Lin Feng looked around. There were many people, some of them were incredibly strong. They all had stones in their hands which seemed like they weighed 1,000 kilos. Desolate stones. All those stones were black and contained desolate qi. The sun's reflection on those stones looked strange. The shapes of those stones were all different as well as the energies inside too. In any case, they were all gigantic, seemed like they contained incredible secrets. They're all incredible desolate stones, do they really contain incredible secrets? Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't leave immediately. He was worried about you and the others, but leaving now was useless. He maybe had some chances to find hints on their whereabouts on the island too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1087, Emperor's Corporeal Body. Chapter 1087, Emperor's Corporeal Body. Many people moved towards a wide public square. There were many Zun and Tian-level cultivators. Lin Feng saw Xin Yuan, Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi in the crowd. They had all come because of the desolate stones. The crowd was looking at the stones enviously. The pirates of the island of the 9 dragons had said they wanted to sell desolate stones. There were many treasures in the Huang Sea. Desolate stones were one sort of treasures which could be found in the depths of the sea. Each time they sold desolate stones, they could get incredible treasures in return. Therefore, they usually called extremely strong cultivators. They could exchange desolate stones for incredible treasures. Usually, only Zun-level cultivators and people from rich families had incredible treasures. 9 stones. This time, the island of the 9 dragons is selling 9 stones and one of them is very strange, it contains a human form. The crowd was looking at those stones and especially a particular one. The Huang Sea used to be a battlefield thousands of years ago. There were many corpses in the depths of the Huang Sea, including the corpses of very strong cultivators. There were even emperors' corpses in the depths of the Huang Sea. If a stone contained the corpse of an emperor, it could help cultivators a lot. Those stones could be used to fabricate weapons, pills, or even to improve one's cultivation. In any case, they were very useful. Many people were talking and Lin Feng learned many things. He didn't know that emperors' corpses could have so many uses. Lin Feng had the corpse of an emperor, but it was different. I have the Jade Emperor's corpse as well as many of his treasures, but I've never used them. I need to cherish them, thought Lin Feng. How could he forget he had such a treasure already? Maybe he could go inside with Qiongqi. Qiongqi knew lots of things. At that moment, the middle-aged man with the talisman walked to the center and said to the crowd, we made great efforts to find and take out those 9 stones from the depths of the Huang Sea. They contain incredible treasures and secrets. Of course, they are expensive. The first items we will sell is a turtle fossil. The initial price is 500 abstruse crystals. 500 abstruse crystals, how expensive? Thought the crowd. Nobody knew what those stones could contain, but nobody could open them before buying them. It was like gambling. If it contained precious treasures, it was worth it, but those stones could contain nothing just as well. 550 abstruse crystals, shouted someone. It was a young man. He was probably from a rich family. 580. 600. Said the young man. In the end, someone got it for 800 abstruse crystals. It was already very expensive, especially seeing how it might contain nothing. Break it and look inside, said the middle-aged man, smiling. Why not? Said the young man, smiling. He was curious too. Even though the island of the 9 dragons was inhabited by pirates, it was safe during auctions. Otherwise, nobody would come. The middle-aged man turned around, a light appeared in his hand as he broke the stone in two. A blue color appeared as well as some marks inside. Don't tell me he could make a holy sword with that? Thought the crowd. There was something inside, it immediately rose up in the air. It's living. The crowd was astonished. There was something alive in the first stone. Where are you going? Shouted the middle-aged man furiously as he released some strength to capture the living creature. He then grabbed it with his hand. A Shen-level turtle. It contains a turtle. The crowd was incredulous. A Shen-level turtle. That turtle has been living in the Huang Sea for a very long time. It must be very, very strong. Its shell seems incredibly solid. He can use it to fabricate a shield. The turtle could also increase his life expectancy. That little boy is lucky. That kind of turtle is priceless. The crowd was envious. The first stone was great. The young man looked extremely happy and smiled. A Zune cultivator behind him took it. I'd like to buy it for 2,000 abstruse crystals, do you accept? Asked a Zune cultivator. It could increase his life expectancy, how great would that be? Sorry, it's not enough, said the young man, smiling indifferently. The Zune cultivator didn't say anything. He was thinking. He knew that 2,000 was too low, but that's all he had. He should have bid higher. The next stone starts at 1,000 abstruse crystals, said the middle-aged man. How expensive, thought the crowd. The stone looked ordinary. He was increasing the price because the first buyer had been lucky. All those stones were taken from the same place, so maybe they all had treasures, said the middle-aged man, trying to convince the crowd. A Zune cultivator proposed 2,000 for it, but there was nothing inside. The crowd was astonished. How sad. The man had wasted 2,000 abstruse crystals. But there was no way to know what there was inside those stones. It was a gamble. Feng was wondering if he should go to the Huang Sea as well to get some stones and sell them. That was a very profitable business. He could easily get some stones, since he didn't fear the desolate of the Huang Sea. The next stones were all sold for a high price, but each of them contained nothing. The buyers were very disappointed. There were only 3 stones left. 3,000 for this one. The middle-aged man didn't say much about the stone. There was a human shape inside. People were already captivated by that stone. He didn't need to take efforts to convince the crowd. 3,500. Said Yang Zilan. Feng was surprised. Isn't that Yang Zilan? His sister was captured by the pirates and they still dared come here, thought several people in the crowd. However, they didn't dare say anything out loud. He's daring, they thought. Some people bid higher, but in the end, Yang Zilan got it for 8,000 abstruse crystals. It was a very high price, but for Yang Zilan, that kind of stone was precious. He needed the corpse inside to make his blood stronger. Coupled with his particular blood, he would become much, much stronger. Open it, said Yang Zilan after giving the abstruse crystals. All right. The middle-aged man nodded and broke the stone into 2. There's hair, there's hair. The crowd was astonished. The corpse was perfectly fossilized and wasn't rotten at all. The middle-aged man continued breaking the stone. Maybe it wasn't a mere fossil, maybe it was a perfectly conserved body. The skin is still there too, it has flesh too. The crowd was astonished. How could a corpse not rot in the Huang Sea? It might be the corpse of an emperor. It was in perfect condition. Yang Zilan looked nervous, his heart was racing. He felt extremely lucky this time. Many people would want to steal it. Hair, eyes, nose, there's everything. The crowd was astonished. Feng suddenly stood up, he was astonished too. Dazzling lights suddenly appeared through the stone. It wasn't a corpse, it was an actual person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1088, Ancient Ruins. Chapter 1088, Ancient Ruins. How's that possible? Someone was living inside a stone? The crowd shivered. How was that possible? Boom boom. The stone broke, the person's hair was fluttering in the wind as he glanced at the crowd coldly. He's alive. The person directly ran to Gu Qiu-yun, who was inside the pavilion. You're still alive, said Gu Qiu-yun. How was that possible? He had buried that person himself. Huang Fulong. Lin Feng was astonished. That person was Huang Fulong. Huang Fulong saw Lin Feng, but just glanced at him as if he didn't know him. Lin Feng, when we were captured, he buried us in the sea, just act as if we didn't know each other, said Huang Fulong to Lin Feng using telepathy. Huang Fulong knew how strong the pirates were, he didn't want Lin Feng to get involved. Die! Shouted Huang Fulong furiously. Dragon Shi dashed to the skies and a gigantic dragon axe roared furiously. Gu Qiu-yun moved backwards. What was going on? Huang Fulong had become so strong. He should have died instead. Try and dare! Shouted an old man who appeared behind Gu Qiu-yun and blocked Huang Fulong's axe. Roar! Boom boom! Dragon Shi dashed to the skies. The old man behind Gu Qiu-yun punched the dragon energies again and broke them. Huang Fulong rose up in the air and tried to run away. You think you can leave? Many people rose up in the air to chase him. Yang Zilan told the strong cultivators who were with him, you capture him. He couldn't have spent so many crystals for nothing. He had to get that dragon axe. Die! Huang Fulong turned around and released another dragon axe attack. The dragon looked furious as it threw itself at Huang Fulong's opponent. How strong? What happened to him in the Huang Sea? Thought Lin Feng. Huang Fulong had become very strong, at least a lot stronger than before. However, many strong cultivators were attacking Huang Fulong and they were all Zun cultivators. Even Huang Fulong couldn't do much against them. Lin Feng looked at Gu Qiu-yun coldly. What's wrong? Said Gu Qiu-yun as he released energies at Lin Feng. I'll kill you. Lin Feng rose up in the air and jumped into his boat, then he moved towards Huang Fulong. Kill him, together, said Gu Qiu-yun coldly. He was scared of Lin Feng, a cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng arrived in front of Huang Fulong and shouted, come aboard. Huang Fulong jumped onto the boat and they moved away. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng, attacking the people who were blocking their way with his Tianqi sword. His boat was extremely fast. Empty space bestial illusion technique, said Lin Feng. A snowy tunnel appeared. The strong cultivators behind attacked his illusions, making it shake. It started cracking too. However, they were already far as the boat was way too fast. Chase them! The strong cultivators continued chasing them, but ordinary Zun cultivators weren't fast enough. They stopped at the edge of the island, but the boat had already disappeared. They were gone. The strong cultivators were pissed off. They hadn't managed to take the axe, a holy weapon. The one who was the most annoyed was Yang Zilan though. He had wasted abstruse crystals for nothing. Lin Feng and Huang Fulong arrived above the sea. Lin Feng looked very serious. He asked, what about you and the others? Huang Fulong's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. Gu Qiu-yun was interested in Yu, but she refused. He put us in stones and buried us alive in the sea, said Huang Fulong. Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale. They couldn't have survived the Huang Sea. Gu Qiu-yun. Lin Feng was furious and sad as he said, Huang Fulong, you survived, so they could have survived too, right? Lin Feng still had hope. I hope so, said Huang Fulong. We were buried in antique ruins, but I found a skeleton which has been living there for millions of years and helped me survive. Antique ruins. Lin Feng had heard about those ruins in the Huang Sea. Since it was a skeleton, why do you say it was alive? Asked Lin Feng. His godly awareness hasn't dispersed. He sealed me in a stone. He was very, very strong. Then, the pirates found my stone. I see, whispered Lin Feng, frowning. He felt desperate. Lin Feng, maybe they also met strong cultivators like me. The sea is so deep, there are probably many very strong cultivators inside, not just one, said Huang Fulong, trying to cheer Lin Feng up. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and said, take the boat and go to Bahuang province. I'm going back to the island of the 9 dragons. No, you can't go back. said Huang Fulong. Don't worry, I won't take any risks, said Lin Feng, changing his face. Here is where you should go on the map, said Lin Feng, transmitting the geographical coordinates of Ba Huang to Huang Fulong. Bzzz. A dazzling light appeared as silver wings sprouted from Lin Feng's back. Shadow. Lin Feng suddenly turned into a shadow and left. Go to Ba Huang province and wait for me in Tiantai. I'm going to the island of the 9 dragons to kill some people and I will be back soon. Huang Fulong heard Lin Feng, but couldn't see him anymore. He was surprised. Lin Feng has become a lot stronger, it seems, whispered Huang Fulong. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of crossing the Huang Sea alone. Huang Fulong established a connection to the boat and left for Ba Huang province. However, Lin Feng went back to the island of the 9 dragons. This time, he landed without releasing any qi. 2 more stones were still being sold. He was wondering if Yu and the others could have been sealed inside them. Because of the interruption, the auctions had been paused for a while and had now resumed. Lin Feng was in the crowd this time, though. Yang Zilan looked extremely pissed off. He had lost so many abstruse crystals. He had bought a stone with a living being and Lin Feng had helped that person escape. Lin Feng again. Lin Feng had already done so much against him. He really wanted to kill Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1089, Ferocious Wild Beast. Chapter 1089, Ferocious Wild Beast? The 8th stone was as big as 3 people. There were marks inside and it contained an incredible qi. There's a holy weapon inside, thought the crowd. That qi was incredible, but it was deadly as it came from the Huang Sea. Even the stone couldn't constrict the qi inside. The crowd guessed that the only possibility was that that stone contained a weapon. On top of that, a holy weapon. The 2 last stones seemed incredible. Apart from that stone with a special qi, the last stone also seemed extraordinary. The crowd had the impression there was a ferocious beast sealed inside. Many people had come, especially for those 2 stones. That stone starts at 6,000 abstruse crystals, said the middle-aged man, smiling indifferently. The crowd gulped down. How expensive. No wonder they were becoming so rich. They sent their servants to find desolate stones and people who came to buy them were gamblers. They were real pirates. I need to get that one, said Xian Yuan. His holy weapon had broken. Therefore, he needed a new one. He had come to the island of the 9 dragons to try his luck and see if he could get a holy weapon. That stone possibly contained a holy weapon. Xian Yuan, brother, I'll help you, said Yang Zilan. 8,000. The Yang clan wanted to help Xian Yuan. If he became strong, he would be able to marry Yang Ziyi. That bastard, he immediately raised it by 2,000. Thought the crowd. 10,000, said someone. The crowd was surprised. It was a young man with the purple eyes. 15,000, said Yang Zilan. Many people grinded their teeth. 15,000 was already a lot more expensive than an ordinary holy weapon. Those prestigious families were really rich. The young man with purple eyes didn't say anything else. 15,000 already exceeded the price of a low-level holy weapon. First, the stone didn't necessarily contain a holy weapon. Second, even if it did, the price was probably still too high. 18,000, said someone indifferently. The crowd was surprised and looked at the person who raised. It was a young man with white hair. His qi wasn't powerful, but the price he proposed was extremely high, so it meant his social status was very high. Nobody dared cheat the pirates. If he didn't have that many abstruse crystals, the pirates would kill him where he stood. It was Lin Feng, of course. He wouldn't let them get that stone for a low price. 20,000, said Yang Zilan coldly. He, you don't recognize me, thought Lin Feng. He said indifferently, 25,000. The crowd was speechless. What a high price. Besides, Lin Feng had said that without frowning. Do you even have that much, sir? Said Yang Zilan coldly. Mr. Yang, if you give up, you'll see if I have that much, said Lin Feng indifferently. Yang Zilan was surprised. That person recognized him. 26,000, said Yang Zilan. 29,000, said Lin Feng, glancing at Yang Ziyi. My clan gave me holy weapons, but I need another one. Maybe there's one in that stone. I hope the Yang clan will let me buy that one. They're all from rich families. thought the crowd. 30,000. Said Yang Zilan, grinding his teeth. That was all he had. When Lin Feng saw Yang Zilan's facial expression, he smiled and said, "No wonder that you're famous, 30,000, that's my limit too. Since you already proposed so much, it's yours." Yang Zilan gulped down. At least he had the stone, but because of that guy, he was going to lose too much. Yang Zilan walked forwards and threw a ring at the middle-aged man and said, 100 abstruse crystals of average quality, that's worth the price. Abstruse crystals were also divided into 3 categories, low, average and high quality. Their value was also different. The higher the quality, the higher the price. "Alright, I'll open it then," said the middle-aged man, smiling happily. 30,000 abstruse crystals. That would be great for the pirates. Yang Zilan moved back. The middle-aged man hit the stone to break it, but not too hard in order to avoid breaking its content. The qi was becoming even more intense. "Is there a weapon inside?" thought the crowd nervously. There had to be something inside. The middle-aged man looked even more nervous. Bzzz. The stone broke and finally, its content appeared. A weapon, it really contains a weapon. Thought the crowd, astonished as qi dashed to the skies. It was a very powerful qi. The middle-aged man finished breaking the last pieces of stone. The qi emerging from the stone was gray and thick. It was a spear. What a scary weapon. I got something. Yang Zilan was happy. It was better than having obtained a low-level holy weapon. Xian Yuan grabbed it. It was much better than his old weapon, it suited him perfectly. Nobody could stop him with that thing. "Brother Yang, give it to me," said Xian Yuan. Yang Zilan's mouth twitched. He didn't want to give it to Xian Yuan, but he thought about his family, smiled and said, "Of course, it's yours, brother." "Nah, not now actually. Wait, I'll go back to my clan and get the abstruse crystals, then I'll come back to your family and ask for your sister's hand," said Xian Yuan indifferently. He knew why Yang Zilan accepted to give it to him. He hoped the Yang clan would become strong if they mixed with the Xian Yuan clan. "All right. No problem," said Yang Zilan, smiling. He knew that kind of weapon could help solve some issues. Yang Ziyi smiled in a resplendent smile. She was impatient to get married with Xian Yuan. Unfortunately, she was so beautiful, but not so smart. At that moment, she could predict that she would regret everything she had done to Lin Feng. Bzzz. The middle-aged man was holding the stone in his hand and his clothes were suddenly torn apart. His hair was fluttering in the wind. The qi of the stone was too powerful. It contained the qi of an extremely strong cultivator who had participated in the Great Wars. "Miss Yang, be careful," said the middle-aged man, smiling. He put the spear in a ring and gave it to Yang Zilan. "Thank you, mister," said Yang Zilan, nodding. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at him coldly and smiled on the inside. "Yang Zilan, you better not give me any chance to steal your weapon." Lin Feng wouldn't mind killing him and stealing his treasures. He was going to let him off now, and if he could, he would steal his spear too. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1090, Abstruse Crystals. Chapter 1090, Abstruse Crystals. Yang Zilan took the spear. There was still one more stone to be sold. It looked like an ordinary stone, but people had a strange sensation when they looked at it. According to legends, inside it is something which has been sealed and it hasn't died yet. It could be a terrifying animal, thought the crowd. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Maybe there's a living being inside. If that's the case, one of our strong cultivators will seal it inside and prevent it from fleeing." "How expensive?" 10,000. The crowd was dumbstruck when they saw the price. Not many people were interested. You saw the last stone, it contained a holy weapon and its qi was incredibly powerful. This stone comes from the same place and it might contain something just as terrifying. Maybe it even contains a spirit, or a terrifying ancient animal. If that's the case, then 10,000 would be nothing, a terrifyingly strong beast would be worth 100,000 abstruse crystals," said the middle-aged man, trying to convince people. 11,000. Said someone. It was an old man who seemed to be very strong. 12,000, said Xian Yuan. He had 20,000 with him, coupled with Yang Zilan's 20,000, he could exchange the stone directly. 13,000. Said the young man with purple eyes. 15,000. Said the old man. The crowd was surprised and captivated. Everybody kept raising up until it hit 20,000, but then it stopped. It didn't seem to attract people's attention as much as the last one. If Lin Feng hadn't raised it for the last one, the price wouldn't have gone so high. 21,000. Said Lin Feng indifferently. His eyes were closed. He was using his godly awareness to observe the surroundings. He looked indifferent, as if he had had an infinite amount of abstruse crystals. He has only broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer and he already has so many abstruse crystals. If there's something inside, a rich kid is going to get it. Thought the crowd angrily. Lin Feng was doing that on purpose, he was pretending to act like a rich kid. Lin Feng was pretending, so he was happy that people believed him. Of course, he also knew that someone was going to raise again, so he wasn't too worried. One abstruse crystal of high quality. Said someone at that moment, sounding indifferent. An abstruse crystal of high quality? Such crystals were extremely precious. However, one such crystal was only worth 10,000 ordinary crystals. The crowd looked at that person. It was a beautiful girl. She was so beautiful, her body was perfect, but she was wearing black clothes. Men were drooling in front of her. However, she also looked enigmatic and people didn't know what she was thinking. In any case, she looked really hot. Miss, one abstruse crystal of high quality isn't worth 20,000 ordinary crystals. Said the middle-aged man, smiling. What if it contains a life? Said the girl very clearly. The crowd was astonished. Such crystals were incredibly expensive. People always used ordinary abstruse crystals to pay, but special crystals with a special strength also existed and they were extremely expensive. With such crystals, cultivators could become stronger with incredible speeds. Their understanding capabilities could also improve a lot faster. It was a real treasure. Many old people only dreamed of having such crystals. If you really have such a crystal, we don't need to continue, that stone is yours. Said the middle-aged man. Take it. Said the girl, throwing an abstruse crystal at the middle-aged man. He grabbed it quickly and put it away so that nobody could see it. Should I break the stone? Asked the middle-aged man to the girl. Everybody sighed. They didn't need to be skeptical, that girl really had such precious crystals. Who is she? She's so beautiful and rich. She looks bestial even. Thought the crowd. Was she an empress or an emperor's daughter? They had heard an empress' daughter was going to appear. Was she this person? It was impossible though. A holy woman had to look holy and celestial. That girl didn't, she looked like a tease, she just looked hot. No. I will do it myself. Said the girl, shaking her head. The middle-aged man didn't force her. He had obtained a precious crystal, that was enough. He was satisfied. After the girl took the stone, she put it away and left. Many people looked at her, men were drooling. That girl must be a beast, but she is quite strong. Otherwise, she couldn't have a Zune-level beast as a protector. Thought Lin Feng. He had paid attention to her the entire time. She hadn't reacted until the last stone was proposed. She had come for that stone and didn't care about the price. All right, we're done. Said the middle-aged man. Everybody dispersed and started leaving. At that moment, Lin Feng walked towards Gu Qiuyun. Gu Qiuyun didn't need to protect himself against a cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer. Nobody dared attack him there anyways. I've always dreamt of meeting you. I hope you can offer me visit sometime, brother Gu. Said Lin Feng, smiling without releasing any special qi. Where do you come from? Everybody had seen Lin Feng during the auctions, Gu Qiuyun too. Lin Feng was from a rich and prestigious family, therefore, Gu Qiuyun didn't act too arrogantly either. I am from the mountains in the northern part of Bahuang. I am so happy to see you today. I don't have many treasures with me today, but here, for you, brother. Lin Feng said, taking out a stone and giving it to Gu Qiuyun. Gu Qiuyun took it and looked at it, a demon seal stone. He looked surprised. It really was a demon seal stone. He didn't show how happy he was, but such a gift was already not bad. The whole stone, in the antiquity, could seal a real demon. But now it was broken. Brother, thank you for your gift, it is way too precious. Said Gu Qiuyun. It's nothing for me. I have a few. So, don't mention it. Said Lin Feng, smiling nicely as if he didn't care about demon seal stones. A few more pieces appeared in his hands. He's rich. Thought Gu Qiuyun before saying, come, please sit, brother. Lin Feng sat down and said, unfortunately, I had a few dozens of thousands of abstruse crystals, but I bought something else. Unfortunately, I didn't know the pirates would sell such expensive things today. I really wanted to buy something. Gu Qiuyun looked at Lin Feng enviously. He was an emperor's descendant and had never had so many abstruse crystals himself. What did you want to buy, brother? Asked Gu Qiuyun. The spear, I loved it. I wanted to make a holy weapon back in my clan. Said Lin Feng, sounding dispirited. Gu Qiuyun was astonished. Lin Feng wanted to use such an incredible spear to fabricate another weapon? Didn't he care about holy weapons? I'll invite you here again, said Gu Qiuyun. He hoped to see Lin Feng again. This time, I came out secretly. My grandpa forced me to practice cultivation all the time. This time, he'll probably make me practice for a few dozen more years when I go back. I'm so angry, brother. He'll tear my flesh and muscles if he continues forcing me to practice like that, said Lin Feng, sighing. Was his grandfather so strong? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1091, Killed by Yang Zilan. Chapter 1091, Killed by Yang Zilan. Gu Qiuyun smiled unnaturally and his mouth twitched. He actually wanted to be friends with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had demon sealstones, so he was probably from an imperial family. If he made friends with Lin Feng, he would probably obtain even greater gifts. Brother Gu, I have a question, said Lin Feng suddenly. Gu Qiuyun put his hand on his heart and guaranteed, brother, you can tell me anything. I'll do my best to help. I'm really interested in that spear. I need it to build a weapon. Can you try to get it from that member of the Yang clan so that I can have it? Said Lin Feng. Gu Qiuyun looked upset. The pirates of the Island of the Nine Dragons never annoyed people who bought things at their auctions. They always let them go safely so their reputation remained safe. Don't worry, brother Gu. I don't mean I want you to harm him. I know they are your guests. If he isn't willing to hand it over, having a look at it would already fulfill my wishes, said Lin Feng, smiling as if he understood that Gu Qiuyun didn't want to make things difficult for their guests. Gu Qiuyun stared at Lin Feng, thinking. If he guaranteed Yang Zilan's safety, there was no reason for him to refuse such a request. All right. Since you're now my good friend, I'll help you, said Gu Qiuyun, nodding. He walked away and talked to someone. Then, he came back and talked to Lin Feng honestly and freely as if they had been friends for a long time. After a short time, Yang Zilan and the others came back. They were angry at Gu Qiuyun this time. Last time, they had wanted to kidnap Yang Ziyi. The Yang clan hadn't forgotten about that yet. However, on the Island of the Nine Dragons, they couldn't afford acting carelessly, so they were now polite and smiling. Brother Gu, you were looking for me. How may I help you? Asked Yang Zilan. He was worried, but he wasn't showing it. Instead, he was smiling in a warm and gentle way as if they had been friends for a very long time. It's nothing important, I just have a brother, Brother Feng, who's interested in your spear. I was wondering if you were willing to. The brother he was talking about was Lin Feng, obviously. Yang Zilan looked at Lin Feng and noticed his cultivation level wasn't high, but since Gu Qiuyun had called him because of Brother Feng, it meant that Lin Feng's social status was, at least, as high as Gu Qiuyun's. I'm sorry, I already gave that holy weapon to Xian Yuan. I hope your brother won't be too disappointed, said Yang Zilan politely. Indeed, that's mine now, said Xian Yuan indifferently and proudly. Lin Feng looked at him and smiled on the inside. Xian Yuan still sounded proud and arrogant. Being chased by Yuan Fei wasn't enough, it seemed. Xian Yuan. Gu Qiuyun recognized that name. Indeed, said Xian Yuan indifferently. Gu Qiuyun looked at Lin Feng in a way which meant that getting the spear would be impossible. Well, can you at least let him look at it closely? Said Gu Qiuyun. He was still trying to make friends with Lin Feng. Yang Zilan remained silent for a second and then smiled. The pirates of the Island of the Nine Dragons organized the auction, so I'm sure showing it wouldn't be a problem. He was convinced the pirates of the Island of the Nine Dragons wouldn't dare steal something they had sold themselves. Yang Zilan was seemingly getting ready to show the spear, but Lin Feng shook his hand and said, Wait. Brother Feng, do you have another request? Asked Yang Zilan. No, said Lin Feng, shaking his head and smiling. I also have a holy weapon. It's extremely powerful and has an explosive power. However, I don't like it too much. If you like it, maybe we can trade our weapons. Oh? Yang Zilan seemed interested. Lin Feng surprisingly had holy weapons he wanted to trade. Gu Qiuyun's eyes twinkled. He also wanted to see Lin Feng's weapon and how powerful it was. Show it to me. said Yang Zilan. He couldn't refuse, of course. But many people harbor evil intentions. If we trade weapons, we must do it somewhere where there's less eye on us. Where then? Asked Gu Qiuyun, who was even more interested too. We should go to a place on the edge of the Huangxi, that way, if Brother Yang and the others are not interested, you can directly leave. Nobody will say the island of the 9 dragons kept you here. Said Lin Feng to make Gu Qiuyun and Yang Zilan. Of course, Yang Zilan was interested. I never doubted Brother Gu's intentions. Since you want to go to such a place, I have no objections. Brother Gu can bring a few strong cultivators along as well. It seems like you still feel defensive, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Gu Qiuyun groaned coldly. Yang Zilan surprisingly wanted him to bring strong cultivators, ridiculous. No need. Brother Feng and I are enough, said Gu Qiuyun, looking unhappy. Master, said a strong cultivator at that moment. Brother Gu, since there are tensions between the Yang clan and the island of the 9 dragons, even if I trust Brother Yang, I still think it's best to bring a few strong cultivators, said Lin Feng. He mentioned their internal tensions on purpose. Indeed, Master, said a strong cultivator behind Gu Qiuyun. Yang Zilan also brought 2 strong cultivators. I said no need, said Gu Qiuyun. He didn't like being forced to do anything. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Brother Feng, I don't think anything can happen to me on the island of the 9 dragons. If anyone dares attack me, the pirates would immediately destroy the Yang clan. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. Concerning Lin Feng, they didn't even attach importance to him. A cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer couldn't do anything to them even if he wanted to. Therefore, they didn't think about protecting Gu Qiuyun against Lin Feng. They all walked towards the sea and arrived on a beach where nobody else was. Lin Feng said he had a very powerful weapon, so Gu Qiuyun chose a good place to look at it. Brother Gu, let's go on the sea, what do you think? Suggested Lin Feng. Ha, alright, enjoying holy weapons on the sea, how pleasant. A smile appeared on Gu Qiuyun's pale face. Gu Qiuyun had broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer. He released some qi and walked on the sea as if the desolate qi didn't affect him. Lin Feng followed. Brother Yang, show us your spear. Alright, said Yang Zilan. Suddenly, a monstrously powerful qi invaded the atmosphere and emitted whistling and howling sounds. What a powerful spear, said Lin Feng happily. Gu Qiuyun wished he could steal it. Brother Feng, show us your weapon too. Alright, said Lin Feng, nodding and smiling, but he didn't move too fast. He waited for the qi of the spear to disperse. Brother Gu, come here, said Lin Feng, waving. Gu Qiuyun didn't understand what Lin Feng meant, but he still approached Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng put a hand on Gu Qiuyun's back and smiled evilly. Both Gu Qiuyun and Yang Zilan were surprised. Brother Yang, you're really cruel. We only saw your weapon for a second. Surprisingly, you want to kill us. After killing us, do you think the island of the 9 dragons will let you off? Said Lin Feng suddenly. His voice sounded strange. Everybody was surprised by this remark and no one understood what Lin Feng meant. Gu Qiuyun didn't understand either. Yang Zilan wanted to kill them? But they were still there, alive. At that moment, a terrifying strength crashed onto them. Stop him! Shouted 2 old strong cultivators in the distance. However, they didn't have time. Yang Zilan, you're so cruel, killing me and Brother Gu! Shouted Lin Feng so that he could be heard kilometers and kilometers away. Gu Qiuyun and Lin Feng immediately fell down into the Huangxi. But if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1092, Angry Pirates of the Huangxi. Chapter 1092, Angry Pirates of the Huangxi. You're insane, said Gu Qiuyun. He was already pale, but now he was even paler. What was Lin Feng doing? Why did he take him into the Huangxi? Did he want to kill Gu Qiuyun and himself? Why? He didn't understand. Did Lin Feng want to kill him? Had he given him a demon seal stone because he wanted to kill him from the start? He didn't understand. Besides, was Lin Feng so insane that he was ready to kill himself? Insane? When we were talking before, you were quite proud, said Lin Feng using telepathy. Gu Qiuyun was suddenly furious. It was him, the cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng had come to avenge Tang Yuyu. He was also the one who had taken Huang Fu Long away. Now, he was using a technique to change his face. He had even changed his chi. Splash! They were both falling deeper and deeper in the water. Gu Qiuyun was glaring at Lin Feng. Don't think I'm going to kill myself just to kill you. The Huangxi can't kill me. Lin Feng looked unaffected. He didn't need to resist the energies to survive in that sea. How come the Huangxi couldn't kill him? Gu Qiuyun suddenly looked hopeless and desperate. Could he die that way? He was from a rich and powerful family, but his family wouldn't even know who killed him. He was going to die because Tang Yu, he regretted. The desolate Qi was very powerful, so ordinary Zun cultivators couldn't even survive in the Huangxi. In a short time, Gu Qiuyun's body dissolved and disappeared. Lin Feng looked ice cold as he said, "Did you think you'd get my demon seal stones that easily?" The stones didn't dissolve in the sea, so Lin Feng took them back from Gu Qiuyun's disintegrating body. Nobody could sense Lin Feng's qi, so nobody could know that he was still there, alive. Yang Zilan didn't understand. Why? What for? He didn't understand. That guy named Feng, was he angry at the Yang clan or at the pirates? "Brother, what should we do now?" asked Yang Ziyi. Her face was deathly pale. After what Lin Feng had shouted, many strong cultivators would be coming at them with incredible speed. "We have to explain things clearly, we won't lie. We don't need to be scared because we didn't kill them," said Yang Zilan, scratching his head. He was confused too. "We can't prove anything, we need to leave, young master," said a Zun cultivator, taking out a boat. Those boats were lifeboats like the ones Lin Feng had already stolen. They didn't have many more left by now. "Let's go. We can't explain anything to the pirates, they'll definitely kill us," said Xian Yuan coldly. He jumped onto the boat immediately. "Explain? Explain what? If they said someone had killed him, where was that someone? Besides, how could they explain a cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer had killed him? Who would kill themselves like that? Besides, Lin Feng had previously brought up the tensions between the Yang clan and the Island of the 9 Dragons. It would be difficult to explain anything now. Besides, there was still some spear chi in the air and Lin Feng had shouted very loudly. The situation was complex. "Bastard!" shouted Yang Zilan furiously. He was furious. He jumped onto the boat, not because he wanted to, but because he had no choice. The boat left and turned into a beam of light. As they left, many strong cultivators arrived, their faces turned deathly pale. Where were they? Had he really died? Who killed my grandson? Who killed my son? The strong cultivators were furious, their voices echoed hundreds of kilometers away. They knew that Gu Qiuyun was dead because his talisman had broken. He was dead. The Yang clan had killed their grandson. How cruel. He probably wanted that guy's spear, therefore the Yang clan killed him and threw the body in the sea so that we couldn't find him. The Yang clan is so cruel. They had thrown the body into the sea and left with a lifeboat. It had to be that way. Many strong cultivators from the Island of the 9 Dragons chased the boat. At the same time, many strong cultivators on the Island of the 9 Dragons took to their own boats. For many people, it was the first time they saw so many strong cultivators that furious. Almost all of them were Zun cultivators. Damn Yang Zilan, he actually killed Gu Qiuyun on the Island of the 9 Dragons. What an animal. He's even more stupid than an animal. The Yang clan is doomed now. The pirates will destroy the Yang clan completely. Of course. The pirates wanted to capture Yang Ziyi last time, but it was because they wanted her to become Gu Qiuyun's wife. They wouldn't have harmed her. They would have even protected her. Their methods are just a bit unconventional. That Yang Zilan is too stupid though, he killed Gu Qiuyun and now he's going to pay for it. They couldn't understand how Yang Zilan felt. They couldn't imagine that someone could have planned it out that way. If Lin Feng hadn't died in the Huangxi, he would have taken him out and killed him himself. The crowd didn't know that Lin Feng had thought out such a plan. Lin Feng used his shadow to emerge from the sea and then he changed his appearance again so that nobody could recognize him. When he saw the pirates leaving on their boats, he felt happy and smiled coldly. And the pirates had harmed his close friends, Yu Yu and the others. They had buried them in the Huangxi, so Lin Feng could never forgive them. I hope you'll have a great battle. The more tragic it is, the better, whispered Lin Feng as if he had nothing to do with their war. Let's go. The pirates gathering together on boats. Even though the pirates had taken many of their own boats to fight, they left some boats for the guests. Lin Feng was on one of them and they were heading for Ba Huang. Lin Feng had triggered a great war, how could he miss it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1093, The Ruins in the Huang Sea. Chapter 1093, The Ruins in the Huang Sea. Lin Feng was on one of the pirates' boats. He had heard many things about the tensions between the island of the Nine Dragons and the Yang clan. Whether it be the Yang clan's boat or the numerous boats the pirates had taken to go to Ba Huang, they were all faster than the boat Lin Feng was riding. They would arrive in Ba Huang before Lin Feng. When Ba Huang's people saw so many pirates arrive, they instantly believed that something tragic had happened. They soon learnt that the pirates were going to the Yang clan. They also heard that Yang Zilan had obtained a holy weapon at the auctions on the island of the Nine Dragons, and the tensions had maybe risen between Gu Qiuyun and Yang Zilan because of it. They still hadn't heard all the news, but they supposed that a great war would soon start. Without a faster boat, I'd probably missed the war already, thought Lin Feng, annoyed. He wanted to see that terrifying war. When Lin Feng about more, he decided to go to Tianjing City instead of the Yang clan. Huang Fulong and Lin Feng had agreed to meet there. Lin Feng still wasn't sure if Yu and the others were dead or not. He needed to go to those ruins Huang Fulong had told him about. He didn't fear the desolate qi of the Huang Sea. Many Zun cultivators couldn't even compete with him in that aspect. Once there, he would know if his friends were safe or not. He needed to check, otherwise, he'd be constantly worried. On the way to Tianjing City, Lin Feng heard many people talking about the conflict between the Yang clan and the pirates. As expected, the pirates had gone to the Yang clan's territory, but they didn't let them kill Yang Zilan. The Yang clan cherished Yang Zilan, so they protected him. Therefore, a terrible war started and many people died. Many Zun Qi layer and other extremely strong cultivators fought. The territory of the Yang clan was completely destroyed. Now the pirates wanted to kill the elders and capture Yang Zilan. After a day, Lin Feng heard about the war again. The war still wasn't over. Yang Zilan wanted to take Lin Feng's soul out of the sea to kill him a second time. He would never have the opportunity to prove his innocence. He couldn't come out, otherwise the pirates would kill him. Lin Feng went back to Tianjing City. He found Huang Fulong quickly thanks to the energies left by his boat. Huang Fulong was excited. He had heard that Gu Qiuyun had been killed. He was wanted to kill Gu Qiuyun for so long now. I wish I had killed him with my own hands, said Huang Fulong. You, me, it's all the same, said Lin Feng coldly. Huang Fulong was surprised. He looked at Lin Feng and said, You mean that? Yes, it's me, said Lin Feng, nodding. Huang Fulong was happy to hear that. Once in Tianjing City, both of them heard more about the situation with the Yang clan. They heard that the war was finally over and that both sides lost many people. To destroy the Yang clan's territory, the pirates had to pay a steep price. They were almost done destroying the Yang clan when the Xianyuan clan arrived to help. Xianyuan then told them the truth. The pirates knew how strong the Xianyuan clan was. Concerning Xianyuan's truth, the pirates were furious. Was he questioning their intelligence? Why would a cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer kill himself along with Gu Qiuyun and accuse the Yang clan? Was that even possible? Did he think the pirates were stupid? That was a terrible excuse. Lin Feng was disappointed. Xianyuan had ruined his plan. However, he knew that the pirates would never forgive them. Even if they believed Xianyuan, they had already fought a great war, now the situation couldn't be solved so easily. Huang Fulong, bring me to those ruins, said Lin Feng, taking out a boat. Lin Feng, the pirates could throw us into the sea, and without them, we can't make it, said Huang Fulong, shaking his head. Bring me there, said Lin Feng. When Huang Fulong saw Lin Feng's determination, he sighed and said, I guess it would be nice to see what they become. First, we'll need to go to the island of the 9 dragons. We left from there last time, so I'll remember the way of start from there, but Lin Feng didn't say much as they immediately led the boat to the island of the 9 dragons. This time, he didn't inform anyone he was coming. If they saw his boat, he might get into trouble. Lin Feng brought Huang Fulong to the edge of the island and listened to Huang Fulong. The boat was neither too slow nor too fast. Huang Fulong remembered the way approximately, not precisely. One day later, they were still looking for that place. Lin Feng looked extremely worried and scared. Yu and the others had gotten into such trouble because of him. He had made them come with him, he wanted them to become Imperial Cultivation disciples too. Now, however, he was the only one who had become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. He didn't even know if his friends were still alive. What a cruel world. Apart from his parents and wives, he also cared a lot about his friends. He hoped his friends would explore the world with him, and now only Huang Fulong was left. Lin Feng took out a bottle of alcohol. He had many expensive things in his ring, including a few bottles of alcohol. He couldn't help but have a drink at this moment. Back then, we were drinking and singing together. Where are you now? Said Lin Feng, looking at the sky and sighing anxiously. He could still see Yu's beautiful face in the sky, her eyes, her resplendent smile, Jun Imoshi's classy chi, his golden robe, Yun Fei Yang's messy hair and his gentle smile. You said we'd stay together forever and that we wanted to become stronger in Ba Huang together. Where are you, my friends? Said Lin Feng again. He was getting angry, then sad. You also said we'd go back to the Shuiyu region with our heads held high. Where are you? Lin Feng downed another bottle and lied down on his boat. He didn't look determined like a cultivator anymore, he didn't look like a fighter, he looked sad and depressed. Huang Fulong's face was red, he was clenching fists as tears appeared in his eyes. Back then, he used to practice cultivation in the snowy mountains of Tianqi. He hoped he'd get married with the holy woman of Tianqi, but after he met Lin Feng, his life changed and he understood what it felt like to have a brother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1094, Ancient Dragon Skeleton. Chapter 1094, Ancient Dragon Skeleton. They were still looking for the place. A black dot appeared in the distance. Huang Fulong frowned. Lin Feng, look over there. Shouted Huang Fulong. Lin Feng, who was lying down, suddenly raised his head and stood up. It seemed like they were approaching a hole. The chi emerging from it seemed very ancient even. We arrived, finally. Said Huang Fulong. Where is the place they buried you? Asked Lin Feng, glancing around. There is a dusty island in the middle. We passed there first. Huang Fulong recognized the place. There were small islands surrounded by the Huang Sea. Huang Fulong brought Lin Feng to the dusty island. Gigantic waves were crashing onto it at moment. The desolate chi was especially terrifying there. Huang Fulong enveloped himself in golden energies, unlike Lin Feng, who didn't need to protect himself. It seems very calm here. Said Lin Feng. It smelt like death, though. It's terrifying inside. Gu Chou Yun, that bastard, knew it was terrifying here. The desolate chi inside is so powerful. There were many desolate stones though. I was lucky to get stuck in those ruins. I hope you and the others are. Huang Fulong didn't finish his sentence. He had been lucky to survive. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards, turned and said to Huang Fulong, you are connected to the boat again. If in 1 month I haven't come back, leave here. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Shouted Huang Fulong, jumping forwards. Don't worry, Huang Fulong. I am not affected by desolate chi. I'm going to have a look inside, that's all. Said Lin Feng with a faint smile. No, impossible, it's too dangerous in there. Said Huang Fulong, shaking his head. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would go inside. He wouldn't have brought Lin Feng there if he had known that. Don't worry. I'm strong. Said Lin Feng, smiling. He jumped forwards and disappeared in the hole. Lin Feng. Shouted Huang Fulong, getting closer, but stopped because the desolate chi was too powerful. You bastard. Shouted Huang Fulong, trampling on the ground. He wanted to follow Lin Feng, but he couldn't. He would inevitably die in there. The hole was very, very deep. Lin Feng continued going deeper down. 10,000 meters deep in the hole, and Lin Feng still couldn't see the end. How did the pirates of the Island of the Nine Dragons make it that deep to find desolate stones? Lin Feng continued going down. Finally, he reached the bottom. It was calm in there, but the desolate chi was terrifying, just as Huang Fulong had said. So many desolate stones. Lin Feng glanced around. There were gigantic stones, medium ones, small ones. Some stones were round, some stones looked like snakes. Lin Feng even saw a stone which looked like a dragon. I wonder what's inside. I really wish I could break them. Thought Lin Feng. He glanced around looking for people, but there was nobody. He only saw stones shaped like humans. Dong. A sound resonated which made Lin Feng shake. It seemed like the cave was going to collapse. What was that sound? Thought Lin Feng. What a terrifying sound. Especially given that it made the whole cave shake. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the dragon-shaped stone. It seemed like the sound had come from that gigantic stone. After the sound resonated, the atmosphere became calm again. However, the desolate chi became even more intense. Dong! A sound resonated again. The cave started shaking again. The desolate chi continued crashing onto Lin Feng's body. He could barely stand it. Dong! A third sound resonated. Dong, 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 sounds continued resonating. It was becoming even more terrifying. The chi was also becoming even more intense. It was as if a spirit was coming back to life. Lin Feng's blood started flowing faster too. Those energies were causing his blood to react. It's making my dragon blood react? Thought Lin Feng. He slowly turned around and looked at the dragon-shaped stone again. It was as if an ancient spirit was sealed inside. Could an ancient dragon be sealed inside? Thought Lin Feng. His heart started racing. His blood started boiling. Bzzz. Chi suddenly exploded as the stone started cracking. Then, it exploded and its content appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. It was a gigantic skeleton. It was perfectly conserved, especially the head. There were two antennas in between them, there was a gigantic scale. It seemed extremely old and yet the desolate chi of the Huangxi hadn't destroyed it. An ancient and terrifying dragon. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. That skeleton was priceless. Lin Feng looked at the body, there was something round and red inside. It seemed like the sounds came from there. It looked like a beating heart. Its heart is still beating. That dragon is just like the Jade Emperor. Lin Feng had used the Jade Emperor's heart to obtain his palace. That dragon was the same, its heart had survived for so long. He could sense its chi. It almost seemed like the dragon wanted to come back to life. Back then, there were great wars in the Huangxi, so great that even a dragon joined in and died here. Thought Lin Feng shivering. That dragon was much larger than the dragon inside the dragon cave the other day. It was probably an imperial beast or a Zun-level beast. Lin Feng didn't understand the different strength levels very well. Otherwise, he would have been able to determine its cultivation level. The desolate chi turned into a vortex. Lin Feng couldn't bear it anymore. He was starting to suffocate. Bzzz, bzzz, the dragon heart still seemed to be beating. At that moment, a dazzling light appeared. Lin Feng didn't know what they were, but they contained an incredible chi. Boom boom. More chi crashed onto Lin Feng's body which made him feel dizzy. Boom. Lin Feng was attacked by the chi again and he was suddenly surrounded by even more dazzling lights. Then suddenly, he disappeared as if he had never been there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1095, Small World. Chapter 1095, Small World. Lin Feng realized he wasn't in the Huangxi anymore. He was now surrounded by ruins. He glanced around and shivered. That place looked like a wrecked battlegrounds. What were those lights though? Why did he teleport when those lights touched him? Lights. At that moment, he saw some lights emanating from the ruins. Lin Feng started walking towards them, crossing broken stones and other materials with each step. Skeletons, so many skeletons. What kind of war took place here? There were so many skeletons and they hadn't been corroded by the desolate chi of the Huangxi. Some skeletons still had flesh on them. Those people were at least Zun cultivators. Tian-level cultivators' bodies couldn't remain for such a long time, especially in the Huangxi. Those lights are dead spirits. Huang Fu Long had told him about those things which didn't die. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Ah wow, a dead spirit light came towards Lin Feng. Its eyes looked gloomy and inauspicious. Bzzz. Lin Feng released some fire intent and attacked the spirit with a fireball. The spirit wailed in response. Lin Feng's fire contained some black fire which could corrode almost anything. The Demon Emperor had taught him how to use it. Lin Feng also relied on that strength to open the Jade Emperor's physical body and transform his heart. The transformation process was something complex and mysterious. Lin Feng didn't understand the transformation process that well, just a little, but he still managed to do it. However, even with that strength, Lin Feng couldn't destroy the spirit. Lin Feng felt annoyed. Even back then when Xiongqi was a dead spirit, he wasn't that strong. That dead spirit's host was terrifyingly strong. Right. Xiongqi. Lin Feng took out his animal tower and made Xiongqi come out. Xiongqi scratched his head and opened his eyes. Little boy, where are you now? There are so many dead spirits. It's a cave under the Huang Sea. There must have been a great war here in the past. Those are the cultivators who died during the war, I think. Lin Feng finally managed to kill the dead spirit and said to Qiongqi, Emperor, I saw some lights when I arrived in a cave in the depths of the Huang Sea. They surrounded me and I ended up here. Why? You saw some lights? Qiongqi's eyes were suddenly wide open. Lin Feng was surprised. What was going on? Little boy, you're incredibly lucky to have found such a place. Why didn't you have me come out before? Said Qiongqi, staring at Lin Feng in a strange way. He knew why Lin Feng had ended up in that abandoned city after having touched those lights. Incredibly lucky? Lin Feng looked skeptical. He said, so what's going on? Why did my friend tell me not to come down here? Your friend is ignorant. It means he isn't strong enough to come here anyways, so of course he thought it was dangerous. He doesn't know that many people only dream of making it here. Said Qiongqi. What kind of cultivator didn't want to find that amazing place? Little boy, if other people knew about that place, they would go insane. Your friend is really not a great cultivator. Said Qiongqi mockingly. Lin Feng was surprised. Qiongqi knew a lot of things. Huang Fulong came from Tianqi and Ganyu, but he hadn't seen a lot in his life and thought that this place was dangerous. There's the body of an emperor here too, mumbled Qiongqi. His eyes were twinkling, but he quickly calmed down. He suddenly looked at Lin Feng in a cruel way. Lin Feng had sealed his spirit in an animal. Emperor, stop fooling around. What is this place? Asked Lin Feng when he heard Qiongqi mumbling. He was very curious. You know nothing. Said Qiongqi to Lin Feng. Looking proud and arrogant, he said, it's a small world. A small world? Lin Feng was confused. Arf, I'm an emperor, you're always been with me and yet, you still understand so little. Lin Feng sighed. He felt like punching Qiongqi. What was that place? Couldn't he tell him instead of bragging about it? You've been to the Yang clan's territory and to Tiantai and so on, and you still don't know about these small worlds? Asked Qiongqi aggressively. Yang clan, Tiantai. Lin Feng's eyes started twinkling. He suddenly remembered Shingon. Those places appeared as if they didn't exist. They appeared only under certain circumstances. Back in Tianjing City, he couldn't see Tiantai, but he started seeing Tiantai after he climbed up the stairs. Were all those places small worlds? Emperors can create their own small worlds so people can't see them from the outside. In the history of the continent of the Nine Clouds, there have been many emperors, and de facto, many small worlds. However, the Yang clan never had an emperor, which means they stole it, they invaded someone else's small world. Explained Qiongqi in a relaxed way. Lin Feng suddenly understood. He understood that Jade Emperor's mysterious world was actually a small world. You came here through the lights. Those lights are the small world. A small world can be found in a drop of water, in a grain of sand, in a star, in a stream of water. There are many different forms. You can't even begin to imagine. You're very lucky you ended up in an emperor's small world. On top of that, he's dead, which means his things, Qiongqi felt excited as if he had found a treasure. Huang Fulong said that something saved his life. It seems like he came to this small world too. Maybe he doesn't understand what happened to him and assumed it was dangerous. Thought Lin Feng. There were many lights in the Huang Sea, and if they were all small worlds, it meant that they all represented an emperor. It seemed like many emperors died during that great war in the antiquity. Lin Feng's heart started racing. So many emperors had died during that great war, so all those small worlds. Lin Feng started shivering. Huang Fulong had even been to a small world, so what about Yu, Jun Imoshi and Yun Fei Yang? Did they end up in other small worlds as well? Maybe they received the teachings of some great emperors. There was hope. Little boy, stop daydreaming. Even if nobody is alive in those small worlds, emperors died in them, so you need to take care of the dead spirits. Qiongqi made Lin Feng come back to his senses. Lin Feng realized he was getting a bit too enthusiastic. Those small worlds could be dangerous, otherwise, Huang Fulong wouldn't have been afraid. Damn! Swore Lin Feng. You got the void fire and you're even stronger than me. It's easier for you to kill them, so why would I need to fight alone? Little boy, since you talk that way, I won't help you. We'll see if you can come out alive, and those things, you can try and fight them yourself. I won't help you. Said Qiongqi, walking away. Even more dead spirits were coming towards Lin Feng. What a trashy emperor. Lin Feng was annoyed. Those dead spirits were difficult to deal with. Woo! A ghost came towards Lin Feng and tried to enter his third eye. No! Lin Feng shook his hand, fire appeared as he attacked the dead spirit, but he hadn't managed to block him. The spirit continued moving. They were so strong and Xiongqi was hiding behind him, how shameless. Why had he let Xiongqi absorb the void fire if he wasn't going to help him? Slash, lights moved towards Lin Feng's third eye again. Those spirits wanted to take over his body. Die! Dazzling flames appeared and turned into a sea of flames. All the dead spirits suddenly started burning, but they didn't die. Instead, they continued moving towards Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1096, Spirit Capture. Chapter 1096, Spirit Capture. How strong? No wonder Huang Fulong thought it was a dangerous place. Thought Lin Feng. If Huang Fulong didn't have his holy weapon, the dragon axe, he would have died. Seal. Lin Feng took out some demon seal stones, the ghosts started moving slightly slower and then, they were sealed. Lin Feng understood demon sealing strength even better these days. Die! Shouted Lin Feng coldly. He condensed pure chi in his flames which turned into a black lotus which seemed like it could annihilate anything. Several black lotuses appeared and constricted all the dead spirits. In a flash, the dead spirits were all wailing and shouting with pain. I'll kill you all, said Lin Feng. His fire was explosive now. Finally, he destroyed the last of the dead spirits. Gradually, they all died and disappeared. After all, those dead spirits were only broken souls. Their corpses had already decomposed a long time ago. Xiongqi looked at Lin Feng in a disdainful way and said, "Those damn dead spirits dare act arrogantly in front of me, an emperor." Lin Feng, look over there, there's an entrance. Let's go and take a look, the small world might be bigger than we originally thought. Damn. Lin Feng wanted to punch him. He was arrogant and annoying sometimes. But Lin Feng didn't know how dangerous that place was, otherwise he would have put him away by now. Lin Feng walked forwards and punched a bunch of ruins. As expected, there really was an entrance. Let's go, said Lin Feng. Wait, shouted Xiongqi. Lin Feng stopped. All those skeletons are precious treasures, they can be used to fabricate holy weapons, don't you want them? Asked Xiongqi arrogantly. Stop pestering me, said Lin Feng. He then took all the skeletons and left Xiongqi speechless. They continued walking further where they found even more ruins. There were many wrecked castles. Several strong cultivators had died in there and there were weapons were laying inside, covered in dust and stones. They're all holy weapons. They're all broken though. You might be able to do something with their pieces, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng looked around. There was a broken golden bell covered with dust and had split marks, a broken ancient mirror, a broken gourd, a broken sword. Those weapons were millions of years old, but Lin Feng could still sense their chi. There was a skeleton in front of Lin Feng holding a halberd. It had carvings on it, but there were many cracks in it. It certainly wasn't as powerful as it was in the past. The spear Yang Zilan obtained was a holy weapon, it must have been very powerful in the past. It had been in the depths of the Huang Sea for millions of years and the pirates of the island of the 9 dragons found it. Many of the weapons Lin Feng saw now had a chi similar to Yang Zilan's spear. Take them all, said Xiongqi. He looked a bit sad and said, even though they're broken and they have cracks, you can still use them to make weapons. If you find a strong weapon fabricator, he might even be able to repair them. Lin Feng nodded. He knew he couldn't give up those weapons. He gathered them all, skeletons, holy weapons, everything. Bzzz. When Lin Feng grabbed the halberd, a shadow appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng released some fire and jumped back. A ghost was sealed inside that weapon. I sealed myself inside a long time ago, finally, someone has showed up, said the ghost. His hair was fluttering as he was staring at Lin Feng. Damn ghost, swore Lin Feng. If that person had sealed themselves in the weapon millions of years ago, it could only be a broken soul. But he seemed stronger than that. Xiongqi ran behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng, it's only a soul without a body, take your holy weapon out and kill him, said Xiongqi trying to help. You also have a Xiongqi, said the ghost looking at Xiongqi. He looked interested. He then said to Lin Feng, little boy, give me your body, I will help you become incredibly strong. Keep dreaming. Lin Feng as he took out his Tianji sword and attacked the ghost. Boom boom. Cracking sounds were heard as the ghost's ethereal body divided itself and his Tianji sword didn't touch him. The ghost's ethereal body condensed again. He looked at Lin Feng and smiled in a cold way. It's useless. Give me your body and you'll become me, I'll become you. Doesn't that sound fair? The ghost's proposition sounded tempting. He had been waiting for so long to find someone. Lin Feng, run away, said Xiongqi to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng didn't falter as he turned around and ran away. The ghost followed without rushing. Xiongqi and Lin Feng were soon stuck as they ended up in a dead end. The ghost smiled in an evil and cruel way. I've been waiting for so long. I wonder how the world is now. Finally, I'll be able to see it again. The ghost continued moving towards Lin Feng, but at that moment, a dazzling light appeared. The ghost was caught off guard. His facial expression changed drastically as holy marks surrounded him. Spirit capture, whispered the ghost. He started shaking out of fear. The lights were absorbing him now. Spirit capture, how's that possible? How could a beast use spirit capture? The ghost wailed. He was surrounded by holy marks. He looked ferocious and roared aggressively. Damn ghost, you dare insult me, an emperor, said Xiongqi. There was fire in the holy marks. Ah, the ghost gave a horrible shriek. That Xiongqi was an emperor, surprisingly. Now it made sense as to how he could use holy marks. Lin Feng walked next to Xiongqi. He was surprised. Even though you came from the past, I am also 1,000 years old. Even though I'm now in it, Xiongqi, I won't let an insect like you humiliate me. Call me emperor, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. The ghost looked at him and said, I'm sorry, emperor, please let me off. I am willing to help you and fight on your side. Alright, it seems like you understand, so make your soul come out and offer it to me as a sacrifice. Then you'll become my slave. Let me off, shouted the ghost. That beast surprisingly wanted him to sacrifice himself. You're not as smart as I thought, said Xiongqi cruelly. He was a great emperor, so he wasn't going to let that ghost talk to him like that. Void fire began burning the spirit. Lin Feng was amazed. Xiongqi wasn't so easy to deal with. Stop, I'll do it, I'll sacrifice myself. The ghost had to be magnanimous, otherwise Xiongqi would kill him. Xiongqi accepted the sacrifice and became the master of the soul. Which era are you from? Who created this small world? What is your relation to him? Are there ruins in all the ancient small worlds? Lin Feng asked many questions. Xiongqi now had a slave, so they could finally get some answers. It would be a lot easier to find all the ruins with the dead spirit as their guide. After all, he was a strong cultivator who had died in that small world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1097, Emperor's Body. Chapter 1097, Emperor's Body. What era? Whispered the ghost. He looked confused because he had forgotten. He only knew that he had been there for a very, very long time. I don't know how long it's been, I just know that the ancient imperial court started fighting against the animal clan because of the celestial emperor's fall. Many influential groups were involved. It was like hell on earth. The whole world started fighting and we were all buried inside. Ancient imperial court. Xiongqi's heart started racing. He thought he was old, but that ghost was a lot older than him. In any case, that extremely strong cultivator from the antiquity had become his slave. You know the ancient imperial court? Asked Lin Feng. Who was that? I received some memories, but just a part. I just know that it was a very powerful group hundreds of thousands of years ago in the continent of the Nine Clouds. I don't know why it disappeared, because of the long river of hell or because people destroyed them. The great ancient war started because of them though, I think, said Xiongqi. The ghost story was similar to some of his memories, which made him happy. Hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Feng was astonished. What is the long river of hell? Is it the Huang Sea hell? Asked Lin Feng. Did hell really exist? Huang Sea? Asked the ghost, surprised. He didn't know what the Huang Sea was. We're under the depths of the Huang Sea right now. It probably appeared because of the war you just mentioned, replied Lin Feng. That's what he had heard about the Huang Sea. He didn't know exactly what happened hundreds of thousands of years before though. Only those ghosts could know. Why is it called the Huang Sea? The war opened a door to hell. Did the corrosive energies of hell turn into a sea? Asked the ghost. He was curious. Lin Feng was incredulous. Corrosive energies of hell? Had they turned into the Huang Sea? Did hell really exist? Emperor, said Lin Feng to Qiongqi. Qiongqi looked at Lin Feng and said slowly, I don't know either. I know it has something to do with hell though. How? Asked Lin Feng. He didn't understand. In Jiuyu, there's a forbidden place. It is said that it is a link to hell and that the energies of hell flow from there. It is a place of decay and destruction, said Qiongqi indifferently. Jiuyu seemed like a scary place. What was the cultivation level of the emperor who created this place and who were you to him? Asked Lin Feng. An emperor, a low-level one, another emperor's servant. He died during the Great War. The small world was destroyed by some people and turned into ruins. I was his servant. An emperor who was an emperor's servant, thought Lin Feng. It seemed like there were cultivators stronger than emperors. Are there other historical remains? I don't know. We were attacked by surprise by an extremely strong cultivator. We were all destroyed as well as our weapons. I studied a mysterious book that taught me how to seal my spirit in a holy weapon. That's how I survived. The emperor must have been killed too. I don't know if there are any more historical remains, explained the ghost. I'll find you a great physical body when we get back, said Lin Feng to the ghost. In the Jade Emperor's palace, there were many strong cultivators, and with Lin Feng's current strength, there were many people he still couldn't control. Lin Feng had hoped he could become friends with that ghost. Qiongqi could use holy marks anyways to control the ghost if he got out of hand. That ghost would become strong again, after hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Feng continued exploring the small world. Just as the ghost had said, everything was destroyed. Lin Feng found some palaces and gardens which were used to practice cultivation, however, they possessed no qi. How incredible, the emperor could do whatever he wanted inside, build things and so on, thought Lin Feng. He hoped he would become an emperor someday, then he would make his own small world too and would bring all his friends and family members inside. He would build great palaces and gardens just like this or even better. Of course, Lin Feng could only imagine that. The path of cultivation was a difficult one and he could only progress step by step. He needed to become a Zun cultivator and then an emperor. The second broken soul Lin Feng encountered had also studied a mysterious technique, but Qiongqi also used a technique to force him to sacrifice himself and become his servant. Lin Feng was happy. 2 spirits, he just had to give them strong physical bodies and he would have 2 Zun-level friends from the ancient past. Of course, Lin Feng also found some more holy weapons. There wasn't a single weapon left in perfect condition. The 2 ghosts they had would have decayed like those weapons if they hadn't studied a special technique. At that moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of a blue palace. It still looked luxuriant with strange marks on it. That's where our master lived and practiced cultivation, said the 2 ghosts. They still looked scared while standing in front of it. There was a gigantic hand mark on it. A strong cultivator had slapped the palace to destroy it. An emperor's palace. Lin Feng entered the palace. He would probably find the best treasures inside. Qiongqi's eyes were twinkling as he closely followed Lin Feng. He used to be an emperor, but now he needed to recover. That palace was gigantic. Even though it was covered with dust, it was still luxuriant. There was a throne farther inside, and under that throne, there was a corpse. A perfect corpse with flesh. Lin Feng was amazed. If that was an emperor's body, then he really hit a jackpot. It was a precious treasure, many people would go insane just to have it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1098, Cursing Strength. Chapter 1098, Cursing Strength. It's not the only one. Lin Feng saw many other corpses but they were just skeletons. 2 skeletons looked smaller than the rest, they were even twinkling. Women, thought Lin Feng immediately. They were the emperor's women. He had more than 10 women, but had 2 favorite ones. One was his main wife and the second one was his favorite concubine, said one of the ghosts. I also had more than 10 women, but now they must be dead already. Lin Feng, little boy, you have to become stronger and you'll have more women too. They'll be at your service day and night, said Qiongqi laughing. Shui Linglong isn't bad, if you help her become a queen, you'll be a king. Linglong rolled his eyes. That bastard wasn't respectful at all. Besides, to have very powerful cultivators as concubines, Lin Feng had to be even stronger. The corpses of the emperor's two favorite women hadn't decayed, which meant they weren't weak. They were at least Zun-level cultivators. Lin Feng, take that bow, it's not bad, said Xiongqi, staring at a bow in the emperor's hand. The bow had been there for a long time, even though it was covered in dust, it was still twinkling. When the emperor faced his enemy, he wanted to use his bow to protect himself, but didn't have the time to use it and was killed. And the strong cultivator who killed him didn't take the bow because it wasn't powerful enough for him. An emperor's weapon. Lin Feng walked over and took it. He looked at the arrow in his hand too, it was broken but still twinkling. Lin Feng was wondering what material it had been fabricated with. The arrow was still very sharp. It's ebony, very difficult to break. Too bad they're broken now. That bow was one of the emperor's favorite holy weapons. There are some holy marks on it and it contains energies of the path. It's not as powerful as back in the day, though. Indeed, that bow was incredible, he could easily kill people with it, said the two Zun cultivators nostalgically. But that was a weapon of highest quality. Apart from the holy marks, it also contained the energy of the path. Lin Feng started to imagine what it was like to be an emperor, killing people in one strike and so on. Those arrows are made of dragon tendons, they're not broken. They can still be used. And even though the bow is broken, it is still powerful. At least, it's enough for you, little boy. Even if you don't use it, you can sell it. Many emperors would be interested in buying it, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng was amazed. Those arrows were made of high-quality animal matter. If he could repair the bow, he would be able to sell it at a sky-high price. As expected, perfect corporeal body, thought Lin Feng, looking at the body. Even though he died hundreds of thousands of years before, he still looked like he had just been killed. He had black and messy hair, his facial expression was sharp, he had no external injuries. That emperor seemed like he refused to die. Take the body, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng was speechless. Xiongqi was like a pirate. Lin Feng was about to take the corpse when suddenly, some qi emerged from it. The corpse opened his eyes. Tap, 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 Lin Feng took a few steps back, his body was suddenly sore. Was the emperor still alive? He looked at the body, which calmed down again as if it had never moved. What's going on? Thought Lin Feng, surprised. What was going on? The corpse had opened his eyes, how scary. What's wrong? Asked Xiongqi. He opened his eyes and I sensed some energies. Xiongqi grinded his teeth and said, he died hundreds of years ago, he didn't want to die, but now he's only a corpse. He can't condense qi, so try again. Lin Feng was skeptical. What? You doubt what I tell you? Asked Xiongqi furiously. I'll try. Lin Feng touched the body again as if he wanted to take it. Boom! Strength emerged again and hurt Lin Feng. He was propelled backwards. How come it's so strong? Lin Feng was speechless. He isn't completely dead, it seems, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Why did he make him try again then? I need to kill him properly, said Xiongqi. Why hadn't he done it before? Xiongqi drew some holy marks on the body. Lin Feng looked around. There were some drawings left by the emperor and they all contained bow energy. Lin Feng sensed some strength inside them. What kind of strength is that? Lin Feng was amazed. There was a huge word with strength inside. It almost seemed alive, as if it could destroy the earth and sky. If I want to become an emperor, that's the kind of thing I need to learn, thought Lin Feng. Those words were like other worlds. What kind of strength is that? Lin Feng looked at a gigantic word, it seemed like it could kill him. Strength emerged from several words and moved towards Lin Feng. It was the strength of a curse. I can't let that strength get near me, thought Lin Feng. He bit his lips and came back to his senses. A sound spread in the air as Lin Feng fell down on his bottom. He was sweating heavily. He was still staring at those huge letters. Those words could kill people. What's wrong? Asked the ghosts to Lin Feng. They sounded curious. The emperor used to practice cultivation in that palace, so they had never been inside. They couldn't understand the words on the walls, so what was wrong with Lin Feng? Those words contain curse strength, said Lin Feng. The two ghosts were surprised. You saw them and you even understand its curse strength? Are you sure it's curse strength? The two ghosts seemed dumbstruck. What is your spirit? Asked the two ghosts staring at Lin Feng. How could a cultivator of the fourth Tianqi layer understand holy marks? Did he have an incredible spirit? People who had high spirits or who had incredible and famous spirits could understand things better than others, but that was something they had from birth. Such cultivators could become emperors easily. Spirit? Lin Feng was surprised and whispered, "Nine-headed dragon spirit." Nine-headed dragon spirit, repeated the two ghosts. It could absorb strength. If it was strong enough, it could absorb other people's spirits. That kind of spirit was incredible. There were still some spirits it couldn't swallow though. Such spirits could only be transmitted via the traditional method. Was Lin Feng special? He could see the energies of the path after all. He could even see curse strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1099, Cursing Scepter. Chapter 1099, Cursing Scepter. Are you sure you can see curse strength? The two ghosts sounding serious, as if Lin Feng was hiding something. Even though I'm not strong and have only broken through to the fourth Tianqi layer, I am good at recognizing strength and energies. If I hadn't bitten my lips to come back to my senses, I would have been cursed, said Lin Feng, remembering what had happened a moment before. It was very scary. The two ghosts glanced at each other, surprised. Do you know anything? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. Our master, apart from a powerful bow, had another holy weapon. It contained an unfathomable strength. It was a holy weapon of highest quality which could curse people. We've never seen our master use it, we just heard that he put it in the palace to study cursing techniques and skills. I think it hasn't been broken yet, said one of the ghosts. The energy Lin Feng had sensed was probably related to that weapon. What do you mean? Asked Lin Feng to the ghosts. If you really sensed cursing energy, try and figure out where it came from. Perhaps you'll find the weapon. Again? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. He had almost died sensing that strength, so he was too keen on trying it again. If you have the impression it's going to kill you, just stop. You really should try to understand it again, though, said one of the ghosts. Lin Feng had managed to stop the first time, so a second time shouldn't be a problem. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He glanced at Xiongqi. Xiongqi was still trying to control the emperor's corporeal body. All right. Lin Feng nodded and tried again. It would be great to obtain that holy weapon. It was probably a lot more powerful than the demon sword. That could be a new hidden ace. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and took out his Xian Yuan stone. At the same time, he opened his celestial book and started meditating. He could see all the words written on the walls of the palace. He could sense his surroundings distinctly. The two Zun cultivators were looking at Lin Feng in a solemn and respectful way. Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary cultivator of the fourth Tianqi layer. He possessed incredible analytical skills. If he continues becoming stronger, he'll become an incredible emperor. The two ghosts glanced at each other. Even they couldn't do what Lin Feng was doing. In the antiquity, they had only met a few people like him and they had incredible spirits guiding them. Lin Feng didn't know what the two ghosts were thinking, he was concentrating on his practice. A great chi appeared in Lin Feng's heart, started beating faster. The cursing strength had appeared again. So much cursing strength, thought Lin Feng. If he sensed all those energies at once, he would surely die. Come. Lin Feng attracted threads of cursing strength one by one. He blocked them and tried to control them. The cursing chi was becoming even more intense as it seemed alive and condensed. A scepter. The chi above Lin Feng's head was slowly turning into a scepter which glowed with strange colors. It looked both majestic and evil. An incredible curse scepter. Lin Feng shivered. The energies had turned into a scepter. The ghosts were right. The two Zun cultivators also saw the words diffusing cursing energies. Lin Feng really was attracting those energies. Bzzz. The walls started shaking as the energies continued condensing and Lin Feng stopped. He knew that he didn't need to study them anymore. He raised his head, the scepter above him became increasingly clearer. It was going to appear. Xiongqi stopped what he was doing and looked at the scepter. Little boy, you're the luckiest person I have ever met. You found it. No wonder we're friends, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng ignored him, he was looking at the scepter. Bzzz. Terrifying cursing energies spread in the air. The scepter finally became real, a real high-quality holy weapon. Our master really hid the scepter in the wall so we couldn't sense the energies. The two ghosts were surprised for they had never seen the scepter before. Lin Feng sensed the qi and wondered if he could use it. Could he be cursed by those energies? At that moment, the scepter slowly fell down towards Lin Feng. What did he have to do? Dodge or catch it? He moved backwards, but the scepter continued following him. Lin Feng was speechless. Did the scepter recognize him? You're starting to piss me off again, said Xiong Qi. Lin Feng was so lucky, the scepter, a high-quality holy weapon, even recognized him and Lin Feng avoided it. Was he stupid? It has its own life and it wants you as its master, why do you avoid it? Why did the scepter choose a moron as a master and not me? Said Xiong Qi annoyed. Lin Feng didn't know. Won't the cursing energy affect me though? Asked Lin Feng in a weak voice. Xiong Qi signed. The two Zun cultivators glanced at each other too. Lin Feng was too lucky. Don't worry, it chose you as a master so it won't curse you, said Xiong Qi grinding his teeth. Lin Feng was humiliating the scepter. How can I know if nobody tells me? Said Lin Feng laughing. He stretched his hand and grabbed the scepter. It was very cold, but then it became warm in Lin Feng's hand. Like Xiong Qi had said, it didn't curse him. There were some marks on the scepter and it also contained the energy of the path. It was very enigmatic. Lin Feng pointed the scepter towards Xiong Qi. Scepter, curse him. Bzzz. Cursing energies emerged and moved towards Xiong Qi, who shouted furiously, "You bastard!" Xiong Qi spat out fire and destroyed the cursing energies. I can do that too? Lin Feng looked at the scepter, speechless. He had never used such a scepter before. Did it listen to his orders? That was a real holy weapon. If the demon sword could listen to him too, how great would that be? Lin Feng laughed. He was relieved and happy. He smiled and said, "If you continue annoying me, I'll curse you and prevent you from becoming an emperor again." Xiong Qi looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. How cruel. He would have to be nice to Lin Feng in the future if he didn't want to get cursed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1100, Gigantic Holy Spell. Chapter 1100, Gigantic Holy Spell. You dared use the scepter against me, little boy, said Xiong Qi looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Lin Feng understood that without Xiong Qi, the two dead spirits would have killed him before now. Lin Feng hadn't refined the weapon yet, but it could still obey Lin Feng. He was getting ready to refine it now, though. What are you doing? Said Xiong Qi to Lin Feng. He was speechless. Lin Feng was surprisingly trying to refine the weapon in that place. You're so ignorant. What a humiliation it is to be your friend. I solved the problem with the emperor, and found that his throne is also a precious item. There are things carved in it. You should sit on it to understand its strength. There's the blue palace too, said Xiong Qi sighing. Didn't you say there were other small worlds? Let's go to the other small worlds. Xiong Qi had more energy than Lin Feng sometimes. He was just going to refine his weapon there, but Xiong Qi wanted to empty out all of the small worlds. Then Lin Feng would be able to do whatever he wanted with the weapons. Of course, Lin Feng knew that Xiong Qi was right, they had to hurry. Lin Feng walked towards the emperor's body. The emperor's body is mine, said Xiong Qi. The throne is yours. You bastard, said Lin Feng. Did Xiong Qi want to use the emperor's body for himself? I'll lend it to you for now, said Lin Feng. Xiong Qi looked at him, that little boy. Lin Feng sat down on the throne and sensed an incredible energy. The earth and sky started shaking, making Lin Feng feel a little queasy. Lin Feng raised his head and mysterious marks started twinkling. They contained a spell. Wow! Lin Feng was speechless. Xiong Qi was right. Everything was a treasure in that palace. There was a holy weapon of high quality, the scepter. There was the body of the emperor, the throne, so many treasures. And even the ceiling contained treasures. Lin Feng stared at the ceiling as a gigantic hand suddenly moved towards him. At the same time, it turned into a sword whose energies were very oppressive. The sword then turned into a spear and then turned back into a divine hand again. The hand turned into 5 fingers which seemed as solid as mountains. Phew! Lin Feng could barely breathe and he was sweating, his clothes were fluttering in the energies. The energies even seemed alive. What a powerful attack! thought Lin Feng. The energies then condensed back into the ceiling. When the energies condensed, they turned into a gigantic word which had the strength of the firmament. Gigantic holy spell. Lin Feng was stunned. That attack reminded him of Yuan Fei's gigantic destruction rod spell. Xiao Yuxian had told him that the Great Ape Emperor had given him 81 gigantic destruction rod spells, and this gigantic holy spell looked similar. It contained the same kind of energy and its name was similar. The gigantic holy spell is from the antiquity. The gigantic destruction rod spell must have been created later and is probably based on the gigantic holy spell. Maybe the Great Ape Emperor's ancestors studied the gigantic holy spell, thought Lin Feng. Of course, he couldn't be sure, but at least he understood the energies used to cast the gigantic destruction rod spell. He sat down calmly and meditated, trying to study that spell. Incredible energies appeared, and they kept changing. Lin Feng studied for a long time. He couldn't understand all the specificities of the spell though, especially in such a short time. Even Zun cultivators couldn't. Only emperors could master spells at that level. Xiongqi and the two ghosts sensed that Lin Feng was becoming stronger, so they didn't disturb him. They looked at the ceiling, but they couldn't see much besides some holy marks. They definitely couldn't sense them like Lin Feng. What's going on again? Xiongqi didn't understand it either. Lin Feng had been able to attract the scepter, now Lin Feng was learning something Xiongqi couldn't understand himself. Lin Feng had exceeded his expectations already. Die! Shouted Lin Feng as a hand moved towards Xiongqi with incredible speed. Boom! Xiongqi didn't have time to react and was bombarded by Lin Feng's attack. He shouted furiously, "How dare you attack me by surprise?" He suddenly started moving as fast as he could. Lin Feng couldn't see him anymore. How fast? Lin Feng released more hand attacks everywhere inside the room. Xiongqi was bombarded again. I'm angry now. Xiongqi looked like he was going to attack, but then he saw that Lin Feng had stopped attacking and was now giggling. He had a resplendent smile on his face. Emperor, I just wanted to try my new spell. You're helping me learn cultivation, don't be angry, said Lin Feng laughing. Xiongqi rolled his eyes. Of course, I couldn't get angry with you anyways. You're right, that's also why I told you I wanted to travel the world with you, it's to help you become stronger. Each time you learn new skills, you can practice them with me. He was proud to be Lin Feng's teacher. But what skill did you just use? Your hands turned into mountains? Gigantic holy spell, I obtained it in this palace. When I become stronger, it'll be terrifying. Unfortunately, I'm still too weak, said Lin Feng. Xiongqi was speechless. Lin Feng really was lucky. The gigantic holy spell was a great spell that many strong cultivators only dreamt of having. It was an ancient spell with hundreds of variations. It's a great treasure too. Try and see if you can take the whole palace, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng knew they had to rush. He stood up and put his hand on the throne. He wanted to take it, but realized the throne was stuck. Capture! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The whole palace was suddenly surrounded by Lin Feng's strength. He used his gigantic holy spell and a gigantic hand appeared and grabbed the palace. Boom boom boom. Rumbling sounds spread in the air and the ground shook. Lin Feng was taking the whole palace. But at that moment, dazzling light appeared and surrounded Lin Feng. Those dazzling lights contained an incredible and invisible strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.